In the capital, the most arrogant noble lady is none other than Zhao Qihuang, the legitimate daughter of the Marquis of Yong'an. The most esteemed young master is Wei Lanzhao, the heir to the Duke of Jinghua. These two individuals possess contrasting personalities, akin to fire and water, utterly incompatible. She regards him as a pretentious, enigmatic charlatan, while he mocks her as a gilded phoenix, inferior to a common mountain chicken. Following the Duke's family being subjected to confiscation, she tossed a piece of apricot blossom cake at the feet of the famished man, as if to tease a dog. The sound of blood-stained chains clanked as Wei Lanzhao knelt in the mud, his piercing gaze dark as he questioned, "Have you laughed enough?" "Not enough," she replied, bringing him back to the Marquis residence, where she subjected him to numerous trials and whims. Yet, as fate would have it, years later, the Marquis household fell into misfortune. The women of the capital stifled their laughter, eagerly anticipating how this once noble lady would descend from her pedestal. To their surprise, the now exalted Wei Lanzhao, having regained his position of power, brought her back to his estate, continuing to indulge her. Though he uttered the most scathing remarks, he could not bear to let her suffer even a fraction of injustice. Even as the world crumbled around them, she remained the most prideful noble lady in the capital. Chapter 1. The confiscation of the Duke of Jinghua's estate. She is the emperor's most beloved woman. If you must kill, let it be her. The empress dowager pointed at the crumpled, bloodied former empress, her voice resounding. Kill her and offer her as a sacrifice. Kill her and offer her as a sacrifice. The army below, a sea of dark armor, raised their cold weapons, their shouts resounding like thunder, almost shaking the very heavens. Among them stood a male general, his black armor stained with blood, his face concealed in the shadow of his helmet, revealing only a chilling curve of his lips. He spoke with lips that barely parted, his voice devoid of warmth. "Zhao Qihuang, if you seek someone to blame, let it be your own fate." As his words fell, a finely sharpened arrow, laced with deadly poison, shot through the air, bearing the weight of countless soldiers' murderous intent, aimed directly at the former empress's heart. Then came a rain of arrows. The pain was excruciating, tearing her apart. Zhao Qihuang jolted upright from her silken couch, gasping for breath, her chest heaving violently. Cold sweat dripped from her forehead and neck, soaking her delicate nightgown. "My lady, what is wrong?" The maid Xiaohong, stationed by her side, rushed forward to wipe her sweat, her voice filled with concern. Zhao Qihuang's face turned pale as she instinctively lowered her head, clutching her chest tightly. It was unscathed. She let out a long sigh of relief, her voice hoarse from the brush with death. "I had a nightmare." She asked Xiaohong, "What time is it now?" Xiaohong promptly replied, "It has just passed the hour of Wu. You have only slept for less than an hour." "Only an hour?" A flicker of surprise crossed Zhao Qihuang's eyes. The dream felt as though it spanned an entire lifetime. Just moments ago, she envisioned the Duke of Jinghua's estate, powerful and influential, being confiscated. Soon after, the emperor passed away, and the crown prince Li Mingxiao ascended the throne without a hitch. Her aunt, the empress dowager, due to the connection of their fates, issued an edict marrying her to the new emperor, crowning her as the new empress. A grand red bridal sedan, adorned in 10 miles of festive decorations, marked the beginning of the coveted glory that the noble ladies of the capital envied. In her dream, Zhao Qihuang was filled with anticipation. Yet, on the day of her wedding, the new emperor never set foot in her Fengyi palace. Instead, the very next day, he wed her younger sister, Zhao Qiyun. Upon entering the palace, Zhao Qiyun was instantly named the Empress Dowager, while Zhao Qihuang, the rightful empress, was imprisoned in the Qingning Palace under the pretense of resting, living a life akin to that of a prisoner. In her dream, she bore the hollow title of empress, devoid of any real power, existing in a state more wretched than an ant. Zhao Qiyun visited daily with palace maids to pay her respects, subjecting her to endless humiliation and torment. Just as she was on the brink of collapse, the fourth prince rebelled, and soldiers besieged the city. Li Mingxiao, along with his trusted aides, fled in panic, abandoning the concubines of the harem like discarded shoes. The fourth prince took control of the imperial city, intending to sacrifice Li Mingxiao's beloved woman to rally his troops. To save her own life, Zhao Qiyun commanded the guards left by Li Mingxiao to escort her to the rebel camp. After 10 years of marriage, it was only at that moment that she became the nominally favored woman of Li Mingxiao. No matter how she protested, recounting the suffering she endured in the harem, no one paid her any heed. Before the encroaching army, an arrow pierced her heart, ending her suffocating nightmare. Zhao Qihuang raised her hand to wipe away the cold sweat from her brow, exhaling a long breath. This dream felt both eerily real and utterly absurd. She closed her eyes, a barely audible laugh escaping her lips. The Duke of Jingguo's estate was deeply rooted in power. How could it possibly face confiscation? It was utterly ludicrous. Shaken by the remnants of her dream, Zhao Qihuang rubbed her still painful forehead. Absurd, utterly absurd. Xiaohong, noticing her distress, hurriedly brought her a cup of tea. "My lady, please drink some water." At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. "My lady, something terrible has happened." The maid Xiaoli rushed in, nearly tumbling over herself, her face a mixture of panic and uncontainable excitement. Zhao Qihuang frowned at her indiscretion. "What are you shouting about? Is the sky falling?" Xiaoli gasped, struggling to catch her breath. "My lady, the Duke of Jingguo's estate is in trouble." Zhao Qihuang's hand paused over the teacup, her eyelids twitching abruptly. What could possibly happen to the Duke of Jingguo's estate? Is that smirking Wei Lanzhao getting his comeuppance and dying unexpectedly? Her tone was biting, a reflection of her usual dynamic with Wei Lanzhao. However, Xiaoli shook her head. "No, it's far worse. The Duke of Jingguo's estate has been confiscated." The teacup slipped from Zhao Qihuang's grasp, shattering into countless pieces. The Duke of Jingguo's estate had truly been confiscated. Xiaoli, unaware of her lady's turmoil, blinked in confusion. "My lady, what is the matter with you? That young master Wei always irritates you. Shouldn't you be pleased that the Duke of Jingguo's estate is in trouble?" Zhao Qihuang was in a state of disarray. Pleased? She was furious. If the dream were true, would the next step be her being thrust into that cursed position of empress? Then imprisoned by the crown prince, tormented by Zhao Qiyun, and ultimately pierced by 1,000 arrows. Zhao Qihuang hastily donned her clothes, urgency overtaking her. "Prepare the horses. We are going to the Duke of Jingguo's estate." She needed to see for herself. Xiaoli, thinking she was going to gloat, excitedly shouted outside, "Prepare the horses. The lady is going out to see the commotion." Zhao Qihuang, her attire still not fully arranged, hurriedly lifted her skirt and dashed outside. "My lady, slow down. The Duke of Jingguo's estate won't be confiscated all at once," Xiaohong called out, rushing to keep up. At that moment, Zhao Qihuang could not care less about propriety. She stumbled forward, her heart racing as she rushed toward the Duke of Jingguo's estate. Within a short while, the grand vermilion gates adorned with gold came into view. The gates stood wide open. Instead of the spirited guards of the estate, rows of officials in formal garb, their long swords sheathed at their waists, stood vigil. Their expressions were cold and stern, sealing the estate off completely. Occasionally, curious onlookers who dared to approach were unceremoniously driven away. Zhao Qihuang's heart sank with each passing moment. She approached unsteadily and, from a distance, saw officials hauling out boxes stamped with seals from within the estate. Gold, silver, jade, antiques, and silk, those treasures that once symbolized the Duke of Jingguo's immense power, lay carelessly piled on the ground outside the gates. Faintly, she could hear the cries of the women from within the estate and the impatient rebukes of the officials. "By imperial decree, confiscate all property. All wealth shall be seized. All unauthorized personnel, retreat at once." The cold, merciless tone struck Zhao Qihuang's heart like a sharp blade. She staggered, nearly losing her balance, but was steadied by Xiaohong, who had rushed to her side. "My lady, what is wrong?" Xiaohong asked anxiously. Zhao Qihuang's lips were devoid of color as she stared fixedly at the grand gates of the Duke's estate. "It was over." These two words lingered in her mind. Everything that had transpired in her dreams had, astonishingly, become a reality. Chapter 2. The tiger falls, the dogs bark. The sun gradually slanted to the west. The belongings of the Duke of Jingguo's residence had nearly all been moved. Zhao Qihuang remained standing there, flanked by Xiaohong and Zai Liuyuding, who were supporting her on either side, both too afraid to breathe. Xiaohong was filled with worry, while Zai Liuyuding was startled by the unprecedented disarray of their princess. In the past, even when angered, she would never display such a demeanor. Was the sky truly falling? "Princess, shall we return for now?" Xiaohong gently urged, her voice laden with concern. "You have been standing here for 2 hours." Zhao Qihuang seemed oblivious, her gaze fixated on the grand crimson door of the Duke's residence. At that moment, a greater commotion erupted from the entrance of the Duke's residence. The gathered crowd surged like ripples on the surface of a stone-throwing pond. "They are coming out," They are coming out. The people of the Duke of Jinghua are to be taken away. This time, it was not cold, lifeless possessions that emerged, but rather living, breathing individuals. First came a group of weeping women and children, their attire still relatively tidy, yet stripped of their former splendor and dignity, with jewelry and ornaments absent, leaving only expressions of fear and despair. They were roughly shoved by the constables towards the waiting prison carts. Following them were the stewards and servants of the residence, each looking dejected, their faces ashen. A dark mass of nearly 100 individuals huddled together, driven by the officers, their former dignity utterly obliterated. The murmurs, sighs, and even faint curses of the onlookers mingled in the air. The crowd was unaware of the crimes committed by the Duke of Jinghua. They simply relished the chance to trample upon those once high and mighty figures. Amongst the throng, Zhao Qihuang's gaze zeroed in on a figure so familiar it was almost unreal. Wei Lanzhao, the heir of the Duke of Jinghua. Clad in a pale blue brocade robe and holding a jade fan, he possessed an air of elegance and composure that belied the chaos around him. At this moment, however, he was dressed in coarse, gray prison garb, his meticulously bound ebony hair now slightly disheveled. Strands of hair fell across his forehead, obscuring part of his brow and eyes. His hands were bound before him with heavy iron chains, faint red marks evident on his wrists. Despite his disheveled state, Wei Lanzhao's back remained as straight as a pine tree. When he was impatiently pushed by a constable and stumbled briefly before regaining his footing, he lifted his head slightly. On his handsome, refined face, Zhao Qihuang saw no signs of the panic, despair, or collapse she had anticipated. Instead, there was an unyielding pride that refused to wane. His chin was still slightly raised, exuding an innate arrogance. In the face of the crowd's pointing fingers and varied expressions, his deep, elongated phoenix eyes showed no trace of desperation or plea. Instead, they held a chilling calmness and insight that was almost unnerving. Such a striking visage caused the murmurs of the crowd to gradually subside. The animosity between Zhao Qihuang and Wei Lanzhao was, in large part, fueled by his captivating appearance. Wei Lanzhao's looks had indeed captured Zhao Qihuang's heart. Handsome beyond compare, with a cool and noble demeanor, he also possessed a certain carefree charm. Not long after Zhao Qihuang had been brought back to the capital from her hometown, she attended her first banquet with the old matriarch. Bored, she slipped away to the most renowned tavern in the capital, Wangshan Tower. There, she caught sight of Wei Lanzhao seated elegantly at a window table. He was engaged in spirited conversation with several young masters from prominent families, casually reciting poetry and engaging in wit, his presence radiant and unmatched. Sunlight streamed through the intricately carved window, casting a soft golden glow over him, rendering him almost ethereal. At that moment, Zhao Qihuang was unaware of his esteemed status as the heir of the Duke of Jinghua. She merely perceived him as a dashing scholar, her heart fluttering with excitement. With her skirt lifted, she approached him nervously, and with a sweet and melodic voice, inquired, "Esteemed young master, you appear familiar. May I know your name?" Her tone was so endearing that anyone who heard it would surely soften. To her surprise, Wei Lanzhao merely cast a fleeting glance in her direction, a trace of disdain flickering across his brow before he returned to his conversation, treating her as if she were an inconsequential wisp of air. Having made her first attempt to befriend someone in the capital, Zhao Qihuang was left feeling utterly humiliated as laughter erupted around her. Somehow, this incident reached the ears of her aunt, the current empress. Mistaking Zhao Qihuang's infatuation for genuine affection for Wei Lanzhao, the empress thought that, given the young heir's distinguished background and looks, a union of the two would be a splendid match. Thus, she sent a maid to the duke's residence to convey her intentions, hinting at a potential marriage between the two. However, upon hearing this, Wei Lanzhao scoffed in front of the maid and the onlookers, declaring, "I would sooner marry a courtesan than Zhao Qihuang." As if that were not enough, he leisurely added, "What does it matter if she is wrapped in gold and jade? Inside, she is no better than a common hen." Wei Lanzhao held a highly esteemed position among the gentry of the capital. During that period, all the young ladies and gentlemen used his words to mock and ridicule Zhao Qihuang. From that moment on, the enmity between Zhao Qihuang and Wei Lanzhao was irrevocably sealed. The procession moved steadily, and soon, the prisoners from the Wei family were brought before the carriage of the Marquis of Yeoman. Dressed in resplendent silk garments adorned with jewels, it was impossible for Zhao Qihuang to go unnoticed. The head constable, recognizing the renowned princess, signaled the procession to halt, stepping forward respectfully to bow from several steps below. "I pay my respects to the illustrious princess," he addressed her. Zhao Qihuang's gaze met that of the familiar figure in the procession. Wei Lancao's eyes, which once sparkled with charm, now bore a fierce intensity devoid of any feigned smiles. In his gaze, she perceived a ruthless determination that she had never witnessed before. Stripped of pretense, he appeared unblemished and resolute. Just as Zhao Qihuang was momentarily lost in thought, a sharp voice pierced the air from the crowd. "Wei Lanzhao."
"Goody."
A dark object flew from the side, striking him squarely on the forehead with a resounding smack. The sticky yolk mixed with egg white slowly trickled down his smooth brow. Zhao Qihuang's heart skipped a beat. A young man in a cobalt blue brocade robe, slightly plump, pushed through the crowd and leaped in front of her. With a smile that seemed overly ingratiating, he raised his voice, ensuring all could hear. "Princess, did you see? I avenged you." Turning towards Wei Lanzhao, he spat with glee. "Ha! All your pretenses have come back to haunt you today, haven't they?" Chapter 3. The Duke of Yong'an's mansion still lacks a dog. Zhao Qihuang recognized him as the second son of the Liu family, a frivolous wastrel with no scholarly pursuits. Adept at flattering the powerful while belittling the weak. She recalled a certain year when Wei Lanzhao celebrated his birthday. Liu Mian, in a bid to curry favor, had presented several enchanting dancers, only to be publicly dismissed by Wei Lanzhao with disdain, leaving Liu's reputation in tatters. At that time, Liu Mian had not dared to utter a word, yet now, seeing the Wei family's downfall, he reveled in the opportunity to strut and gloat. With a sycophantic smile, Liu Mian addressed Zhao Qihuang. "Wei Lanzhao once humiliated the princess in public. Today, I have avenged you." A glimmer of cold light flashed in Zhao Qihuang's eyes, but her lips curved into a smile of approval. "Indeed, Master Liu is quite perceptive." She deliberately elongated her tone, her gaze drifting toward the prisoner cart containing Wei Lanzhao. This time, the depths of his once stagnant eyes stirred with emotion, piercing Zhao Qihuang with a look as sharp as a poisoned dagger, gradually dissecting her expression. Zhao Qihuang's red lips slightly lifted, and for a moment, he resembled the defiant Wei Lanzhao she remembered. With a languid air, she withdrew her gaze, lightly caressing the jade bracelet on her wrist, addressing the chief officer of the guards. "Should His Majesty show mercy and spare their lives, do remember to inform the Duke of Yong'an's mansion in advance." The chief officer was momentarily taken aback, then nodded with a face full of wrinkles. "So the princess means." Zhao Qihuang chuckled softly. "My mansion is in need of a dog for guarding." "Yes, yes." The chief officer bowed and nodded. "If that day truly comes, I shall be the first to report it to the Duke's mansion." Suddenly, a piercing curse echoed from the prisoner cart. "Zhao Qihuang, you wicked woman. Throwing stones while they're down. You will be struck by lightning." The curse caused Zhao Qihuang's fingers to falter momentarily. She slowly raised her eyes, recognizing the once arrogant face of Feng Qianqian, Wei Lanzhao's favorite cousin, who had led the mockery against her at the flower viewing banquet. Zhao Qihuang's gaze darkened. The world saw her as the beautifully adorned princess, unaware of her tumultuous past. At the age of 3, shortly after her mother Bai's burial, her father Zhao Yuanshan hastily remarried Lin, his childhood sweetheart. That snowy night, young Zhao Qihuang was swaddled in thin blankets and placed on a rickety cart, destined to remain in a remote, impoverished area for 8 long years. It was not until 4 years ago that her aunt, then a mere consort, procured the favor of a renowned monk. The monk prophesied that she shared a fateful connection with a Zhao scion. Should the scion prosper, her aunt would ascend in status as well. This scion was none other than Zhao Qihuang herself, leading to her return to the Duke's mansion. The education Zhao Qihuang received in the countryside paled in comparison to that of the noble women in the capital. Upon her arrival, the other ladies, while superficially polite due to the Duke's influence, secretly looked down upon her, particularly Feng Qianqian, who had often leveraged the Wei family's power to belittle her rural origins. They deemed her coarse and ignorant, possessing beauty, yet unworthy of serving Wei Lanzhao. Reflecting on this, Zhao Qihuang let out a soft laugh. I had wondered who it was. Miss Feng, so proud and aloof, so pure and untainted. Feng Qianqian raised her haughty head, sneering disdainfully. To be assigned to guard duty truly belittles you. Zhao Qihuang's eyes sparkled mischievously. Rest assured, I shall personally seek a fitting place for you in the largest brothel in the southern part of the city. You dare. Feng Qianqian trembled with rage, her face flushed, eyes wide with fear. Zhao Qihuang arched her delicate brows. Whether I dare or not, you shall find out soon enough. The crowd of onlookers grew, murmuring and pointing. The chief officer, sensing the tense atmosphere, broke into a cold sweat and hastily approached. Princess, time is of the essence. If we do not promptly detain these prisoners, we may. Zhao Qihuang absent-mindedly toyed with the intricate embroidery on her sleeve, her gaze drifting between the pale Feng Tranqian and the silent Wei Lanzhao, who resembled a deep abyss. After a moment, she parted her red lips, approved. The chief officer, as if granted a reprieve, turned and bellowed. Everyone moved faster. The clinking of iron chains intertwined with the rumbling of the cart, gradually fading into the distance as the Wei family departed amidst the cacophony. As the curious onlookers dispersed, Lu Mian approached, bending almost to the ground. Princess, your authority today was truly impressive. Zhao Qihuang interrupted his flattery, dismissively stating, you managed today as a farewell. Lu Mian beamed at the compliment, exclaiming, it is my honor to relieve the princess of her worries. Zhao Qihuang, uninterested in prolonging the conversation, instructed her maid, the day is waning. Let us return to the mansion. Lu Mian stood frozen, his mouth agape, before awkwardly bowing. I bid you farewell, princess. Once the carriage turned the corner, he straightened, muttering to himself, this little lady has certainly grown in temper. As the carriage rounded the corner, Zhao Qihuang lifted the embroidered curtain. Observing Lu Mian's self-satisfied retreat, her smile vanished entirely. The despicable sycophants, who thrive on misfortune and flatter the powerful, were the most loathsome in her eyes. When the Duke of the State was still in power, Lu Mian had never stood by her. Now he came seeking favors. Shao Qing tentatively inquired, does the princess mean? A sharp glint flashed in Zhao Qihuang's eyes. Have someone find a sack and drag him into the alley. Give him a good beating. I want him bedridden for at least 3 months. Shao Qing understood and whispered, I shall attend to it immediately. Zhao Qihuang lowered the curtain, her heart coldly mocking. What a vile creature, daring to present himself before her and presume to be clever, tainting her vision. The carriage slowly departed the Duke of the State's residence, the wheels rattling against the cobblestones, producing a monotonous and dull sound. Upon returning to the Duke of Yong'an's mansion, the moon hung high in the sky. Zhao Qihuang sat before her vanity as Xiao Hong removed her hairpins, her long black hair cascading like a waterfall. The reflection in the bronze mirror revealed a pallid complexion. Her usually vibrant eyes were now veiled in a thin mist. Princess, you should rest early, Xiao Hong gently urged, presenting a cup of calming tea. Zhao Qihuang accepted the teacup, dismissing her. You may leave. Observing her mistress's evident burden, Xiao Hong hesitated to speak further, ultimately bowing and retreating. In the dimly lit chamber, the flickering candlelight cast her shadow on the wall, elongated and slender. Yet, Zhao Qihuang felt no inclination to sleep. Lying beneath the soft brocade quilt, she stared intently at the intricately adorned canopy above. With the Duke of the State fallen, if the events of her dreams were to transform into reality, how might she alter the course of her unfortunate later years? Chapter 4. Is this how your mother taught you? Strangely enough, after Zhao Qihuang was brought back to the capital, her aunt, who had been bedridden and reportedly in declining health, began to recover remarkably within a month. The old matriarch of the Duke's mansion became a firm believer in the monk's prophecies. Zhao Qihuang's status soared. The matriarch treated her as the family's treasured gem, ensuring that her every need was met with utmost priority. Before long, Zhao Qihuang's aunt distinguished herself amidst the palace's intrigues and ascended to the position of empress. The Duke of Yong'an's mansion rose with her, becoming a prominent family within the capital. The empress cherished Zhao Qihuang as her own precious jewel. Among the noble women of the capital, Zhao Qihuang claimed the second position, with none daring to contest her. Such grace, such favor. As if the winds and rains were at her beck and call. Zhao Qihuang could hardly fathom that her latter days would be so wretched. As she lingered in her thoughts, a voice broke the silence from outside the tent. Your Highness, are you not yet asleep? Were you frightened by the scene at the Duke of State's residence today? Zhao Qihuang gazed quietly at the tassels hanging from the tent ceiling, letting out a sigh. Frightened? It was more than mere fright. Had the Duke of State merely fallen from grace, she would have been shocked, yes. But what truly instilled terror within her was the vividness of a dream that felt all too real. In that dream, a masked man commanded from his lofty perch, his voice as cold as ice, release the arrows. 1,000 arrows pierced the heart, and that agonizing pain lingered even upon waking, leaving her shivering with dread. Strangely, the gaze of that man in her dream, seen through the mask, bore a chilling indifference, a sense of absolute control that bore an unsettling resemblance to Wei Lanzhao, who had been shackled in the prison cart today. Xiaohong. Zhao Qihuang suddenly sat upright, the silken quilt slipping from her waist, her voice trembling slightly with rising emotions. "Your servant is here." Xiaohong hurriedly responded. "What are your commands, Your Highness?" Zhao Qihuang fixed her gaze on the shimmering light cast by the pearl above, her eyes flickering with intensity. "Tomorrow, investigate the crimes committed by the Duke of State's residence." Xiaohong paused in surprise before bowing her head. "I understand. I shall inquire as soon as dawn breaks." That night, Zhao Qihuang tossed and turned, unable to find rest. At the first light of dawn, she quietly entered her study, closing the doors and windows tightly, beginning to recall the details of her dream with meticulous care. In the dream, the fourth prince's coup succeeded, aided by an exceptionally formidable advisor who strategized with precision, step by step, pushing the fourth prince to the throne. It was he who suggested that the woman most beloved by Li Mingxiao be sacrificed to extinguish the emperor's fortune. But who was that person? Zhao Qihuang clenched the wolf hairbrush in her hand, the vermilion ink spreading across the rice paper. The outline should have been familiar, yet her memory was shrouded in layers of gauze. Each time she neared the truth, a wave of inexplicable resistance and chill surged within her. Gritting her teeth, Zhao Qihuang resolved that if she could not see the path ahead clearly, she would simply reverse her approach. If the dream foretold her torment as a queen, then in this life, she would not touch the throne. That advisor, lurking in the shadows, intent on using her life as a sacrifice. Causing her immense heartache, her fingertips lightly tapped the table, her eyes glinting with cold resolve. If she could subdue him, he would be of use to her. If not, then he must vanish forever. "Your Highness, the second miss has arrived." Xiao Cheng's voice floated in from outside the door. "I do not wish to see her." Zhao Qihuang replied, her tone frosty, not lifting her gaze. At this moment, her emotions were tumultuous. She had no time to entertain others, especially not the ever-contentious Zhao Qiun. Xiao Cheng, having received her command, was about to decline when a sudden commotion erupted outside. "Second miss, the princess is..." Before the words could be finished, the intricately carved wooden door creaked open. Zhao Qihuang's expression darkened as she slowly raised her head. Zhao Qiun entered, clad in a gown of pale yellow, her face adorned with her usual gentle smile. "Sister, are you not idle? How could you and your maids attempt to deceive me?" Following Zhao Qiun was none other than Lu Wanru, the renowned first talent of the capital, the granddaughter of the Grand Tutor. A flicker of coldness passed through Zhao Qihuang's eyes as she coldly addressed Zhao Qiun. "Did your mother not teach you to knock before entering another's quarters?" Zhao Qiun curled her lips in disdain. "If it weren't for Sister Wanru insisting on seeing you, who would bother coming to this dreary place?" Zhao Qihuang frowned, turning to Lu Wanru. "What business do you have with me?" To her surprise, the usually composed Lu Wanru suddenly knelt with a thud, tears streaming down her face. "I beseech you, Your Highness, save Brother Jiming." "Jiming?" Zhao Qihuang's heart skipped a beat. Wasn't he that the name of the cunning and ruthless advisor beside the fourth prince in her dream? "Who is the Jiming you speak of?" Zhao Qihuang's voice drifted, almost unsteady. Lu Wanru looked up with tear-filled eyes, her voice trembling. "It is Wei Lanzhao, the heir of the Duke of State. Jiming is his courtesy name. It is understandable that you do not know, only those close to him call him that." A thunderous realization erupted in Zhao Qihuang's mind. Wei Lanzhao, the very hand that had raised the fourth prince to power and personally shot her down in her dream, could it truly be him? She suppressed her shock, her voice icy. "I cannot save him." Lu Wanru's tears flowed freely as she stepped forward, gripping Zhao Qihuang's sleeve. "Your Highness, you are favored by the empress and can speak on behalf of the emperor. How can you stand by as the Wei family suffers such calamity?" She bit her lip, lowering her voice. "Moreover, Wanru knows that deep down, Your Highness must have feelings for Brother Jiming." Silence. Zhao Qihuang forcefully shook off her hand. "Miss Lu, choose your words with caution. My reputation is not something you can tarnish at will." Lu Wanru staggered back, but soon regained her composure, straightening her back. "If you refuse to comply, I shall kneel here until I die." Was she trying to force her hand? Zhao Qihuang let out a cold laugh, methodically adjusting her sleeves. "Miss Lu jests. You are the treasured pearl of the Grand Tutor. Such a grand gesture is beyond my humble self to accept. Despite her words, Zhao Qihuang remained seated, showing no inclination to assist or evade. Seeing her friend on the verge of truly kneeling, Zhao Qian could not help but interject. Sister, why be so petty? If you can truly rescue the Wei family, perhaps the heir will be so moved that he might take you as a concubine. Hearing the sarcasm in her tone, Zhao Qihuang seized the nearby inkstone and hurled it at Zhao Qiyun, splattering ink all over her. My dress! Zhao Qiyun cried out, clutching her injured leg. Glaring at her soiled new dress. Zhao Qihuang, you, speak another word, and I shall rip your mouth apart. Zhao Qihuang retorted slowly, wiping her hands. Zhao Qian choked, recalling how, just last year in the garden, she had been slapped several times by Zhao Qihuang for gossiping behind her back, leaving her with a swollen face that she had hidden for 3 days. Noticing Zhao Qiyun's retreat, Lu Wanru cursed her silently as she bit her lip, preparing to kneel again. I implore you, your highness, have mercy. Just then, a voice as gentle as water floated in from outside the door. The crowd turned to see a noble woman, adorned with a round bun and a gold hairpin, approaching gracefully. It was Lin Wangshu, the stepmother of the Duke of Yong and Zhao Qiyun's mother. Chapter 5. The complete annihilation of the Duke of State's residence. Lin Wangshu sidestepped the maids blocking her path, feigning surprise as she called out softly, hurrying forward. Wanru, why are you kneeling here? Quickly, get up, the ground is cold. A maid promptly stepped forward, assisting Lu Wanru to her feet. Lin Wangshu took Lu Wanru's hand, expressing her apologies with a gentle pat, then turned her gaze to Zhao Qihuang, a hint of reproach in her tone, mixed with helplessness. Qihuang, have you bullied Miss Lu again? She looked at Lu Wanru with concern. Alas, this child has been spoiled by me and the Duke, her temperament a bit too proud. You mustn't take offense. Lu Wanru graciously shook her head. Do not worry, madam. I will not hold it against the princess. Zhao Qihuang observed the two, feigning sincerity, with a smirk. Truly deserving of being the daughter of a traitor, her backbone was soft. The esteemed lady of the Duke of Yong and was so quick to apologize without understanding the full context. Did she fear others would think her easy to bully? Or did she believe the dignity of the Duke of Yong and was so worthless? Lin Wangshu's face paled at Zhao Qihuang's veiled barbs, her eyes reddening. She clutched her handkerchief, her voice trembling slightly. Qihuang, that was not my intention. Before Lin Wangshu could elaborate, Lu Wanru was already seething with anger. Your Highness. She broke free from the maid's support, stepping forward to glare at Zhao Qihuang. If you have grievances, direct them at me. The lady of the Duke is your elder, the matriarch of the Duke's household. How can you treat her with such disrespect? Zhao Qian clenched her hands tightly, her gaze directed at Zhao Qihuang, brimming with fury. Lin Wangshu gently tugged at Lu Wanru's sleeve, her tone filled with reluctant submission. Wanru, let it go. The princess has always been this way. I don't mind. Observing Lin Wangshu's forbearance, Lu Wanru felt that this lady of the marquis was overly accommodating. With her eyes slightly lowered, Lin Wangshu adopted a demeanor of passive acceptance. Let the princess say whatever she wishes, as long as it brings her some comfort. Hearing this, Lu Wanru could not help but advise. Madam, regardless of the princess's esteemed status, you are still her mother, her elder. How could she treat you so? Zhao Qihuang appeared to find this notion utterly ludicrous. Lu Wanru, it seems you are truly deluded. Guards. Outside, the quietly standing Xiao Cheng and Xiao Lu immediately entered. Zhao Qihuang lifted her gaze. Throw this Miss Lu out. Xiao Cheng and Xiao Lu, their expressions impassive, stepped forward, seizing Lu Wanru's arms, intent on dragging her away. Let me go. Lu Wanru exclaimed, astonished and enraged, struggling fiercely. I am the daughter of the Grand Tutor's estate. How can you be so rude? Lin Wangshu, witnessing this, grew anxious, stepping forward with a quavering voice. Qihuang, you mustn't act this way. Wanru means well. Yet Zhao Qihuang did not even spare her a glance. Lu Wanru was mercilessly pulled outside. Standing in the street, she observed the whispers of the onlookers, mortified as she stamped her foot. Zhao Qihuang, I will not let you off easily. With that, she covered her face and fled the scene. After dismissing Lu Wanru, Zhao Qihuang leisurely approached Lin Wangshu. The latter, under Zhao Qihuang's scrutinizing gaze, instinctively took a small step back, her hand clutching her handkerchief tightly. Zhao Qihuang halted before her, her crimson lips parting. You're pretentious. self-righteous facade is truly repugnant. Lin Wangshu's body trembled slightly, her complexion turning pale as she gripped her silk handkerchief, her knuckles whitening. Observing her mother being humiliated, Zhao Qiyun trembled with rage, her almond-shaped eyes wide with fury as she pointed at Zhao Qihuang, shouting, "Zhao Qihuang, you are overstepping."
Yunea.
Lin Wangshu raised her hand, firmly grasping her arm. Zhao Qiyun, stung by the pain, fell silent. Lin Wangshu forced a stiff smile, speaking softly, "I will take your sister away, and we shall not disturb the princess any longer." Zhao Qihuang acted as if she had not heard. "Let us go," Lin Wangshu urged, pulling Zhao Qiyan away. The onlookers dispersed. Zhao Qihuang returned to the grand armchair of the grand tutor, irritably rubbing her temples, realizing the depths of Lin's cunning. Even after provoking her so, Lin Wangshu managed to endure. No wonder she had been so thoroughly outmaneuvered in the dreams. Exiting the splendid pavilion, Zhao Qiyan shook off her mother Lin Wangshu's hand, stamping her foot in frustration. "Mother, must we continue to endure her? She is practically squatting on your neck." The warmth on Lin Wangshu's face vanished, replaced by a dark countenance. "It's all Wang Quan's fault, that incompetent fool, allowing that little wretch to return." Zhao Qiyun, upon hearing this, gritted her teeth. "Mother, how can that wretched girl be so fortunate? She is connected by fate to her aunt, protected by that relationship, making her untouchable." Lin Wangshu's eyes glimmered with resentment. "The higher she climbs, the harder she will fall. Let her revel in her arrogance. The day will come when her so-called fate cannot save her." Zhao Qiyun remained unsatisfied. Lin Wangshu looked at her daughter, the harshness on her face softening slightly. "How has your relationship with the crown prince been of late?" Mentioning the crown prince, Zhao Qiyun's face revealed a hint of pride and shyness. She lifted her chin slightly, her tone laced with boastfulness. "The crown prince naturally favors me. Just days ago, he personally sent word that he wishes for me to accompany him to this year's spring flower banquet." As she spoke, Zhao Qiyun glanced disdainfully in the direction of the splendid pavilion. In his heart, "I am far more appealing than that arrogant Zhao Qihuang." Lin Wangshu, upon hearing this, finally wore a satisfied smile. She gently patted Zhao Qiyun's hand, speaking earnestly, "Good daughter, that is the right mindset. As long as you capture the crown prince's heart, when you become the mistress of the inner court, Zhao Qihuang will be rendered insignificant. Once her daughter is replaced as empress, her destiny will lose its weight." Zhao Qiyun linked her arm with her mother's, playfully declaring, "When I become empress, the Marquis of Yong'an will be under your command, and I shall marry Zhao Qihuang off to the ugliest, most useless man in the capital." Lin Wangshu smiled, her eyes curving with delight as she praised, "Truly, my daughter, how ambitious you are." The mother and daughter exchanged smiles, seemingly confident in their future. Inside the splendid pavilion, after Lin's mother and daughter had departed, Xiao Hong returned from the palace. She stood at the desk, speaking softly, "I have learned that the Duke of State has committed the grave crime of treason. It is likely that his entire family will be executed." Zhao Qihuang's brow furrowed once again. The execution of the Wei family, who had assisted the fourth prince in seizing the throne and had advised her to sacrifice herself. Who could that be but Mr. Ji Ming? Chapter 6. It's better to abandon such thoughts early at noon. Xiao Cheng entered the inner room, carrying a tray of pastries with a graceful demeanor. Upon entering, she was met with a jarring sound of discordant music. The disarray of the tunes sent a wave of unease through her heart. Xiao Cheng immediately understood that the princess was troubled. Although Zhao Qihuang was not skilled in music, whenever she was in a bad mood, she would sit and play the zither. Today's tune was more jarring than any previous occasion, indicating her considerable distress. She carefully placed the pastries on the small table by the window and was about to turn to leave when, suddenly, a string snapped with a loud twang. This was followed by Zhao Qihuang's muffled cry of pain. Xiao Cheng's heart raced as she hurried forward. "Princess, are you hurt?" Zhao Qihuang frowned, opening her palm to reveal a cut on her left index finger, bright red droplets of blood beginning to well up. The broken string continued to vibrate restlessly. Xiao Cheng gasped in alarm, exclaiming, "I will fetch a physician at once." Zhao Qihuang raised her hand to stop her, her voice tinged with lingering irritation. "There is no need." She glanced dismissively at her bleeding fingertip. "Such a minor injury will heal on its own long before a doctor arrives." With no other option, Xiao Cheng quickly fetched a clean cloth, carefully pressing it against the wound, unable to suppress a sigh. Princess, are you still angry about Madame Lin's matter from earlier? Zhao Qihuang let out a cold laugh. Her expression filled with disdain. She doesn't deserve to anger me. I am merely contemplating the Duke of State's situation. Xiao Chun was momentarily taken aback. Then a glimmer of understanding crossed her eyes. So, it was still about Wei Shizi. Despite Zhao Qihuang's harsh words, she likely still held him in her thoughts. However, it was understandable. After all, the young master was exceptionally gifted. Zhao Qihuang, with just a glance, could see through Xiao Cheng's thoughts. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Carrying a warning, cease those absurd notions. I have no romantic feelings for Wei Lianzhou. Xiao Cheng, embarrassed, dared not respond further and could only follow her lead with a question. Then what troubles the princess? Zhao Qihuang walked to the window, gazing out at the scenery as her voice turned contemplative. I am pondering the fickleness of hearts and the unpredictability of favor. Look at the Duke of State's estate. How resplendent and prosperous it is, adorned with flowers and finery. Yet, with a single imperial edict, it can be reduced to ash, scattering its inhabitants. She turned, a hint of sorrow in her eyes. In this capital, there are countless who envy, resent, and wish for my downfall. Should I one day meet a similar fate, would it not be a most tragic demise? Zhao Qihuang let out a long sigh, lamenting that she could no longer endure hardship. My lady, you are merely worrying unnecessarily. Xiao Chen quickly stepped forward to offer comfort. Our Yong'an Marquis is steadfast in loyalty, and the Emperor is benevolent. How could such calamities befall us? Besides, your fate is exceptionally bright, destined for comfort, so you surely will not suffer. Zhao Qihuang sighed again, fearing that her very destiny might lead her to her demise. Her fate was intertwined with that of the current empress, who happened to be the mother of the crown prince. As long as the crown prince did not ascend to the throne, she was destined to perish, regardless of who took the throne. Yet if the crown prince were to ascend, her life would be a living hell. Lost in thought, she was suddenly interrupted by the hurried footsteps outside the window. A maid called from the doorway, My lady, the third master has returned, and the old madam requests that all families join her in the Rongsho hall for dinner. Zhao Qihuang paused, her fingers stilling as she caught sight of her suddenly cold expression in the bronze mirror. Indeed, in her dreams. Her uncle Zhao Yuanjiang had returned home around this time. Following the fall of the Duke of Zhen's estate, her father, the Yong'an Marquis, had recommended her uncle to oversee the city's defenses. Since then, this uncle had not hesitated to create obstacles for her to demonstrate his own capabilities. Zhao Qihuang exhaled slowly, suppressing the chill that rose within her, and rose to change into another dress before making her way to the Rongsho hall at a leisurely pace. As she stepped through the doorway, the fragrant aroma of food mingled with the sounds of lively conversation enveloped her. The old madam sat at the head of the table, surrounded by various uncles, aunts, siblings, all gathered together, laughing and chatting amiably. Zhao Qihuang approached and respectfully bowed to the old madam. Qihuang pays her respects to grandmother. Upon seeing her, the old madam's face brightened, and she hastily waved her hand. My dear Qihuang has arrived.
Come, sit beside grandmother.
She patted the soft-cushioned sandalwood chair beside her. Zhao Qihuang obediently took her place to the right of the old madam, a position always reserved for her, closer to the main seat than several of her uncles. No sooner had she settled in than her third aunt, Zhou Yuhu, spoke up cheerfully from across the table. Oh my, I wondered why this room seemed so bright. It is because our Qihuang is here. Her keen eyes roamed over Zhao Qihuang, finally resting on the golden hairpin she wore. Indeed, the capital's environment nurtures its people. Just look at our Qihuang. In just a few years, she has blossomed into such a radiant presence. She spoke with an air of familiarity, having spent years living with Zhao Qihuang in the old residence. Zhou Yuhu, anticipating a response, was met with only a faint smile from Zhao Qihuang, who barely lifted her eyelids. Undeterred, Zhou Yuhu leaned in closer. By the way, do you remember my useless nephew, Zhou Furan? He still hasn't married, and has been pining for you all this time. This remark caused a brief pause in the atmosphere. Zhao Qihuang tightened her grip on the ivory chopsticks, raising her eyes with a smile that was not quite a smile. Pining for me? Zhou Yuhu nodded earnestly. Yes, he is deeply infatuated with you, my lady. Zhao Qihuang scoffed, her gaze turning icy. You should go back and tell that good-for-nothing nephew of yours to give up on such thoughts. Otherwise, if I ever feel displeased, I shall send someone to break his legs. The smile on Zhou Yuhu's face froze, her expression turning ghastly. Her husband, Zhao Yuanjiang, slammed his cup down on the table, spilling wine everywhere as he glared at Zhao Qihuang, his temples throbbing. You come to the capital, gain a little favor from the emperor, and think you can act recklessly in front of your elders? Zhao Yuanjiang turned his ire towards the old madam and Lin Wangshu, raising his voice in anger. It's because of your indulgence that she has become like this. When I disciplined her in the old residence, she wouldn't dare to breathe loudly. A layer of ice formed in Zhao Qihuang's eyes. Years ago, when her mother had passed away and her father was far away in the capital, she, the legitimate daughter of the Marquis, had been but a guest in her own home, living under the shadows of others. Zhou Yuhu constantly found fault with her. A misstep in her stride would earn her punishment, a raised voice would provoke scolding, and new rules seemed to arise every few days, often resulting in her being made to kneel or forced to memorize the harsh precepts of the women's virtues. Now, she had yet to settle accounts with them. And this couple dared to play the role of elders? Sitting beside Zhou Yuhu, Lin Wangshu, who had remained silent until now, wore a conflicted expression. She furrowed her delicately arched brows and dabbed at non-existent tears with her handkerchief. Third brother, calm down. Qihuang is just a straightforward child. She cast a glance at Zhao Qihuang, letting out a long sigh. She means no harm. Before Lin Wangshu could finish, Zhou Yuhu interjected with impatience from the other end of the table, her sharp voice rising. Oh, sister-in-law, how lightly you speak. Is there such a thing as unintentional defiance? You assume the stepmother as hard as kind, treating her as if she were her own daughter. But look at how spoiled she has become. Nearby, Zhao Qian could no longer contain herself, her eyes reddening as she approached Zhou Yuhu with a quivering voice. Aunt, you don't know. My mother wouldn't dare to reprimand my sister. Sister is born with a good fate, and as a lady of nobility. It's a great mercy that she hasn't devoured my mother whole. Seated at the second family's table, the second madam, Qian, rolled her eyes, wanting to speak, but was held back by her husband. She had no choice but to bury her head in her meal. Zhao Qiyun continued to sob, her grievances pouring forth. Take today, for instance. The legitimate granddaughter of Grand Tutor Lu merely sought my sister's assistance with a small matter, and though my sister could have refused, she instead threw her out like a dead dog. My mother, seeing this, couldn't bear it and advised my sister to maintain our family's dignity. But my sister turned and scolded my mother, calling her a remnant of a treasonous family, unworthy to intervene.
Yunea.
Lin admonished gently, her expression one of mild reproach. How can you speak such words before your elders? Be quiet. This display only served to solidify Zhao Yuanjiang's belief in Zhao Qihuang's arrogance. What nonsense about fate! Children should not speak of strange matters. It is all utter nonsense. Zhao Yuanjiang, having spent years away from the capital, still believed Zhao Qihuang to be the timid girl he had once controlled. He spat vehemently. If this continues, she will surely cause a great calamity. Lin Wangshu lowered her eyelashes, her delicate fingers twisting the handkerchief nervously, appearing torn between speaking and remaining silent. Out of the corner of her eye, she subtly glanced at the old madam at the head of the table, as if silently conveying, "See, I warned you." Zhao Yuanjiang, noticing her demeanor, grew even more agitated and turned to Zhou Yuhu with frustration. Go, bring that book on women's virtues that Huijia often reads, and let her study proper conduct. Zhou Yuhu glanced around the table, first at the old madam, who remained silent, then at her brother Zhao Yuanjiang, who seemed indifferent. Understanding the situation, she turned and hurried off. Just as Zhao Yuanjiang's outburst subsided, with spittle flying everywhere as he glared at Zhao Qihuang, she slammed her chopsticks onto the table, the porcelain clattering sharply, startling everyone present. She looked up, a cool smile gracing her lips. Uncle, if you wish to flaunt your authority, might I suggest you do so in the court rather than in front of family? Zhao Yuanjiang's face flushed with embarrassment, anger mingling with humiliation as he retorted, impudent. What kind of talk is this? Zhao Qihuang ignored him and continued, Today Lu Wanru, the granddaughter of Grand Tutor Lu, indeed came to seek my help. Zhao Yuanjiang scoffed. You think that by admitting it, you can evade responsibility? It is late. Today you must earnestly learn the essence of decorum and propriety embodied in the character of Jingshen from the female ring. Zhao Qihuang did not look at him. Instead, she turned her gaze towards Zhao Qiyun, a cold smile gracing her lips. You might as well ask Qiyun what the trivial matter she mentioned truly entails. Zhao Yuanjiang dismissed her words. What significant matters could possibly exist among young ladies? Zhao Qian clutched her handkerchief, retreating slightly behind Lin Wangshu, and forced herself to speak. Indeed. Sister Lu merely wishes to ask you for a small favor. Must you go so far as to throw someone out? A small favor? Zhao Qihuang echoed. The trivial matter you speak of involves me entering the palace to beseech the emperor for clemency regarding the entire clan of the treasonous Duke of State. The words treason struck like a shard of ice into boiling oil, plunging the gathering into a silence so profound that a pin drop could be heard. The silver hairpin in the hands of the second house's Madame Qian clattered to the ground as she hurried to pick it up, her fingers trembling. Zhao Yuanzhang paused mid-bite, his brow knitting into a tight knot. Even the matriarch, who had remained composed at the head of the table, momentarily halted her teacup, causing the tea to splash over the rim. Zhao Qihuang surveyed the room, her tone calm. The emperor's intentions regarding the Duke of State's house are clearer to you all than they are to me. At this critical juncture, anyone who dares to plead for the Wei family is akin to dragging their entire household into calamity, igniting their own peril. If you believe I should assist in this endeavor, then I shall enter the palace tomorrow to advocate for the Wei family. Absolutely not. The second house's patriarch, with brows furrowed like axes, erupted. The emperor has issued a decree on the Duke of State's case. The annihilation of his lineage is inevitable. Who would dare plead for them now? Are they courting death? Zhao Yuanzhang opened his mouth to speak, but found himself stifled by Zhao Qihuang's retort, his throat tightening until he finally managed a hesitant, "Surely not? How could Lu Taifu's granddaughter dare? Why wouldn't she dare?" Madame Qian's voice trembled as she interjected. "I heard my husband mention that the Duke of State's accomplices are still being investigated. Getting involved now is like leaping into a pit of fire. Young girl, how could you take such matters upon yourself?" Zhao Qiyun's face drained of color, tears welling in her eyes as she clutched Lin Wangshu's sleeve, choking back sobs. "I didn't realize it was so serious." "Didn't he realize?" Zhao Qihuang sneered. "Have you no sense?" Zhao Yuanzhang looked at Zhao Qihuang, his face alternating between red and pale, the earlier desire to reprimand dissipating. After a long pause, he stammered, "If only you had said so earlier." Zhao Qihuang replied, "When my uncle was so furious, I wanted to speak, but did anyone provide me with an opportunity?" Her words left Zhao Yuanzhang speechless, and the entire table bowed their heads. Lin Wangshu, her earlier grace vanished, pinched the handkerchief in her fingers, forcing a smile. Yunera is still young and does not understand the complexities involved. The matriarch's voice was cold. "If she is ignorant, then are you also without understanding?" Lin Wangshu fell silent. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Zhao Qiyun's eyes reddened, large tears spilling down her cheeks as she sobbed while wiping her tears with the handkerchief. "This matter was my folly. I did not consider it thoroughly. But the princess cannot declare that my mother is the daughter of a traitor." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qihuang raised an eyebrow, a half-smile playing on her lips as she retorted, "Oh, is she not?" The remark struck like a slap across Lin Wangshu's face, draining her complexion of color and filling her eyes with tears that hung like droplets on her eyelashes, threatening to fall. She bit her lip, presenting an expression of deep distress, casting a pleading glance towards her husband, Zhao Yuanzhang, who had maintained a stern demeanor throughout. Chapter 8. The ancestral hall. Zhao Yuanzhang had worn a solemn face since Zhao Qihuang's arrival. Seeing Lin Wangshu in such a pitiful state only darkened his expression further. Unable to contain himself, he slammed his hand on the armrest and scolded, "Zhao Qihuang, do you have no sense of hierarchy? She is your mother. How can you speak to her so disrespectfully?" Zhao Qihuang suppressed the tears threatening to spill from her eyes and replied sarcastically, "Father claims she is my mother. Yet when my biological mother passed away, she sent me away to the countryside and never nurtured me for a single day. How can she expect me to call her mother?" Zhao Yuanzhang's face stiffened, and unable to counter her words, he quickly diverted the conversation. "I believe your uncle is correct. You have become too arrogant and need to learn proper decorum." Zhao Qihuang had long since lost hope in her father. Whatever he uttered no longer surprised her. At that moment, Zhou Yuhu hurriedly entered, clutching a tome. Zhao Yuanzhang directed his attention to Zhao Qihuang, stating bluntly, "You have contradicted the matriarch and disrespected your elders. You are to kneel in the ancestral hall and copy the female ring 100 times. You may emerge only when you understand your mistake." Zhao Yuanzhang's expression remained neutral, tacitly endorsing his brother's stance. Zhou Yuhu slammed the aged, yellowed volume of the female ring onto the table before Zhao Qihuang with considerable force, an unmistakable hint of humiliation in the gesture. Zhao Qihuang lowered her gaze, her eyes resting on the worn book. The characters for the female ring were penned in an upright manner, emanating an air of decay that felt suffocating. She extended her delicate, pale fingers to gently pick up the volume, her fingertips brushing over the coarse cover before lifting her gaze to the matriarch, who sat at the head of the table.
Silent.
Grandmother, she spoke softly, do you believe I should copy this book? The matriarch opened her mouth, her murky eyes shifting, her gaze resting on Zhao Qihuang with a complex expression. She was acutely aware of the connection between Zhao Qihuang and her eldest daughter, the current empress. The matriarch hesitated, uncertain of how to proceed. Lin Wangshu, who had consistently played the role of the virtuous matriarch, noticed the matriarch's indecision, and a flicker of displeasure crossed her eyes. She swiftly rose and moved to the matriarch's side to pour tea, expressing concern. Mother, my lord, I believe it would be wise to reconsider. Feigning difficulty, Lin Wangshu furrowed her brow and suggested softly, Zhao Qihuang is merely a child, a bit impetuous. In a few days, the palace will host the spring flower banquet, where the young ladies of noble families compete in their talents. If we confine Zhao Qihuang to the ancestral hall, not only will it harm her health, but it will also hinder her preparations for the event. Should she perform poorly at the banquet, it would reflect poorly on our Yong'an Marquise. Her words, while seemingly advocating for Zhao Qihuang, were laced with cunning intent. Everyone knew that Zhao Qihuang was inept in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, no matter how much she prepared. She would likely perform poorly, bringing shame to the Marquise. Zhao Yuanzhang scoffed at her words. Prepare? Look at Zhao Qihuang, a mere ornamental pillow, useless in every regard. Music, chess, calligraphy, poetry, what can she possibly excel in? To send her to the spring flower banquet to display her talents, is that not merely setting up our Marquise for disgrace? His voice rose, filled with disdain. Mother, I propose we confine her to the ancestral hall for a few days of reflection, sparing her from embarrassing herself and tarnishing the name of our Yong'an Marquise. What a farce of a princess, utterly devoid of merit beyond her title. Zhao Yuanzhang's vehement words demeaned Zhao Qihuang to the utmost. Lin Wangshu lowered her gaze, a subtle smile playing on her lips. Indeed, the third branch often served as an excellent target. After Zhao Yuanzhang finished speaking, everyone turned their attention to the matriarch, awaiting her decree. Clearing her throat gently, the matriarch scanned the faces around the table before settling on Zhao Qihuang's expressionless visage. After a moment's contemplation, her voice took on an intentionally gentle tone as she carefully advised, My dear, you have indeed gone a bit too far this time. The granddaughter of the esteemed Lu Taifu, after all, is a lady of high birth. Regardless of your personal feelings, it is inappropriate to dismiss her so callously, as it would tarnish your reputation and reflect poorly on our household. Zhao Qihuang remained silent, awaiting the matriarch's further words. After a brief pause, the old lady continued. As for the spring flower banquet, I understand that you have never been fond of such gatherings, finding them confining and tedious. In that case, it may be better for you to spend a couple of days in the ancestral hall, enjoying some peace and quiet, which would also serve to appease the Taifu residents. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuanzhang and Zhou Yuhu finally expressed their delight. A flicker of satisfaction crossed Lin Wangshu's eyes. However, the old lady's next statement caused their smiles to freeze in place. As for the female etiquette, there is no need for copying, she waved her hand dismissively. After all, Huang Er is a princess. It would be beneath her dignity to engage in such tasks.
What?
Zhao Yuanzhang nearly leaped to his feet. Mother, how can that not be done? She has gone too far. The old lady's expression darkened, and she struck her cane against the ground, producing a resounding thud. The greater good must prevail. Turning away, she disregarded Zhao Yuanzhang's ashen face and instructed the matron standing by her side, Wan matron. Yes, old madam, replied a matron of about 50, her demeanor respectful as she stepped forward. Go and tidy at the ancestral hall. Arrange it according to the princess's usual preferences.
Huh?
One matron was taken aback, thinking she had misheard. Such a place as the ancestral hall can be arranged according to preferences? Remember, the old lady emphasized. There must be no shortage of pastries and fruits. Provide only the finest. Also, fetch a few popular novels to prevent the princess from becoming bored alone. Understood, old madam. One matron responded, suppressing her astonishment as she complied. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuanzhang's face turned pale, his mouth opening in vain as he struggled to find words. Is this confinement? Is this punishment? This is clearly an invitation for her to enjoy herself in the ancestral hall. Zhou Yuhu looked equally incredulous, her mouth agape in disbelief. They had just arrived and had not expected the old lady to be so indulgent towards Zhao Qihuang. Only Zhao Qihuang displayed a barely perceptible smirk in her eyes. The old lady's maneuver, seemingly biased, was merely a shrewd calculation, granting the Taifu resident's face while not truly offending Zhao Qihuang, who was connected to the empress's fortune. A clever stratagem indeed. After dinner, Zhao Qihuang gracefully made her way to the ancestral hall. Although referred to as an ancestral hall, after one matron's meticulous arrangement, it was now more comfortable than her own splendid quarters. Soft couches, fragrant incense, exquisite pastries, fruits, and a stack of brand-new novels awaited her. Zhao Qihuang casually picked up a book and began to read with great interest. Meanwhile, outside the Rongshouting Hall, the atmosphere shifted subtly once Zhao Qihuang departed. Zhao Yuanjiang, from the third branch, fumed as he paced restlessly, casting an angry glare at Lin Wangshu. Sister-in-law, will you just allow the old lady to spoil her like this? Which family confines a person while providing pastries, fruits, and novels for entertainment? This is not punishment. It is clearly allowing her to enjoy herself in the ancestral hall. Lin Wangshu wore a troubled smile and sighed. She is currently favored by Her Majesty the Empress. What can I, as a matriarch, do to discipline her? Even you, sister, believe in such nonsensical notions of fate. Zhao Yuanjiang feigned a sigh, yet pride gleamed in his eyes. If this were a few years ago, when she was under my care, I would have certainly disciplined her severely. How could I allow her to be so brazen? Lin Wangshu sighed deeply, her tone tinged with melancholy. Indeed, when Qi Huang was by your side, she was raised to be well-behaved and considerate. This sentiment struck a chord with Zhao Yuanjiang, prompting him to exaggerate further. If she continues to be spoiled and unruly, she may one day cause a tremendous calamity, perhaps ending up like the Duke of Jingguo's household. Lin Wangshu displayed a look of alarm, leaning forward earnestly. Fortunately, fourth brother, fourth sister-in-law, you have returned. Henceforth, you must take great care to guide our illustrious princess. Zhou Yuhu quickly added, indeed, this child truly requires proper guidance. Upon hearing this, Lin Wangshu's face lit up with a smile. She then turned her gaze toward Zhou Yuhu's side and rested it on the quietly standing girl beside her. This girl, around 14 or 15 years of age, possessed a delicate beauty, her gentle demeanor reflecting a certain timidity. She was Zhao Huixin, Zhou Yuhu's eldest daughter. This must be Huixin, Lin Wangshu said warmly, her expression amiable. She exudes grace and poise, a far cry from our own. Zhao Huixin stepped forward, curtsying gracefully. Auntie, you flatter me. I am unworthy of such praise. She raised her head, casting a timid glance at those present before softly saying, Sister Qi Huang's status is elevated, while I am but a humble willow. However, biting her lip, she hesitated. It is just that my sister's temperament is indeed a bit too flamboyant. As a young lady, it is better to be gentle and composed to avoid attracting trouble and worrying our elders. Having been raised by her parents, Zhao Huixin possessed a somewhat conservative and rigid character, often disapproving of Zhao Qihuang's ostentatious demeanor. She felt that Zhao Qihuang was too showy, unbefitting a proper lady of high birth, resembling more of a flirt than a refined maiden. Especially with Zhao Qihuang's striking beauty, every encounter left her feeling unsettled. Lin Wangshu listened to Zhao Huixin's words, her smile deepening. With a gentle gaze, she regarded Zhao Huixin, her voice infused with approval. Fourth sister-in-law, just look at Huixin. Her words are both sensible and mature. Upon hearing their sister-in-law praise their daughter, Zhao Yuanjiang and Zhou Yuhu felt their previous anger towards Zhao Qihuang dissipate significantly. Zhou Yuhu's smile broadened as she humbly replied, Our Huixin is simply honest. She speaks her mind. Honesty is indeed a virtue. Young ladies like Huixin, with their pure thoughts and scholarly demeanor, are rare to find these days. Lin Wangshu nodded in agreement, her tone increasingly affectionate. Turning to Zhao Yuanjiang and Zhou Yuhu, she added with a warm smile, This child, the more I see her, the more I adore her. From now on, fourth sister-in-law, you must often bring Huixin to visit me. It would be beneficial for my unruly children to learn from her what constitutes the true grace and poise of a refined lady. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuanjiang and Zhou Yuhu's smiles became even more genuine. Sister-in-law speaks wisely. Huixin, do thank your auntie for her kind words. Zhao Yuanjiang urged. Zhou Yuhu chimed in indeed. To receive such recognition from Auntie is a blessing for you. Zhao Huixin felt somewhat elated by the unexpected praise, yet maintained a composed facade. She gracefully bowed, her voice soft as a whisper. Auntie, you honor me too much. I am unworthy. Lowering her gaze, long eyelashes cast a delicate shadow beneath her eyes, concealing a fleeting glimmer of pride. Zhao Qihuang, the seemingly foolish princess, possessed little aside from her high status and striking beauty.
Now,
Even the matriarch of the Ho residence could not overlook her shortcomings, intending to guide Zhao Qihuang, which revealed just how inadequate Zhao Qihuang truly was. As Zhao Huixin pondered this, her sense of superiority grew stronger, and her vanity found immense satisfaction. With her head lowered, a faint smile graced her lips, and she feigned a shy demeanor. This posture deepened the amusement in Lin Wangshu's eyes. At that moment, the ancestral hall of the Yong'an Ho residence presented an entirely different scene. Zhao Qihuang lounged languidly on the specially moved imperial concubine's couch, savoring the sweet, succulent juice of peeled amethyst grapes as she leisurely fed them into her mouth. Beside her, her devoted maid, Xiaohong, fanned her with a peacock feather fan. The incense wafted gently in the ancestral hall, creating an atmosphere that, rather than ominous, was imbued with an unusual sense of comfort due to the light filtering through the window and the deliberately arranged soft couch, pastries, and fruits. Xiaohong, pouting, nearly waved the fan to the ground. My lady, the more I think about it, the more infuriated I become. That family from the third branch has harbored ill intentions since returning home. How could you truly agree to enter this ancestral hall? Aren't you just fulfilling their wishes? If you plead with the matriarch, she dotes on you the most, and a single word from her would surely resolve this matter. Zhao Qihuang could hardly muster the energy to lift her eyelids, instead plucking another grape. Plead for what? I find this hall rather peaceful, she replied, her voice slightly muffled, still sweetened by the taste of grapes. Besides, I wish to avoid that spring flower banquet. Xiaohong's hand hesitated, almost dropping the fan.
Ah?
My lady, you wish to avoid the spring flower banquet? Weren't you the one who adored such lively gatherings? Chapter 10. An unattainable light. Zhao Qihuang let out a light snort, a hint of self-mockery gracing her lips.
Adored?
That was merely an act. I despise being treated like a monkey, subjected to ridicule for my ignorance and vulgarity. Once, she attended such occasions in hopes of winning the crown prince's favor, as the empress constantly whispered in her ear about her potential as the future crown princess. Zhao Qihuang understood that the crown prince favored talented women, so she flattered him. But now, she harbored no desire to please, wishing only to distance herself from her cold-hearted cousin. Seeing Xiaohong's skeptical expression, Zhao Qihuang continued, her tone somber. Raised in my hometown, my dear Aunt Zhou always found countless reasons to send me away when she invited teachers for Zhao Huixin to learn music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. I know not whether it was Lin Wangshu's suggestion or Zhou's own pettiness, fearing I, a legitimate daughter of the Marquis, might overshadow her precious daughter. She claimed I was too frail for intellectual pursuits, or that a girl need not learn such trivial skills. In summary, Zhao Qihuang stretched lazily, her posture still proud and radiant, though a glimmer of cold mockery flickered in her eyes. They have raised me to be nothing but a worthless ornament. Were it not for the high monk predicting my fate intertwined with the empress, I might have long been sent to marry her gambling nephew as a concubine. The disdain in her eyes was unmistakable. Within the Yong'an Marquis, there had never been anyone truly concerned for her well-being. Just like today, the matriarch, under the guise of giving Lu Taifu's granddaughter a fair explanation, had confined her to this hall for reflection. In truth, the old woman looked down upon her spoiled and unlearned granddaughter, fearing she would embarrass the Yong'an Marquis at the spring flower banquet. Xiaohong's heart ached, her eyes reddening. My lady, please do not speak so. It is just music, chess, calligraphy, and painting.
What is so impressive about that?
Let us invite the finest masters from the capital to teach you. I refuse to believe, given your intelligence, that you cannot learn those skills. Zhao Qihuang, upon hearing this, burst into laughter, her bright eyes curving like crescent moons. Xiaohong, I am self-aware. I simply lack the talent for it. Besides, she shifted into a more comfortable position. Nearly sinking into the soft couch, the noble young ladies of the capital are all fiercely competitive, each striving to master music, chess, calligraphy, poetry, wine, and flowers, aiming to become polymaths. My status is already sufficiently noble, and my beauty is ample. I must leave them a chance to shine. Otherwise, would they not wallow in self-doubt? Xiaohong thought to herself that her lady's reasoning was becoming increasingly convoluted. Yet, observing Zhao Qihuang's carefree demeanor, she felt perhaps her lady was indeed correct. What significance do music, chess, calligraphy, and painting hold? Her lady was destined to be a flamboyant phoenix. Despite this, Zhao Qihuang's fingers, still holding a grape, hesitated, lingering without reaching her mouth. After so many years of neglect, there lay a tinge of regret, mingled with self-consolation. An image of a tall, graceful figure flitted through her mind. Upon first meeting Wei Lanzhao, she had been dazzled by his ethereal beauty. Yet, it was not merely his handsome visage that held her gaze. It was during the Qianglin banquet, where he effortlessly engaged in drinking games with newly appointed scholars, captivating all present with his eloquence and charm. His confident calligraphy, executed with a flourish, left her spellbound, even though she knew nothing of the art. At that moment, he seemed to radiate light, a brilliance she had never possessed and perhaps could never attain. A fleeting thought crossed her mind. If only she could become his disciple. Even learning a fraction of his skill, she might avoid being derided and looked down upon. Zhao Qihuang's fingers tightened around the grape, nearly crushing it. How could she forget? When she had mustered her utmost courage to shyly express her desire for his guidance, how had that man, the most esteemed young master in the capital, trampled her dignity before all? The snickers of the crowd felt like countless invisible hands, tearing at what little pride remained. Taking a deep breath, she tossed the misshapen grape back onto the plate. A faint, cold laugh escaped her lips. Wei Lanzhao, where are you now? Ah, right. He was, along with his clan, languishing in the Ministry of Justice's prison. The hands that once wrote with such grace were now likely shackled with cold fetters. All his pride, all his vigor, all his talent would be gradually eroded within that lightless dungeon. At the thought, Zhao Qihuang felt an unexplainable sense of exhilaration. She reclined lazily back onto the imperial couch, her lips curving into a vibrant, radiant smile. This smile was more genuine and unrestrained than before. How delightful! This ancestral hall truly was a tranquil sanctuary. 5 days slipped by in the ancestral hall, with no one inquiring about her release. Each day, Mama Wan delivered exquisite meals, diverse and tailored to her favorite tastes. During one midday meal, Mama Wan hesitated with her spoon. "My lady, regarding your release," Zhao Qihuang inquired. "Has grandmother mentioned when I may be allowed to leave?" Mama Wan, pausing, cautiously replied, "My lady, at the recent spring flower banquet, the third young lady shone brilliantly." Zhao Qihuang glanced at her, her expression indifferent.
And?
With a sigh, Mama Wan continued, "Aside from the renowned Lu Wanru, only the third young lady garnered attention, bringing great honor to our marquise." She watched Zhao Qihuang's expression closely. "The matriarch is quite pleased." Zhao Qihuang scoffed, placing her chopsticks down. "So, grandmother intends to keep me, the granddaughter, who has lost face, in order to give the granddaughter who has gained face more time to bask in her glory?" Mama Wan lowered her head. "The matriarch requests that my lady endure a few more days. She promises to compensate you well afterward." "Compensate?" Zhao Qihuang raised her teacup and leisurely took a sip. "I can wait, as long as my grandmother does not regret it." Seeing her quiet demeanor, Granny Wan finally breathed a sigh of relief and smiled obsequiously, saying, "If the princess requires anything, just command me. I shall be waiting outside." She retreated and securely closed the door of the ancestral hall. Xiaohong, filled with concern, inquired, "Princess, what shall we do?" Zhao Qihuang reclined back onto the rocking chair, responding with a calm demeanor. "Let them bask in their pride for a few more days. The grand performance is worth waiting for." Chapter 11. The fate unfolds in the blink of an eye. 3 more days had elapsed. The door of the ancestral hall remained tightly shut, as if the entire marquis residence had forgotten about Zhao Qihuang. Each day, aside from dining, she lounged on the imperial concubine's couch, engrossed in the collection of novels she had gathered. Occasionally, she would allow Xiaohong and the others to come in for conversation. And her days passed in pleasant tranquility. One afternoon, Zhao Qihuang was absorbed in a poignant tale, occasionally dabbing her eyes with a handkerchief. Suddenly, the door of the ancestral hall creaked open. A slender silhouette stepped in, backlit by the light. It was Zhao Qiyun. Adorned in a fresh pink gauze dress that accentuated her peach blossom-like complexion, her eyes and brows radiating an uncontainable pride. Ah, sister. You seem to be living quite comfortably these days. Zhao Qiyun's voice shattered the tranquility of the ancestral hall. Zhao Qihuang did not even lift her eyelids, her fingertips delicately turning the pages of her book, as she replied coolly, "Thanks to my sister, it is indeed peaceful here." Zhao Qian was momentarily taken aback by her indifference, her anger flaring as she retorted, "Isn't it just a matter of having good fortune? What of it?" Zhao Qihuang lazily cast a glance at her, responding nonchalantly, "It's nothing much, merely better food, finer clothing, superior living conditions, and a higher status than yours. That's all there is to it." This left Zhao Qiyun speechless. She approached Zhao Qihuang, looking down at her from a superior position. "You are nothing but a pretty vase, good for show but lacking substance." Finally, Zhao Qihuang shifted her gaze from the book, the corners of her mouth curling into a half-smile, as she drawled, "Even a vase is not something just anyone can embody. With your appearance, dear sister, you might not even qualify to be a mere vase." "You?" Zhao Qiyun seethed, her teeth clenched. Remembering her purpose for coming, she swiftly changed the subject, covering her mouth with a laugh. "Sister, you may not know, but at the spring flower banquet, when the crown prince saw me playing the zither, he was utterly captivated. Among all the noble ladies present, aside from Lu Wanru, I was the most radiant." As Zhao Qian bragged, Zhao Qihuang's eyes gradually glistened with unshed tears. She sniffled slightly and gently wiped her eyes with her handkerchief. Seeing this, Zhao Qiyun felt a surge of triumph. Zhao Qihuang had finally been struck at her sore spot, and she was crying. Since Zhao Qihuang had returned from the ancestral residence, she had lived under Zhao Qiyun's tyrannical influence every day. Today, she finally felt a sense of relief. Zhao Qiyun's smile grew broader as she leaned closer to Zhao Qihuang. "Sister, do not be too sorrowful. One must possess true talent to thrive in life. Relying solely on beauty and status can only carry one so far. Unlike me, though I cannot claim mastery in every art, I have enough skill to hold my own. The crown prince has even praised me," as she continued to boast. Zhao Qihuang suddenly lifted the corner of her lips, her voice laced with a sleepy nasal tone. "I have finally finished this novel." Zhao Qian paused, taken aback. "What did you say?" Zhao Qihuang did not respond, instead standing up and grasping Zhao Qian's wrist. "What are you doing?" Zhao Qian asked, bewildered. Suddenly, Zhao Qihuang leaned back, using Zhao Qian's grip to topple to the ground. With a soft thud, accompanied by the crisp sound of porcelain shattering, the book Zhao Qihuang held fell to the floor. Noticing something amiss, Zhao Qiyun instinctively wanted to flee, but it was too late. "What has happened, Your Highness?" Granny Wan, who had been outside, rushed in upon hearing the commotion. Upon seeing Zhao Qihuang sprawled on the ground, with the broken teacup spilling tea onto her skirt, and Zhao Qian standing dazed beside her, Granny Wan's expression changed dramatically. "Your Highness, are you all right? Did the third miss push you?" Zhao Qihuang turned her head, a hint of red around her eyes. Granny Wan immediately cast a disapproving glance at Zhao Qiyun, her tone stern. "Third miss, how could you lay hands on the princess?" Zhao Qiyun, flustered and angry, stomped her foot in protest. "I did not. Who pushed her? She fell on her own." "Third miss, you should leave," Granny Wan interrupted coldly, her tone laced with severity. "If the princess suffers even the slightest inconvenience, the old lady will not take it lightly." Zhao Qihuang's state left Zhao Qian stunned. Hadn't she always relied on her status to bully others? When did she learn such underhanded tactics? Observing Granny Wan's unwavering faith in Zhao Qihuang, a surge of rage surged in Zhao Qian's chest, tightening her throat. She pointed at Zhao Qihuang, trembling with fury, managing to stammer out, You. "Third miss, please leave," Granny Wan urged in a low voice. Zhao Qiyun, filled with resentment, angrily flung her sleeves and stormed out. Inside the ancestral hall, Granny Wan cautiously examined Zhao Qihuang. "Your Highness, are you truly unhurt? Have you sustained any injuries?" Zhao Qihuang allowed her to assist her up, standing slowly as she brushed off the non-existent dust from her skirt. She lifted her gaze, still glistening with moisture, and looked at Granny Wan, her tone tinged with playful reproach. "Granny Wan, do not bring me such sorrowful tales in the future." She rubbed her eyes. "Crying has made them sore. Should the princess be unharmed, I will take my leave," Granny Wan said, bowing her head. Zhao Qihuang waved her hand, dismissing her. Once the room was devoid of others, Xiaohong, who had been waiting in the corner, hurried over to help Zhao Qihuang back onto the imperial concubine's couch. As she swiftly cleaned up the broken porcelain, She could not help but whisper, "Your Highness, why did you intentionally take that fall?" Zhao Qihuang accepted the warm handkerchief Xiao Hong offered, leisurely wiping her still reddened eyes, a playful smile gracing her lips. "Isn't it said that my fate is intertwined with the Empress's? I wish to see if she will feel discomfort should I be wronged here." She was eager to test the authenticity of this fateful connection. Xiao Hong's heart raced at her words, and she dared not inquire further. The princess's thoughts were beyond the comprehension of mere servants. That very night, the Rongsho Hall was ablaze with light. Old Madame Zhao was preparing to retire with the assistance of the stewardess when hurried footsteps echoed from outside. "Old Madame, someone from the palace has arrived," a young maid breathlessly reported as she rushed in. Old Madame Zhao furrowed her brow. What a commotion. "Bring them to the front hall to wait." She composed herself and proceeded to the reception area. At that moment, a familiar head eunuch was led in by the stewardess, his expression grave. "Your servant pays respects to the old madam." The head eunuch bowed. "There is no need for such formality, arriving at this late hour. Has something happened to Her Majesty the Empress?" Old Madame Zhao felt a twinge of unease. The head eunuch's countenance darkened as he lowered his voice. Replying to the old madam, "This evening, concubine Fong unfortunately suffered a miscarriage." The emperor, enraged, reprimanded Her Majesty the Empress for her failure to govern the harem properly. Neglecting the care of the imperial offspring, he has ordered her confined to Fengkuan Palace for reflection. Old Madame Zhao's fingers tightened around the arm of the maid beside her. "The Empress has been confined?" The head eunuch continued, "I have come at the behest of Her Majesty. She wishes to invite the second young lady of the residence to the palace for a short stay, to keep her company." Upon hearing this, old Madame Zhao's heart sank. She suddenly recalled something, her complexion changing dramatically. "Zhao Qihuang. That girl is still being punished in the ancestral hall." Chapter 12. Much obliged, third uncle. "Old madam? Old madam?" Upon seeing her pale face, Mama Wan quickly called out. Zhao old madam came back to her senses and hastily looked at Mama Wan, urgently asking, "Did I not instruct you to take good care of the princess? How could she be in the ancestral hall and still have any connection to Her Majesty the Empress?" Mama Wan quickly explained, "Old madam, please calm your anger. I would never dare to treat the princess with any harshness." She racked her brain and suddenly recalled something, her expression shifting. "I remember now, this afternoon, the third young miss went to the ancestral hall." "Qian?" Zhao old madam furrowed her brows. What was she doing there? Mama Wan hastily reported all that had transpired earlier. The third young miss went to the ancestral hall under the pretense of conversing with the princess, but during their exchange, the two had a bit of a quarrel, and she pushed the princess, causing her to fall and shatter the teacup. "What?" Upon hearing this, Zhao old madam felt as though the world had gone dark, nearly fainting. She pressed her forehead, trembling with rage. This Zhao Qiun is truly a source of worry. How dare she push the princess? Zhao old madam pointed towards the door and angrily commanded the stewardess, "What are you still doing standing there? Hurry to the ancestral hall and bring the princess out." "At once, old madam," Mama Wan said as she hurried out. Zhao Qihuang's confinement in the ancestral hall meant that the empress was also grounded. The alignment of fate was striking. The old madam murmured a prayer. Heaven forbid anything happened to Her Majesty. The door to the ancestral hall creaked open and Mama Wan, lifting her skirts, rushed inside. "Congratulations, princess. The old madam has agreed to let you out." Mama Wan wore a worried smile, her tone tinged with caution. Zhao Qihuang, reclining on the soft couch, did not even raise her eyelids at the news. Instead, she lazily turned over, presenting her back to the door. "Oh. But I do not wish to go out right now," she yawned. Mama Wan, exasperated, stamped her foot. "Princess, someone from the palace has arrived, saying that Her Majesty the Empress is unwell and has specifically summoned you to accompany her. We cannot delay." Only then did Zhao Qihuang slowly turn around, furrowing her brow and feigning concern. "The Empress is unwell?" Mama Wan nodded. "Indeed." Zhao Qihuang immediately faced the ancestral tablet, her hands pressed together in prayer. "Then I must not go out. I need to stay in this ancestral hall to pray for the Empress." Upon hearing this, Mama Wan nearly knelt down. "Princess, please do not jest with me. At this critical moment, only you leaving the ancestral hall will ease Her Majesty's heart." However, Zhao Qihuang seemed resolute, unmoved by Mama Wan's entreaties. "Tell grandmother that I, Zhao Qihuang, am of little fortune and fear that my presence may disturb Her Majesty." I am quite comfortable here in the ancestral hall. Mama Wan, left with no choice, returned to Rong Xiaotang with a long face to report back. She refuses to come out? Zhao old madam's face darkened further upon hearing the report. This is insurrection. This is outrageous. She slammed the table, and the stewardess quickly stepped forward to help her calm down. Old madam, please do not be angry, the princess. Do not say another word. Zhao old madam interrupted. Help me up. I will personally go and summon her. A group of people marched towards the ancestral hall. Before they even reached the entrance, Zhao old madam raised her voice, sternly scolding the servants and guards stationed outside the hall. You fools! Who gave you the audacity to keep the princess confined? Did I not instruct you to merely pretend to let her rest inside for a couple of days? How could you have become so addicted to punishing her? The servants, terrified, knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing their heads. Old madam, please calm your anger. It was the third master's orders. One bold maid replied, trembling. The third master said the princess was unruly and needed to be kept in for a few more days to temper her disposition. Zhao old madam feigned anger. The third master cannot surpass my authority. No sooner had she spoken than Zhao Qihuang's languid voice wafted from within the ancestral hall. Grandmother, please do not make it difficult for them. Zhao Qihuang leisurely strolled to the doorway, leaning against the frame, appearing languorous. It is I, Qihuang, who is unfilial and has irked third uncle. His punishment is just. She smiled slightly, though the smile did not reach her eyes. This vase-like, good-for-nothing girl is better off remaining here in peace, lest I disturb third uncle and add to his burdens. Hearing her words, Zhao old madam was even more anxious. This girl was clearly holding a grudge. Taking a deep breath, she instructed the stewardess beside her. Go, summon the third master to me. Zhao Yuanjiang was soon brought over. Having faced numerous setbacks in court that day, he was already in a foul mood, and upon witnessing the commotion, his expression darkened further. Mother, why have you summoned me to the ancestral hall at this late hour? He asked stiffly. Zhao old madam pointed at Zhao Qihuang inside the hall, angrily addressing Zhao Yuanjiang. Look at the trouble you have caused. Qihuang is a princess, a flower of noble lineage, and also your own niece. Now that Her Majesty the Empress is unwell and has specifically requested Qihuang to accompany her, you have locked her in the ancestral hall instead? If this delays Her Majesty, can you bear the consequences? As she spoke, Zhao old madam subtly gestured to Zhao Yuanjiang. Before coming, he had heard from the maids beside the old madam about the general situation, but he never expected this girl's fate to be so astutely accurate. Though reluctant, he understood the gravity of the matter. Indeed, one could not afford to neglect the empress. Wearing a stony expression, he turned to Zhao Qihuang, awkwardly attempting to placate her. Qihuang, my prior considerations were lacking, and I may have offended you with my words.
Please do not take it to heart.
Zhao Qihuang feigned difficulty, saying, but I have yet to finish copying my scriptures. When I entered the ancestral hall, I vowed to copy the scriptures 100 times to pray for my mother. Zhao Yuanjiang clenched his teeth, replying, how many are left? I will copy them. Zhao Qihuang waved her hand, instructing Xiao Hong to bring over the papers she had been writing. She smiled sweetly. Then I shall trouble third uncle. There are still 99 left. Zhao Yuanjiang was nearly faint with rage. Zhao old madam smiled obsequiously. Leave the scripture copying to your third uncle. You must hurry to the palace. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qihuang furrowed her brows, one hand on her waist and the other rubbing her ankle, displaying a pained expression. She sighed and said softly, Grandmother, I still cannot go to the palace. This afternoon, my sister Qian visited me in the ancestral hall and, whether intentionally or unintentionally, she pushed me to the ground. She pointed to her ankle, her voice filled with grievance. This leg, I fear, is sprained. It hurts terribly, and I can hardly stand, let alone meet Her Majesty the Empress. Zhao old madam, upon hearing this, feigned great shock, exclaiming, that girl Qian dared to lay hands on you? This is simply outrageous. She commanded the maid beside her. Go summon the third young miss to the ancestral hall. Let her kneel for a few days to reflect properly. Zhao Qian, having nearly fallen asleep, was abruptly dragged to the ancestral hall. Previously flattered by the crown prince, she had been quite proud, and now being summoned to kneel for no reason left her indignant. Grandmother, why should I kneel? She stamped her foot, her face full of grievance. It was Zhao Qihuang who spoke disrespectfully first and provoked me. Zhao old madam shot her a glare. You will kneel as instructed. Do not speak so much nonsense. With Xiao Hong's assistance, Zhao Qihuang slowly walked out of the ancestral hall, passing by the furious Zhao Qiyun. She paused, turned her head, and leaned closer to Zhao Qiyun's ear, whispering in a tone only the two could hear, "Sister, do you now see the advantage of my fortunate fate?" Zhao Qiyun's eyes burned with fury, glaring fiercely at Zhao Qihuang, her gaze filled with a desire to consume her alive. Zhao Qihuang, however, was unfazed, bestowing her a radiant smile, brilliant yet achingly blinding. She held Little Red's hand and walked to the entrance of the ancestral hall. Suddenly, as if recalling something, she turned to the servants trailing behind and instructed, "By the way, have my small couch and those soft cushions and silk quilts moved back to the splendid pavilion." Pausing for a moment, she cast a sidelong glance at the furious Zhao Qiyun, then leisurely added, "Since it is a punishment, it must appear as such." With that, Zhao Qihuang, supported by Little Red, gracefully departed, leaving Zhao Qiyun seething in place, nearly grinding her silver teeth to dust.
Zhao Qihuang.
Hearing the furious roar behind her, Zhao Qihuang curled her lips into a smirk. Chapter 13, A Destiny and a Blessing. The old matriarch did not have time to console Zhao Qiyun. She hurriedly took Zhao Qihuang back to the splendid courtyard. After a quick tidying up, Zhao Qihuang changed into a gown of apricot red and entered the palace with the chief eunuch, who was already waiting outside. The imperial sedan chair glided smoothly, soon arriving outside the Funkuan palace. The chief eunuch led the way, while Zhao Qihuang, holding up her skirt, ascended the white jade steps of the Funkuan palace. Inside the palace, a high-quality tranquil incense burned, and the air was tinged with a faint medicinal aroma. The queen reclined languidly on the noble couch by the window, covered by a thin silk quilt. Her complexion appeared more haggard than usual, with faint shadows beneath her eyes. Zhao Qihuang, who had never believed in fate, found the circumstances too peculiar to ignore. If it were merely coincidence, it seemed too coincidental indeed. Was it possible that her destiny was intertwined with the queen's fortune? Or was there simply a theatrical play unfolding within the depths of the palace? Upon seeing Zhao Qihuang enter, the queen's previously dim eyes suddenly brightened, and the weariness in her brow dissipated considerably. "Qihuang, you have finally arrived," the queen beckoned, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible urgency. Zhao Qihuang stepped forward a few paces and respectfully curtsied. "This humble girl pays her respects to Her Majesty, wishing you health and well-being." The queen cast her a reproachful glance, her tone warm and friendly. "Child, why must you adhere to such formalities with me?" She pulled Zhao Qihuang's hand, urging her to sit on the embroidered stool beside the couch, and scrutinized her for a moment before saying, "I have heard about your third uncle. He truly is muddle-headed." With a cold expression, the queen disdainfully remarked, "Just a granddaughter of a grand tutor, and it's worth your while to suffer in the ancestral hall." What a joke. Zhao Qihuang lowered her eyelids, her long lashes casting a delicate shadow beneath her eyes. In a soft voice, she inquired, "How is your Majesty's health these days? I have heard you have been unwell, and I am genuinely concerned." The queen warmly grasped her hand, her eyes filled with gentle smiles. "I am well, just troubled by some trifles in recent days." She sighed lightly. "Seeing you here, my heart feels truly at ease." Zhao Qihuang smiled gently. Indeed, seeing her auspicious presence brought comfort to the queen. With a concerned expression, she remarked, "To be of service to your Majesty is Qihuang's fortune." The queen nodded in satisfaction, then shifted the topic, her voice tinged with displeasure. "Speaking of which, the crown prince has been blindfolded. What occasion was the spring blossom banquet for him to bring another woman along? Now rumors abound outside, claiming the crown prince has taken a liking to Zhao Qiyun. It is utterly absurd. Do not be angry. I shall teach him a lesson in due time." Zhao Qihuang lowered her gaze, her fingertips lightly tracing the folds of her dress, her tone indifferent. "Aunt, you worry too much. It does not matter to me whom my cousin takes to the spring blossom banquet." Upon hearing this, the queen's smile faded slightly. She scrutinized Zhao Qihuang for a moment before suddenly sighing, "Ah Huang, you are quite carefree. But do you remember? You promised me that if you had no one in your heart, you would give the crown prince a chance?" Zhao Qihuang remained silent, merely lowering her head to inspect the apricot blossom embroidery on her sleeve. Noticing her silence, the queen leaned in closer, her voice softening. "Ah Huang, I do not wish to pressure you, but you know how few women in this world have true autonomy. Becoming the crown princess means eventually becoming the queen, a life of true honor and dignity. In the end, Everyone will look up to you, and no one will dare to let you suffer even the slightest grievance." She paused, her gaze on Zhao Qihuang filled with hope. "I only wish for your well-being. Some things are destined, and also a blessing." The hall fell silent for a moment, with only the tranquil incense curling upward. Zhao Qihuang lifted her gaze towards her royal aunt. 3 years ago, when she first ascended the throne, the queen had a full head of raven hair, but now, wisps of silver were beginning to show at her temples, her vibrant and dignified visage concealing weariness and sorrow. What good was it to become the most honored woman if she remained ensnared in the depths of the palace, perpetually wary of suspicion? Ultimately, it was all for naught. Moreover, the crown prince did not even harbor feelings for her, even if she were to become queen. Her fate would not be any better. With this thought, Zhao Qihuang forced a faint, insincere smile. "Your Majesty, I actually have someone in my heart." The queen appeared skeptical, asking whose son is it. Zhao Qihuang's fingertips trembled slightly. If she were to fabricate a name, given the queen's nature, it would likely lead to immediate investigations, resulting in a marriage decree the very next day. After a moment's struggle, she reluctantly uttered 3 words: Wei Lanzhao. The atmosphere became eerily quiet, with only the sound of the wind brushing against the jade bells in the corridor. The queen's expression visibly changed, shifting from surprise to disbelief, and then to a deepening frown. "That Wei Lanzhao from the Duke of Zhengguo's family?" "Yes," Zhao Qihuang replied softly. "Besides him, I know no other Wei Lanzhao." The hall descended into an uncanny silence. After a long pause, the queen finally spoke. "Huang, do not jest." "I am not jesting." Zhao Qihuang lowered her head, blushing as she confessed. "The one I have always liked is Wei Lanzhao." The queen, observing her demeanor, furrowed her brow, her expression complex. After a moment, she slowly responded, "You two are simply not meant to be. Even if you do not marry the crown prince, you must at least wed into an esteemed noble family." Zhao Qihuang took a gentle breath, her voice lowering. "But in my heart, there is only him." The queen felt a surge of anger. The Wei family had already fallen. The sons of the Wei family could not escape death. Zhao Qihuang was well aware of this, which was precisely why she used Wei Lanzhao as a shield. Pretending to wipe away tears, she choked out, "Aunt, time will fade everything. Perhaps one day I will no longer like him. I hope you can grant me a little time." She bowed her head, her shoulders trembling slightly, exuding an air of deep affection. Seeing her in such a state, the queen sighed. Pressing too hard might drive the child to do something foolish. Very well, after all, Wei Lanzhao would soon meet his end. 2 days passed in the Fengkuan Palace. Zhao Qihuang spent her time in the palace, aside from dining and resting, accompanying the queen in reciting scriptures and chanting. The matter of noble Lady Fang's miscarriage was suspicious. Although the queen had not been openly reprimanded, her confinement served as a warning. The queen felt anxious, finding only moments of peace before the ancient Buddha and the flickering lamp. Today, the queen's recitation lasted longer than usual. The fragrant sandalwood incense filled the Buddhist hall, and the rhythmic sound of the wooden fish struck Zhao Qihuang's nerves. Quietly, she opened one eye, seeing the queen still in deep meditation. She slipped off the mat like a mudfish and quietly exited the hall. "Your Highness?" Outside the hall, the queen's chief maid, Yuping, was somewhat surprised to see her emerge. Zhao Qihuang gestured for silence, lowering her voice. "It is stifling in there. I shall take a stroll in the imperial garden and return shortly." Knowing the nature of this restless princess, Yuping could only whisper a caution. "Your Highness, be careful where you tread, and do not wander too far." "Understood." Zhao Qihuang waved her hand and headed towards the imperial garden. She was intimately familiar with the inner palace, navigating through its twists and turns until she found a secluded little pond. The pond's water was shallow and clear, with several red koi gracefully swaying their tails among the aquatic plants. Zhao Qihuang felt a slight alleviation in her mood as she crouched beside the pond on a clean slab of blue stone, delicately dipping her slender fingers into the water, watching the startled fish scatter and then gather again. Just as she was captivated by the scene, a piercing, malicious laughter echoed from behind a nearby rockery. Quick, throw it this way. Fool, over here, over here. Climb faster." Zhao Qihuang's brows knitted slightly, the voice grating on her ears. She rose, adjusted her skirt, and cautiously peered around the corner of the rockery. To her dismay, she saw a group of young eunuchs in court attire surrounding a frail figure, tossing a colorful embroidered ball. The The figure on the ground was clumsily crawling, chasing the ball as it rolled erratically. Upon recognizing the person's face, her brows furrowed deeper. Li Qingjing, the eldest son of the late empress, the crown prince Li Qingjing. This individual, once gifted and a formidable contender for the throne, had suffered a fall shortly after his mother's demise, resulting in a head injury that rendered him mentally incapacitated. At this moment, he was clad in a tattered prince's robe, soiled and disheveled, his face marred with bruises. Yet his eyes fixated intently on the embroidered ball as he crawled along the ground, emitting desperate, breathless sounds. A mischievous eunuch, with shifty eyes, held the ball high and taunted, "Fool, the ball is here.
Want it?
Come and get it." Li Qingjing seemed to comprehend, straining to reach for the ball, mumbling indistinctly, Ball. Just as his hand was about to grasp it, the eunuch tossed it to another, prompting a cacophony of harsh laughter from the surrounding eunuchs, who reveled in his humiliation. Zhao Qihuang's gaze narrowed sharply. She approached with deliberate steps, her voice cold and menacing. To humiliate a prince, do you eunuchs seek death? The eunuchs, caught off guard by her sudden, chilling voice, dropped the ball with a thud. They hastily turned to see Zhao Qihuang, and the leading eunuch momentarily froze, his face shifting to a look of disdain. In their minds, although the illustrious princess was known for her arrogance, she was not one to meddle in affairs, especially since she was a cousin of the crown prince. A sycophantic eunuch, forcing a smile, piped up, "Ah, it is the illustrious princess. We pay our respects, your highness." His tone carried an air of audacity. "You misunderstand, princess. We are merely entertaining the crown prince." Zhao Qihuang raised an eyebrow, stepping closer, looking down at the eunuchs.
"So,
the crown prince has commanded you to treat the eldest prince this way?" The eunuch faltered under her piercing gaze, his smile faltering. Internally, he wondered why Zhao Qihuang, the crown prince's cousin, was defending this fool. Zhao Qihuang surveyed the cowering eunuchs, her voice growing ever colder. "If the emperor learns of your treatment towards his son, how many of you will lose your heads?" Seeing her intent on pursuing the matter, the eunuchs' legs weakened, and they fell to their knees, their heads knocking against the ground. "Please spare us, your highness. We shall not dare again. We beg for your mercy." At that moment, Li Qingjing, who had been crawling on the ground, slowly made his way to the fallen ball, his filthy little hand grasping it tightly. He looked up, a foolish smile on his face, and stammered at the terrified eunuch.
I
got the ball. Can you take me to see grandfather now?" The eunuchs, shaken by Zhao Qihuang's formidable presence, trembled even more, cold sweat trickling down their backs, too frightened to respond. Li Qingjing, seeing their reticence, turned his hopeful gaze to Zhao Qihuang. He cautiously shuffled to her feet, lifting his muddy little face, tugging at her skirt. "Sister," he mumbled, "can you take me to see grandfather?" "They said if I picked up the ball, they would take me to see grandfather and cousin Zhou." His eyes, filled with innocence, brimmed with expectation. Hearing the name Zhou, Zhao Qihuang recalled that the late empress was indeed from the Wei family. Duke Wei Qing, Li Qingjing's maternal grandfather, and Wei Lanzhao, his cousin. No wonder these despicable eunuchs felt emboldened. With the Wei family now in disgrace, imprisoned as traitors, who in the palace would genuinely care for this foolish prince? Zhao Qihuang instinctively wanted to refuse, but upon seeing the tears welling in his muddied eyes and his pitiful expression, her heart softened. Despite being older than her,
he appeared childlike.
Zhao Qihuang remembered her own hardships during her days of dependence, where even a normal person faced scorn and hardship. How much more so for Li Qingjing, a prince robbed of his wits, enduring a fate likely more arduous than her own. A crack formed in the ice of her heart. Very well, she thought. I cannot bear to see him cry, especially in such a foolish manner. As long as you cease your tears, I shall take you. Zhao Qihuang inhaled deeply, striving to keep her voice calm. Upon hearing this, the crown prince quickly wiped his tears with his filthy sleeve, forcing a smile that was more painful than his previous tears. Really? Zhao Qihuang affirmed with a soft feeling a twinge of regret for her act of kindness. The dungeon was never a pleasant place, especially for one connected to the once powerful Duke Wei family. Fortunately, the investigation into the Wei family's treason was nearing its conclusion, and a verdict would soon be issued. The guard's vigilance was no longer as strict as it had once been. Zhao Qihuang revealed her identity as a princess and promised a few favors to the jailer, employing both soft and stern words to successfully lead Li Qingjing into the dungeon. As they entered, a wave of damp, cold air, mingled with the stench of mold and decay, hit them, making one feel nauseous. Dimly lit by the flickering oil lamps on the walls, the dark corridor was lined with separated cells, where shadows of the imprisoned could be seen huddled within. With many members of the Wei family imprisoned, Zhao Qihuang quickly found a familiar jailer, slipped him a piece of silver, and soon learned that both the Duke and Wei Lanzhao were confined in the same cell. Behind the barred door, Duke Wei, with thinning white hair, appeared even older. As though years had been added to his age in just a few days, his previous vigor now a distant memory, replaced by an overwhelming sense of despair. Wei Lanzhao sat calmly in the faint light filtering through the narrow window, half covered by a tattered mat. His blood-stained white robe had lost all semblance of color, yet his exposed wrist bones remained as cold and pale as jade. Upon seeing them, Li Qingjing stumbled excitedly to the bars, exclaiming, "Grandfather, Zhou, Qingjing has come to see you." Duke Wei and Wei Lanzhao simultaneously opened their eyes, sharp gazes directed towards the source of the voice. As they moved, the heavy iron shackles on their feet clattered with a dissonant sound. Tears welled up in the murky eyes of the Duke of Zhenghua. Trembling, he extended his hand, yearning to touch Li Qingjing beyond the bars. "Jinger, how did you end up in such a place?" He staggered to the edge of the railing, reaching through the cold iron bars to caress Li Qingjing's dirt-streaked face. Upon hearing this, Li Qingjing's tears cascaded down like pearls, sobbing uncontrollably.
Jinger, Mrs. Grandvater.
Witnessing the child's sorrow, the Duke was also choked with emotion. His old tears flowed freely as he extended his frail hand, attempting to reach through the bars, only to find it futile in the air. "It is grandfather's fault. I am useless, unable to protect Jinger." The old man's voice was hoarse and unrecognizable. At that moment, Wei Lanzhao, who had remained silent, slowly rose to his feet. His tall figure cast a long shadow under the dim oil lamp, exuding an invisible air of oppression. The clinking of his shackles echoed sharply in the stillness of the cell. He gazed at the ragged, tear-streaked Li Qingjing, his expression darkening. Soon after, his deep, piercing gaze turned cold as it landed on Zhao Qihuang. Wei Lanzhao's Adam's apple bobbed with difficulty, his voice gravelly from disuse. "The one who offended you back then was me. If you wish to punish, direct your wrath toward me, not this innocent child." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qihuang's eyes widened, regretting her decision to bring Li Qingjing here and feeling the oppressive atmosphere of the cell. She was further incensed by Wei Lanzhao's indiscriminate accusation. "His pitiful state has nothing to do with me. I only brought him here because I saw a pack of sycophants bullying him, and he was crying in distress." Zhao Qihuang gritted her teeth, her cheeks puffing with indignation. How could kindness be mistaken for foolishness? "Even if I sought revenge on you, I would never use an innocent child as a pawn. What do you take me for?" Li Qingjing seemed to grasp their quarrel, hastily waving his small hands in defense of Zhao Qihuang. "No, sister is a good person," he exclaimed urgently. "It was those eunuchs who are bad. They made me pick up balls and didn't he give me food. Sister helped me teach them a lesson." The Duke, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback, then turned to Zhao Qihuang with a complex expression. He bowed deeply in her direction. "I am deeply grateful to the princess for your assistance." Zhao Qihuang was slightly flustered by his gesture. She pursed her lips, forcing herself to maintain her haughty demeanor, and replied stiffly, "There's no need to thank me. I merely acted out of pity for a crying child, an impulsive act of meddling." Hearing this, Wei Lanzhao's handsome face flushed with embarrassment. Lowering his gaze, his long eyelashes cast a shadow over his eyes, concealing his emotions. When he lifted his gaze again, he surprisingly bowed slightly to Zhao Qihuang. His voice remained hoarse, but carried less hardness, infused with a hint of complexity. "I misjudged the princess." Zhao Qihuang raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on her lips. "So, even the young Master Wei has a day to humble himself? Truly a rare sight." Wei Lanzhao opened his lips slightly, his tone steady. "The princess jests. When one is wrong, they must acknowledge it." In response, Zhao Qihuang scoffed, her words sharp as daggers. "Had you been this courteous earlier, perhaps your family wouldn't have met with such a fate." Each word pierced Wei Lanzhao's heart without mercy. As the tension between them escalated, Li Qingjing grew anxious. He reached out to tug at the hem of Zhao Qihuang's skirt, timidly lifting his small face, his voice a mixture of pleading and uncertainty. "Sister, don't be angry with Zhou, okay?" Seeing Li Qingjing's cautious demeanor, Zhao Qihuang's anger subsided somewhat. She was not heartless, especially not towards an innocent child. With a huff, she turned away, her voice still tinged with impatience, yet softened slightly. This princess and the crown prince cannot linger here. Speak your piece quickly. The duke, who had been silent until now, finally spoke in a hoarse voice. I wish to say a few words to the princess. Zhao Qihuang, taken aback, turned to him. She pointed to herself with a slender finger, her almond-shaped eyes filled with confusion and wariness. What do you wish to say? Before her words could conclude, a dull thud echoed. The duke, in his frail state, surprisingly knelt towards Zhao Qihuang, his knees crashing onto the cold, damp floor of the cell. Wei Lanzhao clenched his fists beside him, knowing well the reason for his grandfather's kneeling and refraining from stopping him. The duke's voice was filled with heartfelt sincerity, each word seemingly carved from his chest. I know my days are numbered. My only worry is for this child, Jinger. I dare to request that the princess, if possible, looks after him in the future. The Wei family will forever remember the princess's great kindness. Zhao Qihuang instinctively stepped aside, avoiding the duke's monumental gesture. This was the Duke of Zhenghua, a stalwart of the nation who had defended the borders of Deqi and earned the title through exemplary merit. Unlike Lu Wanru, Zhao Qihuang could not accept such a grand gesture. Regaining her composure, she waved her hand, speaking rapidly. Please rise. I cannot accept such a profound courtesy. Moreover, I seldom enter the palace. How could I possibly watch over the crown prince at all times? After all, she is the emperor's niece. Yet the duke seemed to disregard her words, stubbornly remaining on the ground. His white hair bowed heavily, hitting the floor with a resounding thud, sending chills down the spine in the silence of the cell. The sound was filled with sorrow and despair. I implore the princess, as long as he is safe. The Wei family will serve you in the next life, repaying your great kindness. Zhao Qihuang anxiously looked towards Wei Lanzhao. You must help your grandfather up. Unexpectedly, Wei Lanzhao stepped back with his right leg and knelt on the ground, which was soaked with filth and saturated with the blood and tears of countless souls. I beg the princess to protect the crown prince. Chapter 16. Imprisoned in the Ministry of Justice, Zhao Qihuang left the dark, damp prison with Li Chengjing. Even though the duke and Wei Lanzhao had knelt to plead with her, she offered them no promises. She had always acted on her whims. Today, her willingness to help Li Chengjing stemmed from a moment of compassion. Yet, Zhao Qihuang understood that her compassion was not something she possessed every day. After exiting the dungeon, Zhao Qihuang escorted the dazed crown prince back to his almost desolate palace, which could hardly be called a residence. In the vast courtyard, not a single palace maid or eunuch was in sight, not even a sparrow could be seen, creating an atmosphere of desolation. Zhao Qihuang stood in the courtyard, surveying her surroundings until her gaze settled on a tightly closed servants' quarters door. Where had everyone disappeared to? With a creak, the door was pushed open, and a drowsy palace maid emerged, rubbing her eyes, still exuding a lazy aura of someone who had not yet awakened from a hangover. What's all the noise about? She mumbled, but upon realizing it was Zhao Qihuang, she startled, shaking off the remnants of sleep. Zhao Qihuang's face was stern. The crown prince has been missing for so long, and you all sleep soundly here? Startled by her presence, the maid adopted a defiant attitude, smirking as she replied sarcastically. The crown prince has run off before. I can't very well tie his legs with a rope, can I? He is not a dog. Slap. Zhao Qihuang raised her hand and delivered a crisp slap. The palace maid, caught off guard, stumbled backward, clutching her stinging cheek, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at Zhao Qihuang. With a flick of her wrist and a cold glint in her eyes, she declared, "What I detest most is others speaking to me in a sarcastic manner." She turned her head towards the eunuch outside the courtyard, commanding, "Take this ungrateful wretch to the Ministry of Justice." Upon hearing the name of the ministry, the palace maid panicked, exclaiming, "What authority does a mere princess have over matters of the harem?" Zhao Qihuang's piercing gaze settled on the hesitant eunuchs. "What? Are my words ineffective? Or do you require me to summon Her Majesty the Empress for an edict? I am the Empress's most beloved niece. If you anger me—" She paused, her voice suddenly turning sharp. "Each and every one of you will march into the ministry." The eunuchs, upon hearing her words, dared not hesitate any longer and swiftly advanced, one on each side, seizing the wailing palace maid and dragging her away. Watching the maid being taken away, Zhao Qihuang retracted her gaze, her voice still icy. "Are there no other living souls in this courtyard? After a moment, a slender figure timidly emerged from the corner of the firewood room. It was a young palace maid, approximately 13 or 14 years old, clad in faded coarse palace attire, her head bowed as she nervously twisted the hem of her garment. Zhao Qihuang scrutinized her, noting her submissive demeanor and the look of a victim, and frowned slightly. "What is your name?" The young maid replied in a voice barely audible, "I am Aining." Beside her, Li Chengjing suddenly clapped his hands and laughed foolishly. "Aining. Aining is a good person. She gave me steamed buns." Zhao Qihuang's expression softened a bit as she turned to Aining, asking, "What duties do you perform?" Aining lowered her head even further. "I am a lowly maidservant." Zhao Qihuang continued, "If I were to promote you to be in charge of the crown prince's household, would you be able to care for him properly?" Aining raised her head, her eyes filled with shock and disbelief. She opened her mouth, her frail fists clenching involuntarily. Memories of the years spent in the palace, enduring bullying, and suffering from hunger and inadequate clothing flashed through her mind. This was an opportunity, a chance to escape the mire. Taking a deep breath, Aining bowed deeply. "I will do my utmost to protect the crown prince." Zhao Qihuang observed the determination in her eyes and nodded in satisfaction. She removed a finely crafted jade bracelet from her wrist and handed it to Aining. "This is a reward for you.
Keep it.
If anyone dares to bully the crown prince in the future, seek the empress to intercede on your behalf." The bracelet felt icy in Aining's hand, yet she found it scorching. Zhao Qihuang's voice turned serious, carrying a hint of warning. "Remember what you have said today. If the crown prince experiences even the slightest mishap because of you." Aining bowed once more, her tone resolute. "I would not hesitate to face death." Satisfied with her response, Zhao Qihuang nodded. Having arranged matters in the crown prince's quarters, she prepared to leave. Behind her, Li Qingjing clung to the doorframe, gazing longingly at her departing figure, his face filled with reluctance. "Sister, will you still come to see Qingjing?" Zhao Qihuang paused briefly, not turning back but softly responding with a gentle as an acknowledgement. Upon returning to Fengkuan Palace, night had fallen. The empress sat upon the warm couch in the main hall, several exquisite dishes of dinner laid out before her, untouched. The palace lanterns illuminated the room. "You have returned?" The empress lifted her gaze, looking at Zhao Qihuang as she entered, her tone inscrutable. "Where have you been playing all day?" Zhao Qihuang approached and sat beside the empress, naturally picking up silver chopsticks to take a piece of lotus crystal cake. She understood well that even though the empress was confined to Fengkuan Palace, her every action within and outside the palace remained under the watchful eyes of her aunt. Rather than conceal, it was better to be forthright. "Aunt, I merely attended to a small matter." She recounted how she had unexpectedly encountered the crown prince, how she had brought him to the dungeon to meet the Wei family, and how she had dealt with those palace attendants who had neglected him, detailing every aspect. Naturally, she omitted her own sense of pity, emphasizing only the benefits and drawbacks. "The crown prince is indeed in a pitiable state," Zhao Qihuang remarked, setting down her chopsticks to look at the empress. "He is foolish and poses no threat to our cousin the crown prince. If aunt were to offer him a bit of assistance at this moment, not only would it showcase your benevolence, but it would also alleviate the emperor's wariness, fostering greater trust." The empress listened quietly as Zhao Qihuang spoke, and after a long pause, she finally replied, "You are becoming increasingly adept at considering my interests." She gestured to the senior palace maid standing nearby. "Convey my orders. Those eunuchs and palace maids who have mistreated the crown prince shall all be dragged down to the Ministry of Justice, each receiving 30 strokes of the cane, and then imprisoned." The empress's voice was sharp. "I wish to see who would dare show disrespect to the crown prince in this palace from now on." The senior palace maid complied and departed, leaving the hall momentarily silent. Zhao Qihuang's lips curled into a slight smile, and is wise. Before long, dinner concluded, and Zhao Qihuang accompanied the empress to the Buddha hall for a period of prayer. Suddenly, a sharp voice from the head eunuch echoed from outside the hall. "The imperial decree has arrived." The empress appeared somewhat surprised. The head eunuch entered, holding a bright yellow decree, his face radiant, followed by several young eunuchs carrying a tray covered in red silk. "Her Majesty, the empress, is virtuous and self-disciplined. Today, her confinement is hereby lifted, and she is granted a box of East pearls." After reading the decree, the head eunuch added reassuringly, "Your Majesty, the emperor has said that you have been wrong these past few days." The empress, taken aback, accepted the decree, her eyes glistening with tears. She looked toward the tray covered in red silk, gesturing for a palace maid to unveil it. As the silk was lifted, a box of lustrous, round East pearls appeared, each the size of a fingernail, of excellent quality. Eunuch Wang. The empress turned to the head eunuch, her voice tinged with confusion. Why has the emperor suddenly lifted my confinement? After all, the matter of concubine Fang's miscarriage has yet to be resolved. The head eunuch bowed and smiled. Your Majesty, the emperor mentioned that you possess a kind heart, even while confined, still concerned for the royal offspring and worrying about the crown prince's safety. It stands to reason that someone like you, with such maternal instincts, would never harm concubine Fang's unborn child. Upon hearing this, the empress felt a wave of clarity wash over her. She glanced at Zhao Qihuang, her eyes filled with admiration and gratitude. Once the eunuchs delivering the decree had departed, the empress took Zhao Qihuang's hand, smiling warmly, and instructed her attendants, Go, make a bracelet from these pearls for the princess, in the most exquisite style.
Wang Heir.
You truly are my lucky star. Zhao Qihuang smiled gently, responding courteously, It is all aunt's good fortune. She had not expected that her offhand fabrication would indeed resolve the empress's predicament. The next morning, as dawn broke, Zhao Qihuang rose, completed her grooming, and headed straight to the main hall. The empress had just finished breakfast and was sipping from a cup of ginseng tea, her brow still bearing a hint of relaxation from her recently lifted confinement. Aunt, Zhao Qihuang curtsied. The empress set down her teacup, smiling as she looked at her. Why not sleep a little longer? Zhao Qihuang sat beside her, her tone respectful. Anne has just been freed from confinement, and palace affairs must be overwhelming. I have troubled you for several days. It is time for me to return home. The empress's expression revealed a touch of reluctance. Are you leaving so soon? Zhao Qihuang replied with a smile. Whenever aunt misses me, I shall return. Very well. The empress sighed softly. When you return, please convey my regards to your grandmother. She called out, Mama Chun. The elderly maidservant, who had been standing by, stepped forward. I am here. See the princess off properly, the empress instructed, her eyes warm with affection. Yes, your majesty. Zhao Qihuang bowed to her and then, with her belongings, departed from Fengkuan Palace. The queen gazed at the vanishing figure of Zhao Qihuang, reflecting, if only this girl could marry the crown prince in peace and assist him, I could truly rest easy. The chief maid, Yuping, listened quietly with her head bowed. Unfortunately, the queen's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of helplessness in her tone, as her heart still lingered on Wei Lan's Hao. At the Yong'an Marquette, Zhao Qihuang's carriage had just come to a stop at the entrance when several matronly stewards and maidservants approached to greet her. Welcome back, your grace. The maid, Xiaohong, helped her dismount. As they stepped through the flowering gate, they were met by the ever-smiling Wan matron, who stood beside the old lady. The princess has returned. The old lady has been thinking of you and has sent many gifts to your courtyard, Wan matron said earnestly. Zhao Qihuang did not pause in her steps and nodded slightly. Please thank my grandmother for me. She was already accustomed to such rewards. Upon reaching her splendid courtyard, Xiaohong began to remove the hairpins from her hair while chattering about the happenings in the estate. Your grace, you have no idea. In the 2 days you were away, Zhao Qiyun has been kneeling in the ancestral hall. Xiaohong's tone was laced with schadenfreude. Zhao Qihuang raised an eyebrow, taking the warm tea Xiaohong offered and sipping it lightly. Oh, she hasn't been released yet? Indeed. Xiaohong pouted. I heard the second young lady's knees have turned blue from kneeling, her face as pale as paper. Lin Shi has pleaded with the old lady twice. And the result? Zhao Qihuang asked casually. Xiaohong proudly lifted her chin. The old lady still considers your grace's feelings and has not allowed her to be released. At these words, Zhao Qihuang let out a light scoff, placing her teacup on the small table. She should learn a lesson to prevent her from causing trouble for me daily, overestimating her own capabilities. Xiaohong nodded. What your grace says is true. Miss Yun will surely remain quiet for a while. Her voice was lively, but then lowered. I just fear that Lin Shi will bear a grudge and seek to trouble you in secret. Upon hearing Xiaohong's words, Zhao Qihuang chuckled softly. Zhao Qiyun was her heart's concern, and now that she was under Zhao Qihuang's foot, it would certainly sting. Only through pain would she learn. Since returning from the palace, several days had passed in a rush. Whenever Zhao Qihuang found herself idle, her mind would uncontrollably flash back to the scene of the Duke of the State and Wei Lan's Hao kneeling before her, earnestly entrusting their last wishes. That heavy burden of trust, the determination in Wei Qing's eyes, and Wei Lancao's rare display of gentle apology lingered in her heart. She rose and walked slowly to the qin table by the window. Her delicate fingers touched the cool strings, and a series of slightly hesitant notes flowed forth. In the courtyard, Xiao Cheng and Xiao Lu were sitting under the corridor, peeling freshly picked lotus seeds. The music drifted through the half-open window, reaching their ears. They paused their tasks and exchanged glances. Xiao Chen lowered her voice. The princess's playing suggests she's in a bad mood again. Xiao Lu frowned in agreement, yes. It's even more somber than the past few days. While they chatted, Xiaohong hurriedly entered from outside. Curious, Xiao Cheng asked, Sister Xiaohong, where have you been sent so early in the morning? Xiao Lu observed her retreating figure. She must have gone to the palace to gather news about the Wei family's punishment. Approaching Zhao Qihuang's study, Xiaohong paused slightly as the increasingly chaotic music reached her ears. Taking a deep breath, she quickly entered the room. Your Grace, she knelt and bowed. Zhao Qihuang continued to pluck the strings, merely responding with a faint Xiaohong lowered her head. There is confirmed news from the palace. All the male members of the Wei family have been executed. His Majesty granted them a final measure of dignity, not displaying their heads but giving them poison, leaving their corpses intact. The music abruptly ceased. Zhao Qihuang's fingers froze on the strings, her gaze fixed outside the window. She had imagined countless ways to take revenge on Wei Lanzhao, to make him lose face and become a laughingstock. Yet now, before she had even acted, he was already dead? A vague, indescribable feeling stirred within her. However, what troubled her more was who would be the aide to the fourth prince. As dusk fell, the sky was painted with a brilliant hue, casting a warm glow over the exquisite pavilion. Zhao Qihuang sat alone on the swing in the courtyard, gently swaying. The evening breeze brushed past, carrying a hint of chill. Your Grace, the doorman rushed in to report. An official has arrived at the gate, saying he is here to deliver something on orders. Zhao Qihuang's interest waned. What is it? The doorman bowed. A box as tall as a person, tightly covered with black cloth, making it impossible to see what is inside. A box? Black cloth? Zhao Qihuang's brows furrowed slightly, her curiosity piqued. Bring him in.
Yes.
Shortly after, several officials entered, carrying the large cage wrapped in black cloth. Zhao Qihuang focused on the leading official, who seemed somewhat familiar. Upon seeing Zhao Qihuang, the official immediately beamed with a flattering smile and bowed. Greetings, Your Grace. Zhao Qihuang inquired, Who are you? The official was taken aback, awkwardly smiling. You truly are a person of distinction. Didn't you mention needing a good dog to guard the door? Zhao Qihuang suddenly realized. You are the one who led the raid on the Duke of the State's residence. Indeed, that is me. With that, the official pulled back the black cloth covering the cage. Inside, a curled figure emerged, Wei Lanzhao, filthy, clad in tattered prison garments. His hair disheveled and stuck to his paper-white face, lying feebly in the cold iron cage. Zhao Qihuang gasped, abruptly standing from the swing. Her fingertips trembled. Disbelief etched in her voice. The Wei family executed? How is Wei Lanzhao still alive? The official quickly explained, Indeed. All male members of the Wei family have met their end, and the women have been sold according to the law. However, this young Master Wei was the sole survivor, saved by an ironclad document from the old duke before his death. Although he escaped the death penalty, he is now a slave. I thought of bringing him to you before he was sent to the slave market, since you mentioned needing a guardian for the estate. He produced a yellowed paper from his pocket, respectfully presenting it. This is his contract of servitude. I hope your grace will accept it. Zhao Qihuang's gaze fell upon the words Wei Lanzhou and the crimson fingerprint, her expression inscrutable. If all went as she envisioned, the astute strategist by the fourth prince's side in her dreams must be Wei Lanzhou. So, he had not died. He merely existed in a more humiliating form. In her dreams, she had not visited the Duke of the State's residence to witness the spectacle nor interacted with the officials, unaware of who had purchased Wei Lanzhou. Now that he was in her hands, she must utilize this weapon wisely. Zhao Qihuang accepted the light paper, feeling its weight as if it were 1,000 pounds. Reward him, she stated flatly. Xiaohong understood and took out a purse, filling it with gold for the officials. The officials, clutching the heavy gold, beamed with wide smiles. Thank you, Your Grace, for your generosity. We shall take our leave now. If there are any further instructions, please do not hesitate to command us. The group bowed and retreated, and the courtyard fell silent once more. Zhao Qihuang's gaze returned to the curled figure in the iron cage, her brow slightly furrowed. In just a few days, he had been reduced to such a pitiful state. She turned to Xiaohong. Go, fetch Xiao Huang to examine him. Do not let him perish. Xiaohong complied and soon returned, leading a small maid carrying a medicine box. Through the iron bars, Xiao Huang cautiously felt Wei Lanzhao's pulse and examined his eyelids. After a brief moment, she rose and reported, Your Highness, this young man has gone several days without food and has suffered from dehydration. His body is exceedingly weak. If he does not eat soon, he may not last much longer. Zhao Qihuang lifted her gaze and replied coolly, Fetch him some water and make him drink. Xiaohong approached cautiously, lifting Wei Lanzhao's head to find the right angle to give him water. What are you hesitating for? I said to make him drink. Zhao Qihuang frowned and instructed the others. Remember, he is merely the lowest servant in the Jinxiu Pavilion. There is no need for you to show pity.
Yes.
Xiaohong held the water jug's spout to Wei Lanzhao's cracked lips through the iron bars, roughly pouring the water into his mouth. After a few sips, Wei Lanzhao choked and coughed, his eyelids fluttering before slowly opening. As he moved, the iron chains binding him clanked loudly. Zhao Qihuang observed his awakening with a hint of amusement. Xiaolu, open the cage door. Xiaolu complied, removing the lock from the cage door. Zhao Qihuang picked up a plate of golden osmanthus cake from the stone table and crouched into the narrow iron cage. She dangled the pastry before his nose. Wei Lanzhao, she said with a teasing tone, you haven't eaten in days, have you? Would you like a taste? Wei Lanzhao's throat bobbed painfully, and his cracked lips parted slightly. Just as he reached for the osmanthus cake, Zhao Qihuang swiftly pulled it away. The once vacant depths of his eyes gradually focused, dark as ink, fixated on her. The cramped iron cage was almost too close for comfort. The aura of death surrounding him mixed with a faint scent of blood, making Zhao Qihuang feel uneasy. She casually tossed the piece of cake at his legs, her tone laced with impatience. Eat. It's a reward for you. Yet Wei Lanzhao did not retrieve it. His lifeless gaze remained locked on her. Zhao Qihuang smiled. Why do you stare at me like that? Leaning closer, she mocked. Are you feeling indignant? Wei Lanzhao shut his eyes. No matter his feelings, he had to endure. Zhao Qihuang chuckled lightly, her tone airy. Who told you I am your master now? Your life and death rest in my hands. Wei Lanzhao remained unresponsive. Zhao Qihuang tapped the iron bars with her fingertips, her voice crisp and cold. Surely you don't wish for the old Duke Wei's ironclad decree to go to waste? At this, Wei Lanzhao opened his tightly shut eyes and glanced at Zhao Qihuang. He then leaned against the ground, picked up the dust-covered osmanthus cake, and stuffed it into his mouth. He chewed slowly, as if he were crushing someone's bones rather than consuming a soft pastry. Zhao Qihuang squatted down to meet his gaze. She raised her hand and absent-mindedly patted his head, laughing, very obedient. Suddenly, Wei Lanzhao spoke. Have you laughed enough? Zhao Qihuang shook her head. Not yet. I'm in a good mood today. I can still enjoy watching you in this wretched state. Chapter 19. Are you willing to submit? On the table in the courtyard lay a delicate plate of milk cake. Zhao Qihuang beckoned Xiaohong with a finger. Understanding her cue, Xiaohong brought the dish closer. Zhao Qihuang pinched a piece and held it to Wei Lanzhao's lips, taunting, open up. Her movements were frivolous and provocative, akin to teasing a pet. Filled with patience yet marked by cruelty. Submitting to fate, Wei Lanzhao lowered his head, only to unexpectedly bite down hard on Zhao Qihuang's hand.
Ouch.
Zhao Qihuang cried out in pain. Let go. Her fair skin turned purple, yet Wei Lanzhao showed no intention of releasing his grip. A hint of madness and delight flickering in his eyes.
Truly a dog.
Zhao Qihuang laughed in anger and kicked him hard in the chest, sending him crashing against the opposite wall of the cage. The chains clattered and dust rose. Wei Lanzhao fell to the ground, looking up at her, a smear of blood forming a smile at the corner of his lips. Your Highness, dogs do bite. Despite his dignity being torn to shreds, he still bore that expression, inciting a desire to kick him again for relief. Zhao Qihuang emerged from the cage, her skirt swinging heavily as she commanded, starve him for 2 days. No one is allowed to give him a single bite. The young maidens complied and retreated, none daring to approach the dark corner where the iron cage stood. As the night deepened, the sound of barking dogs and chirping birds disturbed the silence. Each day, when the window was pushed open, Zhao Qihuang would see the curled figure in the cage, silent and motionless. Anxious and restless, she decided to bring an ancient zither and began to play by the window. The dissonant notes pierced the air like daggers. Xiao Hong stood by, observing Wei Lancao's frail form outside, and softly advised, Your Highness, if he goes hungry for 2 more days, he may truly not endure. Zhao Qihuang paid her no mind. The zither continued, intertwined with the rustling bamboo leaves outside, creating an eerie and mournful sound. A gentle rain began to fall. After a long while, Zhao Qihuang spoke softly, Go tell him, if he is willing to submit, I shall reward him with a morsel of food. Xiao Hong carefully approached the iron cage. Young master, her voice barely above a whisper, tinged with compassion. The princess says that if you are willing to submit, you shall be rewarded with a bite to eat. The figure in the cage remained motionless, seemingly oblivious. Rain trickled in, soaking his thin prison garb, rendering him even more desolate. Xiao Hong called out twice more, but still received no response. Wei Lanzhao did not even lift his eyelids, remaining utterly still, his breathing scarcely audible. Xiao Hong sighed inwardly and turned to hurry back. Your Highness. Zhao Qihuang's gaze fell upon the drizzling rain outside, her zither music unwavering, though her tone grew increasingly hoarse. What did he say? She inquired, her voice flat, revealing no trace of emotion. Is he willing to submit? Xiao Hong shook her head helplessly, no. A cold smile curved Zhao Qihuang's lips. Very well. Let him go hungry for another 2 days. I shall see just how resilient his spirit remains. The night deepened further. The rain intensified rather than abated, the wind whipping the rain against the window, creating a cacophony of sound. Zhao Qihuang did not close the window, allowing the chill of the wind and rain to invade her space, soaking the corner of her zither and causing her wide sleeves to flutter violently. Her gaze remained fixed on the solitary iron cage in the courtyard. Wei Lanzhao curled up in the icy rain, initially trembling from the cold, but gradually, he became completely still. The relentless rain washed away the mud and blood from his body, leaving only his pale skin and the soaked prison garb clinging to him, outlining his emaciated form. He lay unmoving on the cold iron floor of the cage, as if he were dead. Zhao Qihuang played the zither for another full hour, the notes still chaotic and piercing. As the rain began to lessen, only a fine drizzle fell from the night sky. She pressed down on the strings, her fingertips leaving deep red marks, causing a dull ache. Yet the inexplicable restlessness in her heart remained unabated. She rose, her voice tinged with a raspy fatigue. Xiao Hong. The waiting maid rushed forward. Your Highness. Go, summon a few people. Zhao Qihuang's gaze swept over the indistinct figure in the courtyard, her tone indifferent. Throw him into the woodshed. I don't want him here obstructing my view.
Yes.
Xiao Hong promptly instructed several strong young men. Soon, they braved the light rain, hastily opening the iron cage and dragging the already unconscious Wei Lanzhao out, heading toward the cluttered woodshed in the backyard. Zhao Qihuang stood under the eaves, watching silently, her expression devoid of any emotion. Before long, Xiao Hong hurriedly returned from the backyard. Your Highness, she called out from the corridor, her voice slightly strained. Young Master Wei has a high fever. His forehead is alarmingly hot. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qihuang's brows furrowed ever so slightly. After a moment of silence, she suddenly lifted her leg and walked towards the woodshed. Your Highness. Xiao Hong was taken aback, quickly grasping an oiled paper umbrella, and trotted after her, shielding her from the chilling raindrops that fell from the eaves. The woodshed was permeated with a heavy, moldy, and damp smell, the light dim. Zhao Qihuang spotted Wei Lanzhao carelessly thrown onto the cold, damp pile of straw. His eyes were tightly shut, his complexion flushed with fever, lips cracked and peeling, and his brow furrowed in pain. Zhao Qihuang crouched down to check his breath and sighed in relief. Go fetch Xiao Huang. Before long, the door to the woodshed creaked open. Xiao Huang, draped in a raincoat, her hair damp against her forehead, gasped, Your Highness, I have come. Zhao Qihuang gestured for her to examine the nearly lifeless figure beneath them. Understanding her cue, Xiao Huang approached Wei Lanzhao, reached out to feel his forehead, and carefully pried open his eyelids for a closer look, her brow furrowed tightly. His fever shows no signs of abating. If this continues, it may lead to complications. Xiao Huang gazed at Zhao Qihuang and said, We must use medicinal wine to lower his temperature. Zhao Qihuang tilted her head. You do it.
Why look at me?
Do you expect this princess to personally tend to him? Xiao Huang gently pressed on Wei Lanzhao's abdomen through the damp, gray prison clothes and said meaningfully, Your Highness. His physique is rather impressive. It may take a while for him to awaken. Before Zhao Qihuang could respond, Xiao Huang unceremoniously lifted Wei Lancao's garments. The dim light of the woodshed barely illuminated the scene. With only a few feeble rays of light streaming through the window and the flickering glow of an old lantern at Zhao Qihuang's feet. Even so, the sudden exposure of skin was enough to be clearly discerned. Beneath the sweat-soaked fabric, he was not as frail as imagined. His physique was defined and taut, every contour perfectly shaped without excess. Broad shoulders tapered into a narrow waist, and with his faint yet rapid breathing, his flat abdomen and clearly defined muscles gently rose and fell. Although not as imposing as a battle-hardened warrior, he exuded a resilience and explosive power honed through experience. Zhao Qihuang coughed lightly. Xiao Huang, I must criticize you. Do you think this princess is one who is enamored by beauty? Xiao Huang blinked, her face a mix of respect and knowing amusement, choosing not to argue. Zhao Qihuang extended her delicate hand, taking the coarse cloth soaked in medicinal wine and the rough porcelain bowl filled with it from Xiao Huang. I simply see how hard you work as a physician. I shall reluctantly assist you with this dirty and tiring task. A knowing smile crept onto Xiao Huang's lips as she slightly bowed, her voice carrying a hint of mirth. Thank you for your kindness, Your Highness. I will go prepare the medicine. She took the oiled paper umbrella and stepped outside, gently closing the creaky wooden door behind her. Grandfather Wei Lanzhao murmured incoherently, his voice hoarse and fragmented, laced with a desperate wail. Grandfather, don't go. Zhao Qihuang looked at his disheveled state, her mind awash with memories of her past. In her childhood, when others bullied her, she was made to kneel on the cold bluestone floor by Zhao Yuanjiang. He claimed she attracted trouble, forcing her to remain there until she admitted her mistakes before she could rise. She gritted her teeth, soaked to the bone and trembling from the cold, yet refused to utter a single word of contrition. Later, Zhao Yuanjiang left to drink and revel with his aides, completely forgetting her. In the dead of night, amidst the torrential wind and rain, she remained alone, kneeling there. No one in the old residence spoke on her behalf, nor did anyone dare to help her up. She knelt until fever consumed her, losing consciousness. In her dreams, it was always her mother. Zhao Qihuang slowly crouched beside Wei Lanzhao, whispering in his ear, the deceased had departed. Her icy fingertips brushed lightly against his fevered forehead, her tone carrying a faint melancholy. No matter how sorrowful you are, they will not return. Wei Lanzhao, accept reality. They are gone and will not come back. Your grandfather, your kin, they cannot return. That night, the rain fell particularly heavily, delaying a cousin from the Lin family who had come to seek refuge at the residence of the Marquis of Yong'an. Lin Mengyao, the daughter of Lin Wangshu's maternal family, knocked on the Marquis's door early in the morning. Having reached the marriageable age, she found the local scholars lacking and sought a good match, specifically coming to the Marquis's residence to be with Lin Wangshu. Lin Wangshu looked at her niece, her eyes and brows brimming with warmth. Come, Mengyao, your aunt will take you to greet the old lady. Lin Mengyao, possessing a delicate beauty, obediently nodded. I will follow aunt's arrangements. The two soon arrived at the Rongsho Hall. Lin Mengyao stepped forward, neatly performing a respectful bow. Mengyao wishes to greet the old lady. The old lady reclined against her pillow, her face revealing a gentle smile. Now that you are here, settle down comfortably. Join the other sisters and call me grandmother. Lin Mengyao sweetly complied, her sparkling eyes scanning the hall.
Oh.
Where is my cousin Qiyun? She asked, puzzled. Upon hearing this, Lin Wangshu's eyes suddenly reddened, and she pressed a handkerchief to the corner of her eyes. Alas, your cousin has been kneeling in the ancestral hall for several days, catching a cold. She has not been well and is currently recuperating indoors. Lin Mengyao feigned surprise, covering her mouth, kneeling in the ancestral hall. She blinked, her expression filled with concern as she looked at Lin Wangshu. Did not Aunt mention in her letter that cousin Qiyun excelled at the Spring Blossom Banquet, even receiving praise from His Highness the Crown Prince? What grave error did she commit to warrant such severe punishment? As soon as she finished speaking, she seemed to realize her indiscretion, quickly kneeling to apologize. Oh dear, Mengyao has spoken out of turn. Please do not hold it against me, grandmother, aunt. Her demeanor was both innocent and appropriately anxious. Lin Wangshu hastily added, Old lady, Mengyao is still young and does not understand. Please do not take offense. Lin Mengyao's words rekindled the old lady's sympathy for Zhao Qiyun. Rather than chastising her, she furrowed her brow slightly, asking with concern, that child Qiyun has been ill for quite some time. Why is she not improved? Ma'am Wan, the old lady called, Fetch that old ginseng from my storeroom and send it to Qiyun to help replenish her strength. Lin Wangshu quickly rose to express her gratitude. Thank you, old lady, for your kindness. Lin Mengyao revealed a look of envy, saying, His Highness the Crown Prince praised Sister Qiyun amidst so many noble ladies, indicating he holds her in high regard. If a closer bond were to form, it would indeed be a tremendous blessing. Lin Wangshu feigned anger, giving her a reproachful glance. You child, what nonsense are you spouting? Is the matter of the Crown Prince something you can casually discuss? The old lady waved her hand, smiling faintly. Your sister Qiyun has her own fortune. Seeing the old lady's indifference towards this joyful prospect, Lin Wangshu felt a heaviness in her heart. Changing the subject, she feigned concern. Mother, I have heard that the Empress previously advised Qi Huang to marry His Highness the Crown Prince. Yet, that child Qi Huang is inexplicably infatuated with Wei Lanzhao. And she has even taken him into our residence. I worry that the Empress will be greatly angered upon learning this. Lin Mengyao seized the opportunity to display her shock. Wei Lanzhao? Isn't he the former heir of the Duke of Zhengue? How is he now a servant in the Marquis's household? Her voice rose several pitches, incredulous. The princess's status is so esteemed. Could she possibly marry a servant? The two aunt and niece exchanged words seamlessly, creating a perfect synergy. The old lady's expression gradually darkened as she listened. Such recklessness. Her marriage would undoubtedly be dictated by the Empress's decree, and how could she act on her own whims? Lin Wangshu spoke with embellishment, saying that child Qi Huang has been raised outside since childhood, and she remains distant from her family. Relying on her fate, even the Empress must tolerate her to some extent. As her words lingered in the air, a crisp voice tinged with mockery echoed from the doorway. Who is speaking ill of me behind my back? Zhao Qihuang entered gracefully, adorned in a striking red gown with a flowing hem. Lin Wangshu's smug expression froze, quickly replaced by a feigned smile. Ah, Qi Huang has arrived. Come in quickly. It's quite cold outside today. You mustn't catch a chill. As she spoke, she reached out to grasp Zhao Qihuang's hand, adopting a maternal demeanor. However, Zhao Qihuang subtly evaded her touch. With her beautiful eyes glinting, she looked at Lin Wangshu with a half-smile, saying, Actually, I've been here for quite some time. I heard your golden words just now, and I grasped the gist of them. Chapter 21. The young lady has arrived. Lin Wangshu's smile faltered, a hint of awkwardness creeping in, but she quickly regained her composure. She decided to abandon her pretense and inquired with a smirk, Princess, have you brought Wei Lanzhao back to the residence? Zhao Qihuang raised an eyebrow and retorted, And if I have? He is merely a convict. Can the Marquis's residence not afford to support him? Upon receiving Zhao Qihuang's affirmation, a glint of calculation flickered in Lin Wangshu's eyes. She immediately turned to the matriarch, her tone laced with insinuation. No wonder when my daughter-in-law visited the palace a few days ago, she sensed the Empress was in poor spirits, wearing a troubled expression. It must be due to this matter. Hearing this, the matriarch's face indeed displayed concern. Zhao Qihuang scoffed lightly. My relationship with the Empress is not as distant as you presume. My aunt has always cherished me. If I refuse to marry, she would never impose it upon me. You child, the Empress is considerate of you. You must prioritize the greater good, Lin Wangshu thought to herself, knowing Zhao Qihuang's stubborn temperament. Intending to provoke her to reveal more unflattering remarks about the Empress and the Crown Prince. However, today as Zhao Qihuang appeared unyielding, a mysterious smile played at her lips. If you continue to fan the flames, I might actually consider marrying the Crown Prince. Don't be upset then. Lin Wangshu's smile froze, and she forced a response. What are you saying, Princess? If you are willing to marry His Highness, that would be a tremendous blessing. Why would I be displeased? The matriarch, frowning, interjected, Qi Huang. The Crown Prince is the heir, a true dragon among men. If you could marry him, you would become a mother of the nation. How esteemed. Zhao Qihuang shook her head. Grandmother, the Crown Prince holds no affection for me and would not wish to marry me. If I were to force such a union, it would only drive him and my aunt apart. She then turned her gaze toward Lin Wangshu. Madam, do you not agree? Lin Wangshu felt a chill run down her spine under Zhao Qihuang's piercing gaze, beads of cold sweat forming on her back. Zhao Qihuang was acting oddly today, deviating from the norm. If she were truly pushed to the brink and agreed to marry the Crown Prince in a fit of anger, wouldn't her plans with Qi Yun be utterly ruined? Lin Wangshu barely managed to smile, quickly altering her stance. The princess is a point. I imagine the empress is unwell due to the burdens of palace affairs, not because of the princess's marriage. Zhao Qihuang's gaze drifted lazily to Lin Mengyao, who had been attempting to diminish her presence since earlier. Under her scrutiny, Lin Mengyao felt as though her innermost thoughts had been laid bare. Instinctively, she lowered her eyelashes and nervously twisted her handkerchief. Even her breathing quieted. The confidence she had felt earlier, joining Lin Wangshu in mocking Zhao Qihuang, had dissipated entirely. Zhao Qihuang leisurely appraised her, then suddenly smiled charmingly, playfully inquiring, "This sister seems to have reached an age suitable for courtship, hasn't she?" Lin Mengyao, caught off guard by the question, lowered her head further, two faint blushes blooming on her cheeks as she responded in a voice barely above a whisper. Her demeanor exuded youthful shyness. Seeing her like this, Zhao Qihuang's amusement deepened. From my understanding of the crown prince, he is precisely the type to appreciate a gentle and lovely girl like Miss Mengyao. Upon hearing this, Lin Mengyao lifted her head. The earlier shyness and anxiety were replaced with incredulous delight. The crown prince favors her type? Her heart raced, her cheeks flushed as bright as crimson, and her eyes sparkled as she gazed at Zhao Qihuang, stealing a glance at the silent matriarch. Lin Wangshu, observing from the side, felt her countenance darken in an instant. What was Zhao Qihuang implying? Why was she suddenly praising Lin Mengyao? She had painstakingly brought Lin Mengyao from her hometown to deal with Zhao Qihuang, not to let her overshadow Qi Yun or pursue the crown prince. Lin Wangshu positioned herself between the two, speaking with a hint of harshness. "Princess, you jest. The crown princess status is immensely exalted. Mengyao is merely a girl from a humble background, unworthy of His Highness's favor." Her words fell like a bucket of icy water over Lin Mengyao, extinguishing the flame of hope that had just ignited within her. Zhao Qihuang continued to sow discord. "What of humble origins? Your words imply that the crown prince can only marry a single princess. In my view, this Miss Mengyao, with her pitifully charming demeanor, would surely capture the crown prince's affection." Her gaze swept over Lin Mengyao's eager face. If she serves as a good concubine by the crown prince's side and earns his favor, it is not impossible for her to become a secondary consort. Upon hearing this, the fire that Lin Mengyao had just had extinguished rekindled with an even fiercer flame. To be the crown prince's woman would mean becoming a royal consort, a meteoric rise. Lin Mengyao's cheeks flushed once more, her breath quickening. Lin Wangshu, observing Lin Mengyao's dazed and dreamy expression, felt her anger boil. What has happened to Zhao Qihuang? Has she changed her nature? Or taken leave of her senses? Every word seemed laced with a hook, puncturing her very soul. Unable to bear it any longer, Lin Wangshu forced a stiff smile and bowed to the matriarch. "Mother, I just remembered that there are pressing matters to attend to in the residence. I must take my leave." The matriarch nodded. "Go on." As Lin Wangshu turned to leave, she noticed Lin Mengyao still standing in place. Her expression darkened, and she scolded sharply. "What are you dawdling for? Come back with me." Lin Mengyao, as if awakening from a dream, hurriedly answered, bowing her head to follow Lin Wangshu. Just as they were about to cross the threshold of the wrong shouting, Zhao Qihuang's melodious voice, tinged with jest, drifted leisurely from behind. "If Miss Mengyao truly wishes to make the acquaintance of the crown prince, why not visit me at the Jinxiu Pavilion in a few days? I shall introduce you." Lin Mengyao halted abruptly, her heart racing. But Lin Wangshu spun around, her eyes sharp as a poisoned blade, glaring fiercely at Lin Mengyao. "Hurry up and leave." Startled, Lin Mengyao shivered, no longer daring to linger, nearly jogging to catch up with Lin Wangshu. Zhao Qihuang, reveling in the spectacle, smirked as the aunt and niece hastily retreated. Once outside the confines of wrong shouting, Lin Wangshu could no longer contain her fury. She halted, turned, and fixed a piercing gaze on Lin Mengyao. "What the princess said earlier was mere jest. Do not take it to heart, and do not entertain any inappropriate thoughts." Chapter 22. Do you dare to starve yourself? Lin Mengyao shrank back under her fierce demeanor, instinctively tightening her grip on her handkerchief. She bit her lower lip and cautiously defended herself in a voice barely audible. "Aunt, please do not be angry. If I am fortunate enough to become the prince's consort, I will be able to support Sister Qiyun in the palace, and we can look after each other. Wouldn't that be better?" She believed that mentioning Zhao Qiyun would alleviate her aunt's anger. However, Lin Wangshu's expression darkened further, her fury reaching a boiling point. "Supporting each other?
How dare you?"
She raised her hand and struck Lin Mengyao across the face. Staggering from the blow, Lin Mingyao's fair cheek bore 5 distinct fingerprints, covering her face. She looked at Lin Wangshu in disbelief, tears welling in her eyes. Lin Wangshu pointed at her, trembling with rage, her voice cold as ice. You should abandon this foolish hope. Lin Mingyao, chastised by Lin Wangshu's harsh words, felt a stinging pain on her face, large tears rolling down from the corners of her eyes. Noticing onlookers, Lin Wangshu shot her a glare and whispered, "When we return, I will deal with you." What a disgrace. Lin Mingyao sobbed as she followed the furious Lin Wangshu, her heart still unsettled by her aunt's earlier words of recommendation lingering in her mind. In the wrong shouting, Zhao Qihuang watched the two of them leave in disarray, a deeper smile forming at the corners of her lips. The old lady glanced at Zhao Qihuang, hesitating to speak, finally letting out a sigh. "You are simply too willful." Zhao Qihuang shrugged nonchalantly. "Grandmother, I am tired. I shall take my leave." With that, she gracefully curtsied and returned to her splendid pavilion. Upon entering the courtyard, Xiao Hong could not help but ask, "Your Highness, you've only been gone a short while. Why are you so happy?" Zhao Qihuang's eyes sparkled with mirth. "Just now in wrong shouting, I witnessed a splendid spectacle of dogs biting dogs." Xiao Hong was bewildered. Just then, the maid Xiaochen rushed in like the wind, panting, "Your Highness, something is amiss." Zhao Qihuang scoffed, "Pa, pa, pa. I am perfectly well." Xiaochen hurriedly replied, "It's that young Master Wei. He has awakened but refuses to eat. No matter how the maids persuade him, it's as if he intends to starve himself." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qihuang's smile vanished, her gaze turning icy. "Starve himself?" She abruptly stood up, a hint of provocation in her voice. "How audacious. He dares to act petulantly in my domain. His life was purchased with my money. How dare he waste my silver? Just watch how I will deal with him." In the dim and damp woodshed, Wei Lianzhou lay on the ground, his complexion pale. Zhao Qihuang kicked the door open with a gust of imposing cold air and stepped inside. She looked down at the man on the floor, her voice frigid. "Wei Lianzhou, I hear you intend to starve yourself?" Wei Lianzhou opened his mouth to speak, but was met with Zhao Qihuang's furious laughter. "Very well. You possess spirit." She advanced step by step, her gaze sharp as a blade. "If you die, those who wronged the Duke of Zhenguo will rest easy. Your grandfather, your father, and the entire house of the Duke will curse you even in the underworld. If you seek revenge, if you wish to clear your name, you must live. Even if it means living like a dog, you must do it for me." As she reached the height of her fervor, she seized a bun from the nearby table, lifted Wei Lianzhou's pale, emaciated face, and forced it toward his mouth.
Eat. For me.
Zhao Qihuang commanded sharply. Wei Lianzhou grasped her hand, his voice hoarse to the point of being nearly inaudible. "Stop forcing it. I never intended to starve myself. My throat hurts. I cannot swallow." The threats and temptations Zhao Qihuang had prepared became lodged in her throat. She froze. A sore throat? Upon closer inspection, she noticed an abnormal swelling around Wei Lianzhou's neck. The atmosphere became awkward. Zhao Qihuang coughed lightly to mask her embarrassment, yet maintained her noble demeanor. "Oh, is that so?" She waved her hand and commanded stiffly. "In that case, prepare some soft food for him, and fetch a doctor to prescribe medicine for his throat." Xiao Hong quickly agreed, casting a furtive glance at her mistress's somewhat unnatural expression before hastily exiting. Observing Zhao Qihuang's discomfort, Wei Lianzhou leaned against the firewood, revealing the first smile he had since arriving at the residence of the Duke of Yong'an, though it carried a hint of bitterness and helplessness. Days later, Wei Lianzhou's health gradually improved. He donned the coarse clothing worn by the servants of the Duke as household and was assigned menial tasks in the courtyard. Even so, the rough fabric could not conceal his graceful stature and the noble air he exuded. One afternoon, Zhao Qihuang sat on a swing in the courtyard, watching him diligently sweep the fallen leaves with a broom. She suddenly spoke, "Wei Lianzhou." He paused, lifting his gaze to meet hers, his expression tranquil and unperturbed. Zhao Qihuang pointed to the qin placed on the stone table in the courtyard. "Today I am in a good mood. Play a piece for me." Wei Lianzhou set down the broom, cleaned his hands, and slowly approached the stone table to sit. His long fingers gently plucked the strings, and a clear sound resonated, flowing like water. Zhao Qihuang listened intently, finding the contrast with her own playing to be stark. She gazed at his focused profile, his long eyelashes casting a shadow beneath his eyelids, as sunlight filtered through the leaves, playing across him in a dappled pattern. For some inexplicable reason, She felt as if every note flowing from his fingertips subtly enticed her. It was a subtle seduction, more stirring than any overt words. She scrutinized him closely. Yet he maintained an air of cool indifference, as if he were merely playing without ulterior motives. As the piece concluded, its echoes lingering in the air, Wei Lianzhou looked at her, his voice no longer as hoarse as before. "Would you like to learn, Your Highness?"
I can teach you.
Zhao Qihuang's heart skipped a beat. What were his intentions? Was he seeking closeness or harboring ulterior motives? She scoffed lightly, replying haughtily, "No need. I am naturally gifted and can learn on my own. I believe my playing is quite good, so you needn't trouble yourself." Wei Lianzhou's dark eyes deepened, and he said nothing more, instead shifting his fingers to play a tender, lingering melody. The music soared, imbued with the charm of a spring day in Jiangnan. Unbeknownst to her, petals from the old crabapple tree in the courtyard fluttered down, dancing gently with the music. Xiaohong and Xiaohuang, standing not far away, listened enraptured, unable to suppress their exclamations of admiration. "It sounds like celestial music. Young Master Wei's piano playing is truly captivating." Chapter 23. Who is the fox courting favor for? Zhao Qihuang listened to the enchanting music, then glanced at the two maids, their faces filled with infatuation, and felt a wave of annoyance wash over her. She raised her head and glared at the maid perched in the crabapple tree, shaking its branches to create a cascade of falling petals. "If you damage my precious crabapple tree, I will dock your wages for a year." The maid, Xiaolu, startled by the threat, nearly lost her balance and dared not move again. Zhao Qihuang averted her gaze, casting one last glance at the scattered petals on the ground before turning to Wei Lianzhou, commanding imperiously, "Stop playing. Quickly clean up these flowers and plants on the ground." With that, she stood up, adjusted her sleeves, and entered the house without looking back. Inside the Jinxiu pavilion, fragrant incense wafted through the air. As soon as Zhao Qihuang entered, she irritably tugged at her collar, the lingering sound of the qin still echoing in her ears, stirring an inexplicable frustration within her. Xiaohong, following closely behind, cautiously presented a cup of tea. "Your Highness, just now in the courtyard, young Master Wei played the qin for you. It seemed like he was trying to curry favor." Xiaohong carefully observed her mistress's expression, tentatively suggesting, "Isn't it good that he is putting an effort to please you?" Zhao Qihuang took the teacup, but did not drink from it. She slammed it down on the table with a thud. "Good? Do you understand what kind of person Wei Lianzhou is?"
Xiaohong blinked,
her expression one of confusion as she shook her head. Zhao Qihuang scoffed, declaring, "Such a person is the epitome of cunning and deceit, with depths so profound they could drown anyone. One moment, he smiles at you with warmth like a gentle spring breeze, and the next, he can calculate your downfall with a straight face, selling you out while you count his money." As Zhao Qihuang spoke, her tone grew increasingly cold. Xiaohong, taken aback, instinctively shrank her neck and murmured, "Your Highness, if I may speak without fear of angering you, don't you sometimes deal with those who are blind to their own folly in the same manner?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Qihuang was momentarily stunned. Then her brows furrowed in indignation. "What kind of good person am I? I am arrogant and vengeful. Who in the entire capital does not know this? It is precisely because I am not a kind soul that I can see through his tricks." She stood up, pacing the room. "His overtures to please me and his talk of teaching me must surely conceal some wicked scheme." Zhao Qihuang halted and commanded Xiaohong, "You must relay this message immediately. Starting tomorrow, Wei Lianzhou will be transferred to the kitchen to assist with chores." Xiaohong was taken aback. "The kitchen?"
Indeed.
Zhao Qihuang affirmed decisively. "Let him chop wood, start fires, wash vegetables, and scrub dishes. Let him do all the dirty and laborious tasks." "Yes, Your Highness." Xiaohong dared not say more, secretly feeling anxious for Wei Lianzhou. The next morning, Zhao Qihuang was awakened by a cacophony of giggles from the courtyard. Frowning, she sat up, her sleep already shallow, now completely dispelled. What was happening outside? Xiaohong hurried in, carrying her washing supplies. "Your Highness, it's coming from the small kitchen." Zhao Qihuang donned her outer garment, slipped on her shoes, and walked towards the source of the commotion. Outside the small kitchen of Jinxiu Pavilion, a throng of young maidens surrounded the area, peering curiously, their faces lit with an expression of glee as if they had spotted a rare treasure. Zhao Qihuang pushed through the crowd to observe the scene in the courtyard. There stood Wei Lianzhou before the kitchen counter, clad in a slightly worn, coarse short shirt, the collar loosely open. revealing his well-defined collarbones and a glimpse of a sturdy chest. Morning light illuminated his lowered eyelashes, and his usually aloof and indifferent face was now glistening with a thin sheen of sweat from kneading the dough, adding a touch of vitality to his demeanor. Zhao Qihuang's brows knitted together, a surge of unbidden anger rising within her.
Well, well.
He was supposed to chop wood and start fires, yet here he is, kneading dough with this beguiling demeanor. Clenching her teeth, she articulated each word with precision, enticing bees and butterflies, striking seductive poses. The surrounding maidens startled, their eyes widening in fear as they turned to see Zhao Qihuang, scattering like startled birds. Disperse, all of you. Xiao Hong stepped forward, shooing away the few lingering in place. Zhao Qihuang strode inside, her face cold as she scrutinized Wei Lanzhao. Dressed like this, are you trying to seduce someone? Hearing her voice, Wei Lanzhao paused in his kneading, leisurely gathering his open shirt. Replying to your highness, this shirt does not fit well. His voice, still hoarse from recent illness, carried an air of innocence. Zhao Qihuang shifted her gaze to the small kitchen's overseer, Xiao Qing, who appeared startled. Is this the attire you provided him? Xiao Qing smiled awkwardly, her words trailing off. Sister Xiao Huang said that young Master Wei has a good build. Her voice dwindled to an almost inaudible whisper. Zhao Qihuang recalled Xiao Huang's similar sentiments from days prior. Her heart fluttered, and she feigned indignation, declaring, I, as a noble lady, uphold righteousness and keep my distance from men. How could I have raised such a group of lustful maidens? The courtyard fell silent. The only sound remaining was the rustling of leaves in the morning breeze. Zhao Qihuang maintained her feigned distress, yet felt uneasy under the sudden stillness. Just as she was about to utter more words to break the tension, a cool, detached male voice broke through. Upholding righteousness? Keeping a distance from men? Wei Lanzhao spoke softly, his tone calm. I have yet to properly thank your highness for cooling my fever on that day. Zhao Qihuang struggled to maintain her composure. Wasn't he supposed to be delirious and unaware? She mentally chastised the incompetent Xiao Huang 1,000 times. Faced with such exposure, Zhao Qihuang decided to drop the pretense. She lifted her chin defiantly, speaking with haughty arrogance. I am the mistress, and you are the servant. Even if I were to be frivolous with you, you ought to kneel and express gratitude for my favor. She believed these words would incite his shame and anger. However, Wei Lanzhao merely gazed at her with tranquil eyes, devoid of any tumult. He suddenly raised his hand, sweeping a stray lock of hair that had fallen to his temple back behind his ear. This action, combined with his refined yet earthy visage, exuded an inexplicable allure of restraint and temptation. Then he parted his lips slightly, asking, When does your highness intend to be frivolous with me? Zhao Qihuang found herself momentarily speechless, her throat constricted. Wei Lanzhao had lost his mind? She fought to maintain her composure, her face stern, and with all her might managed to utter a feeble retort. Do not think this noble lady is unaware of your schemes. They are frivolous and disgusting. Chapter 24. Should I kill him? Zhao Qihuang felt as though a malevolent spirit were pursuing her, turning around without a backward glance to flee. She could no longer remain. Behind her was a carnivorous flower. The courtyard quickly returned to a deathly silence. Wei Lanzhao lowered his gaze, his expression unreadable, quietly shaping the dough in his hands. Zhao Qihuang sat restlessly within the room, pondering whether Wei Lanzhao was indeed attempting to seduce her. What was he plotting? Since that day, Wei Lanzhao had become an inescapable presence in her life. As she practiced swordplay in the morning, he would be nearby, sweeping non-existent dust in the corridor. In the afternoon, while she watched fish in the pavilion, he would be trimming the flourishing lotus by the pond. In short, he was constantly and subtly provoking Zhao Qihuang. His lingering gaze felt like an invisible net, ensnaring her, leaving her breathless. This grand Jinxiu pavilion had become not only his cage, but also hers. Frustrated, Zhao Qihuang slammed her book shut. Xiao Lu, a figure clad in green, appeared silently behind her. Your Highness, you are to keep a close watch on Wei Lanzhao. This noble lady is going out to clear her mind. Xiao Lu looked bewildered. Is it to avoid this scourge and change your mood? Zhao Qihuang changed her attire and headed straight for the largest entertainment house in the capital, Zui Xianfang. The establishment was adorned with pavilions and flowing waters, welcoming guests of all backgrounds. As long as they could afford the price, they could indulge in the finest entertainment, the most exquisite dances, and the richest wines. Leaning lazily against the intricately carved railing of a private room on the second floor, Zhao Qihuang found herself detached from the lively scene below. The stage showcased dancers in flowing sleeves, accompanied by melodious strings, performing a jubilant rendition of Phoenix Seeking Phoenix. Yet, not a single word registered in her mind. She fiddled with a peony plucked from a vase, her slender fingers methodically tugging at the delicate petals as she murmured to herself.
Kill him.
One petal fell. Do not kill him. Another fell.
Kill him.
Petal after petal, a chaotic mess mirrored her tumultuous heart. Is the noble lady here destroying flowers, yet feeling discontent? A voice, laced with a smile, suddenly chimed beside her. Startled, Zhao Qihuang nearly dropped the battered peony, which had been reduced to little more than its core. She leaned over the railing to see. The unfortunate flower landed squarely in the center of the dance floor, trampled to shreds by the passing dancers, ground into the dirt. Zhao Qihuang leaned against the railing, gazing at the figures below, murmuring weakly to herself, will I kill him or not? Her voice was barely audible, known only to her. She could not fathom how such a heinous crime as a massacre could be evaded by him through mere official documents. Wei Lanzhao loomed like a ferocious tiger lurking beside her. Unable to decipher his thoughts, his existence became a threat to her. Yet, if she were to strike but failed to eliminate him, he would surely hold a grudge, leading to her demise. Akin to the horrifying scenarios she envisioned in her dreams where he became the advisor to the fourth prince, and she met a tragic end. Beside her, a male musician noticed her distraction and kindly offered, perhaps I could play a new tune for you, to ease your mind? His name was Song Zhiliu, the star performer at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, renowned for his exquisite skill on the qin. In the past, Zhao Qihuang had delighted in requesting his performances. However, her thoughts were elsewhere, and she waved her hand dismissively.
Play on.
Upon receiving her consent, the musician settled beside her and positioned a qin across his lap. Yet, as the familiar sounds filled the air, Zhao Qihuang's brows knitted in confusion. What was this melody? The fingerwork was frivolous, the rhythm chaotic. A stark contrast to Wei Lanzhao's qin skills, which were as serene as a cold spring under the moonlight, capable of stirring tumult in silence. This was simply unbearable. Her temples throbbed.
Stop playing.
The music ceased abruptly. Song Zhiliu lifted his expressive, peach blossom eyes, puzzled by her reaction. Irritated, Zhao Qihuang waved her hand again. How can you play for so long without any improvement? One day, I'll bring someone with true skill for you to learn from. In an instant, Song Zhiliu's eyes turned red. No wonder the princess hasn't visited me in so long. It seems you have found someone new. Clutching his qin, his voice dripped with unvoiced grievance. Seeing him in such a state softened Zhao Qihuang's irritation. She sighed, her tone gentler. I simply do not wish to hear music today. Stay and converse with me. Wiping his nose, Song Zhiliu cautiously lifted his gaze to her, asking, Princess, you were just musing about whether to kill someone. Who are you referring to? Zhao Qihuang narrowed her eyes, gesturing for him to come closer. Understanding her cue, he shifted to sit on the cushion across from her. Leaning forward, she lowered her voice conspiratorially. Tell me, if there were someone you knew would become powerful in the future and eventually kill you, but at present, he is as downcast as a stray dog, with a chance for you to kill him, would you take that gamble? She looked at Song Zhiliu, anxiety lacing her words. If you succeed, you might save your own life. But if you fail, you would forge a mortal enemy, sealing your fate. Song Zhiliu was taken aback, pondering her words before slowly shaking his head. Princess, this, he contemplated briefly, then said firmly, it is better to resolve enmity than to create it. One possibility of survival versus certain death? I would choose not to kill. Zhao Qihuang reclined against her chair, contemplating. Indeed, one is a possibility, the other a certainty. She murmured, should we refrain from killing, then? Just as she was lost in thought, Song Zhiliu suddenly knelt before her, exclaiming, Princess. His voice was choked with emotion, startling Zhao Qihuang. Does your inquiry imply you are aware of my plight in the music house? Zhao Qihuang was momentarily stunned. What do you mean? Song Zhiliu raised his handsome face, tears streaming down his cheeks, resembling a rain-soaked pear blossom. Recently, a new, young, and charming gentleman has joined the house. Skilled at playing the qin and charming patrons with his words. All the guests have been drawn to him, leaving me no place to stand. I struggle daily against exclusion and beseech you, Princess, to rescue me from this plight. Zhao Qihuang was bewildered by his sudden outburst.
No.
I did not come here for you. Her words were cut off by his even more sorrowful wails. If you do not help me, I will surely meet my end in this place. He continued, the person you mentioned earlier, is it not me? Chapter 25. You are merely a plaything. Song Zhiliu crawled a few steps closer, nearly clutching Zhao Qihuang's legs, making it clear that unless she agreed, he would weep until his last breath. His stance resembled a fragile white lotus battered by the storm, compelling Zhao Qihuang to extricate him from his quagmire. Half an hour later, at the Yeoman Marquis's residence, Zhao Qihuang had just stepped through the gates of the exquisite pavilion when the maid, Xiao Hong, rushed to greet her. Princess, you have returned. Upon noticing the familiar young man following closely behind her, she paused. Rubbing her temples in exasperation, Zhao Qihuang instructed, he is from the music house. I have redeemed him. Please assign him a task tending to the flowers for now, and I will decide on his placement later. Xiao Hong's eyes widened in realization. No wonder he looks familiar. He is the top Qin player you often requested at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. At that moment, Song Zhiliu had shed his previous distressed demeanor, regaining his elegant composure, bowing slightly to Xiao Hong. Thank you for your assistance, Miss Hong.
Xiao Hong nodded.
But her gaze drifted unconsciously toward the other end of the courtyard, where Wei Lan's house silently wielded an axe, splitting a hard log with a sharp crack, with chips flying. His coarse, faded shirt was drenched in sweat, clinging to his broad back and accentuating his strong physique. Xiao Hong glanced between the refined newcomer and the man of humble origin, unable to suppress her thoughts. Princess, these recent peach blossoms are indeed flourishing. Leading Song Zhiliu through the winding corridors, Xiao Hong brought him to a secluded courtyard behind the pavilion. The abode was clearly meant for servants, simple and cramped. She opened the door to one of the rooms, and Song Zhiliu peered inside, noting the meager furnishings, a bare, large mat against the wall, covered only by a thin layer of straw. He observed that the eastern side of the mat was already adorned with an old quilt, alongside two neatly folded coarse garments, indicating the room was already occupied. Furrowing his brow, he asked Miss Hong, does this room have another occupant? Her tone remained neutral. Of course, aside from you. There is also a young servant, both of whom are male, and naturally, they share accommodations. She gestured towards the large mat. It's spacious enough. You will sleep on the east side, while he occupies the west, without disturbing one another. Song Zhiliu's expression darkened, the veneer of politeness slipping away. He stepped forward, his voice laced with suppressed anger and disbelief. Miss Hong, you must be mistaken. My relationship with the princess is quite close. I am not here to be a servant.
Xiao Hong shook lightly.
There is no misunderstanding. Our princess never keeps idle people around. She nodded towards the figure still chopping wood in the yard. Do you see that man? Once the heir to the Duke of State, in terms of appearance, talent, and ability, he is unparalleled. Yet now, he too is here, laboring away, unable even to touch the hem of our princess's garments. Turning back to face him, her eyes shone brightly. If you wish to serve merely on the basis of your looks, you still have a long way to go. Following her gaze, Song Zhiliu caught sight of the man, handsome as jade, with ink-like brows and deep-set eyes, slightly raised at the corners, exuding an air of noble aloofness. After a mere glance, Song Zhiliu felt his own charm and elegance diminish to insignificance, akin to a firefly before the full moon. A profound sense of crisis surged within him. He withdrew his gaze and, from his sleeve, produced an exquisite rouge box, which he pressed into Xiao Hong's hands, his face once again adorned with a fawning smile. This was the latest creation from the Treasure Pavilion, aptly named Drunken Red Dust, perfectly complementing the young lady's complexion. I hope Miss Hong might offer some guidance in securing a position where I may frequently grace the presence of the princess. Xiao Hong cast a fleeting glance at the rouge box, neither accepting nor rejecting it, simply placing it upon the dilapidated square table in the room. The princess had already decreed that the flowers and plants in this garden would henceforth be your responsibility. Song Zhiliu was momentarily taken aback, only to be overcome with elation. Tending to flowers and plants was indeed a refined and delicate task, far more noble than the labor of chopping wood, which reeked of sweat. The princess, it seemed, still held him in regard. As dusk fell, Wei Lanzhou entered the courtyard, carrying a bucket of cool water. After washing away the dust of the day and donning a fresh cotton garment, he walked into the room with an expression devoid of emotion. Upon entering, his steps faltered slightly. He noticed that on the west side of the shared bed lay a pristine quilt, embroidered with subtle floral patterns, starkly contrasting with his own somewhat worn bedding. Wei Lanzhou approached his side of the bed, lifted the quilt, and reclined, closing his eyes to rest. At that moment, the door swung open. Song Zhilu, fanning himself with a folding fan, sauntered in. His eyes immediately landed on Wei Lanzhou, who lay upon the bed like a victorious rooster, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. "Ah," he drawled, making his way to the bedside, peering down at Wei Lanzhou from his elevated position. "Are you the once-renowned heir of the Duke of the State?" Wei Lanzhou did not even lift his eyelids. Song Zhilu, undeterred, tapped his palm with the fan, his voice low yet piercing. "It is indeed a revelation to meet you in person. The distinguished young master, once celebrated throughout the capital, now finds himself sharing a room and a bed with a mere musician like me." He leaned closer, a malicious smile creeping across his face. "Tell me, does this count as your good fortune?" Wei Lanzhou turned over, blocking one ear. Ignoring him, Song Zhilu tossed his garments to the ground. The former heir now faced the menial tasks of chopping wood and washing vegetables, while I, as a musician of the princess's court, am spared from such coarse labor, entrusted only with the care of flowers and plants to cultivate my sensibilities. Surely, the heir must find this deeply unsettling? His flippant and venomous tone lingered in the dim candlelight. Finally, Wei Lanzhou stirred. He did not rise but slowly opened his fathomless phoenix eyes. Their depths darker than the night outside.
Good fortune?
He echoed the term, suddenly breaking into a low chuckle. His gaze gradually shifted from an indistinct point in the void to the pristine quilt on Song Zhilu's side. "Is it merely a new quilt that elevates you above others?" Song Zhilu's smug expression faltered.
"You."
Wei Lanzhou sat up, his movements slow yet imbued with a demeanor that starkly contrasted with the dilapidated surroundings. He regarded Song Zhilu with the air of someone observing an oblivious child. "Do you truly believe this is a gift from the princess?" Song Zhilu was taken aback, forcing a semblance of calm as he inquired.
"What do you mean by that?"
Wei Lanzhou's gaze swept over Song Zhilu's ostentatious attire, lingering on his pretentious fan. "The princess is a jewel of the heavens. Even her trifles must be pristine, lest they tarnish her eyes." Song Zhilu's mind exploded with confusion. The earlier sense of self-satisfaction was now violently shattered, drenched with cold water, leaving him chilled to the bone. Wei Lanzhou observed his pale face, the curve of his lips widening. "Are you truly proud of your flower-tending position?" Song Zhilu instinctively tightened his grip on the fan, his knuckles whitening. Wei Lanzhou continued, "When I chop wood, the fire warms the princess's bath. When I wash vegetables, they grace her delicate palate. My tasks directly affect her comfort and sustenance, bearing genuine significance." He paused, his gaze sharp as a blade, piercing directly into Song Zhilu. "And what of you? Tending flowers and plants merely provides the princess with a diversion when she grows weary, like mere embellishments that can be replaced at any moment." Song Zhilu trembled with rage, his mind scrambling for a retort, but he found himself at a loss for words. Wei Lanzhou descended from the bed, stepping closer to him. Though clad in coarse cotton, his inherent nobility weighed heavily upon Song Zhilu, nearly suffocating him. "Do you think sharing a bed with me signifies your triumph over me?" He leaned in, speaking in a tone only they could hear, methodically dismantling Song Zhilu's pride. "The princess is a phoenix high in the heavens. Occasionally toying with a sparrow below is merely for her amusement. Surely, you do not naively believe that a phoenix would carry a sparrow back to her sycamore branch?" Song Zhilu's pupils constricted in alarm. "Sharing a bed with me is not your fortune," Wei Lanzhou said, his voice laced with a cruel pity. "Rather, it serves as a constant reminder of your true nature, while reminding you of my former status. The chasm between clouds and mud cannot be bridged by a mere quilt." With a light chuckle, Wei Lanzhou returned to his side of the stark mattress, closing his eyes once more. His earlier cutting words were, but dust brushed away. Meanwhile, Song Zhilu stood frozen, his complexion shifting from pale to blue and then to red. That night, one was restless, tossing and turning, unable to find solace. As dawn broke, Song Zhilu, his eyes swollen and red, waited outside Zhao Qihuang's chamber. "Why are you seeking me at such an early hour?" Zhao Qihuang sat behind her rosewood desk, propping her chin in one hand, her long lashes drooping as she gazed sleepily at the dew-laden flower branches outside the window. With a thud, Song Zhilu knelt on the ground, calling out "Princess." His voice was filled with a convoluted sense of grievance. Zhao Qihuang lazily lifted her eyelids, offering a non-committal hum in response. Seeing this, Song Zhilu's eyes grew redder, his voice thick with suppressed sobs as he began his lament. Princess, young Master Wei looks down upon me. He claims my status is lowly and unworthy of sharing a bed with him, even likening me to a sparrow that has infiltrated the phoenix's nest. As he spoke, he dabbed at non-existent tears with his sleeve, his shoulders trembling slightly. To resolve such a matter first thing in the morning was clearly beyond Zhao Qihuang's capacity, as she still felt groggy. With a yawn, she murmured, "Oh, he has also likened me to a phoenix, resplendent on the outside but inferior to a mountain chicken." Song Zhilu, believing he had misheard, lifted his head in astonishment. In that instant of surprise, Zhao Qihuang's demeanor shifted entirely. Her eyes flickered, and the languor was replaced by an indignant fire. "How outrageous!" she exclaimed, striking the table with force. "Does he think he is still the lofty heir of the Duke of the State? A mere servant dares to provoke trouble? Bring Wei Lanzhou to me." Seeing her ire, Song Zhilu felt a surge of delight, yet he quickly donned a mask of fear and innocence, stuttering, "Princess, please do not be angry. It is my lowly status that has displeased young Master Wei. Do not let my plight distress you." Zhao Qihuang shot him a glance and raised her hand in reassurance. "You are someone I have brought back. Do not worry. I shall ensure you receive an explanation today." Soon, Wei Lanzhou was summoned. His innate air of nobility made Song Zhilu appear even more pitiful and absurd as he knelt beside him.
Zhao Qihuang demanded sternly, Wei Lanzhou.
"Have you been bullying Song Zhilu? He hails from a humble background. Yet what right do you, a mere servant, have to admonish others?" Wei Lanzhao's gaze calmly swept over Song Zhilu, who knelt on the ground, before slowly returning to Zhao Qihuang's imperious face. "Does the princess intend to heed only his one-sided narrative?" Zhao Qihuang scoffed. "I am most aware of what kind of person Song Zhilu is. He is gentle in nature, never harboring malice towards others. You, on the other hand, have always been unruly and disdainful. If you are not bullying him, then is he unjustly accusing you?" With these words, Song Zhilu raised his head, tears brimming in his eyes as he looked at Zhao Qihuang, his tone steeped in humility. "Princess, please refrain from scolding young Master Wei. It is the fault of the petty person. It is the lowly status that offends young Master Wei's eyes. If you could simply arrange for me to have another room, I would be content to stay in the woodshed, truly." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qihuang's icy gaze shot towards Wei Lanzhou. "Since you are so proud and disdainful of residing with him, then there is no need for you to occupy the common quarters.
You shall move to the woodshed."
As these words left her lips, a hint of chill flickered in the depths of Wei Lanzhao's phoenix eyes. He did not look at Zhao Qihuang but fixed his piercing gaze on Song Zhilu instead. Song Zhilu, feeling the weight of that stare, struggled to avert his eyes, meekly inching closer to Zhao Qihuang, attempting to appease her. "Princess, do not be angry. Let me knead your shoulders." Wei Lanzhao's gaze was too sharp and heavy. Even Zhao Qihuang felt a touch of discomfort under it. She furrowed her brow and pushed away Song Zhilu's outstretched hand. "No need. You may go over there and play a tune for me." "As you wish." Song Zhilu, having achieved his objective, felt a surge of pride as he obediently moved to sit by the guqin by the window. He pretended to test the sound, fingers gliding over the strings, yet before he began to play, he suddenly raised his head, innocently asking, "By the way, Princess, did you not say you would introduce me to a renowned teacher to guide my musical skills?" Chapter 27. The art of music lies in dedication. Zhao Qihuang was momentarily taken aback by his question. She glanced at Wei Lanzhou, who remained silent yet exuded an imposing aura. "Young Master Wei, your musical talent is exceptional. Do impart a few lessons to him." The smile on Song Zhilu's face seemed to be blown away by a winter chill, cracking inch by inch. He stiffly turned to behold the man he had just trampled upon, now poised to be his mentor. Wei Lanzhou did not react immediately, but stood still, quietly relishing the vivid transformation of Song Zhilu's expression from triumph to horror. After a moment, he stepped forward, approaching the guqin with deliberate calm. Song Zhilu instinctively straightened his back, his entire being taut as a drawn bow, hairs standing on end. Wei Lanzhou raised his hand, his slender fingers gently plucking a string. A clear, resonant sound, imbued with an air of authority, suddenly erupted in the room, startling Song Zhilu's heart. Wei Lanzhou looked down at the guqin, his tone as indifferent as water, yet each word pierced deeply. "Your character reflects your music. With a corrupt heart and superficial technique, the melodies you produce are inevitably laced with deceit and utterly unbearable." In an instant, Song Zhilio's face flushed crimson, humiliation crashing over him like a tidal wave. He wished to retort but found himself rendered speechless under Wei Lanzhao's all-seeing gaze. Yet Wei Lanzhao appeared oblivious to his distorted expression, continuing, "In the realm of music, dedication is paramount, and tranquility is its greatest challenge. From this day forth, you shall play Yang Chane 100 times daily." 100 times? Song Zhilio's head jerked up. This was not guidance, but humiliation. Gritting his teeth, he turned to Zhao Qihuang, again adopting a pitiful expression. "Princess, young Master Wei is clearly imposing impossible demands." Before he could finish, Wei Lanzhao effortlessly interrupted him. "What?" He slowly turned his face towards Song Zhilio, a mocking smile gracing his lips. "Are you truly willing to squander the princess's painstaking efforts in nurturing your talent?" This statement silenced Song Zhilio, all his grievances and justifications swallowed in an instant. He looked to Zhao Qihuang for help, only to find her resting her chin on one hand, watching the scene with keen interest, showing no inclination to rescue him. Song Zhilio's heart sank further, and he could only bow his head, swallowing his resentment and unwillingness, trembling hands returning to the guqin strings. The discordant notes, filled with boundless resentment, echoed through the room, chaotic and excruciatingly jarring. Zhao Qihuang frowned at the sound. "Zhilio, I have pressing matters to attend to. You should find a corner to practice." Clutching the guqin to his chest, Song Zhilio rose to take his leave. Just as he stepped forward, Zhao Qihuang's voice, tinged with a hint of languor, called out, "Wait." Song Zhilio halted, believing she was reconsidering, and a smile broke across his face. However, he saw Zhao Qihuang's gaze fall upon the instrument he clutched so tightly, her lips curving into a faint smile, her tone akin to soothing a child. "This guqin was bestowed by Her Majesty. Do take care not to damage it." She paused, leisurely adding, "Leave it here. And I shall have Xiao Hong bring you another practice guqin shortly." Seething, Song Zhilio nearly bit down on his teeth as he reluctantly returned the precious guqin to its rightful place. As he turned to leave, he could no longer restrain himself, casting a venomous glare at Wei Lanzhao. Wei Lanzhao returned the look with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Once Song Zhilio's figure vanished through the door, the suffocating chaos in the room dissipated. Only Zhao Qihuang and Wei Lanzhao remained, one seated, the other standing, facing each other in silence. Ultimately, it was Wei Lanzhao who broke the stillness. He turned his gaze to the elevated Zhao Qihuang, speaking slowly, "If the princess wishes to hear music, why not seek me directly?" Zhao Qihuang chuckled lightly, though the mirth did not reach her eyes. She extended a slender finger to tap the table, speaking deliberately. "I would not dare listen to your music." Wei Lanzhao chuckled softly, "I am but a commoner, solitary and unadorned, while the princess wields immense power." He took a step closer, his gaze burning as he scrutinized her. "What is there to fear?" Zhao Qihuang leaned back slightly, warily regarding him. "Fear that you would scheme against me." His words momentarily stumped Wei Lanzhao, emotions swirling in his eyes. "The princess is exceedingly astute. Do you truly not perceive that Song Zhilio is merely feigning innocence, deliberately framing me?" Zhao Qihuang shook her head. "I cannot see it." She seemed lost in a memory, her voice taking on a wistful quality. "Young Master Wei, you are as perceptive as fire. Do you not recall when your pure-hearted cousin, Feng Qianqian, intentionally bumped into me, fell to the ground, and cried out that I had pushed her?" Wei Lanzhao's forced smile faltered. Yet Zhao Qihuang did not cease, appearing to genuinely reflect, even tilting her head in thought for a moment, before suddenly snapping her fingers as if struck by a revelation. "Oh, right, I remember now." She lifted her gaze, her smile radiant, echoing his words from years past. "You said, Qianqian has a pure heart and would never lie, while I, Zhao Qihuang, am inherently arrogant and willful. Thus I must have bullied her. You insisted I apologize to her." Zhao Qihuang's smile grew more dazzling, yet her eyes remained frigid. "I find young Master Wei's words from that time to be quite reasonable." Wei Lanzhao swallowed hard. Back then, he had seen through Feng Qianqian's petty schemes at a glance, yet he had feigned ignorance. He always prioritized benefit. The Wei and Zhao families were at odds in the court, and he could only assist his kin without providing justice. Now, with a docile Song Zhilio and an unruly self, she was returning the favor, using his own words to slap him in the face. "Is there anything else?" Zhao Qihuang asked, noticing he still lingered. "This is your dismissal." Wei Lanzhao slowly raised his hand, performing an impeccably elegant bow, his demeanor flawless, with not a single fault to be found. As he turned away, a fleeting shadow passed through his darkened gaze. Days later, Zhao Qihuang, draped in a simple satin gown, reclined gracefully on the imperial couch by the window. In her delicate hand, she held a slender wolf hairbrush, dipped in vermilion, meticulously tracing something on the pristine rice paper. Next to her, Xiao Hong ground ink, several times opening her mouth to speak, only to swallow her words back. "Speak your mind," Zhao Qihuang said without lifting her head, her brush never pausing. Only then did Xiao Hong cautiously venture, "My lady, do you truly intend for Master Wei to reside in the woodshed indefinitely?" Her voice grew softer, as that place was laden with dust, devoid of even a proper bed, utterly unfit for human habitation. "Unfit for habitation," Zhao Qihuang replied dismissively. "He stays there quite well." Xiao Hong fell silent, no longer daring to speak further. Zhao Qihuang's gaze returned to the paper, completing the final flourish of the phoenix's tail feather tassel. Though her artistic skills were modest, the design was commendable. After admiring her work for a moment, she handed the drawing to Xiao Hong. "Take a look. What do you think?" Chapter 28. The Empress Dowager's birthday gift. Xiao Hong hurriedly leaned closer, and upon a mere glance, she was genuinely awestruck. "My lady, this hairpin design is exquisite." The phoenix spreads its wings, holding a luminous pearl in its beak, embodying both grandeur and vivacity. After her praise, a hint of hesitation appeared on Xiao Hong's face. "But this phoenix design, is it not a bit presumptuous? Only the Empress Dowager and the Empress are permitted to wear such motifs within the palace, are they not?" Zhao Qihuang, upon hearing this, replied leisurely, "This hairpin is intended as a gift for the Empress Dowager. In a few days, we shall celebrate her grand birthday, and this is my prepared tribute." Xiao Hong's understanding dawned, and she laughed. With such a unique design, the Empress Dowager is sure to cherish it. Zhao Qihuang handed her the drawing with meticulous instructions. "Take this design and seek out the finest artisans, have it crafted as swiftly as possible." As if recalling something, she added, "There are several intricate details in this design that demand exceptional craftsmanship. Distribute the parts, the phoenix's body, wings, and the pearl, to the 3 best workshops in the capital for production, and then assemble them together at the end. The head of the phoenix must be made by the Zhao goldsmith shop we frequently patronize." Xiao Hong, though somewhat puzzled, cheerfully complied. "Yes, my lady, I shall remember." With that, she carefully took the design and withdrew. Zhao Qihuang sat in the grand chair, her hands clasped, her gaze narrowed slightly. In her dreams, on the day of the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet, she had lost face significantly. Zhao Qian not only ruined her offering to the Empress Dowager, but also plagiarized her hairpin design. Though she could not ascertain whether the events of her dream would manifest in reality, Zhao Qihuang nonetheless resolved to be vigilant. If nothing occurred, that would be for the best. If something did happen, they would learn the consequences of their actions. In the Yoma Marquise, at the Tingyan courtyard, Lin Wangshu was directing servants to bring out boxes of treasures from the storeroom. Gold, jade, antiques, and illustrious paintings were strewn across the floor. Zhao Qian sat nearby, observing these items with a furrowed brow. Lin Wangshu picked up a warm, translucent white jade guanyin and presented it to Zhao Qiyun with a beaming smile.
"Yunea."
"Look at this, it is splendid. The crown prince has been raised under the Empress Dowager's care since childhood and shares a profound bond with her. If you can win her favor at this birthday banquet, your prospects as crown princess will surely brighten." Zhao Qian merely cast a cursory glance and turned her head away, disinterested. "Mother, what are these trifles?" Her tone carried a hint of impatience. Year after year, people gifted similar items, and the Empress Dowager must have grown weary of them. How could such gifts possibly win her heart? Lin Wangshu, troubled, surveyed the room filled with treasures, momentarily at a loss. Just then, Chen Mama hurriedly entered, whispering something in Lin Wangshu's ear. Lin Wangshu's eyes suddenly brightened. "You say the maid from the Jinxiage has taken the design to several goldsmiths. What does she intend to create?" Chen Mama, with a hint of pride, produced a thin sheet of paper from her sleeve. "I had someone follow her. The girl is quite astute and separated the design. However, we managed to bribe the owner of one of the workshops handsomely and obtained a copy of the design." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qiyun's spirits lifted, and she snatched the design from Chen Mama. On the paper was depicted a phoenix poised to take flight. its posture graceful and the design distinctive. At a mere glance, Zhao Qiyun's eyes sparkled with excitement. This must be the birthday gift that Zhao Qihuang intends for the Empress Dowager. Clenching the drawing tightly, her voice brimmed with uncontainable jealousy and greed. This phoenix is so beautiful. If I present this, the Empress Dowager will surely regard me with newfound admiration. Lin Wangshu, observing the desire in her daughter's eyes, began to formulate a plan. A glint of ruthlessness crossed her gaze as she made a decisive declaration. In that case, we shall present this gift ourselves. She turned to Chen Mama and commanded coldly, immediately seek out the best craftsman in the capital. According to this design, no, it must surpass the quality depicted. The materials and craftsmanship must be superior. Create for me an identical phoenix holding pearl hairpin. A hint of worry crossed Zhao Qiyun's face. Mother, what if Zhao Qihuang presents her gift before us? If the Empress Dowager sees her hairpin first, and then ours, she will surely realize we have copied her. Lin Wangshu, upon hearing this, curled her lips in disdain. Foolish daughter, she said, gently patting Zhao Qiyun's hand. The Jinxiage gift will certainly not be delivered. Leaning closer to Zhao Qiyun, she whispered a few words that only the two could hear. Zhao Qiyun's eyes lit up. Mother, your plan is brilliant. She excitedly grasped Lin Wangshu's sleeve, then suddenly seemed to recall something. However, mother, it would be wise to delay our actions. It would be best to wait until the eve of the Empress Dowager's birthday to act. By then, even if she wished to create another, she would have no time. You need not worry about that, Lin Wangshu assured, her gaze filled with approval. I will ensure no one steals our Yuning's thunder. Lin Wangshu exited the Tingyan courtyard and spotted Lin Mengyao's frail figure quietly standing in the shadows of the corridor. Lin Wangshu's brow furrowed imperceptibly, her tone tinged with impatience. What do you want? Hearing her voice, Lin Mengyao quickly looked up, revealing a face full of innocence, her eyes slightly reddened.
Aunt,
I have heard that the Empress Dowager's grand birthday banquet is approaching. Might you take your niece along? Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Wangshu rejected her. That is a palace banquet, strictly regulated. Not just anyone can attend. Lin Mengyao's tears immediately spilled over, and she hastily wiped them away, adopting a woeful demeanor, as if bearing an unbearable grievance. Aunt, that day I was foolish. I am fully aware of my lowly status and would never dare covet the crown prince. I only wish to make an appearance in the palace and meet a few noble relatives. As she spoke, she continued to dab at her tears, her lamentations pitiful. Before I came, my father specifically instructed me, saying our Lin family relies solely on you. I must seek a good marriage to ease your burdens. At the mention of her maternal family, Lin Wangshu's hardened heart softened somewhat. With a sigh, she spoke earnestly, Mengyao, you are my dear niece. How could I not consider you? However, the inner palace is not a place you can enter so freely. In the esteemed residence of the Marquis of Yong'an, we are permitted to bring only 2 young ladies inside. It goes without saying that cousin Qiyun is one, and the other spot must, by convention, be reserved for the Princess of Jinxiage. Chapter 29. A favorable choice. Lin Mengyao, hearing herself grovel so lowly, even invoking her father, found no softening in Lin Wangshu's demeanor, whose downcast eyes were filled with resentment. She gripped her palm tightly, yet her expression remained sorrowfully delicate, as if her heart had been utterly crushed and she had succumbed to the situation. If that is the case, so be it. Seeing her behave with such understanding, Lin Wangshu expressed satisfaction. Do not lose heart. Next month, the old Marquis of the Kongping House will celebrate his birthday. I shall take you then for a proper viewing. Lin Mengyao responded absently, Thank you, aunt. As she watched Lin Wangshu's figure disappear at the end of the corridor, the facade of her gentle and sorrowful countenance faded away. As night deepened, she stealthily made her way towards Jinxiage. Zhao Qihuang had just changed out of her outer garments and was preparing to summon someone for water and grooming. Her close maid, Zhao Cheng, hurried in from outside, whispering quick tidings in her ear. Zhao Qihuang paused, a knowing smile flickering in her eyes. Let her in. Soon, a slender figure appeared at the courtyard door. Lin Mengyao cautiously scanned her surroundings, confirming no one was present before swiftly entering Zhao Qihuang's chamber. Zhao Qihuang sat by the window, quietly observing her clandestine cousin through the delicate veil. In her mind, the images from a nightmare replayed vividly. In that dreadful dream, this Lin Mengyao was no innocent soul. She was a sharp blade wielded by Lin Wangshu. In the dream, she spared no effort in plotting against Zhao Qihuang. every action laced with malice. Eventually, Zhao Qiyun ascended the ranks to become the imperial consort, while Lin Mengyao was betrothed to a notorious illegitimate son of the Kongping house. Discontented with the union, she seized an opportunity to climb into the bed of the crown prince, Li Mingxiao. Although the crown prince treated Lin Mengyao merely as a passing amusement, it provoked the ire of Zhao Qiyun and Lin Wangshu for several months. Lost in thought, Lin Mengyao stepped further into the room. Upon seeing Zhao Qihuang, she immediately performed a flawless curtsy. "I have the honor of meeting the princess." "Rise," Zhao Qihuang gently commanded, raising her hand in a friendly gesture. "Serve tea to Miss Yao." Surprised by the attention, Lin Mengyao stood, her timid gaze lifting to meet Zhao Qihuang's. "Princess, it's strange, but I feel a sense of closeness upon seeing you." This affinity felt even more intimate than with cousin Qiyun. Zhao Qihuang's smile deepened at her words. "Is that so? I, too, find a kindred spirit in Miss Yao." Encouraged by this sentiment, Lin Mingyao's countenance shifted to one of righteous indignation. "Princess, I inadvertently overheard a private conversation between my aunt and cousin Qiyun outside the Tingyan courtyard. They intend to pilfer your ingenious design and replicate your golden hairpin to curry favor with the empress dowager." The events of the dream echoed once more. Zhao Qihuang feigned shock. How could this be? Even if the Lin family is not my biological mother, she is still the lady of the marquisate, my stepmother. How could she commit such a vile act? Seeing her reaction, Lin Mingyao's heart swelled with delight, and she quickly stoked the flames. "Princess, I know Lin Wangshu is my biological aunt, and I shouldn't speak ill of her. Yet, I could not bear to remain silent, which is why I dared to come and inform you, hoping you might take precautions." Zhao Qihuang's astonishment gradually faded, replaced by a calm scrutiny. She sat back in her chair, lifted her teacup, and gently blew at the froth, her gaze fixed on Lin Mingyao's face, which was etched with both righteousness and concern. "What do you desire?" Lin Mingyao's expression froze. She had not anticipated such a straightforward inquiry from Zhao Qihuang. However, she quickly composed herself, lowering her eyes, and murmured, "Mengyao does not dare to ask for much. I merely hope for an opportunity to enter the palace and broaden my horizons." Zhao Qihuang set her teacup down gently, chuckling. "A trivial matter. On the day of the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet, Miss Yao may accompany me into the palace." "Really?" Lin Mingyao's eyes widened with disbelief. She had expected to have to plead or even swear an oath to earn such an opportunity, yet Zhao Qihuang acquiesced so readily. Observing her astonishment, Zhao Qihuang revealed a warm smile once more. For good deeds, rewards must be bestowed. Lin Mengyao was overwhelmed with excitement, performing a deep bow once again. "Thank you, princess." Zhao Qihuang's lips curved into a knowing smile, a mere trifle, hardly worth mentioning. After sending away the elated young lady, Xiao Cheng promptly closed the courtyard door. She quickly returned to Zhao Qihuang's side, her face betraying her anxiety. "Princess, do you truly intend to take her into the palace?" Xiao Hong emerged from the inner chamber. Echoing her concern, this Lin Mengyao appears to have ulterior motives, being Lin Wangshu's niece. Who knows if she is merely acting for our benefit? Zhao Qihuang lifted the now cold teacup, swirling it leisurely. "Not only will I take her, but I shall also bring along the legitimate daughter of the second house, Zhao Mingyue." Xiao Hong was taken aback. While bringing the eldest daughter of the second house was manageable, Lin Mengyao was still a Lin family member. Zhao Qihuang, perceiving everything, stated, "Precisely because she is a member of the Lin family, I can trust her. Their kin are inherently selfish. As long as she understands that following me leads to far greater prospects than adhering to her aunt, she will undoubtedly make the most advantageous choice for herself." A hint of mockery played at the corners of Zhao Qihuang's mouth. Lin Wangshu can only offer her empty promises, incapable of providing her with what she truly desires. I can effortlessly grant her this immense favor, and in time, she will weigh her options. Xiao Hong, though somewhat perplexed, found comfort in Zhao Qihuang's confidence. However, her mind shifted to another concern. "What about the birthday gift you intend to present to the Empress Dowager?" "I have instructed the artisans to keep silent, yet it seems the Lin family has caught wind of it. I am to blame for my ineptitude." Xiao Hong's tone was filled with remorse. Zhao Qihuang shook her head. "You mustn't blame yourself." She extended a slender finger, lightly tapping the table. "Do they truly believe that by replicating the design, they can usurp my painstaking efforts?"
How naive.
This phoenix hairpin's true brilliance lies not in its body, but in the phoenix's head, she continued, her gaze deepening. Within the body of the phoenix lies a delicate mechanism, allowing the wings to flutter in accordance with the wearer's movements, as if it were alive. This craftsmanship can only be rendered by the master craftsman of Zhao's goldsmith shop, a legacy left to me by my mother. They cannot extract this skill from me. Chapter 30. This object seems familiar. Xiao Hong's eyes lit up with realization. Her spirits lifted. So that's it. No matter how extensively Lin Wangshu searches for artisans throughout the capital, she will never be able to replicate such essence. She is destined to make a fool of herself. I shall retrieve this hairpin tomorrow for safekeeping. I will ensure they never have the chance to touch it. No. Zhao Qihuang shook her head, uttering words that left both Xiao Hong and Xiao Qing astounded. To block is not as effective as to loosen. In the coming days, I want you to deliberately lower your guard, allowing them to naturally ruin this hairpin. Xiao Hong's mouth fell open in confusion. She could not fathom why the princess would choose such a course of action. Yet, seeing Zhao Qihuang's confident demeanor, she swallowed her multitude of questions and nodded vigorously. Yes, I shall obey. The following day, under the perfect morning sun, Zhao Qihuang was in the courtyard, tending to a flourishing orchid. Without lifting her head, she instructed, "Go. Summon Wei Lanzhao." Soon, a tall and slender figure appeared at the courtyard entrance. Wei Lanzhao slightly lowered his gaze, exhibiting a demeanor that was both respectful and composed. Zhao Qihuang set aside the golden scissors in her hand, wiped her palms with a silk handkerchief, and languidly raised her eyes to regard him. With an air of casual banter, she inquired with a hint of barely perceptible mockery, "How have you been sleeping in the woodshed of late?" Upon hearing her words, Wei Lanzhao slowly lifted his head, his fathomless dark eyes quietly fixed upon her, his expression devoid of any superfluous emotion. "It is tolerable," he replied, his voice clear and melodious, akin to the sound of jade striking against jade, delivered in a straightforward manner that betrayed no hint of sentiment. "Only the wind howls fiercely at night, allowing me to distinctly hear the melodies of Master Song's guqin, sometimes soaring in exuberance, at other times lingering in sorrow. It seems he practices quite diligently." Zhao Qihuang paused, then remarked, "Your tongue is rather sharp." She glanced around, relieved that Song Zhiliu was absent. Otherwise, upon hearing this, he would undoubtedly weep for half the night. Wei Lanzhao inquired softly, "Why has the princess summoned me?" Zhao Qihuang tossed the golden scissors back into the bamboo basket. "Follow me," she commanded, leading the way to the study. Wei Lanzhao silently trailed behind her. Inside the study, a grand Zetan wood writing desk was already adorned with a pristine sheet of Chengsantang paper. The paper was exquisite, its subtle sheen indicating its superior quality. Zhao Qihuang approached the desk and pointed to the blank space. "In a few days, it will be the Empress Dowager's centennial birthday. After much contemplation, I find I am still lacking a significant gift to present." Her gaze returned to Wei Lanzhao, and she commanded, "I require you to paint a picture for me." Wei Lanzhao raised his head, his gaze sweeping across the precious xian paper, his tone revealing no hint of joy or anger. "Surely, the princess jesteth. I am but a remnant of a condemned sinner. My painting may tarnish the eyes of the Empress Dowager." Zhao Qihuang scoffed lightly, sauntering closer to him. "I certainly do not wish for you to paint under the identity of Wei Lanzhao," she said, leaning slightly forward, her breath fragrant as orchids. Yet her words struck like thunder. "I require you to use the name Yanshuishing." The air thickened at her declaration. Wei Lanzhao was taken aback, and for the first time, ripples stirred within his deep-set eyes. Zhao Qihuang savored his moment of discomposure, her lips curving into a triumphant smile. "Do not attempt to deceive me into believing otherwise. If you fail to produce the painting I desire today, I shall punish you to serve as Song Zhiliu's practice partner 100 times. Wei Lanzhao's expression darkened instantly. He fixed his gaze upon her, and after a long pause, he managed to squeeze out a question through clenched teeth. "How did you know?" Zhao Qihuang chuckled silently within. How did she know? Of course, it was in a dream. Yet her countenance remained enigmatic. "The matters I am aware of far exceed your imagination." She lightly tapped his chest with her fingertip, her eyes brimming with warning. "So, conceal your ulterior motives and refrain from scheming before me." Their gazes locked, sparks igniting between them. Ultimately, it was Wei Lanzhao who averted his eyes first. He said nothing and turned to the writing desk. This action was a tacit acknowledgement. He lowered his gaze once more and inquired, "What shall I paint?" As you please, Zhao Qihuang replied languidly, leaning against the bookshelf. As long as it bore the style of Yanshuishing, anything would suffice. Wei Lanzhao ceased to speak. He picked up a wolf hair brush, his fingers, distinct and graceful, grasping the brush handle, hesitating in the air for a moment, as if in contemplation. Soon, his wrist dipped slightly, and he aimed the brush tip toward the inkstone. Just as the brush was about to touch the ink, his movements abruptly froze. Zhao Qihuang raised an eyebrow, assuming he was dissatisfied with the ink's dryness.
What?
Are you finding the ink too dry? She stepped forward, naturally taking the ink stick in hand. I shall personally grind the ink for you. You must paint well. Yet. Wei Lanzhao seemed oblivious to her words. His gaze was fixed intently on the inkstone, his eyes dark and inscrutable. This inkstone. His voice was soft, imbued with an unexplainable peculiarity. Why does it appear so familiar to me? Before Zhao Qihuang could react, his gaze shifted to the chicken bloodstone paperweight resting on the edge of the xian paper. He extended another hand, grasping the paperweight, and began to caress it slowly between his fingers. And this paperweight, it too seems remarkably familiar, almost like the one I lost long ago. Zhao Qihuang's ink grinding came to an abrupt halt. A bead of cold sweat stealthily slipped down her temple. How had she forgotten this detail? Initially, she believed that Wei Lanzhao's scholarly prowess was somewhat connected to these writing implements, hence she had spent money to procure an identical set. Little did she anticipate that her subordinates would be so efficient as to steal the very items he still used. Wei Lanzhao's penetrating gaze bore down on Zhao Qihuang. Princess, why is my possession here? What possession of yours? Zhao Qihuang's voice rose, attempting to overpower her unease. There are countless identical items in the world. How can you claim it as yours? Wei Lanzhao's eyes shifted from the paperweight back to the inkstone. He raised his hand, lifting the inkstone to reveal its underside. Perhaps. He spoke softly, but this crack on the bottom of the inkstone is a remnant from my youth, when I accidentally dropped it. He pointed to a subtle flaw, almost imperceptible. The marks from the fall are identical. Surely such coincidences are rare? Zhao Qihuang's gaze faltered, and she stammered. I merely wish to borrow some of your scholarly fortune. Realizing she could no longer conceal the truth, she decided to embrace it fully. I thought your scholarly achievements were somewhat tied to these writing treasures, so I had someone procure them to show off. After speaking, she seemed to seek redemption, disdainfully curling her lips. Besides, I paid a hefty sum for them. Your items are merely average in use. Chapter 31. Show me. Wei Lanzhao sighed deeply. No wonder items in my study always seem to vanish without a trace. He fell into a brief silence, his fingers tightening around the paperweight. Even he, the noble heir of the Duke of the State, found his personal belongings pilfered so easily by servants to be sold openly in the streets. Thus, it would not be surprising if the vast Duke of the State's residence fell victim to treachery from within and without, collapsing overnight. After a long while, he set down the paperweight and picked up the brush once more. This time, he hesitated no longer. The brush tip, saturated with rich ink, danced across the Chengsantang paper. And within the span of a single incense stick's burning, a profound winter river and snow scene took shape. The ink was cold, the strokes solitary, capturing a world in silence, with only a solitary boat drifting in the icy river. Zhao Qihuang leaned closer to admire the work, unable to suppress her admiration. This is truly well done. After observing for a moment, her brows furrowed prettily. Yet it feels rather desolate. This is a gift for the Empress Dowager. Presenting such a painting would be inauspicious. Wei Lanzhao's hand, which held the brush, paused abruptly. He slowly raised his head, grinding his molars as he replied. Did you not just say that I could paint whatever I wished? Zhao Qihuang, aware of her misstep, chuckled sheepishly. Her eyes twinkled with a sudden idea. How about you paint a phoenix? 100 birds bowing to the phoenix. What a splendid omen. Without allowing for further discussion, she called out, Bring me the colorful stones from my storeroom so that Master Wei can grind the pigments. Wei Lanzhao inhaled deeply. Yan Shuishing had never painted in color. This was the last vestige of his integrity as an artist. Yet Zhao Qihuang's eyes sparkled with delight as she clapped her hands. Now that is splendid. Everyone knows that Yan Shuishing's works are solely in ink, yet what I present shall be his singular colored masterpiece. She raised her chin proudly, akin to a peacock displaying its feathers. Thus, my gift shall be truly unparalleled and invaluable. What could Wei Lanzhao possibly say? He closed his eyes and picked up the brush once more. 2 hours passed, and as the final stroke was laid down, twilight began to envelop the world outside. On the paper, a phoenix with golden feathers and a crimson crown, its eyes as dark as ink, seemed poised to soar high into the sky, exuding an almost palpable aura of dominance. Zhao Qihuang gazed at it, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Truly remarkable. This painting will surely overshadow all others. However, Wei Lanzhao set down his brush, his tone icy. I advise the princess not to present this painting. Zhao Qihuang's smile faltered.
Why?
Wei Lanzhao pointed to the signature on the scroll, where only the 3 characters Yan Shuesheng were inscribed, leaving everything else blank. There is no personal seal of mine on this painting. When the time comes, there will inevitably be accusations that this artwork is a forgery, which will only displease the Empress Dowager. It dawned on Zhao Qihuang. Indeed, how could a masterpiece go without a seal? Where is your personal seal? She blurted out. Wei Lanzhao's expression turned frigid in an instant. During the raid, in the chaos, who would carry such an item? He nearly spat the words through clenched teeth. Moreover, my personal seal is hidden very meticulously and is seldom used. The implication was clear. It had long been lost in the confiscated estate. Zhao Qihuang was momentarily taken aback. Oh, that night, the moon was shrouded and the wind howled. Zhao Qihuang donned a sleek set of night attire and stealthily appeared at the door of the woodshed. She pushed the door open, meeting Wei Lanzhao's vigilant gaze. Change into this. She tossed him a bundle. Follow me. Wei Lanzhao opened the bundle, revealing another set of night attire. He furrowed his brow. Where are we going? Zhao Qihuang turned her back to him, the night breeze lifting her hair. The Duke of Zhengguo's residence. I will take you to revisit the old haunts. Wei Lanzhao. Princess, are you unwell? Zhao Qihuang. Enough with the chatter. Half an hour later, outside the Duke of Zhengguo's residence, Wei Lanzhao leaned against the wall. Arms crossed, his expression impassive as he watched the figure struggling on the wall, unable to ascend or descend. Zhao Qihuang clawed at the edge of the wall. Her face flushed. She had grown complacent over the past 2 years. Scaling walls had once been a trivial matter for her in the old residence. After several more attempts, she finally admitted defeat. Wei Lanzhao, come here. Wei Lanzhao raised an eyebrow and sauntered over. Zhao Qihuang imperiously patted his shoulder and crouched down. Wei Lanzhao thought to himself, he must be mad to accompany her. Ultimately, under Zhao Qihuang's relentless gaze, he sighed silently and knelt on one knee. Zhao Qihuang unceremoniously stepped onto his firm shoulder, pushing off to finally scramble over the wall. With a muffled thud, she let out a stifled cry of pain.
Moment latte.
A rope was tossed down from the top of the wall, hanging limply in front of Wei Lanzhao. From within the wall came Zhao Qihuang's subdued voice. Grab the rope, and I will pull you up. Wei Lanzhao glanced at the pitifully thin rope, feeling as if his intelligence was being rubbed in the dirt. He ignored it, took 2 steps back, and then, with a sudden burst of energy, leaped over the wall with the grace of a leopard, landing silently and steadily. Zhao Qihuang was still tugging at the rope when she turned to find Wei Lanzhao, already on solid ground. Wei Lanzhao nodded. Thank you, princess. Zhao Qihuang released the rope. No need for thanks. Once a place of exquisite architecture and lavishness, the Duke of Zhengguo's residence now lay in tatters. The rare flowers and trees in the courtyard had long since withered, wild grass thrived unchecked, and fragments of shattered furnishings from the raid littered the ground, glinting faintly in the cold moonlight. Not a single light flickered nearby. The silence was akin to a vast grave, eerie and oppressive. A gust of cold wind swept through, rustling a few dry leaves, producing a whispering sound. Instinctively, Zhao Qihuang reached out and grasped the sleeve of Wei Lanzhao beside her. Hey, she lowered her voice. Even her haughty tone diminished slightly. Where exactly have you hidden your personal seal? Wei Lanzhao remained silent, merely guiding her as they cautiously traversed the dilapidated courtyard. Soon, they arrived at a courtyard. The plaque read Dan Yuxian in graceful script, still barely discernible, though similarly in ruins. Hints of the former owner's refined taste could still be seen in the bamboo curtains of the corridor and the banana leaves by the window. As Zhao Qihuang entered Wei Lanzhao's courtyard for the first time, an incongruous thought surfaced in her mind. This place is far more spacious than my resplendent abode. Wei Lanzhao directly pushed open the door to the study and stepped inside. The night wind rustled the bamboo forest outside, casting ghostly shadows, and Zhao Qihuang dared not linger. Quickly following him inside, She watched as Wei Lanzhao approached the bookshelf, feeling around among the volumes, and after a moment, pressed a hidden mechanism, causing the bookshelf to slowly slide aside, revealing a concealed compartment. He retrieved a heavy brocade pouch from within. Zhao Qihuang leaned in closer, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Let me see. Chapter 32. Forgive me for declining. Wei Lanzhao tightened the pouch, casting her a cold glance. Isn't the princess supposed to be all-knowing? What more is there to see? Zhao Qihuang was momentarily taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief. Wei Lanzhao, understand your place. Right now, both you and your belongings are mine. Thus, your possessions are naturally mine. She asserted confidently, extending her hand. Hand it over. I, the princess, wish to inspect it. Wei Lanzhao stared at her for a while, the depths of his gaze inscrutable, before finally relinquishing the pouch. Zhao Qihuang snatched it eagerly, opening it to reveal her astonishment. Inside was not merely a single personal seal but rather an assortment of over a dozen seals of various sizes and materials. Besides Yan Xuesheng, there were others such as by Ma Ko, Zhen Shuzhong, Zhang Nan's finest brush and seals for poetry, painting, and even intricate mechanisms. Covering nearly every conceivable domain of literary and artistic endeavor, each name having once stirred significant waves in the capital and throughout the entire Daliang. Zhao Qihuang returned the pouch of seals to him, murmuring, Wei Lanzhao, how is it that, despite being a human, your intellect is so peculiar? Wei Lanzhao took back the brocade pouch, his voice devoid of emotion. Merely relying on intellect is insufficient. One must also use their heart. At his words, Zhao Qihuang suddenly chuckled. Had you applied more thought to the affairs concerning the Duke of Jinghua, you wouldn't have ended up in such a predicament. Wei Lanzhao's expression darkened immediately, an ominous aura enveloping him. Princess, must you find joy in ridiculing me? Zhao Qihuang's heart skipped a beat, her bravado waning. Yet it was but a fleeting moment. She quickly reminded herself that she was now Wei Lanzhao's superior. Zhao Qihuang raised her fist and struck his chest. Wei Lanzhao, do you dare to be fierce with me? Her brows furrowed in defiance. Wei Lanzhao took a deep breath, lowering his gaze. I dare not. That's more like it. Remember your place. Zhao Qihuang adjusted her sleeves and turned to walk outside. Since we are here, you may as well explore this dilapidated courtyard. After all, when you return next time, who knows what name this place will bear? Her voice floated lightly, each word piercing through Wei Lanzhao's heart. He pressed a hand to his slightly aching chest, trailing behind her. How had he never noticed before that Zhao Qihuang's tongue was laced with venom? The two moved silently through the desolate courtyard, eventually halting before a particularly ancient courtyard. This was the former residence of the late Duke of Jinghua, Wei Lanzhao's grandfather. The stone steps of the corridor bore scars from axes and knives, doors and windows stood ajar, and the furnishings lay in disarray. Wei Lanzhao stood in the courtyard, gazing at the scene before him, an overwhelming sorrow swelling in his heart. Meanwhile, Zhao Qihuang's gaze was fixed beyond him, intently focused on something hanging on the wall of the inner hall. It was a longbow, entirely black. The bow's lines were smooth, imbued with the heavy aura of a seasoned warrior, and even cloaked in dust, it could not conceal its imposing presence. It was this very bow. In her dream, the towering man commanded the arrow to pierce her heart with this very bow. A chilling sense of dread and excruciating pain seemed to transcend the dream, gripping her once more. Zhao Qihuang's complexion paled. Without uttering a word, she stepped forward, reaching up to seize the bow from the wall. She lifted it high, intending to smash it against the nearby mahogany table. Stop! A hand shot out, gripping the bow's shaft like a vice, also seizing her wrist. Wei Lanzhao's eyes burned crimson, fixed on her with a gaze that seemed capable of devouring her whole. How did my grandfather offend the princess so gravely that you would not even spare his relics? His voice was a low growl, suppressed with rage. Zhao Qihuang felt the pressure on her wrist intensify, igniting her own anger. Release me, she commanded fiercely. Wei Lanzhao's grip tightened, his veins bulging, yet he did not relent. I cannot comply. You refuse to let go, do you? Zhao Qihuang sneered, her gaze darting around the room. The old duke had led a life of warfare. Besides this bow, numerous other weapons adorned the walls. Without hesitation, she snatched a long leather whip from its hook and swung it fiercely at Wei Lanzhao. The sharp crack of the whip shattered the stillness of the night. The tip sliced through his night cloak, leaving a clear trail of blood across his back. Wei Lanzhao staggered but remained steadfast, clutching the bow as if it were his lifeline, his posture unwavering. He defended the bow with an unyielding resolve, his fiery gaze locked onto her. Stubborn, yet enduring. Zhao Qihuang stared at him, his fierce visage merging with that of the man from her dream who had ordered her death, a mirror of coldness and determination. Wei Lanzhao. She seethed, her words dripping with venom. Do you loathe me so deeply? If given the chance, I doubt you would spare my life. Wei Lanzhao's gaze bore into her, heavy with contemplation. After a long pause, he smirked faintly. You jest, princess. There is no such profound enmity between us. Not a single word of his reassured her. The more nonchalant he appeared, the more her fear and fury flared to life. Huh. She laughed bitterly, raising the whip once more, striking him repeatedly without concern. Only when she saw the blood seeping through his shirt did she, as if drained of strength, drop the whip with a clatter. She turned to leave, her voice frigid. If you truly wish to keep that vow, from tomorrow onwards, kneel in the courtyard for an hour each day in reflection. Wei Lanzhao stood rooted, his gaze fixed on her vanishing figure, the wound on his back ablaze with pain. After a long while, he murmured softly, as you command. The days that followed were oppressively hot, as if the sky were a furnace. The suffocating heat enveloped her relentlessly. Zhao Qihuang sat in the coolest corner of the corridor, a bowl of ice in hand, yet the oppressive warmth lingered. Wei Lanzhao knelt in the center of the courtyard, sweat beads rolling down his pale forehead, disappearing into the scorching earth. Beside him, the maid Xiaohong fanned her master, her breathing barely audible. She sensed the low pressure surrounding the princess, an anger more searing than the heat. Daring neither to speak nor to intervene, she remained silent. At last, an hour passed. Wei Lanzhao swayed slightly, pushing himself up slowly. He staggered, taking faltering steps towards the stable, his silhouette a solitary figure radiating an unassailable pride. Zhao Qihuang's knuckles whitened as she gripped her fan tightly. Chapter 33. Have I offended her? The stable offered a modicum of relief from the heat. Wei Lanzhao leaned against the feeding trough, panting heavily. The wound from yesterday's whipping had swollen significantly under the relentless sun, igniting a fiery pain that threatened to inflame. He closed his eyes, taking time to recover, before scooping a ladle of cool water from a nearby barrel and drinking deeply. The icy liquid coursed down his throat, clearing his muddled thoughts. He picked up the feed, silently tending to the horses. Just then, a mocking voice broke the silence. Oh, Master Wei, what have you done to incur the princess's displeasure this time? Song Zhulio leaned against the doorframe, clutching a bundle of freshly cut grass, a smirk of schadenfreude playing on his lips. Wei Lanzhao did not even glance up, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Growing impatient with the indifference, Song Zhulio stepped closer, scrutinizing Wei Lanzhao's disheveled state with disdain. Putting on a show, yet you resemble a dog. Allowing others to berate you? Wei Lanzhao's movements halted, an icy aura enveloping him. Unperturbed, Song Zhulio leaned in closer, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. But who can blame you? After all, the old duke sold his country for glory. Before he could finish, Wei Lanzhao's reaction was swift as lightning. He seized Song Zhulio by the collar, his other hand transforming into an iron fist, delivering a merciless blow. Song Zhulio yelped in shock, sent sprawling backwards into the haystack. Before he could react, Wei Lanzhao was upon him, his cold knee pressed firmly against his chest. You! Song Zhulio gasped, a mixture of fear and anger flooding his senses. Wei Lanzhao's expression was devoid of emotion, yet his eyes brimmed with a chilling ferocity. With relentless fists, he struck Song Zhulio's face repeatedly. Blood erupted from his nose and mouth. Dare you repeat that? Wei Lanzhao's voice was as frigid as ice in a cellar. Terrified, Song Zhulio stammered, I was wrong. Wei Lanzhao tightened his grip on the bloodied collar, lifting him slightly, enunciating each word with chilling clarity. If you dare to speak of my grandfather again, I will end you. The malice in his dark eyes was unmistakable. Clutching his face, Song Zhulio scrambled away, shouting, Princess, save me. Zhao Qihuang, already incensed, furrowed her brow further at his cries. Moments later, she found Song Zhulio, bruised and battered, sprawled at her feet. Princess, you must stand up for your servant. Zhao Qihuang looked down at his nearly unrecognizable face, her anger flaring like wildfire. Well done, Wei Lanzhao. You truly have no shame. She sprang to her feet and stormed towards the stable. Wei Lanzhao stood there, slowly wiping the blood from his hands, and upon hearing her footsteps, he lifted his head, his dark eyes locking onto hers. Zhao Qihuang approached him, her fury intensifying at his defiant demeanor. With a resounding slap, she struck him across the face, the sound echoing throughout the stable. I care not if you are a dragon or a tiger. While you are near me, you must obey. Her voice was sharp and commanding. Should I catch you bullying those around me again, I will not spare you. The force of the slap turned Wei Lanzhao's face sharply, a distinct five-finger print rapidly blooming on his pale cheek. After delivering the blow, Zhao Qihuang turned to leave. Song Zhiliu, emboldened by the scene, made a face at Wei Lanzhao, only to wince in pain as it aggravated his injuries. Meanwhile, Wei Lanzhao remained rooted, motionless, a statue devoid of sensation. The stifling heat of the stable, mingled with the scent of hay and livestock, dulled his senses, yet nothing compared to the sharp sting on his face. The impact of her hand had been fierce and resolute. After a long pause, he slowly raised a hand to gently touch the swollen skin, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The smile was frigid, laced with endless derision and malice. Colder by 3 degrees than the chilling depths reflected in his eyes. Zhao Qihuang. He crushed the name between his teeth, silently chewing on it. Meanwhile, Zhao Qihuang returned to her courtyard, her fury not yet fully extinguished. She sat in a zeatonwood armchair, lifted a teacup, only to slam it back down heavily.
Xiaohong.
Her voice was as frigid as ice. Xiao Hong quickly bowed, asking, "What commands does the princess have?" Zhao Qihuang did not lift her gaze, fixated on the floating tea leaves in the cup. Throw Song Zhiliu out of the estate.
What?
Xiao Hong's head shot up, her face a mask of shock. Hadn't the princess just struck Wei Lanzhao on behalf of him? Zhao Qihuang raised her eyes, her expression sharp. What are you dawdling for? Do you need me to personally ask him to leave? Xiao Hong dared not utter another word. Yes, this servant will go immediately. The room was left with only Zhao Qihuang. She was well aware that for someone as restrained as Wei Lanzhao to lose control, it must have been Song Zhiliu, that fool who had struck his sore spot by mentioning the old Duke of the State. That blind wretch had brought this upon himself. Yet, her slap was not meant to defend Song Zhiliu, it was merely a means to vent the ire swelling within her. Let him stubbornly kneel there, without a word of softness? With that slap, the oppressive annoyance that had lodged in her chest truly dissipated. Her heart felt lighter. She lifted the tea, savoring a sip. Yet, her mind flashed back to the dark red blood seeping from beneath the fabric on Wei Lanzhao's back in the stable. The whip wounds from yesterday must have reopened. She furrowed her brow.
Xiao Huang.
Another maid waiting outside promptly entered.
Princess.
Fetch a bottle of wound medicine and take it to Wei Lanzhao. Zhao Qihuang's tone remained devoid of warmth. Let him kneel again in the evening. I have paid a hefty sum for him. He mustn't die before I recoup my investment. Xiao Huang looked at Zhao Qihuang with gentle eyes, knowing her mistress had a tough exterior but a soft heart. With a delicate white jade vial in hand, she hurried towards the stable. At that moment, Wei Lanzhao was bare-chested, laboriously wiping the wounds on his back with a rag. Sweat mingled with blood, leaving his back a mottled mess. Young Master Wei, the princess sent this bottle of wound medicine for you, Xiao Huang called softly. Hearing her voice, Wei Lanzhao paused, slowly turning to face her. His expression was impassive as he regarded the medicine bottle in her hand, devoid of any gratitude, only a deep, unfathomable mockery. One slap followed by a sweet date? Xiao Huang felt her scalp prickle under his gaze, but mustered the courage to advise. The princess has not been in good spirits lately. Please be more accommodating and don't provoke her further. Upon hearing this, Wei Lanzhao suddenly chuckled lowly. Me provoke her? He lifted his eyes, those sinister orbs fixating on the direction of Zhao Qihuang's chamber. How could I dare to anger her? It is she who refuses to let me go. Chapter 34. The phoenix hairpin is broken. Xiao Huang was frozen by the coldness of his words, opening her mouth, but unable to utter a single word. With a sigh, she placed the medicine bottle on the stone trough beside her. The enmity between these two had likely become deeply entrenched, woven into the very fabric of their beings, far beyond the reach of mere words from outsiders to resolve. Since that day, Wei Lanzhao had withdrawn from Zhao Qihuang's view, like an enraged lone wolf retreating silently to its lair to lick its wounds and sharpen its claws. Zhao Qihuang had not sought him out nor inquired about him again. The bottle of medicine she had sent was akin to a truce, granting them both a moment's respite. Before long, The day of the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet arrived. As dawn broke, the entire Marquis's residence bustled with activity. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached, shattering the tranquility of the Jingxiu pavilion. "Princess, it is bad news." Xiao Hong rushed into the courtyard, almost tripping over her skirts, a brocade box clutched in her pale hands. She stood in the courtyard, her voice tinged with panic, crying out, "Princess, the phoenix gold hairpin is broken." Xiao Hong knelt, raising the open brocade box high above her head. Inside, the once vibrant gold phoenix, poised to take flight, now lay shattered. Zhao Qihuang emerged from her chamber, elegantly attired, her makeup meticulously applied. She extended her delicate fingers to grasp the broken hairpin, the fracture point pristine, clearly broken by brute force. Her brows furrowed, her tone filled with reproach and regret. "This was meant to be my painstaking gift for the Empress Dowager's birthday. Now that it is broken, how am I to attend the banquet? What shall I do now?" She wore a troubled expression, pacing anxiously. Finally, with a long sigh of resignation, she declared, "Enough. Time is short. I cannot prepare anything else. I must simply find a painting to make do." At that moment, in the corner of the courtyard, a servant responsible for cleaning glanced away, his eyes flickering as he quietly slipped out. Zhao Qihuang caught sight of the fleeting figure in her peripheral vision. She turned to exchange a knowing glance with Xiao Hong, an unspoken understanding passing between them. In the Tingyan courtyard, did she really say that? In another exquisite courtyard of the Yeoman Marquis, Zhao Qiyun's face blossomed with barely contained delight upon hearing the servant's report. The servant nodded eagerly, ingratiatingly smiling as he said, "Absolutely. I heard it with my own ears." The Jingxiu princess was so flustered, she said she would just find any painting to appease the Empress Dowager. Zhao Qiyun burst into laughter, her delicate frame trembling with glee. "My dear sister, so wise yet foolish at times. How dare she attempt to use some random painting to deceive the Empress Dowager? Who does she think she is? Even if the Empress wants to protect her, the Empress Dowager will not look kindly upon such insolence." Beside her, Lin Wangshu, resplendent in her elegance, produced a more exquisite brocade box, opening it to reveal a golden phoenix clutching a luminous pearl, resplendent and exquisite. Her voice was gentle, yet laced with venom. "At the banquet, when she presents that tattered painting and makes a fool of herself, you shall step forward and present this golden hairpin. Then, it will be clear who is superior, who is sincere, and who is merely perfunctory. I want her to be humiliated in front of all the nobility in the capital." Zhao Qiyun's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly accepted the brocade box, nodding emphatically. Mother is right. She quickly donned the palace attire she had prepared in advance, meticulously beautifying herself, then affectionately linked her arm with Lin Wangshu's as they gracefully exited. Outside the gates of the residence, Zhao Qihuang's carriage had long been waiting. She leaned against the side, looking languid, seemingly still troubled over the birthday gift. Upon spotting her, Zhao Qiyun approached, swaying her steps and feigning concern, the mockery in her tone unmistakable. "Oh, sister, you have arrived. Today is the Empress Dowager's birthday. I wonder what extraordinary gift you have prepared for her. Might you let your sister have a glimpse?" Zhao Qihuang lifted her eyes, coldly regarding her. "My gift has already been ruined by your people, has it not?" Zhao Qiyun feigned innocence perfectly. "What is sister talking about? I do not understand a word." Suddenly, Zhao Qihuang smiled, a brilliant smile tinged with a hint of icy sharpness. "Do you wish to see?" She stepped closer, lowering her voice to ensure it reached Zhao Qiyun's ears. "At today's banquet, I shall show you what it truly means to lift a stone only to drop it on one's own foot." Zhao Qiyun was taken aback upon hearing those words, and soon stifled a laugh, advising her sister to refrain from boasting, lest she inadvertently harmed herself. "All right, the hour grows late. It is time to depart." A somewhat impatient voice from a carriage behind them urged the two. However, Zhao Qihuang remained still, her gaze drifting deep into the manor. She softly stated, "There is no rush. 2 more individuals have yet to arrive." Lin Wangshu lifted the carriage curtain, her expression one of confusion. "Who else?" Zhao Qihuang's gaze bypassed her, focusing on the long bluestone path leading to the manor's entrance, remaining silent. Top, top, top. The crisp sound of footsteps drew closer. 2 slender figures appeared at the end of the corridor, adorned in brand new palace attire, one in lotus pink, the other in light peach. Although less extravagant than Zhao Qihuang, they exuded a fresh elegance. They were Xiao Mingyue, the eldest daughter of the second house, and Lin Wangshu's niece, Lin Mengyao. The two arrived late, standing before Zhao Qihuang and bowing respectfully. "We are grateful to the princess for allowing us to enter the palace together." Lin Wangshu's expression darkened instantly. Her gaze fixed sharply on her niece. "Mengyao, what brings you here?" Lin Mengyao flinched under her scrutiny, instinctively lowering her head, her voice faint as a whisper. "Aunt, it is the princess's kindness that invited us to witness the world of the palace, hence I have come." Lin Wangshu's nails nearly dug into her palm as she suppressed her anger, forcing a stiff smile. "While the princess is indeed kind, you must know your place. The palace is rife with strict protocols, and you and sister you rarely enter. It may offend the esteemed ones. I suggest you reconsider. Your words, sister-in-law, are quite amusing." A sharp, somewhat vulgar female voice interjected unexpectedly. Qian Fong, the second house's matron, approached, supported by her maid, swaying her hips as she walked. Qian Fong, the daughter of a merchant, had little regard for the pretentiousness of Lin Wangshu. She rolled her eyes at Lin Wangshu and declared loudly, "What? Is your daughter the only refined lady in the family, while mine is a disgrace?" Lin Wangshu, who valued her reputation above all, felt her face flush as the attention of the surrounding servants turned toward her. "Sister-in-law, lower your voice. That was not my intention." Qian Fong placed her hands on her hips, ready to cause a scene. "What do you mean then? Shall we go to the old lady and ask her whether the Yeoman Marquis household only acknowledges people from your branch?" Lin Wangshu was left speechless, casting a venomous glare at Zhao Qihuang. "This is all you're doing," she reproached Zhao Qihuang. "Qihuang, you could have informed me about bringing sister you along, so I could have included sister Hui from the third house. Now we have excluded her. What will your uncle's family think?" Upon hearing this, Lin Mingyao's knuckles turned white as she clutched her handkerchief. "What does my aunt mean? She can bring someone from the third house but not her own niece?" Zhao Qihuang observed their expressions, raising an eyebrow. "It is not too late for you to fetch someone from the third house now." Lin Wangshu's expression stiffened. "Sister Yu, Mengyao, let us go." Zhao Qihuang turned and walked toward the most splendid princess carriage, already prepared. Zhao Mingyue and Lin Mengyao exchanged glances, not daring to delay, and immediately followed. Lifting their skirts, a sound marked the lowering of the curtain, separating the inside from the outside. At the entrance of the Yeoman Marquis household, only Lin Wangshu, Qian Fong, and Zhao Qiyun remained, frozen in place. Qian Fong crossed her arms, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Wangshu, whose face had turned a shade of deep crimson.
"What now?"
"Sister-in-law, would you like me to summon Sister Hui from the third house?" She elongated her tone, relishing the spectacle. Lin Wangshu forced a smile that was more painful than tears. "It is late. Sister Hui likely hasn't even prepared her palace attire. Perhaps another time."
With that,
she hurriedly boarded the carriage, for she was not Zhao Qihuang, who could simply bring anyone into the palace at will. Zhao Qihuang's carriage rolled smoothly toward the majestic palace, the sound of wheels resonating steadily. Inside, the air was infused with the finest incense. The three young ladies, each with their own thoughts, sat in silence. Zhao Qihuang closed her eyes, reclining against the silk pillow, her long lashes casting serene shadows beneath her eyes, seemingly indifferent to everything around her. Zhao Mingyue anxiously twisted her handkerchief, her eyes darting nervously toward the composed Zhao Qihuang. Finally, unable to contain herself, she asked in a trembling voice, "Princess, are the noble ones in the palace truly as terrifying as my aunt described?" Zhao Qihuang gently responded with a nonchalant hum, opening her eyes and teasingly regarding her. "Are you frightened?" Zhao Mingyue swallowed hard, honestly nodding. "A little." Zhao Qihuang suddenly smiled, reassuring her, "Fear not. As long as you do not listen to what you should not, say what you should not, or see what you should not, you shall return safely." Her words acted as a balm, soothing Zhao Mingyue's tense shoulders. Meanwhile, Lin Mengyao, who had remained silent, seized the moment, her tone tentative yet somewhat ingratiating as she inquired, "Princess, I have heard that the grand hall for the palace banquet is exceedingly lavish. Might we have the opportunity to meet His Highness, the Crown Prince?" Zhao Qihuang's gaze shifted to her, a knowing smile gracing her lips. In a voice that was almost beguiling, she replied slowly, "If you wish to meet him, I can arrange it." Lin Mingyao's eyes sparkled with elation, her expression shedding all pretense, revealing pure sincerity and admiration. The commotion outside the carriage gradually became clearer. After an unknown span of time, the carriage slowed and came to a steady halt. The distinctive, solemn atmosphere of the palace permeated through the curtain. They had arrived at the palace. The coachman respectfully announced from outside, "Princess, we must proceed on foot to the Zicken Hall." A maid lifted the curtain. The crimson palace walls and golden eaves radiated an imposing grandeur. Zhao Qihuang remained unfazed as she gracefully descended from the carriage. Zhao Mingyue and Lin Mengyao followed closely, awestruck by the majesty of the imperial city, scarcely daring to breathe. A chief eunuch had long awaited their arrival, and upon her descent, he approached with a broad smile. "Welcome, princess." Zhao Qihuang did not spare him a glance, simply stating, "It is still early. Let us first visit the Fengkuan Palace to see my aunt." "Yes, my lady." The eunuch promptly bowed and led the way. Within Fengkuan Palace, the atmosphere was already vibrant with jewels and fragrances, where prominent ladies of the capital gathered in small groups, engaging in soft laughter. As Zhao Qihuang's figure appeared at the hall's entrance, a sudden hush enveloped the room. All eyes turned toward her. The empress, seated in the phone position, beamed upon seeing her. "Qihuang has arrived." She waved her hand eagerly, her voice brimming with uncontainable joy. "Come, join your aunt." Zhao Qihuang approached and performed a respectful greeting. "I have come to pay my respects to my aunt." The empress grasped her hand, pulling her to sit beside her, placing her on an ornate cushion adjacent to the phoenix throne, a position that almost resembled half of a royal seat. A subtle gasp resonated through the hall. The gazes of the gathered ladies shifted toward Zhao Qihuang, filled with envy and reverence. Zhao Mingyue and Lin Mengyao were assigned to sit on small stools behind the noble women. Yet such treatment was unattainable without Zhao Qihuang's presence. After all, among the ladies in this residence, who does not have a husband bestowed with titles and honors?
Today,
They are fortunate to bask in the glory of Zhao Qihuang, making themselves familiar to the prominent ladies present, which is indeed worthwhile. Lin Mengyao lowered her gaze, gaining a renewed and profound understanding of Zhao Qihuang's status. "My dear child, you've lost quite a bit of weight. Is it that the servants in the manor are not attending to you properly?" The empress gently held Zhao Qihuang's hand, examining her with concern. Zhao Qihuang smiled sweetly and, "There's no need for worry. No one dares to neglect me. It's merely that the recent heat has affected my appetite." Upon hearing this, the empress immediately instructed a nearby maid to prepare some appetizing pastries for Zhao Qihuang to take back to the marquis's residence. At that moment, Zhao Qihuang presented a delicate jewelry box with both hands, smiling. "Aunt, this is a gold hairpin that I specially crafted for you." Chapter 36. Do not spill blood. Upon opening the box, the empress was instantly captivated by the exquisite piece inside. She could not help but exclaim, "This phoenix hairpin is simply stunning." The empress took the hairpin and adorned it in her hair, leaving the other ladies awestruck, marveling, how is such a lifelike design possible? Zhao Qihuang chuckled, "I pondered for quite some time before I could sketch out this pattern." The ladies below expressed their envy. The empress, thoroughly delighted, commanded that the hairpin be carefully stored, saying, "At today's birthday banquet for the Empress Dowager, it is inappropriate for me to overshadow the guests. So, I shall wear it on another occasion." As the two exchanged heartfelt words, a sudden announcement rang out from outside the hall. "His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has arrived." Lin Mingyao's eyes sparkled, and her posture instinctively straightened. Zhao Qihuang caught a glimpse of her demeanor, a smile dancing in her eyes. "Very well. If we speak of delicacy and grace, Lin Mengyao surpasses Zhao Qiyun significantly. I hope she will not disappoint me and will perform a splendid duet with Zhao Qiyun." Lost in thought, a figure clad in bright yellow entered the hall. Crown Prince Li Mingxiao stood tall, exuding an elegant demeanor, his fair and handsome face capable of captivating many a woman's gaze. Lin Mengyao was entranced. She had thought the Crown Prince's nobility was unmatched, yet he possessed such striking features as well. With a single glance, her heart raced uncontrollably, and her cheeks flushed against her will. Li Mingxiao walked directly before the empress without a sideways glance, bowing respectfully. "Your son greets you, mother." The empress gently patted Zhao Qihuang's hand, smiling at the crown prince. "Your grandmother's birthday banquet has not yet commenced. Why not take Qihuang for a stroll in the imperial garden to avoid her feelings stifled here?" At last, Li Mingxiao's gaze fell upon Zhao Qihuang. A fleeting expression of concealed disdain flickered in his eyes, quickly masked by impeccable decorum. "Yes, mother." He turned to Zhao Qihuang, his tone flat and unembellished. "Cousin, shall we?" Zhao Qihuang slowly rose, her gaze drifting to the corners where Zhao Mingyue and Lin Mengyao stood. She addressed the empress and, "These two sisters are entering the palace for the first time and may feel out of place alone. Perhaps it would be best if they join us?" Lin Mingyao's heart raced, almost leaping from her throat. This young lady has a kind heart. She genuinely considers us. The empress had intended to allow the crown prince and Zhao Qihuang some private time to cultivate their relationship. However, with so many ladies present, she could not refute Zhao Qihuang's request and reluctantly waved her hand. "Very well. Since you have spoken, let them accompany us." The group traversed the intricately decorated corridor and entered the resplendent imperial garden, where exotic flowers and rare plants vied for attention. Yet, Crown Prince Li Mingxiao had little interest in the scenery. His gaze swiftly scanned Zhao Mingyue and Lin Mengyao, then furrowed his brow. "Where is Sister Qiyun?" Zhao Qihuang replied nonchalantly. "Zhao Qiyun is traveling in the marquis's carriage and cannot enter the palace gate. She is likely making her way in from outside." Li Mingxiao's expression darkened, filled with disapproval. "In that case, why did you not bring her along? You are sisters. You should look out for one another." Hearing this, Zhao Qihuang's bright phoenix eyes brimmed with mockery. "Look out for one another? Just as His Royal Highness sends someone to look after the eldest prince? Impudent." Li Mingxiao's face flushed crimson with indignation. He chastised Zhao Qihuang. "It is due to your scant reading of the classics that you have developed such a willful and spoiled nature. You ought to learn from your sister Qiyun. She is gentle and virtuous, well-versed and reasonable, embodying the essence of a true noble lady." Zhao Qihuang scoffed, about to retort, when Lin Mengyao, following behind, stepped forward. Kneeling in respect, "Your Highness, please do not be angry. The young lady is kind-hearted and cares deeply for us sisters."
Li Mingxiao Walta.
His piercing gaze scrutinizing Lin Mengyao from head to toe.
Who are you?
Lin Mengyao, enduring his gaze, maintained a gentle and respectful smile. "Responding to your Highness, I am Lin Mengyao, the niece of the Lady of Yong'an Marquis, and also a cousin of Qiyun." Upon hearing she was Zhao Qiyun's cousin, Li Mingxiao's tense expression softened slightly. Before he could speak, Zhao Qihuang unexpectedly stepped forward, praising, "Miss Mengyao is not only beautiful, but also talented. Especially skilled in the water sleeve dance, her movements as graceful as a startled swan." Li Mingxiao's inquisitive gaze shifted from Lin Mengyao to Zhao Qihuang's face. What is Zhao Qihuang up to today? Is she deliberately pushing another woman toward him? A game of cat and mouse?
Li Mingxiao Inuar Liskufa.
Yet feigned interest on the surface.
Oh.
Miss Lin possesses such talents? His tone softened considerably, reminiscent of Zhao Qiyun's charm. Upon hearing this, Lin Mingyao's eyes fell shyly, her cheeks blooming with a rosy hue. He cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Qihuang, observing her expression devoid of jealousy or anger. She even thoughtfully stepped back, granting them ample space. Li Mingxiao felt a surge of irritation, deliberately engaging in light-hearted conversation with Lin Mengyao, exuding charm and warmth. From behind a rockery, a slender figure hurriedly approached. Zhao Qiyun, rushing, quickly spotted the group not far away. To her astonishment, the crown prince stood close to her cousin Lin Mengyao, their proximity striking her as alarming. Anxiety gripped Zhao Qiyun. She quickened her pace, calling sweetly, "Crown Prince brother." Li Mingxiao's eyes brightened upon seeing her, his smile sincere. "Sister Qiyun, you have finally arrived." Zhao Qiyun's watery eyes shifted toward Lin Mengyao, then she bowed to the Crown Prince brother. "Has my cousin troubled you in her first visit to the palace?" Her words cast an uncomfortable pall over Lin Mingyao's face. Li Mingxiao waved his hand dismissively, "No worries. Miss Lin is quite lovely, just like you, gentle and serene." This compliment slightly restored the pallor of Lin Mingyao's face, but to Zhao Qiyun's ears, it rang like a resounding slap. "Just like you? Does Lin Mengyao even deserve that?" A fire ignited within Zhao Qiyun, her smile wavering. Observing the subtly charged atmosphere among the three, Zhao Qihuang pulled the bewildered Zhao Mingyue aside, whispering, "Let us leave quickly, lest we get caught in the fray." The two discreetly retreated, allowing the three scheming individuals to remain in their tangled web. Zhao Mingyue glanced back repeatedly, unable to suppress her concern. "Will Miss Mengyao be all right?" "Fear not, she is no pushover," Zhao Qihuang replied, her pace swift, wary of being implicated. Zhao Mingyue was utterly perplexed. The position of crown princess held endless allure for any noblewoman in the capital. Zhao Qihuang was merely a step away from that coveted status. Yet why would she push another woman before the crown prince? Chapter 37. Seeking Peace. As Zhao Mingyue pondered in confusion, Zhao Qihuang's gaze had already fallen upon another rockery not far away. There a figure was peeking out. It was none other than the eldest prince, Li Qingjing, who stood behind the rockery, bouncing up and down, vigorously waving his hand in her direction. Zhao Mingyue followed her line of sight and was taken aback. The person behind the rockery appeared even more handsome than the crown prince. However, his foolishly bouncing demeanor did not suggest much intelligence. Zhao Qihuang pointed to a pavilion and said, "You find a place to rest. I will go see the eldest prince." Zhao Mingyue responded blankly, obediently seeking a spot to sit. Meanwhile, Zhao Qihuang lifted her skirt and made her way through the flowers towards Li Qingjing. Today, Li Qingjing was dressed relatively cleanly and neatly, and his complexion was noticeably more vibrant than before. Zhao Qihuang complimented the palace maid standing beside him. "You have taken good care of the eldest prince." Aining quickly knelt and replied, "This servant would never dare disappoint the princess's instructions." Li Qingjing clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Aining is good, and so is sister." Seeing his childlike demeanor, Zhao Qihuang chuckled softly, casually plucking a rather unremarkable golden hairpin from her hair and handing it to Aining. "This is a gift for you." "Thank you, princess." Aining beamed with delight, immediately kneeling down to express her gratitude. Li Qingjing, with his bright, sparkling eyes, presented something from behind his back. "Sister, this is for you." It was a grasshopper made of dog-tail grass, crooked and undeniably peculiar. Zhao Qihuang extended her fingers, expressionless, and grasped the grasshopper's antennae, lifting it to her eye level. "Thank you, this gift is quite to my liking." Li Qingjing, completely oblivious to her disdain for the grasshopper, scratched his head and foolishly smiled, "As long as sister likes it." Suddenly, Zhao Qihuang recalled a matter of utmost importance. She inquired of Li Qingjing, "By the way, today is your grandmother's birthday. Have you prepared a gift?" "I have indeed prepared a birthday gift for grandmother." Li Qingjing rummaged through his bulging pockets for a while, then carefully produced another grasshopper, identical to the first, but even more unappealing.
"This.
It is for grandmother." His voice rang clear, filled with pride. Zhao Qihuang felt her temples throb. In a flash, she swiftly reached out and pressed down on Li Qingjing's hand that held the grasshopper.
No. Li Qingjing smila froza.
Confusion and grievance filling his bright eyes. "Why not?" Zhao Qihuang fixed her gaze on him, her tone softening. "I also quite like this grasshopper. Why not give it to me instead?" Saying this, she disregarded Li Qingjing's reaction and took the peculiar grasshopper from his palm. Li Qingjing grew anxious, stammering, "But then I won't have a gift for grandmother." Zhao Qihuang thought it better to forego this ugly grasshopper than to present it. Thankfully, this foolish boy encountered her today. "Do not fret. I will ensure you receive another birthday gift in return for your grasshopper." Her eyes scanned the surroundings. The imperial garden was vibrant with blooming flowers.
Aha!
Zhao Qihuang raised her hand, pointing to a cluster of particularly splendid flowers nearby. "Go gather some beautiful flowers." Li Qingjing bounded off in the direction she indicated. Zhao Qihuang then turned to Aining, who stood by her side. "Go find a pair of smaller scissors and also bring some colorful silk threads." Aining nodded and promptly disappeared behind the flower bushes. In no time, Li Qingjing returned with an armful of diverse flowers, presenting them at Zhao Qihuang's feet like a treasure. Aining also returned with the requested items. Zhao Qihuang lifted her skirt and settled on a stone bench. She plucked a flower and, with a precise snip, cut the longest stem. Her fingers danced swiftly, a blur of motion. She trimmed, arranged, and cleverly entwined the colorful silk threads to secure them. Using the fullest peony as the centerpiece, she wove a floral birthday plaque from delicate petals and orchids. Finally, she ingeniously attached the oddly charming grasshopper to one corner of the plaque. What once seemed unappealing now served as the crowning touch, enhancing the beauty of the gift. Li Qingjing gazed at this new creation with admiration. "Sister, you are amazing." Zhao Qihuang brushed away the excess flower petals, arching an eyebrow. "That is only natural. Today is the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet. All the officials and their wives will be watching closely." Considering Li Qingjing's half-witted state, if he were to present an extravagant gift, the emperor and crown prince might suspect he had someone backing him. Conversely, the grasshopper was not only lacking in sincerity due to its unattractiveness, but could also potentially frighten the Empress Dowager. Thus, this unique gift was just right. As Zhao Qihuang admired the floral plaque, she felt it was beautiful, yet still lacked something. Suddenly struck with inspiration, She whispered a few words into Aining's ear and then pressed a secret weapon from her waist into Aining's hands. Aining looked at Zhao Qihuang with a complex expression. To encounter the princess is truly the eldest prince's fortune. Zhao Qihuang instructed, whether this birthday gift embodies a better meaning depends on you. Aining nodded. Rest assured, princess. I will not let your efforts go to waste. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed nearby. Not good.
Qihuang.
Zhao Mingyue, her face flushed and filled with anxiety, rushed over. Mengyao. Lin Mengyao has fallen into the water. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qihuang's eyes did not show a hint of panic. Rather, a glimmer of mischief sparkled within. This will be entertaining. She rose swiftly and commanded Aining, complete the tasks I assigned, and quickly take the eldest prince away. Be careful not to get splashed. When Zhao Qihuang arrived at the pond's edge, a small crowd had already gathered. Lin Mengyao sat soaked on a stone by the shore, her hair disheveled, her fair face pale, clutching her arms and shivering, appearing utterly pitiful. Zhao Qihuang strolled over nonchalantly, feigning ignorance. What happened? How did you end up in the water? Crown Prince Li Mingxiao stood nearby, his brow furrowed. He ignored Zhao Qihuang and instead looked helplessly at Zhao Qiyun, whose complexion had turned ashen. You shouldn't have pushed her. Zhao Qiyun panicked instantly, protesting, Crown Prince, I did not. I did not push her. Lin Mengyao trembled more violently at these words, burying her head deeper, embodying a picture of someone who suffered a great injustice, but dared not speak. Although Li Mingxiao believed his own eyes, he chose to defend Zhao Qiyun first, hoping to quell the situation. He turned to Lin Mengyao, his tone soothing yet firm. Miss Lin, today is the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet. You wouldn't want to escalate matters, would you? Chapter 38. Assessing your sincerity, Lin Mengyao lifted her head, disbelief clouding her eyes. It seemed she had not anticipated the crown prince would show such favoritism towards Zhao Qiyun. Zhao Qihuang raised an eyebrow at the unfolding drama. How intriguing. In her dreams, Li Mingxiao had not spoken in such a manner. In her dream, it was Lin Mengyao who fell into the water, and the one wrongfully accused was Zhao Qihuang. At that time, Li Mingxiao had pointed a finger at her, sternly reprimanding her for being spoiled and unruly, berating her for being indifferent to human life, and forcing her to kneel before the empress to beg for forgiveness. How had he transformed into such a gentle and understanding figure? Lin Mingyao's eyes reddened, tears rolling down her cheeks as she attempted to maintain an air of grace. Crown Prince, do not worry, I understand. I know my cousin Qiyun did not mean to. Li Mingxiao's face revealed a look of approval. Your ability to comprehend the bigger picture is commendable. Hearing this, Zhao Qiyun trembled with fury, gritting her teeth as she pointed accusingly at Lin Mengyao. I never touched you. You slipped and fell in all by yourself. Lin Mengyao flinched at a single finger pointed at her, biting her lip tightly, her eyes brimming with tears. Indeed, her cousin spoke the truth. It was my own carelessness that led to my slip. Her submissive demeanor only intensified Zhao Qiyun's aggressiveness. Li Mingxiao looked at Zhao Qiyun disapprovingly, his brow furrowing. Qiyun, one must show mercy where it is due. Your cousin has already retreated. Do not make her situation any more difficult. Zhao Qiyun felt a lump in her throat, unable to swallow or release it. Just as the tension reached its peak, a melodious voice lazily interrupted. Enough, no need to linger here. It was Zhao Qihuang, who had brought Lin Mengyao into the palace. She gracefully parted the crowd and approached the trembling Lin Mengyao, coming to her rescue. With her eyes lowered, her tone betraying no emotion, she said, I shall take you to change into clean garments, lest you catch a chill from the wind. Lin Mengyao nodded, looking at her gratefully. Thank you, Your Highness. However, Zhao Qiyun suddenly redirected her ire towards Zhao Qihuang, her eyes reddening with tears. Your Highness, you forced cousin Mengyao to frame me, did you not? Upon hearing this, Li Mingxiao's frown deepened, his gaze towards Zhao Qihuang filled with scrutiny and suspicion. It was no wonder she had deliberately brought Lin Mengyao before him. Was it possible that she was orchestrating this entire affair from behind the scenes? Zhao Qihuang chuckled as if she had heard an amusing joke, a look of pity for Zhao Qiyun evident in her eyes. Qiyun, has your mind been muddled? She is your cousin, not mine. Your sisterly bond of over a decade pales in comparison to my mere acquaintanceship with her. Her tone was light, yet the undertone was sharp and cutting. To push someone into the water is one thing, but to have the audacity to accuse me? Zhao Qiyun gritted her teeth. You must have offered her some benefit to buy her off. Zhao Qihuang turned to the pensive Li Mingxiao and remarked, Miss Lin is pure and virtuous. Is she someone who could be easily swayed by me? Lin Mengyao quickly seized the opportunity presented by Zhao Qihuang. She weakly stood up, swaying slightly as she bowed to Li Mingxiao. Your Highness, today's incident is entirely Mingyao's fault. It was I who should not have spoken to your Highness. Provoking cousin Qiyun's displeasure. After speaking, she turned to the visibly trembling Zhao Qiyun and bowed again, her posture humble and subservient. I hope cousin will not remain angry. From now on, I shall not speak to the crown prince again. Upon hearing this, Li Mingxiao's gaze towards Lin Mengyao held a hint of intrigue. Well done. She had successfully captured the crown prince's attention. Zhao Qihuang admired her. Recognizing Lin Mengyao as the niece of Lin Wangshu, her standing was indeed formidable. She felt fortunate that today Lin Mengyao's blade did not strike at her. In her dreams, she had not formed a bond with Lin Mengyao. Incited by Lin Wangshu, the insidious schemes and wicked plots had all been directed at her. Meanwhile, Zhao Qiyun had merely watched from the sidelines. Observing Lin Mengyao tarnish her reputation while playing the role of the innocent, benevolent flower, Zhao Qihuang chose not to glance back at the group, lazily lifting her chin.
Come.
I shall take you to change your attire. Lin Mengyao bowed one last time before heading towards the warm room for changing. Along the way, the two remained silent until there were no others around, only the sound of the wind rustling through the flowers and leaves. Zhao Qihuang slowly halted, turning her head to curiously scrutinize the person beside her. Teach me a few tricks? Lin Mengyao lifted her tear-streaked eyes, bewildered. Zhao Qihuang motioned towards the pool. How can one fall into the water in such a way that everyone believes it was someone else's doing? Lin Mengyao stared at her in a daze. Then, after a moment, laughed softly. Indeed, nothing escapes the notice of your Highness. If I had not jumped in first today, it would have been I who was wrongfully accused of pushing someone. Zhao Qihuang raised an eyebrow, non-committal. I, too, have experienced both the roles of perpetrator and victim. She reached out and poked Lin Mengyao's still dripping sleeve, clicking her tongue in disdain. But you cry so effortlessly. You truly are quite bold. How cold was that water? I could only pretend to fall, and poorly at that. Lin Mengyao chuckled at her antics, her wariness and sorrow dissipating considerably. This is merely a means of self-preservation, a way to seize opportunities. Though it may not be refined, it is effective. Lin Mengyao's gaze fell on Zhao Qihuang's radiant, confident face. A glimmer of genuine envy reflected in her eyes. Your Highness was born into great favor, standing high above. You need not navigate the world as we do, seeking to appease and tread carefully. Zhao Qihuang smile dimmed somewhat. I was not always favored. I simply never displayed weakness. Just as she had endured suffering in her dreams, she had never revealed her vulnerable side to outsiders. Lin Mengyao inquired, Your Highness, have you heard that water, formless yet capable of wearing away stone, nourishes all things without contention? Demonstrating appropriate weakness is not a passive surrender, but rather a strategic retreat for advancement. Her words stirred something within Zhao Qihuang. The strong protect the weak, and the weak will utilize the strong. In this vast capital, who truly holds strength? Who is genuinely weak? Lin Mengyao regarded her with solemnity, bowing deeply. Your Highness. Her voice bore a resolute finality. From this day forth, I have severed all ties with Zhao Qiyun, and my aunt will not allow me to remain in the Marquis's residence. Lin Mengyao raised her head, her eyes filled with longing for power. I hope your Highness will grant me an opportunity to serve you. Zhao Qihuang scrutinized her for a moment. Then I shall observe your sincerity in the future. Chapter 39. A sign of good fortune. The Empress Dowager's birthday banquet had commenced. Inside the grand hall, goblets clinked and a lively atmosphere prevailed. The Empress sat gracefully to one side, smiling as she rose to gently inquire, Mother, is the meal to your liking today? The Empress Dowager nodded in approval. Thank you, Empress. The Emperor's gaze swept across the crowd, cheerfully announcing, Today, whoever presents the most pleasing gift to Mother will receive my generous reward. At these words, the hall fell momentarily silent, as the Emperor's reward was a genuine blessing from heaven. Who would not wish to bask in that light? The Crown Prince Li Mingxiao was the first to step forward, holding a box made of zeton wood. Grandmother, I have prepared a small gift for you. As the box opened, a translucent white jade statue of Guanyin emerged, its serene aura and exquisite craftsmanship captivating all. This statue had been consecrated by a revered monk, and the full text of the Diamond Sutra was inscribed on its base, wishing the Empress Dowager longevity and health. An elderly eunuch beside the Empress Dowager leaned in closely. squinting his eyes to examine the statue before exclaiming, "Oh, Your Highness, look at how this guanyin resembles you." Upon hearing this, many guests craned their necks to take a closer look, and indeed, it was so. The hall erupted with flattery. The smile on the Empress Dowager's face deepened, and she nodded in satisfaction. Well, the Crown Prince's filial piety is duly noted. Li Mingxiao returned to his seat with pride, his gaze sweeping over the crowd with arrogance. Beside him, Prince Li Yihong suddenly coughed softly, using a handkerchief to cover his lips, his complexion pale as a sheet. "Crown Prince, your thoughtfulness is commendable." Li Mingxiao glanced at him with a forced smile. "Fourth brother, your constitution is frail. It would be wise to consume less wine, lest a gust of wind should topple you." Li Yihong merely smiled faintly, refraining from further words, and taking a sip of tea. At that moment, a timid voice broke the air. The first prince, Li Qingjing, stood up from a corner seat, raising a gift high. "Grandmother, I also have a gift." In the bright daylight, Zhao Qihuang meticulously crafted a birthday tribute adorned with an array of colorful flower petals and orchids. Compared to the prince's exquisite white jade guanyin, this gift appeared rather unadorned. Upon seeing Li Qingqing, the smile on the Empress Dowager's face faded. Below, a newly appointed official could not resist lowering his voice to whisper to his companion, questioning the Grand Prince's seemingly meager offering. A collection of inconsequential flowers and grasses for a gift? The person beside him scoffed in response, explaining that the Grand Prince's mother had passed away early, leaving him simple-minded and foolish, with his maternal grandfather Duke of Jin Kingdom household long since fallen, leaving no funds for a proper gift. The sentiment behind this gesture is commendable, at the very least. Although their voices were hushed, their remarks reached the ears of many. Li Chengqing stood in the hall, clutching the floral tribute with a foolish grin. The arrangement of flowers was natural, and the colors innovative, exuding a unique charm. A clear, melodious voice resonated. Li Yihong cleared his throat twice, a vague smile appearing on his pallid face. Suddenly, an unexpected occurrence transpired. A swarm of vividly colored butterflies flew into the hall, weaving through the sumptuous delicacies before heading straight for the floral tribute in Li Qingqing's hands. 1, 2, 3. Before long, the birthday tribute was adorned with butterflies, their wings fluttering with iridescence, as if animated. The hall fell into a stunned silence, which was soon broken by gasps of astonishment. What a marvelous spectacle this was! Zhao Qihuang sat gracefully at the table, her fingertips gently caressing the warm teacup, before finally rising with poise. Her voice rang clear, echoing throughout the grand hall. "Clearly, all living things possess a spirit. It must be the Grand Prince's sincere heart that has moved the heavens, summoning these butterflies to celebrate the Empress Dowager's birthday. This is indeed an auspicious sign." The Empress Dowager gazed in awe at the floral tribute, now transformed into a breathtaking sight by the butterflies. Before glancing at the innocent and sincere Grand Prince, a smile finally brightening her face. "Excellent, excellent. This gift from Qingqing has truly touched my heart." Outside the Xian Palace, beneath a flowering crabapple tree, Aining quietly released her grip on the cloth bag as the last phoenix tail butterfly fluttered its wings and flew towards the hall. She gazed at the sachet entrusted to her by Zhao Qihuang, murmuring, "The princess is indeed extraordinary." Inside the hall, the fourth prince Li Yihong observed the scene, lifting his teacup, swallowing both the brilliance and mirth hidden in his gaze. He quietly mused that this was true artistry. The crown prince Li Mingxiao's expression darkened considerably, shooting a glare at the fourth prince. "Fourth brother, do not merely critique us. Where is your gift?" Li Yihong, frail, waved his hand dismissively, finding even a single word laborious. "My gift is unworthy of mention, already sent to grandmother's storeroom, and I shall not present it to dampen the spirits of everyone." His words left Li Mingxiao in an awkward silence. With the auspicious sign noted, the Empress Dowager's mood lifted, and she turned to Zhao Qihuang, who had just spoken, smilingly remarking, "The illustrious princess is as radiant as ever today." The Empress looked at her niece, suggesting, "Mother, Qihuang must have prepared a particularly thoughtful gift for you. May we have the honor of viewing it?" In a corner, Zhao Qihuan, who had just been infuriated by Lin Mengyao, finally managed to smile upon hearing that Zhao Qihuang was to present a gift. At last, Zhao Qihuang would embarrass herself. Under the watchful eyes of many, Zhao Qihuang gracefully bowed. "To Empress Dowager, Qihuang presents a painting as a gift." The Empress Dowager, intrigued, replied, "Oh, A painting? Quickly present it for me to see. Lin Wangshu hastily shot a glance at Zhao Qihuan. Understanding the cue, Zhao Qihuan stood and declared loudly, Empress Dowager, Qihuan has also prepared a birthday tribute for you. May I have the fortune to present it alongside my sister? The Empress Dowager looked towards the voice, smilingly inquiring of the Empress, is this also your niece? She appears quite lively. The Empress narrowed her eyes slightly, glancing over Zhao Qihuan's calculating face, and reluctantly nodded at the Empress Dowager. Your Majesty, this is the daughter of my brother's second wife, Zhao Qihuan. The Empress Dowager, not overly concerned, waved her hand. In that case, let us present the gifts together. With these words, Zhao Qihuan proudly stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Zhao Qihuang. Dressed in a vibrant red palace garment, Zhao Qihuang resembled a fiery rose, radiant in her beauty, while Zhao Qihuan, in a gentle lotus-pink gown, appeared as a delicate white lotus by the pond. The Crown Prince Li Mingxiao's gaze flitted between the two before finally settling on Zhao Qihuang, his tone dripping with unmasked mockery. Cousin Qihuang, our revered grandmother has a great fondness for paintings, with an exceptionally discerning eye. Common artworks will not catch her attention. I hope you are not seeking to humiliate yourself. The Empress's heart sank. She had intended to use this opportunity to bolster Qihuang's reputation. Earlier in her palace, Qihuang had gifted her a phoenix hairpin. Delicately crafted and exquisite, a true treasure. If such beauty was bestowed upon her, the gift for the Empress Dowager would undoubtedly be even more extraordinary. Who would have thought it would merely be a painting? Chapter 40. A priceless treasure. The Empress Dowager, seemingly oblivious to the Crown Prince's malice, jestingly remarked, I shall examine the illustrious princess's painting closely. Let us first see the gift from Qihuan. Zhao Qihuan, unable to contain her delight at presenting her gift before Zhao Qihuang, obediently acknowledged and cautiously opened the jewelry box in her hands. As the lid lifted, a golden phoenix hairpin lay serenely on the velvet lining, its beak holding a pearl. With its tail embellished with delicate gemstones, a stunning design. A wave of admiration rippled through the guests. Upon recognizing the hairpin's design, the Empress's pupils constricted. This piece was nearly identical to the one Qihuang had just gifted her. Yet, upon closer inspection, it was evident that the craftsmanship was significantly inferior, lacking any spirit. Zhao Qihuan proudly lifted her chin, declaring, to the Empress Dowager, this phoenix hairpin's design was conceived by Qihuan herself, crafted by the finest artisans in the capital. The Empress Dowager examined the hairpin, nodding in satisfaction as she scrutinized it against the light. Indeed, this design is exquisite. Several noble ladies, who had previously sat in the Empress's hall, murmured in surprise, why does this hairpin seem so familiar? It resembles the one just gifted to the Empress. It appears that the second daughter of the Duke's household has plagiarized her sister's design for the Empress Dowager's gift. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qihuan's face paled, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. The Empress Dowager, intrigued, turned to the Empress, asking, what? Do you have a similar phoenix hairpin? The Empress's grip on her wine cup tightened, her expression darkening. She saw through Zhao Qihuan's schemes, yet in front of the Empress Dowager, she could only feign a smile. The illustrious princess previously gifted me a hairpin that bears some resemblance. Nearby, one noble lady remarked, similar, yet not quite the same. The hairpin gifted by the princess even has moving wings. Lacking originality, the Empress Dowager immediately lost interest in Zhao Qihuan's hairpin, casually handing it to a nearby courtier. Zhao Qihuan's face drained of color, her fingertips trembling slightly within her sleeve. The stares of those around her felt like needles, making her wish to escape this suffocating scene. In stark contrast, the Empress Dowager eagerly turned her attention to Zhao Qihuang, anticipating the unveiling of her gift. Let us see the princess's painting. Zhao Qihuan, gritting her teeth, glared at Zhao Qihuang, realizing it was now her turn to be embarrassed. The courtier, receiving the command, respectfully approached and took the painting from Zhao Qihuang's hands. Slowly unfurling the scroll, only a corner was revealed at first, showcasing a glimmering phoenix tail, captivating the audience's attention. Another phoenix? Someone in the hall murmured. Zhao Qihuan's smile deepened. She had known all along that Zhao Qihuang could only procure some unrefined, common artwork. However, in the next moment, as the scroll was fully unfurled, the buzz of conversation abruptly ceased. In the painting, a phoenix reborn from the flames occupies the center of the canvas. Its neck arched in a mighty call and wings unfurled. Each feather seems to blaze with the radiance of life. exuding an aura of dominance that nearly transcends the confines of the artwork. Surrounding it, myriad birds bow in submission, some with heads lowered, others with wings spread wide, each posture radiating reverence for their sovereign. This vibrant depiction of 100 birds worshipping the phoenix far surpasses the triviality of a mere phoenix hairpin. Zhao Qiyun's gaze was fixed on the painting, her fury ignited. This was no ordinary artwork. It was clearly a calculated trap laid to ensnare her. The Empress Dowager, entranced, leaned slightly forward from her phoenix throne, murmuring, "What a splendid 100 birds worshipping the phoenix." Her eyes fell upon the signature and seal in the lower right corner of the painting, and a glimmer of surprise flashed in her gaze. Could it be the work of Yan Xuesheng? The name sent ripples through the hall, for Yan Xuesheng was the most renowned artist of the Great Qi dynasty, a treasure whose works were nearly impossible to procure. Crown Prince Li Mingxiao's brows furrowed deeply, and without a moment's hesitation, he exclaimed, "Impossible." He declared with certainty. Everyone knows that Yan Xuesheng's style is gaudy and garish, painting solely in ink without color. How could this vividly colored piece be his authentic work? As these words left his lips, those knowledgeable in art displayed expressions of doubt. The quality of this painting was exquisite. Who else could it belong to but Yan Xuesheng? Only Zhao Qiyun breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Zhao Qihuang must have enlisted some obscure artist to imitate Yan Xuesheng's name. The Empress Dowager would surely not spare Zhao Qihuang upon discovering the deceit. Just then, an elderly yet fervent voice rang out. "Your Majesty!" All turned to see Yang Wui. The grand scholar, trembling as he stood, his old face flushed with excitement. "May I approach for a closer look?" It was well known that Yang was obsessed with two things in life: ancient texts and the paintings of Yan Xuesheng. His collection of Yan's authentic works was unmatched in the capital. The Empress Dowager immediately nodded. "Yang Aiqing, quickly, come and see." Yang Wui nearly sprinted to the table. Donning his portable glass spectacles, he scrutinized the material of the painting, the brushstrokes, and the blending of colors. Finally, he fixated on the small private seal. After a long moment, he removed his spectacles, trembling with excitement, his voice quivering. "It is authentic, truly authentic." He pointed to the small seal and proclaimed loudly, "This is Yan Xuesheng's private seal, beyond any doubt. This is indeed his authentic work, and the only colored piece among his many creations." The weight of those two words, "the only," was immense. The Empress Dowager abruptly rose, exclaiming, "Quick! Ensure the painting is securely stored. It is indeed a priceless treasure." The palace attendants hurriedly and cautiously rolled up the painting. The Empress Dowager's gaze toward Zhao Qihuang was now filled with utmost satisfaction. She kindly inquired, "Acquiring this painting must have been quite a challenge." Zhao Qihuang parted her crimson lips, saying, "Qihuang dares not take credit. Master, Yan is known for his aloofness. Unless he feels a deep connection, he will not put brush to paper." She raised her eyes, her gaze bright and clear as she flattered. "It must be your grace and benevolence, your majesty, that inspired him to break his usual practice and add this unparalleled color to 100 birds worshipping the phoenix." This statement not only exalted Yan Xuesheng but also firmly placed the immense fortune upon the Empress Dowager's head. Upon hearing this, the Empress Dowager was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter, pointing at Zhao Qihuang, saying to the Empress beside her, "Look at this child. She is truly clever and insightful. No wonder His Majesty made an exception to bestow upon her the title of princess. I adore her dearly." The Empress also laughed in agreement, saying, "Among the noble houses, it is this child with whom I resonate most." Chapter 41. Flattery in abundance. Amidst the chorus of admiration filling the hall, Zhao Qiyun's nails nearly embedded themselves into the tender flesh of her palm. All the attention was monopolized by Zhao Qihuang. Just then, a voice of great authority resonated from the imperial throne. "My mother is in high spirits today, and my heart is greatly comforted." The emperor had spoken. The hall fell silent in an instant. "What gift would please you most?" All eyes turned to the Empress Dowager. Zhao Qiyun harbored a glimmer of hope. Perhaps the Empress Dowager would consider the Crown Prince's dignity. However, the Empress Dowager simply smiled as she surveyed the room, her gaze momentarily resting on Crown Prince Li Mingxiao's alabaster guanyin statue, then briefly on Li Qingjing's grasshopper that heralded good fortune. Ultimately, her gaze predictably settled upon Zhao Qihuang, her affection nearly overflowing. "Your Majesty, do I even need to ask?" The Empress Dowager pointed in Zhao Qihuang's direction, laughing heartily. It is naturally this child's 100 birds worshipping the phoenix that most resonates with my heart. The decision was final. Zhao Qiyun felt as though darkness enveloped her, her body swaying as if she might collapse. The emperor, upon hearing this, let out a hearty laugh. Excellent. His gaze turned towards the poised young woman who had maintained her composure throughout, his voice laced with approval. Princess Jinxiu. Zhao Qihuang gracefully stepped forward from her seat, making her way to the center of the hall. She stood tall and dignified, neither servile nor arrogant, bowing gracefully amidst the envious or jealous gazes around her. This subject is present. The emperor regarded her starry eyes and asked with a smile, "Tell me, what reward do you desire?" Zhao Qiyun, consumed by jealousy, could hardly contain herself. She was eager to see what foolish request Zhao Qihuang would make. However, Zhao Qihuang simply lifted her head, her clear eyes devoid of any greed. "Your Majesty, I desire nothing." A wave of astonishment swept through the hall. The Duke of Yong'an, Zhao Yuanshan, frowned, discontentedly glancing at his foolish daughter, such an excellent opportunity squandered without seeking favor for the house. Even the emperor raised an eyebrow, evidently surprised. He spoke sternly. "My word is law. What I say must be done, and there is no retraction." A reward was inevitable. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qihuang's smile deepened. "Your Majesty, do not be angry. I am not ungrateful." She expressed earnestly, "Everyone in the capital speaks of your Majesty's literary and martial prowess, unmatched throughout history, especially your calligraphy, which flows like dragons and snakes, swallowing mountains and rivers. It is the finest in the realm." As these words slipped from her lips, the emperor's earlier stern countenance melted into a smile. Flattery may abound, but such praise remains unblemished, especially when it is delivered with such elegance and subtlety. Zhao Qihuang bowed even lower, her tone filled with admiration and longing. "I seek not riches or favors. I timidly wish for a piece of your esteemed calligraphy. I would then hang it in my chamber, practicing daily and gazing upon it, hoping to learn that lofty spirit and boundless ambition." This request was artfully articulated, striking at the very core of the emperor's heart. Unable to contain himself, the emperor erupted into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha." He turned to the empress, his joy evident in his eyes. "Look at your niece. She is truly clever." The empress covered her mouth with a laugh, her gaze filled with warmth and pride. "Your Majesty is too kind." In high spirits, the emperor waved his hand. "Bring forth the writing implements." The attendants, not daring to delay, swiftly presented the prepared stationery and brushes. The emperor rose, striding confidently to the table, rolled up his dragon sleeves, and dipped his brush into the ink. The entire assembly of nobles, officials, and dignitaries held their breath. With a flourish, he wielded the brush, crafting 4 bold characters with vigor. Jinxiu Tiancheng. It was the highest commendation of her title, Princess Jinxiu. "Well written," someone exclaimed, and the hall erupted into applause. Zhao Qihuang respectfully knelt, her hands raised high above her head. An attendant presented the still fragrant piece of calligraphy to her. She solemnly accepted it. "Thank you, Your Majesty. This treasured calligraphy will be cherished by me, and I shall not dare to neglect it day or night." The emperor, observing her demeanor, felt an even greater delight in his heart. "Ha ha ha, splendid. Today I am in high spirits." His gaze swept across the hall, finally settling back on Zhao Qihuang with a hint of indulgence. "Apart from this calligraphy, what else do you desire? I shall grant you additional rewards." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qiyun's heart, which had just begun to quiet, raced again. She could not believe that Zhao Qihuang would refuse a second time. However, to her astonishment, Zhao Qihuang slowly shook her head. Rising to her feet, she wore a perfectly measured expression of modesty and humility. "Your Majesty, I have not been raised in the capital since childhood, and I am devoid of knowledge. My skills in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting are merely mediocre. To receive your personal gift of calligraphy and have the opportunity to learn from it is already an immense blessing. I dare not seek any further rewards." This declaration left Zhao Qiyun in a state of confusion. What was this tactic? How could Zhao Qihuang publicly expose her own shortcomings? The emperor regarded Zhao Qihuang, his smile gradually fading, replaced by a deeper appreciation. "Nonsense. You are the imperial princess I have personally conferred the title upon. Who in the capital would dare mock your knowledge? Though you may lack proficiency in the arts, your candid nature and composed courage surpass 1,000 volumes of poetry." The emperor's words, as weighty as mountains, silenced all future criticisms of Zhao Qihuang's lack of scholarly merit. Zhao Qihuang bowed. "Once more, Your Majesty. Your praise is too much for me to bear." The emperor waved his hand, signaling her to rise, his tone laced with a hint of mysterious amusement. "Enough. I already know what rewards to bestow upon you. Return to your residence and await them." Zhao Qihuang, taken aback, wondered what the emperor intended to reward her with. Nevertheless, she displayed no outward sign of her surprise, merely bowing respectfully once again. "I thank Your Majesty for your generous grace." Thus, the climax of the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet truly came to a close. The palace music resumed, and the atmosphere, once tense, dissipated as guests began to rise, exiting in order according to their ranks. Lady Lin Wangshu, wife of the Marquis of Yong'an, grasped Zhao Qiyun's hand, her face pale with anger, nearly dragging her out. Just as they were about to exit the hall, a figure silently blocked their path. Yuping, the head maid beside the empress, expressionless, knelt in greeting. "Madam, second miss, Her Majesty the Empress, requests your presence." Lady Lin Wangshu's heart sank, and Zhao Qiyun nervously clutched her garment. The two exchanged glances, both reading the depths of unease in each other's eyes. Lady Lin Wangshu offered a purse, inquiring, "Might I ask what matter the Empress wishes to discuss?" Yuping declined to take it, coldly stating, "You shall know once you arrive." Such a demeanor only heightened their anxiety. In the Fengkuan Palace of the Empress, incense burned in a superior censer, yet it could not suppress the bone-chilling anger present in the hall. Lady Lin Wangshu and Zhao Qiyun knelt in the center, their faces pale with fear. At the head of the hall, the Empress, clad in resplendent garments, wore a frosty expression, her gaze sharp as a blade. Just as the two women felt the weight of the Empress's pressure near collapse them, she slowly spoke, her voice icy. "Have I not instructed you to behave yourselves and refrain from troubling Zhao Qihuang? Do you treat my words as mere wind?" Lady Lin Wangshu shivered in fright, hastily bowing her head. "Your Majesty, please quell your anger. I do not comprehend your meaning." "Do not comprehend?" The Empress sneered, signaling to Yuping. Understanding, Yuping presented a brocade box. The Empress took it, opening it with a crisp sound before displaying a shimmering phoenix hairpin. She held it before them, its delicate tassels glimmering with a cold light. "Now, do you understand?" Upon seeing the hairpin, Zhao Qiyun's face turned ashen. Yet, she remained unwilling to concede, tearfully protesting. "Did my sister report to our aunt?" "Aunt, you cannot only listen to her side of the story. She has plagiarized my ideas. Do you take me for a fool?" The Empress sharply interrupted. "The gold hairpin presented by Qi Huang is intricately crafted with distinct phoenix feathers and adorned with precious gems. And yours? Aside from its shape, it is coarse and crude. How could I not discern who copied whom?" Zhao Qiyun, stunned by the rebuke, pouted defiantly and muttered under her breath. The Empress, observing her unrepentant demeanor, felt her fury rise further, her gaze growing colder. "Today, I refrained from exposing you at the birthday banquet, not out of consideration for you, but for the dignity of the Marquis of Yong'an." Lady Lin Wangshu sensed the Empress's resolute tone, her heart sinking in fear. "Your Majesty, it is my failure to teach my daughter. She was merely momentarily confused." "Momentarily confused?" The Empress gazed down at her, her disappointment palpable. "It seems the one truly confused is you, as her mother." Taking a deep breath, she appeared disinclined to engage further. "Lady Lin Wangshu, I give you 1 month. Secure a suitable marriage for Zhao Qiyun, and do not foolishly covet the position of crown princess." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qiyun could no longer contain herself, rising to cry out, "Aunt, why are you so biased? What makes me inferior to Zhao Qihuang?" The Empress remained impassive. "If, after a month, you have failed to find a suitable match for her, then I shall personally arrange a marriage for her." At these words, Zhao Qiyun collapsed to the ground. Lady Lin Wangshu lowered her gaze, concealing her malice. "I shall comply with your wishes, Your Majesty." In the carriage of the Marquis of Yong'an, Zhao Qiyun lay in Lady Lin Wangshu's embrace, weeping inconsolably. "Mother, I do not want to marry someone else. I want to be the crown princess." Lady Lin Wangshu did not respond, allowing her daughter to cry and vent her frustrations. Eventually, as Zhao Qiyun's sobs subsided to mere sniffles, Lady Lin Wangshu finally spoke, her voice clear and cold within the confined space of the carriage. "What is there to cry about? The position of crown princess will ultimately be yours." Zhao Qiyun, with tear-filled eyes, looked up at her, "But aunt." Lady Lin Wangshu gazed at her daughter's swollen eyes, a cruel smile curving her lips. Does your aunt truly believe she can control everything? If she insists on forcing us into a corner, she cannot blame me for being ruthless. Zhao Qian sniffled. What does mother intend to do? Lady Lin Wangshu took out a handkerchief to wipe away her daughter's tears. You focus on winning the heart of the crown prince. Leave the rest to me. Zhao Qian nodded vigorously, mother. We must ensure that Zhao Qihuang is beneath our feet. In the carriage of the princess, Zhao Qihuang sneezed 3 times in succession, sniffling as she murmured, Who is scolding me? Zhao Mingyao chuckled. Today, the princess shone brightly, and everyone praised you. Who would dare to scold you? Zhao Qihuang smiled. That is true. Zhao Mingyao looked at her with admiration, asking, Sister Qihuang, how are you so composed before the emperor? I would have been terrified. Zhao Qihuang replied nonchalantly, There is nothing to it. It is merely familiarity. Zhao Mingyao laughed. I must say, your strategy of retreating to advance today was truly brilliant. With the emperor's candid endorsement, I doubt anyone will dare to publicly question your knowledge in the future. Zhao Qihuang raised an eyebrow. Speaking of which, I owe you my gratitude. Had it not been for your prior display of humility, I might not have awakened from my slumber. The Zhao Qihuang in my dreams was overly proud, like a stone in a latrine, both foul and unyielding. Unable to learn the art of bending low to curry favor with those above, nor willing to lower herself to connect with those below. Such obstinacy could only lead to dire outcomes. Now, she must embrace every influential figure she can find, striving to gain favor among the noble families and enhance her own standing. Zhao Mingyue, unable to comprehend the conversation between the two, stifled a long yawn. Her eyes, still heavy with sleep. Zhao Qihuang glanced at her and remarked, Do not sleep. We will arrive shortly. No sooner had she spoken than the carriage came to a halt before the residence of the Duke of Yong'an. The second lady, Qian Fong, awaited them at the entrance. And upon seeing the 3 young ladies disembark unscathed, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Heir did not cause any trouble for the princess, did she? Qian Fong inquired with a beaming smile. Zhao Qihuang politely responded, Sister Yu is quite well-mannered and knows the proper etiquette. How could she be a bother? Qian Fong looked at her with gratitude. Thank you, Your Highness. You are too polite, Aunt, Zhao Qihuang replied. They exchanged light-hearted banter as they entered the inner courtyard of the Duke's residence, each retreating to their respective quarters. As Zhao Qihuang stepped through the hanging flower gate, she had not yet reached the exquisite pavilion when she suddenly heard raucous laughter and splashing sounds emanating from the rear courtyard. She paused, furrowing her brow. At this late hour, who is making such a commotion near my courtyard? Xiao Hong glanced over and replied, It seems to be near the lotus pond. Zhao Qihuang lifted her foot and proceeded towards the source of the noise. Passing through the moon gate, she found several burly servants gathered by the pond, tossing stones into the water with laughter. Young master, why don't you come up? It's quite cold down there. Beg us, and we will pull you up. In the center of the pond, Wei Lanzhao's lean figure struggled in the frigid water, enduring the barrage of coarse words and icy stones. Zhao Qihuang's expression turned icy. What are you doing? The servants froze, their smiles vanishing as they turned to see Zhao Qihuang. The stones in their hands dropped to the ground with a soft thud. Your Highness, they exclaimed in unison, kneeling on the damp stone floor, their reflections showing their alarm. The leading servant crawled forward slightly and forced a sycophantic smile. Your Excellency, it is this Wei Lanzhao who refuses to know his place. We were merely disciplining him for you. Zhao Qihuang's gaze swept over the group, piercing directly toward the figure in the water. Wei Lanzhao, half submerged in the murky pond, wore a white garment that clung transparently to his bony frame. His wet hair stuck to the side of his neck, water droplets trailing over the bruises adorning his skin. Suddenly, he coughed up blood, the crimson liquid trickling down his pale lips, and the shattered moonlight illuminated his reddened eyes, reminiscent of vermilion seeping through cracks in white porcelain. Disciplining for me? Zhao Qihuang's lips curled into a cold smile. Is this princess dead? How dare you servants presume to act on my behalf? At her words, the servants trembled like autumn leaves, their foreheads striking the damp ground with a dull thud. Spare us, Your Highness. We were blinded by ignorance and will not dare again. Zhao Qihuang cast a disdainful glance at them, her icy demeanor more chilling than the water itself. Do you enjoy watching others suffer? Perhaps you should join him and have a thorough soak. The servants turned ashen but dared not hesitate. The leader, who had begun to display a plea in his eyes, found himself frozen in place by Zhao Qihuang's glare.
What?
Do you wish for this princess to take action personally? Before her words could fully escape, several loud splashes echoed as the servants found themselves thrust into the waist-deep water, shivering. Zhao Qihuang averted her gaze, addressing Xiaohong with a calm air. Pull him up.
Yes.
Xiaohong quickly fetched a long bamboo pole, straining to draw the shivering Wei Lanzhao from the water. He stood there, drenched, his garment clinging to him, making him appear even more frail. Zhao Qihuang crossed her arms, examining his disheveled state with a frown. Will you not resist? How can you allow these servants to bully you so? Wei Lanzhao lowered his head, droplets cascading down his pale cheeks, forming a precarious arc at his chin. His lips were tinged with a bluish hue, yet he forced a faint smile. Am I not merely a servant now? Besides, if I were to retaliate, would not the princess punish me further? Zhao Qihuang crouched down, the embroidered hem of her gown dipping into the filth, oblivious to the dirt. She grasped Wei Lanzhao's chin, compelling him to meet her gaze. Wei Lanzhao, she whispered softly into his ear, this pity act will not sway me. Wei Lanzhao slowly raised his head, his deep-set eyes appearing particularly somber amidst the mist. Whatever the princess says is acceptable. His tone bore no inflection. Whatever I say is acceptable. Zhao Qihuang's lips curved slightly. For your mischief, I decree that you shall not have dinner tonight. Wei Lanzhao lowered his lashes, droplets still clinging to his long lashes, trembling slightly. He uttered 2 words. As you command. After that, he no longer glanced at her, dragging his sodden form directly back to his dilapidated quarters. As the night wind swept, his frail silhouette elongated in the moonlight, exuding an indescribable desolation. Zhao Qihuang's gaze flickered. Xiaohong observed Wei Lanzhao's staggering figure nearly disappearing around the corner, then glanced back at the trembling servants still in the pond. Biting her lip, she whispered, Your Highness, I feel a bit sorry for young Master Wei. Zhao Qihuang replied nonchalantly, Sorry? You believe I have been too harsh on him, do you? Xiaohong flinched and quickly lowered her head. I dare not. Yet she couldn't help but defend Wei Lanzhao. Before, when he was still the heir of the Duke of Jinghua, he often opposed you and offended you.
But now.
Zhao Qihuang interrupted, but now he has not changed his attitude toward me. He merely bows to circumstances. She added, if one day he regains power, he will undoubtedly seek my demise. With that, Zhao Qihuang flicked her sleeve and departed. The wind lanterns flickered, casting a radiant glow upon the golden peonies on her skirt. The servants in the pond trembled like leaves, waiting for her to leave before climbing out. Unexpectedly, Zhao Qihuang halted in her tracks, not turning back. Her voice as cold as ice. Let them soak in the water for an hour. Anyone who dares to come up early shall have their legs broken and be thrown out of the Duke's residence. Inside the exquisite pavilion, the sweet soup still wafted steam. The bird's nest soup she adored. Yet she did not take a single bite. Her mind was consumed by the image of Wei Lanzhao's lonely and frail back, along with his nonchalant, as you command. It stung her more than being called a wicked woman to her face. Frustrated, Zhao Qihuang yanked off the golden hairpin atop her head and threw it heavily onto the dressing table. The sharp clang reverberated through the silent room, piercing her ears. She gazed at her reflection in the mirror, her strikingly beautiful face now marred by a hint of annoyance that felt foreign to her. Pity? She muttered, almost as if to refute Xiaohong, or perhaps to convince herself. What is there to pity? A once proud heir of the Duke of Jinghua, who has fallen, should bear the weight of his downfall. Am I to carry him in a lavish sedan chair and provide him with sumptuous feasts? Such were her thoughts. Yet with the tightening of the wind outside, she couldn't help but ponder. The dilapidated quarters he resided in, exposed to drafts, with blankets thinner than paper. Tonight, with his whip scars soaked and her orders preventing him from eating, would Wei Lanzhao endure such torment without succumbing? The moment this thought crossed her mind, her heart constricted painfully. Zhao Qihuang rose swiftly, calling out, Come here. Xiaohong entered. What is your command, Your Highness? Zhao Qihuang approached the table and pointed to the untouched bowl of bird's nest soup. This overly sweet soup, take it to Wei Lanzhao. Xiaohong paused momentarily. Zhao Qihuang added, and take away the cloud brocade quilt I made a few days ago. It is uncomfortable. Xiaohong bowed her head respectfully. Yes, I will attend to it immediately. The cold wind sliced through the air like a knife, stirring a few withered leaves from the ground. Wei Lanzhao pushed open the creaking wooden door, a musty scent assaulting his senses. With an expression devoid of emotion, he stepped inside, shedding his damp clothes that still dripped with water. Lines of whip marks crisscrossed his chest and back, already blistered and pale. The room was devoid of sunlight, colder than the outside air. He dragged a thin, hard, old quilt from the corner of the bed and carelessly wrapped it around himself, leaning against the wall. In the darkness, his eyes shone with an astonishing brightness, akin to a lone wolf lying in wait in the shadows. At that moment, a gentle knock echoed from outside the door. Wei Lanzhao furrowed his brow. At such a late hour, who could it be? Chapter 44. Let us be mundane together. He remained silent, merely listening intently. After a moment of waiting, Xiao Hong, outside, placed something at the door. Young Master Wei, it's something from the princess. If you are not asleep, please come out to retrieve it. The footsteps faded away. Wei Lanzhao waited for a while before slowly rising and opening the door. On the tray outside lay a bowl of still warm sweet soup, alongside a neatly folded cloud-patterned quilt. The quilt felt warm to the touch, soft and comfortable. What do you want, Zhao Qihuang? He murmured, his fingers tightening around the quilt's edge. Wei Lanzhao picked up the tray and closed the door. By the flickering candlelight, he savored the sweet bird's nest soup, consuming it spoonful by spoonful. His body craved warmth. He needed to survive. Only by living could he ensure those responsible would face consequences. The following morning, as dawn broke, Zhao Qihuang completed her morning routine. Upon opening the window, she spotted Wei Lanzhao sweeping the courtyard, his complexion still somewhat pale. She yawned and told her companion, "Let him rest from such labor today. Soon. We shall go to the market together." Xiao Hong blinked, realizing the princess had a heart beneath her sharp tongue. Zhao Qihuang shot her a glance. "Speak not a word more, or I shall reprimand you." Xiao Hong, smiling awkwardly, scampered away. Half an hour later, Wei Lanzhao, clad in clean but worn clothing, stood expressionlessly in the courtyard. He seemed to have regained his usual aloof demeanor, as if the previous night's turmoil had never transpired. Zhao Qihuang muttered, "You truly can endure." "Let us go," she declared, moving ahead. Wei Lanzhao followed closely behind. At the most opulent Linlang pavilion in the capital, Zhao Qihuang casually picked up a gold and emerald peony hairpin, admiring it in the mirror. She turned her head to glance at Wei Lanzhao, who stood like a wooden post behind her. "Which do you find more appealing, this one or that?" She pointed to another hairpin embedded with rubies. Wei Lanzhao regarded the two ornaments for a moment before reluctantly stating, "Both are fine." Noting his discomfort, Zhao Qihuang recalled that he might look down upon her gaudy attire. "Very well. Excellent," she replied, her smile deepening. "Shopkeeper, bring forth your most ostentatious gold chain." The shopkeeper paused in surprise. Wei Lanzhao twitched his lips, turning away, unable to bear the sight of Zhao Qihuang's taste. Soon, the gold chain was produced, gleaming blindingly in the light. Zhao Qihuang waited in her hands before stepping in front of Wei Lanzhao and personally draping the heavy chain around his neck. Wei Lanzhao froze. Disbelief etched on his face. Zhao Qihuang's eyes sparkled with mischief. "Didn't you find me vulgar? Today, we shall embrace the mundane together." The weighty gold chain rested upon his slender collarbone, exuding an absurd splendor. As they strolled down Zhuke Street, Wei Lanzhao attracted more glances than the illustrious princess Zhao Qihuang herself. A nobleman, resembling a refreshing breeze, yet adorned with a garish chain typically worn by nouveau riche. Curious gazes pierced him like needles. Wei Lanzhao chose to ignore the ostentatious chain, maintaining his impassive demeanor. The more nonchalant he appeared, the more the fire within Zhao Qihuang blazed. She halted, a wicked smile curling on her lips. "Today, I shall make you utterly mundane." She pointed toward a 3-story building adorned with intricate carvings and bustling with voices. "Let us go to the drunken immortal pavilion." Wei Lanzhao closed his eyes, inhaling deeply. Inside the grand hall, the music lingered in the air. On the central stage, a man in white played the lute. As Zhao Qihuang and Wei Lanzhao entered, the musician paused, recognizing the duo standing side by side. Wei Lanzhao was taken aback. "Song Zhiliu? What is he doing here?" He had thought Zhao Qihuang had hidden him elsewhere to prevent further trouble. Zhao Qihuang turned her head, lowering her voice to ask Xiao Hong, "I instructed you to send him away. Who permitted you to return him to such a place?" Xiao Hong wore a look of grievance. "Princess, I provided him with ample funds for a fresh start. He insisted on returning." On stage, Song Zhiliu's gaze bypassed Wei Lanzhao, fixated on Zhao Qihuang. his beautiful eyes brimming with grievance and accusation, as if looking at a heartless betrayer. Zhao Qihuang felt uncomfortable under his gaze, awkwardly averting her eyes. Upstairs, she commanded curtly, hastening to the upper floor. Wei Lanzhao, however, paused. He turned back to Song Zhiliu, lightly curling his lips in a subtle smile. Song Zhiliu gritted his teeth. On the second floor, Zhao Qihuang's private room offered a splendid view, capturing the entire hall. She sat down and poured herself a glass of wine, casting a glance at the still silent Wei Lanzhao. "What? Young Master Wei, I suppose you've never frequented such places during your glory days?" Wei Lanzhao's gaze shifted from Song Zhiliu's despondent face below back to her. "I have been here before." Zhao Qihuang paused, intrigued.
Oh,
"You too?" Wei Lanzhao replied. "I did not come here for merriment." Zhao Qihuang raised an eyebrow. "For what, then?" Wei Lanzhao's gaze wandered, uttering two words: social engagements. Zhao Qihuang laughed softly.
how very grand.
At his words, Wei Lanzhao surprisingly chuckled, the sound resonating softly within his slender chest, carrying a hint of chill. Just then, the beaded curtain of the private room was flung open from the outside. The music from downstairs had ceased. Song Zhiliu hurriedly entered, standing before the table, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears, as if profoundly wronged, weakly calling out, "Princess." Zhao Qihuang regarded him with her customary air of nonchalance, though her smile did not reach her eyes. "Didn't I provide you with sufficient silver for a new life? Why return to such a place?" Song Zhiliu's complexion paled further. "How can I stay away when you so easily cast me aside? No amount of silver can mend a broken heart." Zhao Qihuang's smile vanished. "But I do not tolerate unnecessary individuals by my side." Song Zhiliu trembled, disbelief etched across his features. "Princess, I leave," Zhao Qihuang interrupted, her tone betraying no emotion. "I shall visit you again." That final statement felt less like reassurance and more like a command. Song Zhiliu bit his lower lip, eyes filled with bitterness and resentment, ultimately bowing and exiting in a defeated manner. Within the private room, a heavy silence ensued. Wei Lanzhao leisurely lifted his teacup, his mocking gaze fixed on Zhao Qihuang's exquisite yet frosty visage. "Didn't you claim that Song Zhiliu possessed a pure heart?" His voice was calm. "How is it that he has now become an unnecessary presence?" Chapter 45. A simple desire to strike you. Zhao Qihuang lazily lifted her eyelids, as if she had heard a jest. "I spoke of his gentle nature, one that does not provoke others." Her crimson lips curved into a mischievous arc, her thoughts innocent. "As you mentioned your cousin Feng Qianqian." Wei Lanzhao paused momentarily, his hand holding the teacup suspended in the air, clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment. Thus, the princess, fully aware that he had provoked me first, still struck me across the face. Zhao Qihuang, unfazed, chuckled softly, revealing a set of perfectly white teeth. She leaned in closer, lowering her voice to a conspiratorial whisper that brushed against Wei Lanzhao's ear. "That slap was not for any reason other than the pure desire to strike you." Wei Lanzhao, incensed by her brazen demeanor, couldn't help but laugh. His chest heaved, and the heavy gold chain around his neck swayed, shimmering brightly. Zhao Qihuang's gaze fell upon that chain. "I have noticed that you possess remarkable patience." She tapped her fingertip on the table, her interest piqued, and inquired, "Where exactly lies your bottom line?" Wei Lanzhao stifled his laughter, sensing that the princess truly held a grudge about my past neglect. He met her gaze, his eyes as unfathomable as the depths of a well. "I wonder how I might appease the princess?" Zhao Qihuang fixed her gaze on him, and after a moment, she suddenly smiled, raising her elegantly sculpted chin to point toward the bustling hall below, where music and laughter abounded. "The musicians at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, I dare say, pale in comparison to your talents." "Why not?" she drawled with exaggerated emphasis, her eyes brimming with mockery and malice. "Descend and perform a piece to delight the crowd." Wei Lanzhao regarded her in silence, the depths of his eyes betraying no humiliation, only a serene coldness. "If I were to play here," he began, his voice steady and unwavering, "could the chasm between the princess and I be entirely erased?" Zhao Qihuang smiled slightly. "You have no choice." Wei Lanzhao ceased to speak further. He rose from his seat, adjusting his somewhat shabby attire. The glaring gold chain danced with his movements, casting a dazzling light.
He descended the staircase,
weaving through the clamor of the crowd, and approached the modest stage. The raucous sounds in the hall gradually quieted at his arrival. All eyes converged upon him. In a corner, a drunken lady clad in finery propped her chin on her hand, gazing dreamily at the stage. When did the drunken immortal pavilion acquire such a remarkable musician? Her companion suddenly tugged at her, her voice trembling. Don't be absurd. That seems to be Wei Lanzhao, the heir of the Duke of State. The intoxicated lady became suddenly alert, shaking her head, and upon focusing again, she was left speechless. Zhao Qihuang stood at the railing of the second floor, her hands interlaced, watching the scene below with keen interest. She and Wei Lanzhao exchanged glances across the noisy throng. The stage at the drunken immortal pavilion was artfully constructed, with a skylight deliberately opened in the roof, allowing the silvery moonlight to cascade down like liquid mercury, casting a gentle glow upon the center of the stage. Wei Lanzhao sat enveloped in this moonlight. He was surrounded by scornful, mocking, enamored, and curious gazes. Yet, he appeared oblivious, calmly taking his seat and testing the sound. His slender fingers brushed the strings of the guqin, producing a clear, resonant note that pierced through the murky air. The music flowed forth, at times resembling the tranquil rush of mountain streams, at others the clash of steel and valor. The once raucous hall fell silent. The audience, regardless of gender, was entranced. Zhao Qihuang observed him quietly. Though he played in this bustling, frivolous establishment to please the crowd, the coolness and focus in his demeanor suggested he was performing for an imperial banquet, offering a melody to emperors and empresses. That innate nobility could not be tarnished by any humiliation. Brother Lanzhao, it truly is you. A girl in a pale yellow dress rushed in from outside, sprinting to the center of the stage. Lu Wanru's eyes were red, and in a frenzy, she slammed the guqin onto the ground. Grasping Wei Lanzhao's arm, she wept with joy, exclaiming, I never imagined you were still alive. I will take you away. Zhao Qihuang slightly bent forward, resting her hands on the railing, a playful smile gracing her lips. She neither intervened nor spoke, quietly savoring Wei Lanzhao's forthcoming reaction. The crowd below erupted in murmurs, a cacophony of whispers. Wei Lanzhao, expressionless, gently pried Lu Wanru's fingers apart one by one. He pushed her away, calmly stating, I am now the property of the illustrious princess. Lu Wanru was left in shock. Following his gaze, she slowly lifted her head. At last, she beheld the red-clad Zhao Qihuang, who appeared detached and amused from the second floor. Lu Wanru retorted indignantly, She forced you into this, didn't she? Without waiting for Wei Lanzhao's reply, she stormed up the stairs, lifting her skirt in a fury. Zhao Qihuang, name your price. She ground her teeth, tears mingling with anger in her eyes, and let me have brother Lanzhao. Zhao Qihuang regarded her frenzied expression with a light chuckle, her tone laced with indifference. Truly, such deep infatuation. Spare me your nonsense. Lu Wanru's tears brimmed in her eyes. I will never allow you to humiliate brother Lanzhao again. Zhao Qihuang, upon hearing this, leaned forward with interest, her gaze flitting between Lu Wanru and the cold figure below. You call him brother Lanzhao with such intimacy. What is it? Do you wish for him to be your ideal husband? At these words, the hall fell into silence. All eyes were fixated upon Lu Wanru. She froze, instinctively glancing down. Her gaze traversed the bustling crowd and landed squarely on Wei Lanzhao, revealing unabashed affection and heartache. Meanwhile, Wei Lanzhao remained as still as a pine tree, seemingly untouched by the world around him, his eyelashes unruffled. Zhao Qihuang's smile deepened. She parted her lips slightly, her voice soft yet resonant throughout the hall. He is now a servant. Those words fell like ice water upon Lu Wanru's heart. Zhao Qihuang relished the sight of her face, filled with disdain and anger. If Miss Lu truly loves him and is willing to marry a servant, I can gladly hand over his contract of servitude as your dowry. Lu Wanru's lips trembled, unable to utter a single word. How could a noble lady from the capital ever marry a servant? Wouldn't he that render her the laughingstock of the entire city? After a lengthy pause, she stammered, I must abide by my parents' wishes and the matchmaker's words. Zhao Qihuang's smile vanished, replaced by a chilling mockery. If you are not marrying, then cease your foolish pretense of love. Chapter 46. Never a good person. Lu Wanru was rendered speechless by her crude yet razor-sharp words. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Zhao Qihuang lazily leaned back against the railing, tilting her chin toward Wei Lanzhao below. If you wish to leave with her, I shall grant you that. Otherwise, continue to play. Wei Lanzhao bent down, pushing the broken guqin aside, and accepted another from the attendant, resuming his seat. The clear and resonant notes once again filled the air. The music lingered, echoing beautifully. Lu Wanru's expression turned sour. Xiao Hong leaned into Zhao Qihuang, joyfully declaring, "Princess, look."
He chose you.
Zhao Qihuang lifted the wine cup from the table, downing it in one go. She smiled, though her eyes held no mirth. "He is not foolish. My worth far exceeds that of a lovesick granddaughter of a grand tutor." She leisurely poured herself another cup and began to select her dishes. Wei Lanzhao stood quietly below, indifferent to the pointed stares surrounding him. The meal was thoroughly enjoyable. Zhao Qihuang set down her chopsticks and dabbed her lips with a silk handkerchief. "Let us depart." She rose, leading Wei Lanzhao away from the raucous, drunken, immortal pavilion. The bustling street awaited them. The shouts of vendors flanking the streets, the laughter of children, all intertwined, create a unique atmosphere of human warmth in the capital. Zhao Qihuang gazed at the scene, her eyes sparkling with delight. Suddenly, she spoke, her voice laced with a hint of linger from the wine. "Today, this princess is in good spirits. You need not kneel during the evenings henceforth." Wei Lanzhao, who trailed behind her, paused momentarily before resuming his usual demeanor. With his eyes lowered, his voice betrayed no emotion. "Cough. Thank you, Your Highness." Not far ahead, a crowd had gathered, animatedly cheering for a fire-breather. Zhao Qihuang, intrigued, stopped to tiptoe and peer inside. However, the sound of Wei Lanzhao's persistent coughing behind her became increasingly disruptive. Losing interest in the spectacle, she turned away and wandered aimlessly through the streets with him in tow. Eventually, they halted before a medical hall. "This princess has been sleeping poorly of late. I shall procure some calming medicine." She entered first, with Wei Lanzhao silently following.
Inside.
The doctor was dozing, roused only by a servantess call, and groggily began to examine patients. Before Zhao Qihuang could speak, Wei Lanzhao erupted into a fit of violent coughing, causing him to sway slightly. The doctor's attention shifted immediately. "Your cough is severe. It seems your lungs may be inflamed." Zhao Qihuang shot a disdainful glance at Wei Lanzhao. "Let us tend to him first." "If word gets out that I mistreat my servants," Wei Lanzhao interjected, "I apologize for troubling Your Highness." The doctor took Wei Lanzhao's pulse and examined his throat, his brow furrowing deeper. "Young sir, you appear to have a high fever." He continued, "Might you remove your outer garments? I suspect your vitality is compromised, and there may be external injuries." Wei Lanzhao looked to Zhao Qihuang. She waved her hand impatiently. As his clothes fell away, the doctor gasped. On his lean but not frail body lay a tapestry of intertwined bruises from lashes, some wounds raw and festering. These injuries seemed to have been exposed to moisture and cold. They are severely infected. The doctor shook his head repeatedly. "You must use the best healing ointment, alongside medicinal soup. Otherwise, this man may be ruined, and even if he survives, he will be left with lasting ailments." Zhao Qihuang had not anticipated the severity of his condition. The doctor hesitantly ventured, "However, the finest medicinal ingredients come at a high price." Interrupting him, Zhao Qihuang pointed at the gold chain around Wei Lanzhao's neck. "Will that suffice for the medical expenses?" The doctor, gazing at the substantial chain shimmering under the candlelight, chuckled wryly. "It's more than sufficient." With a languid tone, Zhao Qihuang said, "Then proceed with the prescription." The doctor swiftly drafted a prescription while the servant hurriedly gathered the necessary herbs and bandages. Zhao Qihuang also requested a couple of calming potions. When it came time to pay, she stepped in front of Wei Lanzhao and yanked the gold chain from his neck. It clattered heavily on the counter, producing a dull thud. "Look at you, so unworthy. Even a gold chain cannot be kept." Suppressing the itch in his throat, Wei Lanzhao raised his eyes, his voice gravelly. "These injuries are indeed a result of Your Highness's own doing." Zhao Qihuang glared at him. "Pitying yourself will not serve you well. If you continue to use your body to express discontent, I shall no longer concern myself with you." Wei Lanzhao bowed his head, silent. Observing his demeanor, Zhao Qihuang softened her tone slightly. "This princess is not foolish. You are permitted to retaliate if you are mistreated in the future." Finally meeting her gaze, Wei Lanzhao's dark eyes fixed on Zhao Qihuang, his lips parting slightly. "Your Highness is truly wise." Taken aback by his words, Zhao Qihuang snatched the calming potion from the servant and turned to leave. Wei Lanzhao watched her retreating figure before slowly rising to follow her. The streets were bustling, vibrant with life. Zhao Qihuang walked briskly, with Wei Lanzhao trailing behind at a measured distance. Upon reaching the Marquis's residence, Zhao Qihuang headed directly to her chamber. Wei Lan's house stood at the entrance, gazing at the closed door for a long while before turning away. He returned to his own room, tidying up briefly, while thoughts of Zhao Qihuang lingered in his mind. She was willful and capricious, yet utterly inscrutable. It seemed he had yet to fully understand her. As night deepened, the flickering candlelight in Zhao Qihuang's chamber remained aglow. Xiao Hong entered quietly, carrying a bowl of soup. "Your Highness, the calming soup." Zhao Qihuang did not look at the bowl but asked, "Has Wei Lanzhao consumed his medicine?" Xiao Hong promptly replied, "He has taken his medicine." Zhao Qihuang sighed in relief. Xiao Hong observed her mistress and could not restrain herself from speaking. "You spent the entire afternoon with him in the streets. Didn't you take him to see the doctor out of concern for his injuries?" Zhao Qihuang cast her a sidelong glance before returning her gaze to the bowl of soup. "If you figured it out, why bother brewing this calming soup for me?" Xiao Hong pushed the bowl towards her, her tone filled with sympathy. "But, Your Highness, you have indeed been sleeping poorly. Ever since that nightmare, you've been burdened with worry, and you've grown gaunt." Zhao Qihuang touched the warm bowl's edge, but ultimately did not lift it. She sighed softly. "Without foresight, one will surely encounter immediate troubles." Xiao Hong, hearing this, felt that her mistress harbored a significant concern. "Your Highness, I have been by your side since childhood. I know what kind of person you are. You may appear proud and overbearing, yet you are kinder than most." At her words, Zhao Qihuang's lips twitched into a smile. "Xiao Hong, you have misjudged me. I have never been a good person." Xiao Hong was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Zhao Qihuang rubbed her temples. "You may leave now, I am fatigued."
Yes.
Xiao Hong set down the calming soup and exited, gently closing the door behind her. Chapter 47. Understanding etiquette in interactions. The room fell silent, save for the crackling of the candle in the stillness. Zhao Qihuang's gaze fixated on the flickering flame, her expression contemplative. Wei Lanzhao was a blade capable of forging emperors. He could assist the fourth prince in ascending the throne, and surely he could safeguard her life. She must tame him, this proud and untamed wolf, compelling him to willingly serve her. She understood Wei Lanzhao well. At his core, he was proud and unyielding. Had she initially treated him with reverence, showering him with kindness and indulgences, he would have deemed her a fool, a lovesick admirer. He would scorn her, exploit her, and then unceremoniously cast her aside. Endless flattery would only inflate his appetite, leading him to take everything for granted. The moment she failed to meet his whims, he would retaliate without hesitation. However, the dynamics had shifted. She belittled him, trampled his dignity underfoot, and at his most vulnerable, offered him a morsel of sweetness. That small taste would be magnified infinitely. He would think, despite her capriciousness, she was not devoid of humanity. That notion was the hook she laid. In the gentle warmth of spring, beneath the soft breeze, the apricot blossoms adorned the trees, their delicate petals cascading to the ground, forming a light carpet. Zhao Qihuang knelt beneath the tree, personally burying a jar of freshly brewed apricot blossom wine. She had crafted it the previous year, intending to retrieve it in the spring, confident of its exquisite flavor. Just as she finished covering the last bit of soil, hurried footsteps approached from behind. "Your Highness." The voice was sharp, tinged with a cry. Zhao Qihuang paused, turning her head. Before her stood Lin Mengyao, her hair disheveled, hairpins scattered, and her delicate face stained with tears, stumbling towards her. "Princess, save me. My aunt intends to send me back to my hometown." Before she could finish, Lin Mengyao fell to her knees before Zhao Qihuang, clutching her skirt tightly as if being pursued by malevolent spirits. Zhao Qihuang was taken aback, nearly toppling the empty wine jar beside her. Before she could utter a word, a group of imposing matrons appeared at the entrance of the Jingxiago courtyard. At their forefront was Mama Li, a trusted confidant of Lin Wangshu. Mama Li led the group and, upon seeing the calm Zhao Qihuang, a flicker of trepidation crossed her eyes, causing her steps to falter momentarily. Yet, recalling her mistress's command, she steeled her resolve and advanced. With a fierce glint in her triangular eyes, she glared at Lin Mengyao, her tone cutting. "Miss, the lady has ordered us to escort you out of the estate. It would be more dignified for you to come with us willingly. Otherwise, our rough hands might inadvertently cause you harm, which would be most unfortunate." Lin Mengyao trembled, casting a pleading glance towards Zhao Qihuang. Zhao Qihuang cast a dispassionate gaze over the uninvited guests, questioning their audacity to speak so brazenly in Jingxiago. Mama Li felt a shiver run down her spine. Yet she maintained a semblance of composure, bowing slightly. Apologies for the disturbance, princess, but we are merely following orders from the lady. We must take the person and leave. Zhao Qihuang leisurely brushed off the dirt from her hands and chuckled. Take her? Does Lin Wangshu know how you treat her niece? Mama Li straightened her back, gaining confidence. Rest assured, princess, my mistress is well aware. Her eyes brimmed with disdain. The lady has remarked that Miss has lingered in the Marquis's residence long enough. It is time for her to return to her home in Ning'an. Lin Mengyao bit her lip, her face flushed with embarrassment. Zhao Qihuang sighed softly, mimicking Lin Wangshu's usual tone of compassion. Alas, guests should be treated with courtesy. How could the Lin family be so unkind to their own kin? Miss Lin, you have been wronged. On her behalf, I humbly apologize. As soon as Lin Wangshu stepped into the courtyard, she distinctly heard Zhao Qihuang's words. Her footsteps froze, her expression shifting dramatically. Zhao Qihuang's gaze traversed the crowd, landing precisely on the motionless figure at the entrance. A smirk curved her lips. Madam, your arrival is timely. Have you not always taught me to treat others with propriety? Why then, today, do you resort to such public shaming? Lin Wangshu's momentary shock and embarrassment quickly transformed into her usual gentle demeanor. She strode forward, reprimanding Mama Li and the others. How dare you treat Miss so disrespectfully? Apologize to the princess and Miss at once. Mama Li immediately understood, leading the matrons in a deep bow, their heads hanging low. It is our fault. Please forgive us. Princess and Mississippi Lin Wangshu then donned a warm smile, turning to Lin Mengyao, who was sheltered behind Zhao Qihuang. Yaoer, come here. Your mother has written, stating there are urgent matters at home that require your return. Do not linger here any longer. Upon hearing this, Lin Mengyao tightened her grip on Zhao Qihuang's sleeve. Aunt, you must have misunderstood. My mother's letter requested that Yaoer remain at the Marquis's residence to learn the proper etiquette from the princess and the others. Lin Wangshu's smile froze, her gaze darkening with each passing moment. Mengyao, remember, this is the Marquis's residence, not the Lin family in Ning'an. The threat in her voice was unmistakable. Lin Mengyao gritted her teeth, reluctantly releasing Zhao Qihuang's sleeve and taking hesitant steps towards Lin Wangshu. Just as she moved, her arm was grasped firmly. Zhao Qihuang pulled her back behind her, regarding the ashen-faced Lin Wangshu with a smile. You are correct, madam. This is the Marquis's residence. Therefore, my words should carry weight, should they not? To Lin Mengyao, who looked bewildered, she declared, from this day forth, you shall reside here peacefully. I shall see who dares to expel you from this Marquis's residence. Lin Wangshu was choked with rage, her fury directed solely at Lin Mengyao. Do you still acknowledge me as your aunt? Lin Mengyao flinched at her harsh tone, instinctively glancing at Zhao Qihuang. Seeing her composed demeanor, she felt reassured and curtsied. You are indeed Yaoer's aunt, but I cannot refuse the princess's invitation. Lin Wangshu glared at her. You. The tension in the courtyard was palpable, neither side willing to yield. Just then, the sound of measured footsteps approached the entrance, an aged yet commanding voice breaking the standoff. What is all this commotion? It seems quite the spectacle. Everyone turned towards a voice, spotting the elderly matriarch being assisted by someone, alongside a middle-aged eunuch clad in court attire. Zhao Qihuang raised an eyebrow, pondering what wind had brought them all to her Jingxiago. Upon the matriarch's arrival, Lin Wangshu's anger dissipated entirely, replaced by a submissive demeanor. Mother, what brings you here? The matriarch didn't even glance at her, her gaze directly alighting on Zhao Qihuang. A smile unfolded on her wrinkled face. Qihuang, someone from the palace has come bearing gifts. Zhao Qihuang was taken aback. What gifts? The matriarch replied, during the Empress Dowager's birthday celebration. Did not the emperor promise you a reward? Zhao Qihuang suddenly understood, looking expectantly at the eunuch. Noticing his empty hands, she inquired, where are the items? The eunuch spoke, his voice high-pitched and respectful. Congratulations, princess. The emperor's reward is not ordinary gold or jewels, but rather a spot at the Xuanji Academy, secured for you by the empress. Upon hearing this, Lin Wangshu's gentle demeanor shattered, her lips parting in disbelief. Xuanji Academy. It was not merely a place, but a legend, hidden among the mountains. It was established by the first lady-in-waiting and the foremost scholar of the great Liang dynasty. Those who graduated from the academy were destined for greatness. Men would rise to become lords and ministers, while women would be sought after as virtuous wives by noble families. The academy's admission criteria were notoriously stringent. Only those of exceptional talent, character, and fortune could gain entry. Countless young nobles had aspired to attend, only to be left yearning for the opportunity. The empress had requested a spot for Zhao Qihuang. Lin Wangshu forced a smile. Did the eunuch perhaps mishear? The Xuanji Academy has always adhered to strict principles. How could they possibly make an exception? The eunuch responded. The empress stated that De Liang needs to cultivate a future matriarch of virtue and talent, which is vital for the nation's prosperity, thus persuading the academy to grant one exception. The matriarch looked kindly at the still-dazed Zhao Qihuang.
Qihuang.
The empress has high hopes for you. You must study diligently. Zhao Qihuang had initially intended to decline, but upon seeing Lin Wangshu's envious glare, she altered her stance. Grandmother, I shall not disappoint the empress's kindness. The matriarch nodded in satisfaction, turning to Lin Wangshu. Do not disturb Qihuang as she prepares. You shall come with me. Yes. Mother. Lin Wangshu forced a smile and nodded. A throng of maids and matrons followed as they exited Jingxiago, leaving Lin Mengyao standing there, feeling utterly dejected. Her eyes were filled with envy. Zhao Qihuang softly remarked, I shall soon depart for Xuanji Academy. Although I could leave you here, your days may become quite arduous in my absence. Lin Mengyao lowered her head, her eyes dull and lifeless. Before coming to the capital, I had made an agreement with my father. If I cannot find a suitable match here, I must return and marry the inept son of the governor, using the dowry to secure an official position for my brother. That debauched young man spends all his time in brothels, plagued by diseases. Lin Mingyao's voice trembled as she declared, I would rather die than go back. Zhao Qihuang finally understood Lin Mingyao's predicament. She unfastened a jade pendant from her waist, stating, Marriage is not necessarily the best path. If you are willing, take my pendant and seek a position as a female official in the palace. Your family will no longer have power over you. Lin Mengyao accepted the pendant in a daze, momentarily speechless. Zhao Qihuang sighed, saying, This is all I can do to help you. The choice is ultimately yours. In Tingyun Courtyard, Zhao Qian swept a teacup from the table to the ground in frustration. Why should this be? Lin Wangshu frowned, exclaiming, What a disgrace. Tears streamed down Zhao Qian's face as she cried, Mother, that is the Shenyuan Academy. I excel in the arts, yet why should such a grand opportunity fall to her? Her voice was filled with resentment. Why is the empress so biased? Lin Wangshu replied coldly, Their fates are intertwined. The empress advocates for Zhao Qihuang, which is also for her own benefit. What is there to misunderstand? Zhao Qian sobbed, I don't care. I refuse to accept it. Gazing at her daughter in despair, Lin Wangshu admonished, What good will crying do? Zhao Qian lifted her tear-filled eyes, bewildered. Lin Wangshu comforted her, saying, Go to the East Palace and seek the Crown Prince. He has always cared for you and will surely stand up for you if he sees you wronged. Zhao Qian's sobs ceased. In the East Palace, Crown Prince Li Mingxiao was engrossed in copying the esteemed calligraphy of previous dynasties when he was informed of Miss Zhao's request to see him, which took him by surprise. He set down his brush and soon saw Zhao Qian enter, dressed in plain attire, her face streaked with tears. Your Highness, she began, her voice choked with emotion. Li Mingxiao furrowed his brow and rose to greet her. Qian, what has happened? Who has wronged you? Zhao Qian shook her head, unable to respond, tears streaming more fiercely. She dared not speak, for to do so would be disrespectful to the princess and to the emperor's grace. This remark only ignited Li Mingxiao's anger. Is it Zhao Qihuang? What has she done now? Zhao Qian finally managed to stammer out the details regarding the Shenyuan Academy. My sister is naturally proud and may not endure the academy's strict rules, thus wasting the empress's efforts. If it were me, I would diligently study, ensuring neither the crown prince nor the empress would be shamed. Her heartfelt words expressed her grievances without mentioning her own desires.
Li Mingxiao.
Recalling Zhao Qihuang's haughty demeanor and contrasting it with the pitiful sight of Zhao Qian, felt a surge of uncontainable fury. This is absurd. He slammed his hand on the table. Such a precious opportunity should not be given to an unlearned fool. Rest assured, I will go to the Ho residence and seek justice for you. In the Jingxiu pavilion, Zhao Qihuang languidly played with the candlelight, using a gold hairpin. The flickering flame illuminated her radiant face, casting shifting shadows. She had little interest in the Shenyuan Academy, but relished the thought of Lin Wangshu and her daughter's dismay. "Your Highness, the Crown Prince is here." Xiao Hong hurried in, her expression tense. Zhao Qihuang paused her fiddling with the candle. "The Crown Prince? What brings him here?" Before she could rise, Li Mingxiao stormed in, exuding an icy aura. He had come without any attendants, clearly having arrived in a fit of rage. "Zhao Qihuang," he said, his tone as cold as ice. Zhao Qihuang slowly raised her gaze, asking, "What brings the Crown Prince to my chamber?" Li Mingxiao got straight to the point. "I want you to relinquish your spot at the Xianyuan Academy." Zhao Qihuang laughed, as if she had heard the most ludicrous joke. "Relinquish?" she replied mockingly. "Your Highness, this opportunity was granted to me by the Emperor, with the Empress herself advocating for me. Who should I give it to?" Li Mingxiao felt a twinge of discomfort under her scrutiny, yet he maintained his firm stance. "Give it to Qiyun. She is more suited for it than you are."
Suited?
Zhao Qihuang chuckled lightly. "In what way is she more suited? Is it her louder cries or her superior skill in complaining?" Li Mingxiao's expression darkened. "This is unreasonable. Qiyun is gentle and studious. In what aspect does she not surpass you? Whether or not she is superior is not for you to decide," Zhao Qihuang retorted, her smile fading. Seeing her unabashed defiance, Li Mingxiao's expression grew stormy. "I command you to relinquish the spot. Do not force my hand to use other means." Zhao Qihuang suddenly laughed at this. "Command? This generous reward from the Emperor is mine. Do you wish for me to defy the Emperor's decree? Or do you think your words hold more weight than the Emperor's will?" The accusation of treason struck Li Mingxiao like a thunderbolt, causing him to pale in fear. "I have no such intention. What I mean is, you should proactively request for my father and mother to transfer the spot to Qiyun. This will showcase your sisterly bond." Chapter 49. Appointing you as the Crown Prince's concubine, Zhao Qihuang regarded the Crown Prince with a look of incredulity. "You wish for me to request the relinquishment of the spot? Do you believe I am insane?" Li Mingxiao was momentarily rendered speechless. He realized that the hardline approach would not work, and he adopted a seemingly gentler demeanor. "Qihuang, why must you be so aggressive?" He took a step forward, attempting to employ his charm, usually effective on other maidens. "My words may have been too harsh. If you give the spot to Qiyun, her gentle nature makes her more suitable for the rigors of the academy." He paused, presenting what he believed to be an irresistible offer. "If you agree, I will petition my father to make you my concubine." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qihuang felt a shiver run through her, as if she had swallowed a live fly. "The Crown Prince's concubine? Thank you for the invitation, but I shall leave that to those who desire it." She had long dreamt of escaping that gilded cage. How could she willingly leap into it? Dreaming of being a consort or an empress was a life not fit for a human being. Suffering under the machinations of Zhao Qiyun, living worse than a dog. Who would covet the title of concubine? With this thought, Zhao Qihuang's expression shifted, her disdain evident. "Before you spoke, I was still contemplating whether to go. Now, I am determined to attend that academy. I shall not relinquish this spot, even if it costs me my life." Li Mingxiao's smile froze on his face. He gazed at Zhao Qihuang in disbelief. Countless noble ladies wept and pleaded to marry into his household, yet Zhao Qihuang had the audacity to refuse. Moreover, she rejected him so decisively. "Zhao Qihuang, I have given you face. Do not push your luck." Li Mingxiao's tone turned frigid, a hint of anger flashing in his eyes. Zhao Qihuang dismissed him, saying, "Your Highness, if you have no other business, please leave. I must prepare to study diligently at the academy." Li Mingxiao warned through gritted teeth, "If you do not cherish this opportunity, even if you kneel and beg me in the future, do not expect to set foot in the East Palace." Zhao Qihuang retorted passionately, "A gentleman's word is his bond."
Li Mingxiao laughed in anger, nodding repeatedly.
"Very well, I look forward to seeing what you can achieve at the Xianyuan Academy." With a flick of his sleeve, he turned and strode away without looking back. The guards waiting outside the East Palace did not dare to breathe, hastily following his lead until his figure disappeared from the moon gate of the Jingxiu Pavilion. Zhao Qihuang felt her legs weaken, staggering backward until she was caught by the quick-witted Xiao Hong. "Your Highness!" Xiao Hong's face was etched with worry. The Crown Prince had erupted in a tremendous fury. What could be done? Yet, Zhao Qihuang seized Xiao Hong's hand with astonishing force. Her almond-shaped eyes widened, not in fear, but in euphoric relief.
"Xiao,
Did you hear that? Did you hear that?" Her voice trembled with excitement. He just declared that even if I were to kneel and weep before him, I would not gain entrance to the East Palace. Xiao Hong was on the brink of tears. Miss, please do not fret. I am overjoyed. What is there to worry about? Zhao Qi Huang's eyes sparkled. Oh heavens, I was terrified. I feared he might impulsively ask the empress to arrange a marriage, and then I would truly be finished. Thankfully, he has finally departed. She patted her chest, a visage of relief. Xiao Hong stared at her mistress in disbelief, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. All the noble ladies in the capital aspired to be the crown princess, yet her mistress avoided it like a venomous snake, as if it were a death sentence. Regaining her composure, Zhao Qi Huang straightened herself, her previous terror transforming into a spirited determination. What are you still standing there for? Quickly, help me gather my belongings for the Xuanji Academy. Outside the magnificent pavilion, Zhao Qiyun paced anxiously, peering inside from time to time. Upon seeing the crown prince, Li Mingxiao, emerge with a stormy expression, Zhao Qiyun hurried to meet him. Crown prince, did my sister agree? Li Mingxiao forced a smile, offering consolation. Let it go. Even if you do not attend the Xuanji Academy, it is still 100 times better than her. Zhao Qiyun's heart sank. In disbelief, she asked, Sister, does she not even value your face?
Li Mingxiao's contenança d'arcanat.
It is merely a game of feigned capture. Just as Zhao Qiyun was about to say more, Li Mingxiao, unwilling to listen further, excused himself, saying, I am burdened with official duties and must return. Reluctantly, Zhao Qiyun watched him stride away. After the crown prince's departure, Zhao Qiyun, feeling despondent, entered the courtyard of her mother, Lin Wangshu, burdened with grievances. Lin Wangshu was trimming branches when she saw Zhao Qiyun enter and confidently inquired. The crown prince intervened. Surely Zhao Qi Huang has willingly relinquished her position? With her head downcast, Zhao Qiyun replied in a gloomy tone, no. Lin Wangshu paused, her brow furrowing. What did you say? She did not yield? Tears welled in Zhao Qiyun's eyes. Mother, what shall we do now? Lin Wangshu set down her scissors, washed her hands, and instructed Mama Li. We must go to the third courtyard. The third courtyard was eerily quiet. The maids and servants held their breath, fearful of disturbing their master. Zhou Yu, who sat by the window, embroidering, and upon hearing the commotion, hurried out to greet them. Sister-in-law, what brings you here today? Zhou Yu, who warmly welcomed her. Lin Wangshu, with a concerned expression, replied, I have finally found a moment to come, as I have been preoccupied with the Empress's birthday celebration and was thinking of you all. Zhou Yu, who smiled, Sister-in-law, you have arranged everything so thoroughly. We lack nothing here. They settled inside, and the maidservants served tea and snacks. Lin Wangshu lifted her teacup and took a delicate sip, casually asking, It has been quite some time since I last saw Huijia. What has she been up to lately? Zhou Yu, who smiled gently, that child, aside from reading the new Sun and New Jia, spends her days embroidering and practicing her writing. Upon hearing this, Lin Wangshu's face lit up with approval. With Huijia's calm and sensible nature, which lady in the entire capital would not wish to have her as a daughter-in-law? Zhou Yu, who beamed with delight, unable to conceal her joy. Sister-in-law, you flatter me. However, Lin Wangshu shifted the conversation, sighing deeply as she held her teacup. Alas! Zhou Yu, who inquired, What do you lament, sister-in-law? Lin Wangshu set her teacup down, a trace of sorrow crossing her brow. I recall the day of the Empress's birthday feast, and I feel pity for Huijia. The several legitimate daughters of the household attended, yet she was left behind. Even now it troubles my heart, as this topic arose. Zhou Yu, whose smile faded. Lin Wangshu noted her change in demeanor and sighed again. If blame must be assigned, it lies with me, as the matriarch, for not being able to persuade the princess. I insisted that since the second branch's Yu Jia was brought along, it was only fair to include the third branch's Hui Jia to maintain balance. But alas, fourth sister-in-law, you know her temperament. Chapter 50. The academy she cannot attend. Zhou Yu, who clenched her handkerchief tightly, her teeth gritting in resentment. That ungrateful wretch. I should have let her starve in the old residence, to spare us from her tyranny here at the Ho residence. Lin Wangshu immediately feigned alarm, grasping her hand. Fourth sister-in-law, do not speak so. If word gets out, it would be disastrous. She leaned in closer, lowering her voice. She is about to enter the Xuanji Academy and will surely soar to great heights. Be cautious she does not harbor resentment towards you. Zhou Yu, whose eyes widened in disbelief.
What?
She is going to the Xuanji Academy? Lin Wangshu nodded gravely.
Indeed.
The empress herself secured a position for her. Zhou Yu, who cautiously inquired, "What of Yunjia?" Lin Wangshu sighed, waving her hand dismissively. "Oh, do not mention it." She looked at Zhou Yu, who, implying her point, if one were to consider character and talent, Huijia is far more deserving of admission than Zhao Qi. Zhou Yu, who gripped her handkerchief tightly, her knuckles turning white. The Xuanji Academy was a staircase leading to the path of success. Lin Wangshu noted the fire igniting in Zhou Yu's eyes, realizing the moment had come. She adjusted her sleeves and stood slowly. "It is getting late. I must take my leave." At the door, she seemed to remember something and turned back, grasping Zhou Yu's hand and sighing softly. "Fourth sister-in-law, when you see our esteemed princess, you must show her the utmost respect. Otherwise, once she rises to power, our lives may become even more challenging." With that, she departed gracefully with her maidservants. Zhou Yu, who stood frozen, a chill creeping into her heart. Once Lin Wangshu left, she hurried to the front courtyard study. Inside, the third master Zhao Yuanjiang was engrossed in documents. Zhou Yu, who burst in, her face marked with evident anxiety. "Master." Zhao Yuanjiang set down his scroll, frowning. "Why the sudden rush?" Zhou Yu, who hastily recounted Lin Wangshu's embellished words. "Sister-in-law is a pitiful figure, although she is the matriarch. She must constantly regard a junior's wishes. That Zhao Qi is about to attend the Xuanji Academy. Will our entire Ho residence not be at her mercy?" Zhao Yuanjiang's brow furrowed into a knot. She is going to the Xuanji Academy? He recalled the incident in the ancestral hall, where that girl had embarrassed him. His face darkened, and he slammed his hand on the table. Before, she merely received a sliver of the Empress's favor. And she dared to scheme against me in the ancestral hall. If she truly gains entrance to the Xuanji Academy and rises to power, what will become of us? Zhou Yu, who chimed in, "Indeed. We disciplined her plenty in the old residence. Can she forget her vengeful nature?" Zhao Yuanjiang's expression was stormy. After a moment of silence, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. "She will not attend the academy." Saying this, he walked directly to the writing desk, dipped his brush in ink, and swiftly penned a letter. He folded the paper, sealed it with wax, and handed it to Zhou Yu, who, "Tomorrow morning, send a discreet messenger to deliver this letter to the Xuanji Academy." Zhou Yu, who clutched the letter tightly, a heavy weight finally lifted from her heart. The Xuanji Academy, within an elegant study, was filled with the fragrant scent of sandalwood. The dean of the academy, Zhou Mingde, with his hair and beard all white, was calmly practicing calligraphy from a renowned master of a bygone era. Suddenly, a knock resounded at the door. "Enter." A young scholar clad in a blue robe pushed the door open and bowed respectfully. "Dean, a letter has arrived for you from the foot of the mountain." The vice dean, Zhu Hongyi, stepped forward to take the letter. Without lifting his gaze, Zhou Mingde continued to write with steady strokes. "Open it and see." Zhu Hongyi tore open the wax seal and extracted the letter. He scanned it rapidly, and the refined demeanor on his face faded, replaced with seriousness, and then a pallor of anger. Unbelievable. That exclamation startled even the ink from his brush. Finally, Zhou Mingde slowly raised his head to regard his usually composed colleague. "What is the matter?" Zhu Hongyi slapped the letter down onto the desk, his hands trembling with rage. "Dean, this is a letter of accusation personally penned by the third master, Zhao Yuanjiang of the Yeoman Marquisate." Zhou Mingde did not reach for the letter, but merely gazed at him with indifference. "What does it say that has so unsettled you?" Zhu Hongyi's voice trembled with indignation. "The letter states that the soon-to-enroll Princess Zhao Qi is of the most deplorable character. She has usurped her own sister's beloved, and her lifestyle is one of extravagant excess, squandering wealth without restraint. Most appalling of all, she shows no respect for her elders, speaking in a manner akin to a foe." Zhu Hongyi's eyes brimmed with disdain.
Dean, think about it.
If this woman truly possesses such a character, how can we possibly accept her into Xuanji Academy, even if we were to educate her in profound knowledge? With such a disposition, she would likely grow into a perilous and malevolent empress. Upon hearing such impassioned rhetoric, Zhou Mingde's expression remained unchanged. He replied, "Hongyi, a single letter does not necessarily reflect the truth." This understated remark incited Zhu Hongyi's impatience. "Dean, this is not mere slander from outsiders, but a letter from her own uncle." If she had not truly committed some heinous act that incited public outrage, how could a relative go so far as to disgrace their own kin by writing such a letter? Zhou Mingde finally set down his brush and looked up at him. "And what do you propose we do?" Zhu Hongyi stated firmly, "This woman should not be admitted to Xuanji Academy." Zhou Mingde's gaze remained tranquil. He slowly articulated an unavoidable truth. "However, we have already promised the empress." Zhu Hongyi's countenance stiffened. Xuanji Academy prides itself on its principles, but cannot openly defy the empress's decree. He furrowed his brow, pacing the study, and after a moment, he halted, a glimmer of inspiration flashing in his eyes as he found a solution. "Dean, if not, we shall conduct a public examination." "A public examination?" Zhou Mingde raised an eyebrow slightly. "Indeed," Zhu Hongyi affirmed. "Our academy has not recruited many female students this year. Why not open 3 additional slots and invite noble young ladies from the capital to participate in the evaluation? If Zhao Qihuang can pass the test with genuine merit, it would affirm her place as a student of Xuanji Academy, and our acceptance would be justified. If she fails, it will merely demonstrate that her talents and character are unworthy, providing us ample reason to report back to the empress." Zhou Mingde gazed at his obstinate colleague, remaining silent for a while. He understood that Zhu Hongyi had made up his mind. "Very well." Zhou Mingde withdrew his gaze and picked up the brush again. "In that case, you shall handle this matter entirely." Chapter 51. The examination of female students with the dean's approval. Zhu Hongyi hurriedly set about organizing the event. News of the public examination for female students at Xuanji Academy spread throughout the capital overnight. A single stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Families of some standing in the great Liang kingdom were stirred to action. This was Xuanji Academy, a revered sanctuary in the hearts of scholars, especially as this year's female enrollment was particularly limited. Now, with the unprecedented announcement of 3 additional slots, who would not wish to allow their daughters to compete for such a grand honor? In no time, noble young ladies in the capital were eager to showcase their talents, and each household began hosting esteemed tutors in preparation for the examination. Meanwhile, a hurried palace attendant arrived at the marquise, directly entering the courtyard where Zhao Qihuang resided, his expression tense as he conveyed the news. "Princess, there has been some upheaval at the academy. Someone has submitted an accusation against you, and you must pass the examination to be admitted." Zhao Qihuang's gaze sharpened slightly. "Do you know who authored this letter of accusation?" The attendant glanced around and lowered his voice. "It is said to have originated from within the marquise." After a brief pause, he added softly, "The empress has learned of this and is also enraged, claiming it is a misfortune for the family." Zhao Qihuang understood the implication. She raised her hand slightly, her tone calm. "Understood. Please inform my aunt that I will prepare diligently." The attendant, feeling greatly relieved, bowed and quietly departed. This matter undoubtedly had connections to the Lin family. How infuriating!
Xiaoom exclaimed.
To conspire both inside and out, how could they stoop so low? Zhao Qihuang was not overly concerned, scoffing lightly. "What wouldn't they do to harm me?" Days later, at Rongshou Hall, Lin Wangshu, along with the wives of the 2nd and 3rd branches, came to pay their respects to the matriarch. The matriarch's gaze fell upon the 2nd branch's wife, Qianfang. "I have heard that during this public examination at Xuanji Academy, both Hui and Yun have registered. Why has your Yu not made any moves?" Qianfang's eyes darted toward the wife of the 3rd branch, Zhou Yuhu. "Matriarch, you jest," she replied with a smile that held an edge. "Ryu has neither the fortune of a favored status nor the prince's affections, and she possesses no extraordinary talents. It would be unwise for us to join in this commotion, lest we bring shame upon ourselves." Her veiled sarcasm immediately incited Zhou Yuhu's ire. "Sister-in-law, our Hui has indeed received proper training in painting. She possesses talents." Qianfang covered her mouth with a handkerchief, mocking, "Oh dear. I never mentioned that your Hui was incapable. What is your 3rd sister-in-law getting so worked up about?" She set down the handkerchief, feigning innocence. "Could it be you are taking it personally? You—" Zhou Yuhu trembled with anger, glaring at her. "Enough." The matriarch finally interjected, her voice commanding. "We are all family here. Such quarrels are unbecoming." Her gaze swept over everyone before settling on Lin Wangshu. "Since they have registered, let them prepare well. We do not wish to bring disgrace upon the Yong'an Marquise." Lin Wangshu immediately rose and bowed respectfully. "Mother need not worry. I shall ensure they are well supervised." The matriarch, with a pointed remark, added, "I have heard that you have engaged Master Song to tutor Yun?" This master song was a prestigious teacher Lin Wangshu had secretly hired for Zhao Qihuang, ensuring others would not benefit from her efforts. The master would enter and exit through a side gate of the marquee, using a somewhat worn blue cloth sedan chair, silent as a shadow. It was unexpected that the affairs of the household could not escape the matriarch's keen observation. Lin Wangshu's hand holding the tea tray momentarily faltered, though her expression remained composed. Yes, mother. Hiring a distinguished teacher will surely help the children prepare. The matriarch nodded, sipping her tea. If he is indeed a renowned teacher, then let Huang join the lessons as well. Lin Wangshu's smile froze on her face, immediately revealing a look of distress. Mother, this master song has quite the peculiar temperament. It took great effort for me to persuade him to teach. He has a rule of only instructing students he finds favor with. Yun was lucky to catch his eye. If we were to add another student, it might vex him, and he could very well leave. Upon hearing this, the matriarch sighed. Renowned teachers can be quite particular. Lin Wangshu, seeing her response, quickly added, her voice gentle and earnest, Mother need not worry. I will not be negligent and shall find an even better teacher for the princess. The matriarch nodded in agreement. That would be best. Zhou Yu, who cast a peculiar glance at Lin Wangshu, perplexed that she was unaware of the arrival of a distinguished teacher at the residence, a secret kept well. With a hint of sarcasm, she remarked, Sister-in-law, our Huijie is also in need of a renowned master. Lin Wangshu feigned ignorance and did not respond. Once outside, wrong shouting. Lin Wangshu instructed Mama Li beside her, please find a tutor for the princess. Mama Li understood the unspoken message. The scholar next door is rather pedantic. He has taken the exams for decades, yet has never succeeded. Lin Wangshu smiled slightly. Only a teacher with extensive experience can be deemed a true master. Hurry and fetch him. This old servant shall attend to it at once. Within days, Lin Wangshu led a frail old man into the Jinxiu pavilion. She warmly introduced him to Zhao Qihuang. Your Highness, this is Mr. Wang, a man of profound knowledge and a rare master. If you study diligently under him, you are sure to succeed. Zhao Qihuang scrutinized the elderly scholar, who clutched a tattered old book, his murky eyes exuding a touch of arrogance. Internally, she scoffed. It was indeed remarkable that Lin Wangshu could procure such a master. After Lin Wangshu departed, Xiaohong leaned closer to Zhao Qihuang and whispered, Your Highness, what kind of reputable teacher can she find for you? This old man seems utterly unreliable. Zhao Qihuang's gaze darkened slightly. Let us first observe what peculiarities Lin Wangshu has presented. We shall dismiss him shortly. As expected, the old man spoke with a foul stench of arrogance. Glancing disdainfully at the books on Zhao Qihuang's desk, a woman devoid of talent is virtuous. What need is there for her to learn classics? Memorizing the teachings of female virtue is what truly matters. Zhao Qihuang smiled mockingly. Since you hold such disdain for women, I presume your scholarly achievements are substantial. Pray, where do you currently hold a position? Perhaps as a doctor at the Imperial Academy or a bachelor at the Hanlin Academy. The old man's expression stiffened, his beard quivering as he stammered. I had devoted myself to scholarly pursuits, disdaining those superficial titles. Oh. Zhao Qihuang raised an eyebrow. Then, you must have an abundance of students who have achieved the highest honors under your guidance? Cold sweat beaded on the old man's forehead as his voice grew increasingly feeble. Well, the matter of the imperial examinations is determined by fate. My focus lies in moral education. Zhao Qihuang's demeanor turned icy as she slammed her teacup down. You wouldn't happen to be someone who has never even had a student pass, only to come here to preach that a woman without talent is virtuous, would you? Enraged, the old man pointed at Zhao Qihuang. I am a scholar. How dare you be so disrespectful? Truly, only women and petty men are difficult to nurture. Zhao Qihuang stood, her gaze piercing. You possess neither genuine talent nor respect for women. You have wasted your life. Xiaohong, see him out. Xiaohong, already impatient, stepped forward, stating bluntly, please leave. And do not make our princess repeat herself. The old scholar stood frozen for a moment, his face flushing with anger, before he stormed out in a huff. Once he departed, Xiaohong erupted with frustration. The Lin family is truly overstepping. How dare they present such a character before the princess? Zhao Qihuang sneered. Lin Wangshu is deliberately trying to vex me. Xiaohong paced anxiously. The examinations are imminent, and we have yet to find a suitable master. What shall we do, Your Highness? Zhao Qihuang gazed out the window, her demeanor calm and composed. I never relied on the Lin family to find me a worthy teacher. I already have someone suitable in mind. Chapter 52. Mr. Wei commences his lessons. Wei Lanzhao entered the study at Xiaohong's behest, clad in a gray robe, his complexion bearing a hint of illness. The room was filled with the delicate fragrance of calming incense. Zhao Qihuang had been waiting patiently. You've arrived, she said. Her tone as casual, as if greeting an old friend. Wei Lanzhao remained silent, simply observing her, awaiting her next words. Zhao Qihuang gestured toward the chair across from her, a faint smile gracing her lips. How is your injury? Wei Lanzhao's gaze lingered on her face momentarily before he replied cautiously, It is no longer serious. Your Highness need not worry. Zhao Qihuang, exuding warmth and approachability, remarked, Standing can be tiring. Please sit. However, Wei Lanzhao did not sit. Instead, he subtly took a step back, his face betraying a sense of wariness. Zhao Qihuang's smile deepened as she approached him, gently placing her hands on his shoulders. Wei Lanzhao stiffened, and before he could react, she guided him into the armchair. She kept her hands on his shoulders, leaning slightly closer, her warm breath brushing against his ear, creating an air of pressure. Mr. Wei, I have heard you studied at the Xuanji Academy in your youth. In terms of the Academy's examination methods, it is unlikely you can find a more authoritative teacher in the entire capital. Am I correct? The tension in Wei Lanzhao's shoulders suddenly eased. This was the matter at hand. He had thought she intended to devise some new form of torment. Wei Lanzhao raised his gaze, his tone distant. Your Highness exaggerates. It was merely an early learning experience, and I have long since lost touch. Do not be so quick to refuse, Zhao Qihuang straightened, regarding him with a composed demeanor. If you assist me in gaining admission to Xuanji Academy, I can grant you one request. Wei Lanzhao's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Any request? Of course not, Zhao Qihuang immediately countered. I possess the right to reject. She stated this with conviction, showing no signs of concern. Wei Lanzhao fell silent. A request that could be so easily dismissed held little weight. Zhao Qihuang seemed to perceive his thoughts and added, Though I may reject, you are free to propose again until I can agree. This piqued his interest. Wei Lanzhao pondered for a moment before finally conceding, Since your Highness places trust in me, I shall comply. Splendid. To demonstrate her earnestness in her studies and to ensure Wei Lanzhao's comfort in teaching, Zhao Qihuang ordered her study to be redecorated. The extravagant decor was removed, and orderly desks and chairs were brought in, transforming the space into a semblance of a private school classroom. Wei Lanzhao did not begin with lessons but rather started with preparatory questions. The girls' enrollment at Xuanji Academy primarily revolves around three aspects: ability, taste, and character. Ability is often assessed through discussions on strategy. Taste encompasses the 6 arts such as music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, while character gauges one's inner potential when faced with challenges. Zhao Qihuang listened attentively. Wei Lanzhao spoke confidently. Taste and character are not developed overnight. To excel in a short time, we must concentrate on ability. He paused before concluding. From today onward, we shall focus solely on strategy. Zhao Qihuang nodded decisively. I will follow Mr. Wei's lead. Wei Lanzhao wasted no time, grabbing a stack of books and placing them before Zhao Qihuang with a thud. A collection of strategies from all dynasties, commentaries on national laws, detailed examination of the southern territories. Each book was thicker and more tedious than the last. Zhao Qihuang's smile faltered. She casually picked up the top book, flipping through a couple of pages filled with dense, tiny script, which made her head spin. With a resounding clap, she threw the book back onto the table and reached for the second, only to toss it back as well after a brief glance. Zhao Qihuang raised her head, looking at Wei Lanzhao earnestly. Must I truly read these? Wei Lanzhao did not even lift his eyelids, his tone flat and unwavering. You must. Zhao Qihuang took a deep breath, leaning back against her chair, adopting an attitude of defeat. I cannot comprehend them. Oh? Wei Lanzhao finally allowed himself to meet her gaze. Your Highness. His voice floated softly. Earlier, you stated you would follow my guidance during the examination period. Is that still the case? Zhao Qihuang's heart skipped a beat, but she could not retract her words. She held her head high. Of course it stands. Wei Lanzhao smiled at her response, slowly drawing something from the wide sleeves of his robe. It was a long, straight ebony ruler that appeared especially weighty in his pallid hands. Zhao Qihuang's eyelids twitched. Wei Lanzhao, what do you intend to do? Wei Lanzhao gently tapped the ruler on the palm of his other hand, producing a crisp sound. Did the princess not heed a single word?
No discipline breeds no talent.
Zhao Qihuang abruptly stood up, glaring furiously. How dare you? Wei Lanzhao remained unfazed, merely extending his hand towards her, his tones still languid. Please extend your hand, princess. After a moment of tension, Zhao Qihuang reluctantly offered her palm. Face etched with a threatening expression that dared him to make a move. Wei Lanzhao grasped her wrist, raised the ruler high, and let it fall lightly.
Crack.
The sound was not loud, but the sting on her palm was sharp. Zhao Qihuang shook her hand, gasping. Wei Lanzhao, are you taking personal revenge? Wei Lanzhao released her, his expression calm as he gazed at the ruler in his hand. A disciple's failure is also the responsibility of the master. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned the ruler back to strike his own palm. Crack.
Crack.
The two strikes were swift and fierce, the sound startlingly clear. Instantly, two vivid red marks appeared on the back of his hand. Zhao Qihuang's eyes twitched at the sight. This man is truly mad. As she watched him raise his hand again, she snatched the ruler from him. Enough. Enough. I'll memorize it. Is that not sufficient? In the following days, the maids of the Jinxiu pavilion were astonished. Their once unruly and unmanageable princess truly locked herself in the study, rising early and burning the midnight oil over books that could lull anyone to sleep. While Zhao Qihuang studied, Wei Lanzhao sat not far away. He did not watch her, merely unfolding a piece of rice paper, engrossed in his own writing, his strokes elegant and his demeanor focused. Only when Zhao Qihuang's head began to droop, nearly resting on the book, would he speak. Princess, stay alert. His two crisp words were more effective than any invigorating tonic. Zhao Qihuang jolted upright, shot him a glare, and then buried herself back in her studies. Days passed, and finally, Wei Lanzhao closed the volume he had been writing. He turned to Zhao Qihuang. The Treatise on National Laws, Volume 3, regarding land reclamation. Recite it to me. Chapter 53. Understanding the People's Conditions. Zhao Qihuang opened her mouth and began to recite. Wei Lanzhao intermittently checked her progress. Although she stumbled occasionally, she managed to convey the main ideas. Zhao Qihuang, please, place the book on the table. I've finished. Can we be done now?
Not yet.
Wei Lanzhao pushed the thin booklet he had been writing towards her. The smile on Zhao Qihuang's face froze instantly. Wei Lanzhao looked at her, his gaze conveying an inscrutable meaning. Memorizing is merely preparing the bricks and materials for constructing a house.
Now.
We shall truly begin to build upon this foundation. Zhao Qihuang, half believing, picked up the small booklet and opened the first page. On the pros and cons of reclaiming the southern wasteland. She turned the page. In the event of a severe drought, should the government open the granaries to relieve the people or employ labor in lieu of aid, which is preferable? She turned again. The feasibility of shifting from river transport to maritime. Each question grew more intricate, each topic more grandiose. She counted roughly 100 questions in total. Zhao Qihuang's head buzzed. She closed the booklet as if it burned her hands. Must I answer all these? Wei Lanzhao's expression remained unchanged as he leisurely lifted his teacup and took a sip. Princess, think thoroughly. Once you are ready, come to me with your answers. When I am satisfied, then we shall conclude. Zhao Qihuang felt all her anger dissipate, her body slumping in the chair as she gazed out at the blue sky and white clouds, feeling utterly despondent.
She spoke weakly.
Can I have a day off today? Her voice gradually diminished, carrying a hint of pleading. Just let me go out for a little while. Tomorrow, I promise I will start answering the questions. Wei Lanzhao set down his teacup, looking at her. Very well. Zhao Qihuang's eyes brightened, sitting up straighter. Wei Lanzhao added slowly, you may go out at any time to understand the people's conditions. It will also be beneficial for your policies. Zhao Qihuang was nearly ready to leap with joy, the gloom of recent days lifting entirely. Wei Lanzhao observed her jubilant demeanor, the corners of his mouth curving slightly. However, he shifted his tone. Where you go, and what you do shall be determined by me. Zhao Qihuang's smile faltered for a moment, but then spread again.
Fine.
As long as I can step outside, you can decide. Half an hour later, an unassuming carriage rolled out of the capital. Zhao Qihuang had assumed Wei Lanzhao would take her to the suburban villa to admire the flowers or to a renowned tea house to listen to music. Yet the carriage headed south, veering further off the beaten path, the road growing increasingly bumpy. After another hour, the carriage halted outside a dusty little county town. Zhao Qihuang lifted the curtain, gazing at the gray streets and the pallid faces of the pedestrians, her excitement draining away. Where are we? Qinghe County. Wei Lanzhao's voice came from beside her. Zhao Qihuang asked, "What are we doing here?" Wei Lanzhao had already disembarked, extending his hand to her. To understand the people's conditions. As they walked side by side down the street, Zhao Qihuang was soon captivated by a scene at the roadside. A girl who appeared no older than 12 or 13 knelt on the ground. A wooden sign in front of her with 4 crooked characters scrawled upon it, "Selling myself to bury my father." Wei Lanzhao stopped, turning to Zhao Qihuang.
Princess.
"If you were the magistrate of this county, what would you do upon witnessing such a scene?" Zhao Qihuang replied without hesitation. "It's simple. Buy her, give her some silver, and ensure her father receives a proper burial." She added, "My maids, Xiaolu, Xiaohuang, Xiaoqing, Xiaolan, and Xiaozhi, all came this way." Wei Lanzhao's gaze swept over her face, which wore an expression of entitlement. "You are quite generous, princess." After speaking, he ignored the girl and continued walking. Zhao Qihuang felt his words carried an odd tone, and although displeased, she followed him. But after a few more steps, she spotted a boy kneeling at a street corner, a frail old woman lying on a straw mat before him, another sign beside them reading, "Selling myself to bury my mother." Further on, a middle-aged man followed by 2 emaciated children stood by a sign that read, "Selling sons and daughters for 3 measures of rice." Wei Lanzhao walked on, seemingly amused by the sights. The ease and comfort on Zhao Qihuang's face had long vanished. She realized that Wei Lanzhao appeared to be counting something. It was not until they had traversed nearly all the streets and alleys of the county that Wei Lanzhao finally halted. He turned to her and asked, "Have you calculated it all, princess?" Zhao Qihuang was taken aback. "Calculated what?" "According to your method," Wei Lanzhao replied slowly. "By the end of this trip, you would need to purchase 7 maids and 5 young servants, and this is merely what we have seen today. What of tomorrow? The day after? Will there not be 10 or even 100 more waiting for you to buy in this county?" Zhao Qihuang's expression darkened instantly. She was not foolish. She had simply never witnessed such a scene before. Zhao Qihuang exclaimed in indignation, "What is the county magistrate doing? The people under his jurisdiction are suffering so greatly." Wei Lanzhao nodded in agreement. "You pose an excellent question, princess." He gazed at the dilapidated county office in the distance. "Since you have such a query, let us see what this magistrate is truly doing." The gates of the Qinghe County office stood wide open, but the vermilion doors were severely weathered, and the stone lions at the entrance were coated in a thick layer of dust. Zhao Qihuang stepped inside. The courtyard was empty, devoid of any figures. Only the wind whistled through, stirring a few withered leaves that danced upon the ground. Dust lay thick upon the beams of the main hall. "Where is everyone?" Zhao Qihuang furrowed her brow. In her lifetime, she had never encountered such a desolate official residence. Wei Lanzhao turned and exited. Zhao Qihuang followed, observing as he halted an elderly man carrying a bucket of water. "Good sir, may I inquire where the county magistrate is?" The old man paused, wiped his sweat with his sleeve, and pointed towards the outskirts of the town. "In the fields." Zhao Qihuang was momentarily taken aback. "In the fields? Indeed." The old man's tone was as familiar as if he were referring to a neighbor. "This drought has been severe, and the magistrate is leading us in digging ditches for irrigation. He is here every day." After speaking, the old man resumed his path, the bucket creaking as he walked away. Zhao Qihuang stood in place, watching his retreating figure, then glanced back at the empty county office, feeling perplexed. Wei Lanzhao had already begun to walk. Following the direction indicated by the old man, they soon spotted a vast expanse of fields not far from the town. The scene in the fields was hardly better than that on the streets. The earth was parched, crops sparse, presenting a dispirited visage. Dozens of farmers were digging through a dried-up riverbed, and a man in a blue official robe, with its hem tied at his waist, was laboring alongside them, wielding a hoe. His face and body were smeared with mud, sweat trickling down his cheeks, his official hat askew. Were it not for his official attire, no one would have guessed he was a magistrate. Chapter 54. The princess's growth. Zhao Qihuang was utterly bewildered. What was this? A good official? Under a competent magistrate? How could the common people be reduced to selling their children? She lifted her skirts and approached directly. "Are you the magistrate of Qinghe County?" The man straightened, wiped his sweat with the back of his hand, and upon noticing Zhao Qihuang and Wei Lanzhao's attire, paused for a moment before cupping his hands in greeting. "I am Yu Chen, the magistrate of this place. May I ask what brings you both to me?" His demeanor was unpretentious, even a bit awkwardly rustic. Zhao Qihuang hesitated, unsure of how to begin. It was Wei Lanzhao who spoke first. Magistrate Yu, Jinghe County is situated on a vital thoroughfare with numerous merchant caravans passing through. Why not attempt to develop trade instead of laboring on this inhospitable land? Upon hearing this, Magistrate Liu immediately furrowed his brows, the earlier awkwardness vanishing. This young master is mistaken, he exclaimed solemnly. The four classes, scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants, find their foundation in agriculture. If the populace abandons their fields to become opportunistic merchants, the people's hearts will grow restless, and the nation shall falter. As the parental official of this county, my duty is to lead the people, cultivate the land, and fill their bellies. That is the righteous path. His words rang out with conviction and authority. Zhao Qihuang listened by the side, her thoughts coalescing into three simple words: bookish fool. A man who devoted himself to the people yet misapplied all his efforts, a mere bookworm. She recalled the 100 policy essay topics: reclamation, disaster relief, and grain transportation, each infinitely more complex than this stubborn magistrate before her. The two had come merely under the pretense of an outing and said little more. Leaving the fields and walking along the path back, Wei Lanzhao spoke suddenly. Princess is a magistrate who is praised by the people for his benevolence, but whose capabilities are lacking, leading to the decline of his jurisdiction, deserving of punishment? Zhao Qihuang's mind flashed to the image of a girl kneeling on the street, selling herself to bury her father, and the two children, following their father with vacant expressions. Without hesitation, she replied, yes, he should be punished. Ineffective diligence is a dereliction of duty. He claims to serve the people, yet his subjects struggle to survive. This was the first time she had seriously contemplated a magistrate's responsibilities. A faint smile seemed to flicker at the corners of Wei Lanzhao's mouth, but it quickly vanished. You are correct, princess. However, he does possess his merits. His tone turned contemplative. Have you considered why, given Jinghe County's proximity to the capital and its strategic importance, an incompetent magistrate would be appointed here? Zhao Qihuang halted in her steps. She had not thought that deeply. She merely considered this magistrate Yu to be both foolish and obstinate. But with Wei Lanzhao's question, the matter appeared far more intricate.
Why?
Wei Lanzhao gazed towards the capital, his eyes deep with contemplation. This road is a necessary passage to the capital. Both the crown prince and the fourth prince wish to place their confidence here. An astute and capable magistrate would naturally choose a side. Yet this magistrate Liu, Wei Lanzhao's tone held a hint of mockery, is dull-witted, stubbornly clinging to his principles. Focused solely on land and agriculture, utterly oblivious to the court's factional struggles. Thus, he is the emperor's most trusted loyal subject. Only someone like him, stationed in such a pivotal position, can restrain both the crown prince and the fourth prince. Therefore, this position demands not capability, but the loyalty that stems from incompetence. Zhao Qihuang was completely stunned. She felt as if the clear-cut principles she had established over her 17 years had been shattered into fragments by Wei Lanzhao's seemingly casual words. It appeared that the distinction between a good and bad official, or between able and incapable, was not of the utmost importance. What truly mattered was the position one occupied. Her heart felt as if it were constricted by a damp, heavy cotton ball. And what of the common people? Those who sold their children. What would become of them? Were they destined to become mere pawns sacrificed in this grand game? Wei Lanzhao's steps did not falter, the contours of his profile appearing somewhat austere in the evening light. Indeed, he simply replied. Zhao Qihuang's breath caught. For the royal family, the stability of the court outweighed all else. Zhao Qihuang fell silent. She kicked a pebble beneath her foot, sending it skittering from one end of the path to the other. The stone rolled into the grass and vanished. Much like those inconsequential commoners. Abruptly, she felt agitated. I no longer wish to stay here. Can we go somewhere more cheerful to play? Wei Lanzhao turned, observing her furrowed brow with a slight raise of an eyebrow. Where would the princess like to go? I don't know, I just want somewhere lively and interesting. And I do not wish to hear any more of your grand theories. Wei Lanzhao pondered for a moment. Shall I take the princess to a tea house to listen to stories? Zhao Qihuang's eyes brightened. That sounds wonderful. The tea house was filled with a cacophony of voices. The storyteller on stage was reaching a riveting part, dramatically striking the wooden block, his intonation rising and falling. It is said that in Qinzhou, there was a drought lasting 3 years, with no harvest, and the people resorted to cannibalism. It was a sight too tragic to bear. Fortunately, there was a good official, Upon taking office, his first act was to open the granaries and distribute grain. Zhao Qihuang, with a plate of sunflower seeds in hand, listened intently. At that moment, a bony hand gently tapped on her knuckles. She looked up, meeting Wei Lanzhao's eyes, which held a teasing glimmer.
What now?
Wei Lanzhao pushed her plate of sunflower seeds aside. You seem so engrossed. I wish to ask you, if you were that magistrate of Qinzhou, and the granary only had enough grain to save half of the disaster-stricken populace, would you save the elderly and infirm first or the able-bodied laborers? Zhao Qihuang's previously ignited enthusiasm was doused by his cold water. She ground her molars. I would turn the granary into a gambling den, giving each person a draw. Life or death would be left to fate, fair and just. No one could complain. Foolish magistrate, Wei Lanzhao narrowed his eyes slightly. How can the lives of the people be treated as a game of chance? Answer properly. Zhao Qihuang pouted, putting away her flippant demeanor. Her mind raced, recalling the policy essays she had crammed into her head, each principle flashing through her thoughts. After some contemplation, she slowly spoke. Disaster relief must prioritize stability. The elderly, infirm, and weak must be fed first to soothe the people's hearts. However, the able-bodied are essential. As she spoke, her thoughts became increasingly clear. I would allocate a portion of the grain to set up porridge kitchens for the elderly and weak. The remaining grain would be used as compensation to recruit the able-bodied to repair irrigation systems and reclaim wasteland. Assign them tasks, allowing them to earn their keep through their labor, while also preparing for the coming year. After she spoke, she glanced nervously at Wei Lanzhao, uncertain whether her answer was correct. Wei Lanzhao nodded. Using labor to alleviate hardship is indeed a sound approach, he remarked, pushing the sunflower seeds back towards her and praising. The princess has made considerable progress. Chapter 55. A delightful outing. Once Zhao Qihuang completed her task, her interest in the stories of the tea house waned entirely, and she found herself bored enough to begin counting the tea leaves at the bottom of her cup. Wei Lanzhao, ever perceptive, suggested, "Shall I accompany the princess for a bit of indulgence on the streets?" Zhao Qihuang's eyes lit up at once, her spirits rekindled. Let's go. The most splendid market in the capital lay before them, with cobblestone paths and shops lined up like pearls on a string. With a clear objective, Zhao Qihuang led Wei Lanzhao into the grandest store on the street, the Treasure Pavilion, a place she frequented. Upon seeing her, the shopkeeper immediately greeted her with a broad smile and a bow. Princess, it has been quite some time since your last visit. Zhao Qihuang swept her gaze across the room filled with shimmering treasures and waved her hand grandly. What new arrivals do you have? Show me the jewelry and garments. We have prepared everything for you. We have been awaiting your return. The shopkeeper eagerly called for his assistants, instructing them to bring out the prized collection, the unaffordable series, exclusively for the princess. A row of exquisite silk skirts and boxes filled with gold and jade adorned the tables. Zhao Qihuang picked up a butterfly hairpin and draped a gossamer shawl across her shoulders, admiring her reflection. This is the place where I truly belong. Wei Lanzhao stood quietly to the side, his gaze casually drifting over the lavish garments before finally resting on Zhao Qihuang's radiant countenance. His expression grew increasingly profound, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his lips, revealing an enigmatic charm. Zhao Qihuang's heart raced at the familiar expression. She knew he was about to pose another query. Before he could speak, she raised the shawl she held and boldly asked, Wei Lanzhao, what do you think of this outfit on me? His prepared question was effectively thwarted. The princess possesses an ethereal beauty. Everything suits you, he replied nonchalantly, his tone lacking enthusiasm. Zhao Qihuang pouted. You did not say that before. She placed the shawl down and stepped closer to him, looking up. I recall someone mentioning that I was overly ostentatious, clothed in gold and jade. A faint smile flickered in Wei Lanzhao's eyes, yet an uneasy premonition brewed within him. Sure enough, the next moment, she shifted her tone. These past days, the heir has taught me much, and I must express my gratitude. She turned towards the shopkeeper and raised her chin. Choose a few outfits befitting this gentleman's stature. They must be in vibrant reds, greens, purples, and blues. Anything garish will suffice. Wei Lanzhao's brow twitched slightly. No need for that. However, Zhao Qihuang paid no heed to his refusal. The shopkeeper quickly produced a striking crimson garment and presented it to Wei Lanzhao. He gazed at the almost blinding red fabric, his brow twitching again. Princess, this gray robe I wear is quite suitable. Zhao Qihuang, grinning like a cat who caught a mouse, replied, Do not be polite. We shall not leave until we find you the right attire. For a few seconds, they exchanged glances before he finally relented. He accepted the crimson garment from the shopkeeper. Moments later, behind a screen, a figure stepped out. The entire treasure pavilion fell into a hushed silence. Wei Lanzhao, who typically wore cool colors like dark green and pale blue, now donned a fiery red robe. Rather than appearing garish, the vibrant hue accentuated his fair complexion, making him resemble exquisite jade. With dark hair and striking attire, the previously restrained sharpness and beauty within him emerged, exuding an overwhelming presence. The young ladies in the loft, previously selecting jewelry, dropped their items in astonishment. Zhao Qihuang, too, was momentarily taken aback. She circled around Wei Lanzhao, exclaiming, "In this attire, you resemble a completely different person." Wei Lanzhao lowered his gaze, taking in the fiery spectacle he wore. He then looked up, his attention drawn to Zhao Qihuang's equally vibrant pomegranate red skirt. "Do you not think, in such attire, we would appear as if eloping from a wedding?" The smile on Zhao Qihuang's face vanished in an instant. "Then you should wear green." Wei Lanzhao's expression froze, the smile he had forced onto his handsome face faltering. He took a deep breath and managed to produce another perfect smile. "It was my earlier remarks that were thoughtless and unobservant, thus offending the princess. Your beauty is unparalleled, and such opulent attire is truly fitting for you." Hearing his earnest words, Zhao Qihuang's laughter returned, yet it was tinged with mischief. "You may have arrived too late to plead for mercy." Her maid, Xiaohong, discreetly tugged at her sleeve. "Princess, you two must depart together later. Red and green may not be the most aesthetically pleasing combination." Zhao Qihuang pondered this. That is a valid point. Wei Lanzhao's tension finally eased. After a while, the two emerged from the treasure pavilion. The unremarkable gray robe he had worn earlier was nowhere to be seen, replaced by a striking purple robe. While it lacked the brilliance of the red, it was still far from subtle. Zhao Qihuang turned her head and playfully remarked, "To be honest, you looked more handsome in that red than in this purple." Wei Lanzhao pursed his lips, remaining silent. As they walked along the cobblestone path, the flower-selling girls and the young ladies passing by the tea-house frequently turned their heads, their gazes lingering on Wei Lanzhao. Zhao Qihuang nudged him with her elbow. "Look at the attention you're getting." The atmosphere around Wei Lanzhao grew increasingly tense. Zhao Qihuang, seemingly oblivious, continued to tease him. "Weren't you quite cheerful earlier? Why the sudden silence? Do you not enjoy shopping?" He quickened his pace, observing his conflicted yet restrained demeanor. She could no longer contain her laughter, leaning against a nearby willow tree, unable to stand upright from mirth. As night fell, the daytime clamor gradually subsided, replaced by the soft glow of lanterns and the sweet sound of music. A small, ornate boat drifted leisurely in the heart of the lake. There were no oarsmen or maidservants aboard, just a pot of fine wine, a couple of small dishes, and the two of them. After a day filled with tasks and shopping, Zhao Qihuang felt utterly drained, her eyelids heavy and unable to lift. She stifled a yawn, sinking languidly into the boat's soft cushions. "Wei Lanzhao," she called. "Yes," he responded from the bow. Zhao Qihuang queried, "Must our itinerary be so packed? It is dark, and I wish to return home." Wei Lanzhao turned his head, his tone calm and measured. "Did not the princess wish to have fun? Then let us indulge fully." Zhao Qihuang was silenced by his response. Chapter 56. Come aboard. Zhao Qihuang rolled over, lying on her side, propping her head with her hand, avoiding his gaze. She thought to herself, with no one else on the boat, and a gentle breeze rustling about, surely Wei Lanzhao could not expect her to recite verses in the middle of the lake. The lights from both banks reflected beautifully on the water. Squinting, Zhao Qihuang yawned and mused. In this splendid scenery, a melody would be delightful. The silent figure at the bow suddenly moved. Wei Lanzhao extended his long fingers, plucking a leaf from a branch brushing against the boat's side. He brought the delicate green leaf to his lips. In the next moment, a clear melody drifted gracefully on the gentle evening breeze across the tranquil lake surface. Zhao Qihuang opened her eyes and turned to the direction from which the tune emanated. The moonlight, like flowing water, cast a hazy silver sheen on his purple robe, rendering his figure somewhat ethereal, akin to a celestial being ready to ride the wind away. A leaf, so common in nature, transformed into an instrument in his hands. Zhao Qihuang felt an immense admiration. Wei Lanzhao, how many surprises do you still hold that this princess is unaware of? Wei Lanzhao turned around, twirling the leaf delicately between his fingertips. Under the moonlight, his features softened considerably. As long as the princess enjoyed it, that was sufficient. Zhao Qihuang pursed her lips, yet her heart was stirred, as if that melody had ignited a gentle itch within her. Playing a tune with a mere leaf, this was far more intriguing than the compositions performed by the musicians in the drunken fairy tavern. She rose from the soft couch, asking, "Is it easy to play?" "Not particularly difficult," Wei Lanzhao replied calmly, "but it requires some patience."
Teach me.
"As you command." The two sat side by side at the bow of the boat, their heads nearly touching. "Breathe evenly from your dantian. Your lips should be tightly pressed, like this." Time passed unmeasured as the surrounding fishermen's lights gradually extinguished. By the time the boat reached the shore, Zhao Qihuang was already battling drowsiness, her head bobbing. "Be careful." Wei Lanzhao gently supported her. Zhao Qihuang leaned into him, surrendering her entire weight against him. Wei Lanzhao gritted his teeth, carrying the sleeping Zhao Qihuang on his back. The distance to the Marquis's residence was but a few arrows' length, and without a carriage. He had no choice but to tread back step by step on the cobblestone path with her in his arms. She nestled against his back, her breath light, the faint fragrance of her hair mingling with the night's dew, wrapping around his senses. "I owe you one," Wei Lanzhao sighed heavily. Upon reaching the side entrance of the Marquis's residence, the night watchman, about to speak, was halted by a glance from Wei Lanzhao. Arriving at the Jinxia gate, they were met by a waiting maidservant holding a lantern. "Has the princess exhausted herself with play today?" Xiao Cheng and Xiao Lu deftly assisted Zhao Qihuang down from Wei Lanzhao's back. Wei Lanzhao rubbed his slightly sore shoulders and said, "Call your princess to rise at the third watch tomorrow. We still have to go out." "The third watch? The princess won't be able to get up," Xiao Hong remarked. Wei Lanzhao smiled. "Tell the princess that if she does not rise, she will face double the exercises." "Understood." The next day, as dawn broke and the mist dissipated, a gentle knock echoed at the door of Jinxia Gate. "Princess, Mr. Wei requests you to rise." The occupant on the soft couch remained motionless, the blanket pulled over her head. Remembering Wei Lanzhao's instructions, Xiao Hong gently shook her again. "Princess, Mr. Wei is waiting outside." Zhao Qihuang, irritated, tossed the blanket aside, revealing her sleep-drenched face. "Does he want me to die suddenly? It's not even fully light out yet." Last night, they had spent half the night on the lake, playing the leaf under the moonlight, filling their bellies with lake wind. After much effort, they finally returned home in the late hours, and just as she had fallen into a deep sleep, he appeared again like a haunting spirit. Xiao Hong added, "Mr. Wei said if the princess does not rise, the exercises will double." In an instant, Zhao Qihuang was wide awake. "Get my clothes." With two pronounced dark circles under her eyes, she allowed Xiao Hong to assist her with her grooming and attire, feeling as though she were a soulless puppet. Stepping out of her room, the morning chill enveloped her. In the courtyard, a tall figure stood with arms behind his back. Despite having endured the same night breeze, Wei Lanzhao appeared invigorated, showing no signs of fatigue. Upon hearing movement, he turned. "Princess, good morning." His voice was crisp, reminiscent of the lake water from the night before. Zhao Qihuang gazed at his serene face and spoke in a lethargic tone. "Wei Lanzhao, I must tell you, this princess has suffered greatly following you. If I fail the exam..." She paused, her expression darkening as she added fiercely, "I will end you." For a brief moment, the smile on Wei Lanzhao's face faltered. Outside the residence, the carriage was already prepared. Once inside, Zhao Qihuang curled into the corner, hugging her arms, and asked irritably, "Where to?" Wei Lanzhao lifted the carriage curtain, admiring the morning scenery. "Today, we shall take the princess to Lanin Temple outside the city to make a wish." Arriving early demonstrates sincerity. Zhao Qihuang was both amused and exasperated. "Make a wish? Right now, I only want to twist your head off and use it as a ball." The carriage swayed gently, her head bobbing, and her consciousness began to blur. Just as her forehead was about to collide with the hard carriage wall, a long, strong hand reached out, its warm palm cushioning her forehead. Without opening her eyes, Zhao Qihuang adjusted her posture, finding a more comfortable position, and fell into a deep sleep. Time passed uncounted until the carriage came to a slow halt. A clear voice broke through her slumber. "Princess, we have arrived." Zhao Qihuang opened her eyes to find nothing but emptiness before her. That hand had long since withdrawn, leaving but a trace of warmth behind. She pulled aside the carriage curtain, and a cool breeze infused with the scent of soil and vegetation rushed forth. Outside, there was no temple in sight, only a desolate wilderness. Wei Lanzhao stood outside, reaching out to assist her. Zhao Qihuang scanned her surroundings and inquired, "Where is Lanin Temple?" Wei Lanzhao pointed towards the mist-shrouded mountaintop in the distance. "With sincerity, we must walk up ourselves." Zhao Qihuang was nearly driven to laughter by his audacity. She glanced down at her exquisitely embroidered shoes, then raised her gaze to the nearly endless, winding mountain path. Taking a deep breath, she squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. "You better be right." The mountain path was rugged and strewn with stones. After less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Zhao Qihuang was already panting, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. She halted, leaning on her knee, unable to take another step. "I won't go any further." Wei Lanzhao turned to look at her, his expression unfazed. "If the carriage cannot accommodate you, does the princess wish to spend the night here?" Zhao Qihuang glared at him fiercely, refusing to budge. The two remained locked in a silent standoff for a moment. Finally, Wei Lanzhao sighed silently, turned away from her, and slightly bent his knees, lowering himself.
Get on.
Zhao Qihuang climbed onto his back, without hesitation. The warmth of his body enveloped her, the cool scent of his presence lingering as it had in the carriage. Wei Lanzhao bore her weight in silence, his expression dark as he steadily carried her, their footsteps unwavering. Eventually, after what felt like an eternity, a quaint temple finally came into view. The vermilion doors stood tightly shut, exuding an aura of serenity and seclusion from the world. Wei Lanzhao knocked on the door ring. With a creak, a young monk peeked out, and upon seeing them, opened the door. He smiled and asked, "Have you two come so early to seek a marriage blessing?" As Zhao Qihuang slid off Wei Lanzhao's back, she nearly stumbled at the question. Straightening her disheveled clothing, she lifted her chin, her expression clearly stating, "What nonsense are you talking? This princess seeks wealth and safety, never a marriage blessing." She strode inside, proud as a peacock, demanding, "Where's the wealth god hall?" The young monk was momentarily taken aback, pointing in a daze. Upon reaching the wealth god hall, Zhao Qihuang paid no mind to the golden statue and knelt immediately on the mat. With her hands clasped together and eyes closed, she began to chant fervently. "Buddha and Bodhisattva, I, Zhao Qihuang, have come sincerely to worship today. Please ensure I am accepted into Xuanji Academy. And do not let me lose face before those in the Marquis's residence. Grant me longevity, abundant wealth, and a life filled with fortune and ease." Her voice grew softer, nearly a mumble. "And please ensure that the chaotic dreams I have do not manifest into reality." She rambled on, her requests entirely self-serving. Leaning against the doorframe, Wei Lanzhao observed Zhao Qihuang's devout yet mercantile demeanor, and his usually calm lips quivered involuntarily. After a prolonged moment, Zhao Qihuang finally opened her eyes, satisfied. Rising to her feet, she approached the donation box, decisively removing the resplendent golden hairpin from her coiffure. With a clang, she tossed it in. Next came the jade bangle from her wrist, followed by the moon-shaped earrings at her ears, each clattering into the half-worn wooden box. When she completed this act of extravagant generosity, she clapped her hands, her expression radiant with a sense of fulfillment. Such lavishness left the young monk speechless for a while. Wei Lanzhao stepped forward to greet her, sighing, "Your Highness truly is magnanimous." Zhao Qihuang scoffed lightly. "What do you understand? This is sincerity." Outside the temple, laughter and chatter filled the air. One by one, groups of elegantly dressed young women entered, lively and spirited. Zhao Qihuang raised an eyebrow and turned to the young monk, inquiring, "Why are there so many young ladies at your temple?" The monk, coming to his senses, pressed his palms together in reverence, replying, "These young ladies come to seek love. The Moon Elder Shrine in our temple's rear courtyard has always been bustling with incense and is quite effective." "Love?" Zhao Qihuang scoffed again, an image flashing in her mind of her tumultuous connection with the crown prince in her dreams. Suddenly, she changed her mind. "In that case, this princess shall see for herself the efficacy of the Moon Elder Shrine." Inside, the shrine was enveloped in swirling incense, red threads adorning its branches. Zhao Qihuang casually picked up a fortune stick, shaking it vigorously. With a clatter, one fell out. Upon inspection, her expression darkened. It was a lowly fortune. Behind her, Wei Lanzhao's voice emerged softly. "Your Highness's method of shaking the sticks is incorrect. Therefore, this fortune is not valid." Zhao Qihuang, intrigued, asked, "Then what is the correct method?" Wei Lanzhao approached her, extending his hand to cover her wrist, holding the fortune stick. One must be sincere, he murmured, his voice low and enticing. The force must be balanced. He gently shook her hand twice. A soft chime resonated as a new stick emerged. Wei Lanzhao stepped back, retrieving it and presenting it to her. Zhao Qihuang glanced down, her lips curving upward as she read the 3 characters inscribed, an excellent fortune. With satisfaction, she clutched the auspicious stick and sought the fortune teller. The fortune teller, an elderly man with a goat-like beard, squinted his eyes, exuding an air of mystery. After taking the stick, he stroked his beard and declared, "This is an excellent choice. Although the young lady's romantic journey may face some twists, she shall ultimately find clarity and meet a worthy partner. This is an extraordinary fate." Eagerly, Zhao Qihuang asked, "Sir, can you tell me where my good fortune will come from?" The fortune teller shook his head. "The secrets of the heavens cannot be divulged. My dear lady, simply pay attention to those around you." Zhao Qihuang pressed on. "And what of my good match? What is his background? Will he allow me to live a better life than I do now?" This was her foremost concern. The fortune teller slowly opened his eyes, gazing at her, and uttered 4 words, priceless beyond words. Zhao Qihuang's heart raced. Priceless beyond words? Who among her acquaintances could possibly fit such a description? The crown prince, with his dull mind, was indeed precious, yet utterly unsuitable. As she considered various faces, she dismissed each one. As long as it was not the crown prince, anyone would suffice. The fortune teller handed her a small peach wood tablet. "You may inscribe your wishes upon this tablet and hang it on the moon elder tree at the entrance. Your desires shall come to fruition." Zhao Qihuang accepted the tablet, and the monk offered her a delicate brush. After a moment's contemplation, she meticulously penned 2 lines, "Destined love, smooth and prosperous, harmonious union, enduring wealth." Once finished, she blew gently on the ink and lifted her skirts to approach the moon elder tree. The tree was sturdy and lush, its branches laden with countless tablets. Red threads entwined like veins. She tiptoed to inspect, only to find the prime spots were all too high. With a pout, Zhao Qihuang decided without hesitation to climb the tree. A hand swiftly grasped her wrist. Wei Lanzhao's voice was cool yet tinged with a hint of exasperation. "What are you doing, Your Highness?" Zhao Qihuang pointed to the higher branches. "I want to hang it at the top, to prevent anyone from taking it." A fleeting smile danced in Wei Lanzhao's eyes, quickly extinguished. "It's too high. Allow me to help you." Zhao Qihuang, without a second thought, refused. "That won't do." She clutched the peach wood tablet tightly, her expression serious. "The fortune teller said sincerity is key. This tablet must be hung by my own hand for it to be effective." After saying this, she cast a troubled glance at the lofty branches, as if pondering a solution. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, landing intently on Wei Lanzhao. An ominous premonition arose within him. Indeed, the next moment she commanded Wei Lanzhao, "Crouch down." Chapter 58. Supporting one's own. Wei Lanzhao feigned ignorance, gazing into the distance, remaining still. When Zhao Qihuang saw he did not move, she stepped closer, poking his shoulder with her finger. "Crouch down. I need to climb onto your back." Reluctantly, he bent down. Zhao Qihuang triumphantly huffed, unceremoniously resting her hands on his shoulders as she carefully climbed onto his back. Stretching out her arm, she successfully hung the tablet bearing her wishes on the highest branch. In that instant, a gust of mountain wind stirred. The entire moon elder tree's red threads and wooden tablets rustled together. Countless fluttering red threads cascaded like crimson rain, brushing past their hair and garments. Zhao Qihuang looked down, meeting Wei Lanzhao's slightly raised gaze. His eyes were deep, as if hiding constellations within the night. At that moment, the surrounding clamor seemed to freeze. Zhao Qihuang's heart raced. She hurriedly averted her gaze, sliding down his back with her hands and feet, her cheeks slightly flushed. "All done," Wei Lanzhao replied, his expression unreadable. On the way down the mountain, Zhao Qihuang's steps felt lighter. Wei Lanzhao suddenly spoke. "Actually, there is another story about this moon elder shrine." Zhao Qihuang's interest piqued. "What story?" Wei Lanzhao strolled at a leisurely pace, his voice taking on a distant quality. In a previous dynasty, a princess was betrothed to a general from childhood. However, as the nation's power waned, for self-preservation, the emperor promised the princess to a neighboring khan, forcing her into marriage. On the eve of her wedding, she met the general beneath this tree. Knowing they would never have another chance, They untied their hair ribbons and bound them to the branches, both taking their own lives in a tragic act of love. Zhao Qihuang's smile faded. What happened next? Later, to commemorate them, a moon elder shrine was built here, and this tree became known as the Tree of Love. As the story concluded, Wei Lanzhao paused and turned to her. I wish to ask you, Your Highness, if you were that princess, with the nation before you and love behind, forced into marriage, how would you resolve this predicament? Zhao Qihuang replied, I certainly would not take my own life. If I must marry, I would choose a man capable of protecting me. After saying this, she looked at Wei Lanzhao with keen interest. What would you do? Wei Lanzhao gazed deeply into her eyes, his lips parting to reveal 4 words. Conquer the heart, seize the city. Meanwhile, at the Duke Yeoman's residence, Madame Lin Wangshu stirred a bowl of bird's nest soup with a silver spoon. Glancing up at the kneeling maidservant with a gentle tone, what has the princess been busy with lately? This maidservant is an informant she has placed near Zhao Qihuang's courtyard. In response to the lady's words, the princess has only dedicated a few days to her studies, lately often indulging in excursions and outings. Today, she had also set off early in a carriage, claiming to go for a spring outing. As soon as the words left her lips, Zhao Qian scoffed derisively. Indeed, she is like a stubborn piece of mud that cannot be molded. She likely knows she cannot enter the Xuanji Academy and has given up entirely. Lin Wangshu, upon hearing this, could not help but smile faintly. This was the outcome she desired. At that moment, the door curtain was lifted, and a figure rushed in, stumbling. Madam, bad news. Bad news. Mama Li exclaimed, her face filled with panic, breathless. Lin Wangshu frowned and inquired, what has happened? Without regard for decorum, Mama Li hurriedly said, Madam, I just saw the princess return at the second gate. So, what if she has returned? What is there to fuss about? Zhao Qian rolled her eyes.
Mama Li.
In a flurry of anxiety, stamped her feet. I saw her leave alone with Wei Lanzhao, so I secretly followed and overheard their conversation. Along the way, Wei Lanzhao was actually testing the princess's knowledge. He asked about history, and she responded flawlessly. He queried about strategies, and she articulated her arguments with ease. It was as if she was a prodigy. Lin Wangshu was incredulous. Zhao Qihuang is unlearned. How could she possibly grasp such concepts? Suddenly, Zhao Qian recalled something and exclaimed, Mother, Wei Lanzhao was once the most outstanding disciple of Xuanji Academy. Having him as a mentor is more beneficial than 10 or 8 Hanlin scholars. Lin Wangshu fell silent, realizing she had overlooked this point. In her focus on severing Zhao Qihuang's academic connections, she had forgotten about such an unparalleled teacher within their household. As evening fell, Lin Wangshu carried an ornately carved food box and led Zhao Qiyun into Zhao Qihuang's splendid pavilion. Upon entering, their steps halted. In the courtyard, Zhao Qihuang reclined on a pearwood swing, engrossed in a book illuminated by the lantern's glow. The swing swayed gently, her skirt fluttering in the night breeze like a blooming phoenix flower. Beside her stood Wei Lanzhao, poised with hands clasped behind his back, his figure as graceful as bamboo. Occasionally, he would lean down, lowering his voice to offer her guidance. The scene was tranquil and harmonious. Lin Wangshu gently broke the silence. Ah, the princess is truly diligent, even at such a late hour, not forgetting to read. It seems the entrance examination for Xuanji Academy is virtually a certainty. Zhao Qihuang did not even lift her eyelids, merely turning the page of her book. As the swing gently returned, she glanced towards the mother and daughter at the door. Is there something you need? Lin Wangshu's smile faltered momentarily, but quickly returned to normal as she approached with the food box, warmly stating, It's all for your studies. I went to great lengths to persuade your sister's teacher to also instruct you. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qihuang shifted her gaze from the book and scoffed. No need for that. Such a fine teacher should be reserved for your precious daughter. Lin Wangshu, seemingly oblivious to the sarcasm, placed the food box on the stone table and earnestly encouraged, Qihuang, you and Qiyun are sisters. If you both can enter Xuanji Academy together, it would be an honor for our yeoman marquise. Do not refuse any longer. Zhao Qihuang rose from the swing, leisurely brushing off her skirt. I am not refusing, she asserted, raising her chin defiantly. It is your teacher that I find unsuitable. Lin Wangshu glanced at Wei Lanzhao and queried, Oh, has the princess found a better teacher?
Sao Iwang replied coolly, No.
The 2 words effectively stifled the conversation. Lin Wangshu paused, noticing Zhao Qihuang's lack of interest in continuing, and turned directly to Wei Lanzhao, stating plainly, I have heard that young Master Wei was once the most distinguished student at Xuanji Academy. Why not allow your sister Qian to audit a few classes as well? Zhao Qihuang feigned realization, exclaiming, Ah, I see. You must be here for my teacher. How opportunistic. Lin Wangshu's expression soured, and she disapproved. Qihuang, how can you say that? We are all family. With such excellent resources available, isn't it appropriate to support one another? Support? Zhao Qihuang scoffed. When you sought out those mediocre teachers for me, did you ever think to have your daughter's esteemed mentor assist me? Now that I have a good teacher, you come sniffing around like vultures. Have you no shame? You have no shame. Zhao Qiyun trembled with rage, pointing at her and shouting, What are you so proud of? No matter how skilled a teacher is, they cannot teach a fool. Xuanji Academy is not easily entered. Who knows who will prevail in the end? Zhao Qihuang merely smirked lazily. Very well, let us wait and see. With that, she turned away, ignoring the mother and daughter. Meanwhile, Wei Lanzhao observed the exchange with evident interest. Zhao Qiyun, wishing to continue her tirade, was abruptly restrained by Lin Wangshu. We are leaving. Lin Wangshu almost spat the words through clenched teeth, her sleeves swirling as she turned with heavy, hurried steps. Zhao Qihuang watched their frustrated departure with delight. The night breeze rustled, and the fragrance of the begonia flowers in the courtyard seemed to grow sweeter. Wei Lanzhao's gaze shifted from the door to Zhao Qihuang's triumphant visage. He suddenly remarked, his voice clear in the quiet night, You've made bold claims. If you fail the exam, your face will be greatly embarrassed. Zhao Qihuang's expression of triumph faltered slightly. Grabbing the thick stack of exam papers from the stone table, she crumpled the pages in her grip. From this day forth, I shall study relentlessly and conquer these challenges. Wei Lanzhao continued, This stack alone is insufficient. You will need at least 3 more. Zhao Qihuang rolled up her sleeves, determined. Bring it on. It's not just about the buns but also about pride. I must succeed. Wei Lanzhao raised an eyebrow. Realizing that had he known Lin and her daughter's provoking methods were this effective, he would not have expended so much effort daily to cultivate Zhao Qihuang's temperament. Time flew, and soon the day of the entrance examination at Xuanji Academy arrived. As dawn broke, Zhao Qihuang arose early. She sat before a diamond-shaped mirror, directing her maidservants, determined to adorn herself in a manner that would outshine all others. She wore a gown of golden silk, embellished with Nanhai pearls, and adorned her hair with a golden hairpin, the tassels cascading to her ears. A carefully placed flower ornament adorned her forehead. Gazing at her reflection, she nodded with satisfaction. Today, she would demonstrate to everyone what true beauty and grace resembled. As Wei Lanzhao stepped into the courtyard, he immediately spotted her extravagant attire, pausing momentarily to caution, Princess, today is the day of the examination. Zhao Qihuang nodded, I am aware. Wei Lanzhao pursed his lips, relieved she understood. I thought you were attending a palace banquet. Dressed like that, do you expect the academy's headmasters to bow to you? Zhao Qihuang twirled, the sound of her jewelry jingling. Is it not beautiful? Wei Lanzhao regarded her as one would a walking treasure chest. It is indeed beautiful, but rather too ostentatious. The Academy's instructors are largely conservative, wearing such attire. Before you even compose your essays, they may have already dismissed you. Zhao Qihuang's smile faltered. She clutched her gown, somewhat defiant. What should I wear then? Surely I cannot drape myself in a sack. Wei Lanzhao remained silent, merely placing a wooden box he had prepared on the stone table. With a click, the lid opened to reveal a simple, elegant outfit in moon white with azure trim, made from the finest cloud silk, glimmering softly in the morning light. Zhao Qihuang's eyes brightened. She hurried over, her fingers brushing against the fabric, which felt as delicate as flowing water. Indeed, Wei Lanzhao, you are quite thoughtful. She cast him a sidelong glance, a playful smile dancing at the corners of her lips. So your mysterious outing yesterday was merely to procure this for me? How extravagant of you. Wei Lanzhao remained unfazed. It was no extravagance. The garments purchased have already been charged to the account of the princess. Zhao Qihuang's smile faltered. After changing into a simple dress, she appeared significantly more refined, accentuating her graceful figure. From a distance, Wei Lanzhao's gaze deepened slightly. Stripped of ostentation, the exquisite features of her face, every inch of its brilliance, struck him without reservation. How astonishingly beautiful she was. Yet, Even with her attire altered, Zhao Qihuang was still dissatisfied. She returned to the mirror, opened her ornate makeup box, and commanded her maid, "Fetch me that emerald hairpin." Wei Lanzhao took a long stride and pressed down on the makeup box. Leaning over, he perused the dazzling array of jewels within, growing increasingly exasperated. Why the frown? Zhao Qihuang, displeased, peered out from beneath his arm. Which of my ornaments is not a rare treasure? Are you truly disdainful? I harbor no disdain, Wei Lanzhao sighed, his tone reminiscent of soothing a petulant child. But, my lady, you are preparing for the Xuanji Academy, not a beauty pageant. Such adornments are unsuitable. Reluctantly, Zhao Qihuang clung to her precious hairpins. The standoff lingered briefly until she ultimately conceded, retrieving a small box from the depths of the makeup case. Inside lay a smooth, white jade hairpin, the head simply carved into a solitary orchid, devoid of any excess embellishment. Surely this will suffice? Wei Lanzhao bent down and personally placed the jade pin in Zhao Qihuang's hair. The princess's unparalleled beauty required but this singular adornment. The carriage had long been prepared at the gate of the Marquis's residence. As Zhao Qihuang stepped out, the servants sweeping the corridor and the guards at the gate were all taken aback. The once vibrant and fiery princess now resembled a rare orchid in a secluded valley, refreshingly ethereal and too beautiful to behold directly. Zhao Yuanshan, the Marquis of Yong'an, stood at the steps, momentarily stunned. Gazing at his daughter's appearance, he was momentarily transported back in time, envisioning his late wife, in her youth. Like a pure lotus, untouched by makeup, her beauty was undeniable. A rare warmth flickered across his typically stern visage. Qihuang, do your best in today's examination, but do not feel pressured. Zhao Qihuang paused, casting a dubious glance at her father. Has the sun risen from the west today? Or has he taken some strange medicine? Before she could voice her thoughts, an unwelcome voice intruded. Lin Wangshu had approached, wearing an appropriately polite smile, yet her eyes glinted with coldness. She stepped forward, positioning herself between father and daughter. What the Marquis says is indeed true. Do your best. The hour grows late. Let us not delay Qihuang and the others. Chapter 60. Will you abandon the examination? On the day of the academic examination, the road leading to the academy was congested with carriages, and the rule dictated that only one carriage per family was allowed to enter. Zhao Qihuang, Zhao Qiyun, and Zhao Huixin were assigned to the same carriage. Inside, the atmosphere plummeted to an icy silence. Zhao Qiyun's face darkened upon seeing Zhao Qihuang's new attire, turning her gaze to the window, seething in resentment. Zhao Huixin, meanwhile, clutched a book titled Internal Training, muttering verses under her breath, embodying a picture of diligence. Yet her peripheral vision repeatedly sliced through Zhao Qihuang like a knife. At last, unable to contain herself, she closed her book and spoke with a forced smile that barely concealed her disdain. Sister Qihuang, how creatively you seek the admiration of the gentleman. Zhao Qihuang barely lifted her eyelids, leisurely adjusting her sleeve. Huixin, after all these years, have you made no progress in overcoming your petty jealousy? Zhao Huixin, caught off guard, flushed with indignation. What nonsense are you spouting? Her fingers, gripping the book tightly, turned white, her voice sharp with anger. Who is jealous of you? Do I even need to be? Zhao Qihuang scoffed lightly. Who is jealous is clear to the heart. Her words left Zhao Huixin speechless. To argue further would only reveal her insecurity. To remain silent would imply acquiescence. Her face turned a deep shade of crimson, her chest heaving with rage, trembling with fury. She glared at Zhao Qihuang, her eyes filled with venomous intent, yet Zhao Qihuang could not be bothered to spare her even a glance. After what felt like an eternity, they finally arrived at the vermilion gates of Xuanji Academy. As the carriage came to a halt, Zhao Huixin immediately seized Zhao Qiyun's arm. Sister Yun, let us hurry, lest we be late. She did not spare a glance at Zhao Qihuang, dragging Zhao Qiyun into the throng, their backs deliberately excluding Zhao Qihuang. Zhao Qihuang took her time adjusting her skirt before disembarking from the carriage at a leisurely pace. Observing the two figures deliberately clustering together, she scoffed softly. Such childish antics. At the entrance of Xuanji Academy, a throng had already gathered. Noble young women from the capital donned exquisite garments, though their faces betrayed their nervousness. After a short while, the academy's vice principal, Zhu Hongyi, emerged. He stood on the stone steps before the gates, his hawk-like gaze sweeping over the crowd, plunging the scene into silence. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed in a resonant voice, Xuanji Academy, renowned throughout the ages, is celebrated for cultivating talents adept in both governance and the arts. The entrance examination comprises 3 stages: artistry, strategy, and temperament. Only the most exceptional will be selected. Ultimately, only 3 may enroll in the female academy. Upon hearing this declaration, murmurs rippled through the crowd. Zhao Qihuang, fanning her face, murmured to herself, Wei Lanzhao truly possesses some skill. He has accurately predicted the examination's direction. The first stage was artistry, set in the academy's back mountain, the 100 Flowers Garden. It was the season of late spring, with blossoms vying for attention, bees buzzing, and butterflies dancing in the gentle breeze, carrying the fragrant scent of flowers. The supervising instructor stood beneath the pavilion, announcing the rules. There are no restrictions. Showcase your talents within the time limit of 1 incense stick. The highest scorer shall be declared the victor. As soon as the words left his lips, the candidates dispersed, each seeking a suitable spot to exhibit their skills. A symphony of music, song, and poetry filled the air, with some painting on the spot, while others danced with swords, creating a dazzling spectacle. Among them, Lu Wanru, the legitimate daughter of the Grand Tutor, played high mountains and flowing water, her notes soaring and resonant, earning nods of approval from several instructors scattered throughout. Zhao Qihuang, however, found a blossoming pear tree and stood idly beneath it unmoving. This was due to Wei Lanzhao's prior advice. Your talents in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting are merely mediocre. Attempting to cram at the last moment would be futile. Better to conceal your shortcomings than to expose your flaws. Zhao Qihuang firmly believed his words. After all, passing just 1 stage was sufficient for admission. At that moment, a piercing gaze locked onto her. Vice Principal Zhu Hongyi had approached, scrutinizing Zhao Qihuang with unabashed criticism. Zhao Qihuang? He inquired, challenging her. While all candidates are showcasing their skills, you stand here motionless. Are you planning to abandon the examination? The surrounding gazes converged upon her. Those noble women familiar with Zhao Qihuang wore expressions of amusement. I told you. What talent could she possibly possess? She merely relies on her family's standing. Dressed so simply, one might have thought she had turned over a new leaf. But it was clear she was merely lacking in confidence. Zhao Qihuang furrowed her brow. It was evident that passing just one of the 3 stages would suffice for admission. Yet this vice principal seemed intent on forcing her to falter. The targeting was all too conspicuous. Seeing her remain silent, Zhu Hongyi's expression darkened further. In the Xuanji Academy, there is no room for those who lack the ambition to learn and shrink back in the face of difficulty. His voice was sharp. I shall ask you once more. Do you intend to participate in the examination or not? Should you fail to showcase your talents, consider yourself disqualified and immediately eliminated. The gazes of the crowd were filled with derision and mockery, eagerly anticipating the spectacle. Zhao Qihuang lifted her gaze to meet Zhu Hongyi's scrutinizing eyes and said, Director, when you previously announced the rules, it seems you did not mention. Before she could finish her sentence, Zhu Hongyi interrupted her sharply. I did not mention it before, but I do so now. His tone was domineering. The admissions of Xuanji Academy are determined by me. This was a clear indication that he intended to humiliate Zhao Qihuang right from the outset. As Zhao Qihuang pondered how to deal with him, her gaze fell upon a branch extending from the nearby poplar tree. An idea suddenly sparked in her mind. She plucked a vibrant leaf and held it to her lips, exhaling as taught by Wei Lanzhao. In the next moment, a melodious sound flowed from the delicate leaf. It lacked the solemnity of a zither and the chilliness of a flute, resembling the gentle morning breeze rustling through the forest or the song of a lark perched on a branch. Everyone was captivated by this unexpected and enchanting melody. The examiners, previously seated at a distance, simultaneously paused their writing and turned to find the source of the sound. Lu Wanru, who had been playing the zither, noticed the attention of the examiners was drawn to the figure beneath the pear tree, causing her to falter and miss a note. A clear and crisp bird call echoed in harmony with Zhao Qihuang's music. Soon after, a second and third call followed, as if summoned by her melody. The birds in the garden, from all directions, flew in circles above the treetops, ultimately settling on the branches. They tilted their heads and chirped in unison, resonating with the sound of the leaf flute. In that moment, humans and birds, music and scenery, merged into one. This leaf flute is quite intriguing, one examiner murmured. Another applauded, exclaiming that using a leaf as a flute to attract 100 birds was a true harmony with nature, a communion with all things. Such an artistic conception far surpassed the deliberately crafted skills of music and painting. Zhu Hongyi's brow furrowed as he fixed his gaze on Zhao Qihuang. Finally, the incense in the pavilion burned down to its end. The various performances around the garden came to a halt. The birds perched above, after circling once, reluctantly dispersed. Several supervising examiners exchanged glances, each seeing astonishment and approval reflected in the other's eyes, and they nodded in agreement. At that moment, a gentle laughter drifted from a distance. The crowd turned to see a middle-aged man in a plain long robe, exuding an air of elegance, who had appeared unbeknownst to them. This man was the true head of the Xuanji Academy, Zhou Mingde. Zhou Mingde walked gracefully to Zhu Hongyi's side, glancing at the figure in white beneath the tree, and remarked softly, "I dare say this esteemed princess may not be as lacking as described in that letter." Zhu Hongyi disagreed. "It is merely a trick to attract attention." Zhou Mingde did not rush to refute him, only smiling faintly. He turned to the examiners recording the results. "Please present the scores from the examiners." One examiner stepped forward, gathering several sheets of paper inscribed with scores. The crowd's gaze fixated on those thin sheets of paper, particularly Lu Wanru, who was extremely anxious. After compiling the scores, the examiner bowed to Zhou Mingde and announced loudly, "In the first round, the top performer in talent assessment is Lu Wanru, with a score of 47. With a total score of 50, 47 was indeed quite high." The crowd gasped in astonishment, as expected of the capital's foremost talented woman. Lu Wanru raised her chin slightly, a modest yet triumphant smile gracing her lips. The examiner paused, took a deep breath, and raised his voice further. "Wait, there is another contestant tied for first place." He seemed astonished by this outcome and glanced again at the paper in his hand. Zhao Qihuang also had a score of 47. As his words fell, the garden fell into a deathly silence. Everyone felt as though they had been choked, unable to utter a sound. Tied for first, the frivolous princess, known only for causing trouble, alongside the renowned Lu Wanru. Tied for first, the mockery on Zhao Huixin's face froze, transforming into sheer disbelief. Zhao Qiyun's eyes reflected a similar tumultuous wave. Zhao Qihuang, too, was taken aback by her outstanding performance today, all thanks to Wei Lancao's earlier demonstration on the boat. She subtly surveyed the crowd with a satisfied smirk at their expressions. The examiners exchanged glances, one of them finally braving to speak up. He looked anxiously at Zhou Mingde. "Director, according to the rules, only one top performer is allowed per round. Now that there are two tied, what should we do?" Zhu Hongyi let out a heavy cold snort, his voice as harsh as iron. "What should we do? It seems you are all quite muddled." His gaze, sharp as a knife, bore down on the examiners who had awarded Zhao Qihuang high scores. Playing a leaf flute can be considered a talent? This is sheer sensationalism. A disgrace to culture. How did you arrive at these scores? He spoke with an air of authority, spitting words vehemently. "In my opinion, that peace-high mountains and flowing water had profound artistry. It is true talent. Lu Wanru should rightfully be the top performer of this round." With such clarity, the implication was unmistakable. One examiner who had previously given Zhao Qihuang a high score stepped forward, his face etched with regret and fear. He smacked his thigh and exclaimed, "Oh dear. How could I have been so blind?" Pointing at Zhao Qihuang's name, he said apologetically, "I made a mistake. I wrote it incorrectly." The man quickly took up his brush, striking through the 10 he had written and heavily inscribing a 1 instead. He held up the paper, declaring, "For me, Zhao Qihuang receives 1 point, not 10. At last, satisfaction appeared on Zhu Hongyi's face. He turned to all the candidates and announced loudly, "In that case, the results are decided. For the admission examination of Xuanji Academy, the top performer in the talent competition is..." His voice lingered dramatically, heightening the anticipation of the crowd, finally landing on Lu Wanru. Lu Wanru. The once silent crowd erupted into the expected chatter. "I knew it. This is the outcome we anticipated. What skill is blowing a leaf compared to Miss Lu's ethereal music? Indeed, she should reflect on her own abilities and not dream of competing with the foremost talented woman." The derision that had been momentarily suppressed due to the tie now surged back towards Zhao Qihuang with renewed vigor. Zhao Huixin's earlier shock had transformed into unabashed glee. Silently mouthing to Zhao Qihuang, "You deserve it." Zhao Qiyun exhaled softly, her taut spine finally relaxing as if a great weight had been lifted from her heart. Meanwhile, The envious and jealous gazes now converged upon the center of attention, Lu Wanru, as she gracefully approached Zhao Qihuang. She slightly bent her knee, her eyes brimming with pride. "Princess, I concede." The crowd held its breath, anticipating how the haughty princess from the Yeoman Marquisate would erupt in fury and display her disgrace. However, Zhao Qihuang simply stood there silently. She felt no anger, no irritation, and did not even flinch in her gaze. Her striking phoenix eyes were as calm as a bottomless cold pool. She regarded Lu Wanru as if witnessing a farcical play unrelated to herself. After a long moment, the corners of her beautifully painted lips lifted into a thin, cold smile.
Oh.
Just one word, devoid of emotion, betraying neither joy nor anger. Lu Wanru's triumphant smile abruptly froze on her face. Zhao Qihuang's gaze drifted past her, casting a cool glance at the previously deceitful examiner and then at the ashen-faced Zhu Hongyi. In an instant, student scores were altered, dictated solely by one individual's whims. Such is the nature of Xuanji Academy. Zhu Hongyi's countenance shifted from a pallid hue to a shade reminiscent of overripe liver, and then to a ghastly white. Seething with indignation. Outrageous. An aged, yet robust hand rested upon his shoulder. Dean Zhou Mingde intervened, stating, "Hongyi, that is enough." He turned to Zhao Qihuang. His voice low but firm. To go back on one's word is unbecoming of a teacher at Xuanji Academy. The room fell into stunned silence upon hearing these words. Zhou Mingde inclined his head slightly towards Zhao Qihuang, promising on behalf of the academy, in the upcoming debates and moral assessments, should you secure a top 3 position in either, Xuanji Academy shall gladly accept you as a student. Dean, this cannot be. Zhu Hongyi blurted out, his expression shifting dramatically. Zhou Mingde turned to him, inquiring, "Do you wish to tarnish the century-old reputation of Xuanji Academy?" This statement rendered Zhu Hongyi speechless, his words lodged in his throat. He furiously flicked his sleeves, but dared not utter another word. The instructor who had just adjusted the scores broke into a cold sweat upon hearing the dean's proclamation. Knowing his career was effectively over. Chapter 62. A mind empty of ink. Meanwhile, the gazes of the surrounding women towards Zhao Qihuang transformed from scorn to envy and jealousy. Securing a top 3 position is far less challenging than claiming the top spot. Among the crowd, Zhao Qian scoffed softly and whispered to Zhao Huixin beside her. Does she truly believe she can attain the top 3? Just being able to share the spotlight with Sister Lu is already a stroke of immense luck for her. Zhao Huixin's eyes glinted red with jealousy. Even if she were fortunate enough to enter the academy, it would be through the dean's patronage, a victory unearned. Just as everyone anticipated Zhao Qihuang to express heartfelt gratitude for such a monumental opportunity, she instead declined, "I appreciate the dean's kindness, but I do not require it." Her voice remained calm, silencing the murmurs in the hall once more. "However, I will secure my place through merit." Zhao Qihuang lifted her strikingly beautiful face, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Zhou Mingde, shining like the morning star. "I shall earn the top position in the next round, and I will walk through the gates of Xuanji Academy with my head held high." She surveyed the room, her eyes briefly meeting those of Zhu Hongyi and the sweating instructor. "But this is contingent upon the esteemed examiners ensuring true fairness and justice." Zhou Mingde regarded her, his scrutiny transforming into unmasked admiration. He had encountered many talented, beautiful, and well-bred young ladies, yet had never met one with such indomitable spirit. Unyielding and dignified, she embodied the very essence of the student Xuanji Academy sought. Zhou Mingde erupted into hearty laughter. "Excellent," he proclaimed. "In the next round, I shall personally oversee the examination." The declaration left no room for dissent. Zhou Mingde's authoritative gaze swept across the assembly, finally resting on Zhao Qihuang, before he nodded slightly and turned to depart. The debate round would commence a short incense sticks time later in the Mingletang Hall. The announcement resonated with a firm clarity. Zhu Hongyi's complexion oscillated between green and white as he glared venomously at Zhao Qihuang. She merely smirked mockingly at him before striding towards the exit. Not far off, Wei Lanzhao, donning a mask, leaned against an ancient locust tree, tall and composed, his demeanor tranquil. Upon noticing her approach, he said nothing. Zhao Qihuang halted before him, exhaling a sigh as she spoke. "The dean just mentioned that if I secure a top 3 position, I would be admitted, but in a moment of impulsiveness, I turned it down." Wei Lanzhao's lips curled into a subtle smile. "Regretful? One must not dwell on past decisions," Zhao Qihuang replied, her pride akin to that of a genuine phoenix. I have confidence in my efforts. I shall undoubtedly claim the top position in the debate. Victory must be achieved with integrity and grace. Wei Lanzhao observed the fervor in her eyes, finally letting out a soft chuckle. Go on. Let them witness that the capital's foremost noble lady encompasses more than just lineage and beauty. A short incense stick later, in Mingletang Hall, the atmosphere was solemn and antiquated, with massive beams supporting the vaulted ceiling. Sunlight streamed through intricately carved wooden windows, casting mottled shadows upon the mirror-like golden-tiled floor. The aroma of sandalwood lingered, creating an ambience so grave that one dared not raise their voice. Numerous desks were arranged meticulously within the hall, while the candidates took their seats, holding their breaths in anticipation. The writing implements were all in place. Zhou Mingde, alongside Zhu Hongyi and other instructors, sat regally upon the elevated platform at the front. The dean's piercing gaze scanned every student seated with utmost decorum below. The second round, the debate, commenced. An instructor rose and distributed the rolled examination papers. The quality of the rice paper was exceptional, imbued with the fragrance of nature. Zhao Qihuang unfurled her scroll, her eyes settling on the question. Once there was a wealthy merchant, affluent beyond measure, yet his fortune was amassed through cunning exploitation and oppression of the local populace, inciting widespread resentment. After squandering his wealth on charitable acts, such as distributing rice and repairing roads, the townsfolk hailed him as virtuous. Question: does this individual possess greater merit than demerit, or vice versa? How should one assess his actions? Can his conduct serve as a precedent for future generations? As the question was posed, a hushed gasp swept through the hall. This question, seemingly commonplace, concealed a profound complexity. Lu Wanru wore a confident smile, swiftly taking up her brush to write. Despite already claiming the top position in the first round and securing a spot, she remained determined to outshine others and showcase her brilliance before the crowd. Zhao Huixin, furrowing her brow and biting down on her pen, repeatedly calculated the merits and demerits on paper. Most candidates fell into a conventional mindset, debating whether to cite classical texts to argue for the individual's virtuous acts or to vehemently denounce his misdeeds. In the hall, the only sound was the scratching of brushes on paper. Zhao Qihuang, however, remained motionless. As Zhao Huixin neared completion, she cast a furtive glance at Zhao Qihuang, noticing her stillness, and a smirk of schadenfreude crept onto her lips. In a hushed tone, she whispered to Zhao Qian, "Look at Zhao Qihuang. She must be utterly paralyzed with fear, unable to write a single word." Zhao Qian scoffed in response, dismissing her rival's capabilities. On the elevated platform, Zhu Hongyi's gaze remained fixated on Zhao Qihuang. A significant portion of incense had burned away. Other candidates had penned considerable portions of their essays. Yet Zhao Qihuang's paper remained blank. Zhu Hongyi could no longer suppress a smirk of triumph. What's the matter? Has the princess of the Yong'an Marquisate been stumped by this question? His tone dripped with derision. Or perhaps, the princess has spent her days indulging in frivolities, never having delved into the teachings of sages, thus leaving her at a loss for words? His remarks were utterly contemptuous. Several instructors frowned slightly, but refrained from speaking out due to his position as vice dean. Zhou Mingde remained silent, pushing aside several already graded papers, his brow furrowing imperceptibly. The responses were all too safe and devoid of originality, mere platitudes that failed to captivate him. His gaze eventually returned to the only woman in the room who had not yet put pen to paper. Just when everyone presumed Zhao Qihuang was at a loss, she finally moved. Zhao Qihuang grasped her brush, saturating it with rich ink. Seeing her begin to write, Zhou Mingde rose from his seat and walked down from the platform. He approached Zhao Qihuang's desk, peering down at her paper. With a single stroke, she penned a line, sharp as a blade. The fallacy of this question lies in presupposing that merit and demerit can be quantified and equated. The words echoed like thunder in a clear sky. Zhou Mingde's pupils dilated in astonishment. Zhu Hongyi, witnessing this, burst into laughter, exclaiming, "This is the dean's personally crafted question, and you dare to label it a fallacy?" Before he could finish, Zhou Mingde shot him a fierce glare. Silence. Zhu Hongyi choked back the subsequent insult. Zhao Qihuang's brush continued to glide across the paper. Merit and demerit cannot be measured in gold or silver. How can they be added or subtracted? Chapter 63. The pinnacle of strategy. The accomplishments of the affluent are often derived from ill-gotten wealth, utilized for trivial benevolence. Their essence is not merit, but rather a form of atonement. Their generosity springs not from a heart of compassion, but perhaps from a desire to quell public discontent, seek inner peace, or gain a facade of reputation. The local populace may praise such deeds, either forgetting the greater harm in pursuit of minor benefits or feigning compliance due to fear of authority. These acts of goodness are fundamentally hollow and lack true merit. She did not pause, articulating her thoughts with fervor, stripping the layers of disguised virtue down to its core. Ultimately, she arrived at a profound conclusion. The crux of merit lies not in the destination of wealth, but in its origin and the motivations behind the acts of kindness. The evil of plunder is irrevocable and cannot be erased by subsequent acts of goodwill. Such transgressions must be met with legal consequences. While any goodness displayed is merely a personal obligation for atonement, not a commendable deed worthy of governmental praise. Thus, such actions must not serve as a precedent for future generations. With the final stroke of her pen, she imbued her words with palpable force. At this juncture, Zhou Mingde's eyes brimmed with admiration. He had never anticipated that Zhao Qihuang, at such a tender age, could possess such clarity and rigor of thought. Yet, the impact she had on him was far from over. She paused momentarily, then inscribed the piece de resistance of her essay. A compelling argument that sent shivers down the spine. If future generations were to emulate the accumulation of wealth through cunning and subsequently disperse minor fortunes for the sake of reputation, achieving success while evading accountability, would that not encourage malevolence? This is a grave danger. At this point, Zhu Hongyi felt a surge of blood rush to his head, his hair standing on end. The clarity of her insight transcended the discussion at hand, speaking to the principles of law and the moral compass of society. It mattered not that she was a woman. Even the male scholars present seldom exhibited such vision and determination. Zhao Huixin and Zhao Qian were unable to comprehend the intricate phrases. Yet they could discern the expressions of the dean and Zhu Hongyi. The dean's appreciation and Zhu Hongyi's astonishment filled them with trepidation. Zhao Qihuang continued her discourse. The true essence of law must be firm, rendering cunning plunderers incapable of evasion. It must cultivate an ethos wherein the wealthy recognize their duties of benevolence and righteousness, acquiring wealth through rightful means. The accumulation and distribution of wealth must adhere to principles of justice, rather than relying on ephemeral benevolence or atonement. In conclusion, the affluent must be held accountable for their transgressions, and their acts of charity should be regarded solely as expressions of remorse, warranting leniency rather than accolades. Future generations ought to take heed. Having penned the final character, Zhao Qihuang gently placed her brush on the stand. The sound echoed in the stillness of the Mingli Hall. Strikingly clear, the incense had just extinguished. She lifted her gaze to meet Zhou Mingde's astonished eyes, her expression calm and her gaze crystalline. "Dean, I have completed my response." Zhou Mingde regarded her for a long while before slowly uttering 4 words. "This essay is unparalleled." Zhu Hongyi, who had resolved not to accept Zhao Qihuang, found himself unable to deny her compelling argument and remarkable spirit. Zhao Qiyun, seeing the vice-dean's tacit approval, protested indignantly. "Dean, she is clearly questioning the prompt, openly declaring it a false proposition. This is a blatant defiance of the Academy. How can she be deemed the pinnacle?" Zhou Mingde's expression remained unperturbed as he gently replied, "The princess is not questioning the prompt. She is deconstructing the traps behind it. Among all the examinees, she alone has transcended the mundane debate of crediting merchants with points for merit or demerit, like mere accountants. Only she has recognized the peril that arises when a model of initial wrongdoing followed by subsequent virtue is sanctioned, which could inflict profound damage on the law and the moral fabric of our nation." Zhou Mingde stepped back to the center of the stage, hands clasped behind his back, and remarked, "Such discernment, such vision, seldom do even the esteemed scholars of Xuanji Academy possess such acumen." As he concluded, several veteran examiners could no longer contain their admiration. One swiftly approached and snatched the essay from Zhou Mingde's grasp. The crowd leaned in, their curiosity piqued. After a brief moment, one elder smacked his thigh. His face flushed with excitement. "Excellent. The merits and demerits cannot be quantified in monetary terms." Another nodded vigorously, his eyes alight with admiration. "This argument is like a sharp sword, cutting through the fog to reveal the truth. It eschews convention and directly addresses the core issues, demonstrating a foresight to rectify societal morals." The consensus emerged. Zhao Qihuang was indeed the pinnacle of strategy, deserving of the title. Applause erupted in waves. Zhao Qiyun's face turned pale in an instant. Zhou Mingda raised a hand to restore silence in the hall. His gaze returned to Zhao Qihuang, now imbued with curiosity and admiration. Might I inquire about the source of your insights? Whom did you study under? Upon hearing this, every ear perked up, eager to learn the identity of the remarkable mentor who had shaped such a student. Zhao Qihuang inclined her head slightly, maintaining her tranquil demeanor. To the dean, my teacher was once a student of Xuanji Academy. Zhu Hongyi, unable to contain himself, pressed on. Who is it? Zhao Qihuang raised her eyes, her bright gaze sweeping across the assembly as she clearly enunciated a name. Wei Lanzhao, the heir of the former Duke of State. A profound silence enveloped the Mingli Hall, deeper than before. Wei Lanzhao, the prodigy who, at the age of 9, astounded the court with his treatise strategies for strengthening the nation, and was hailed as the unicorn of the dynasty. He was the most extraordinary student in a century at Xuanji Academy. The elders exchanged glances, realization dawning upon them. So it is him.
No wonder.
If he were her mentor, it is no surprise she possesses such insight. Zhao Qihuang, the pinnacle of strategy. The dust settled. After completing the 2 examinations, they took a break. Zhao Qihuang lifted her skirts and rushed outside. By the pillar, a solitary and serene figure awaited her as always. Wei Lanzhao. Like a bird returning to its nest, she approached him, enveloped in the glow of victory. Her eyes sparkled with brilliance. I have fulfilled my promise. I have claimed the title of the pinnacle of strategy. Wei Lanzhao regarded her, his gaze deep and contemplative, as if the frost of his demeanor had thawed slightly. A faint smile graced his lips. Congratulations. Just 2 words, understated yet profound. Zhao Qihuang felt a flicker of her excitement dimmed. Wei Lanzhao inquired, having passed the examination, will the princess review her performance? This had been their customary practice. After each of Zhao Qihuang's responses, they would reflect together. Follow me, Zhao Qihuang replied, grasping his hand as they sought out a secluded corridor. Releasing his hand, Zhao Qihuang took a deep breath, standing tall. Today, my strategy was exceptionally brilliant. I have committed every word to memory, verbatim. Chapter 64. You deceived me with that, she began to recite. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the corridor's eaves, casting dappled shadows across her face. At that moment, Zhao Qihuang's eyelashes fluttered, her eyes shimmering with the brilliance of countless stars. Wei Lanzhao's gaze, inch by inch, remained firmly locked onto her countenance. He listened to the principles he had painstakingly taught her, now flowing from her lips imbued with her unique, fearless, and fervent vitality. Future generations ought to take heed. As she concluded, Zhao Qihuang exhaled deeply, lifting her eyes to meet his, sparkling with anticipation for his praise. However, Wei Lanzhao simply stared at her, silent, his expression as inscrutable as an ancient well. Zhao Qihuang waited for a considerable time, but his silence persisted. Feeling a hint of dissatisfaction, she waved her hand before his eyes. Hey, what are you staring at? Have you lost your wits? Did I not perform well? Why aren't you praising me? Wei Lanzhao, startled by her gesture, shook himself from his reverie, quickly averting his gaze and turning away, leaving her with a cold profile. His voice returned to its usual monotone. It was adequate. You did not tarnish my reputation. Zhao Qihuang blinked in surprise, then puffed out her cheeks in frustration, making a face at his back. You egotistical fool. On the other side, Zhao Huixin followed closely behind Zhao Qiyun, her heart heavy with concern. Sister Qiyun, what shall we do? We are left with only the final challenge. Zhao Qiyun replied coolly, what is there to panic about? Yet her mind raced with calculations. Whatever Zhao Qihuang would do next, she would mirror. At the Xianshu Academy, in the Tranquility Chamber, the final challenge awaited, one of temperament. The chamber was serene, filled with the faint scent of sandalwood incense. 30 candidates were ushered into a room. The examiner left them with a single directive: the one who finishes the book on the table within the hour shall prevail. As the door closed, the examiner's voice echoed in the rafters, and silence returned to the chamber, save for the curling wisps of incense smoke. Upon the table lay a solitary book, its pages yellowed, ink aged, a rare ancient text, priceless in value. A flicker of greed shone in the eyes of several noble maidens, yet they refrained from acting on their desires, constrained by the examination. Suddenly, a sharp gasp broke the stillness. A servant, carrying tea, stumbled and inadvertently sent a tray of ink flying.
Splash.
The dark ink splattered across the skirts and table of the first few candidates. My brocade skirt. My book. A chorus of suppressed gasps and low complaints shattered the tranquility. Several noble girls rose, grimacing as they patted their skirts. The more impatient among them glared at the stunned servant. Outside, the sounds of children's laughter echoed. Come catch me. Their bright, tinkling laughter pierced through the candidates' already frayed nerves. The brows of several noble maidens furrowed in irritation. What is all this noise? Get them to quiet down. How can we concentrate? Zhao Qihuang remained unfazed. She yawned and casually rested her hand on her knee. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Zhao Qiyun mirrored her stance. This piqued Zhao Qihuang's interest, prompting her to shift to a new posture. As expected, Zhao Qiyun followed suit. Realizing Zhao Qiyun's little scheme, a sly smile flickered across Zhao Qihuang's face. In the next moment, Zhao Qihuang suddenly slumped, leisurely laying her head on the table. She turned her face to the side, resting on her arm, her long lashes drooping as if she were drifting into a deep slumber. Zhao Qiyun froze, her eyes fixed on Zhao Qihuang's back, her expression shifting. In a flash of insight, she recalled how Zhao Qihuang had bested Lu Wanru with a mere leaf during the first challenge, and excelled in the second challenge of strategy. This seemingly absurd behavior must hold profound meaning. Zhao Qiyun felt as if she had unlocked a secret, realizing that true stillness lies in forgetting both self and surroundings. A state where one can peacefully slumber in such a setting. A look of revelation flickered upon Zhao Qiyun's face. Straightening her attire, she too imitated Zhao Qihuang and laid her head upon the table. As the incense burned low and the fragrant ashes cooled, a clear bell chimed, signaling the end of the temperament examination. The door creaked open, and a lady examiner entered, her gaze calmly sweeping over the candidates. Startled, Zhao Qian lifted her head from the table, her face still bearing the marks of sleep. Rubbing her eyes, she couldn't suppress the slight smile creeping onto her lips. Convinced of her victory, the lady examiner, holding a ledger, announced in a frosty tone, for the temperament challenge, the top candidate is Tan Xiuxiu. Zhao Qiyun's expression of triumph instantly froze, morphing into utter disbelief. At that moment, a woman abruptly stood, her voice shattering the chamber's silence. On what grounds? The lady examiner remained unperturbed. Tan Xiuxiu, after carefully perusing the ancient tome, returned it to its place, her gaze clear and devoid of covetousness. Despite the ink spill on her skirt, she remained unperturbed, even comforting the frightened servant and assisting in cleaning up the mess. While the laughter continued outside, she sat undisturbed at her desk, immersed in her reading, unbothered by external distractions. Each word from the lady examiner struck like a slap across the faces of the greedy, arrogant, and agitated noble girls. Zhao Qian stood defiantly, her neck straightened. I was not distracted by external matters. The lady examiner replied coolly. Yet you spent the entire time sleeping. Did you even read the book on the table? Her retort left Zhao Qian speechless. Her eyes frantically scanned the chamber, ultimately landing on the lazily stretching Zhao Qihuang, who wore a satisfied expression. A surge of anger rushed to Zhao Qiyun's head. She pointed a trembling finger at Zhao Qihuang. What were you sleeping for? Zhao Qihuang stifled a delicate yawn and replied leisurely, I have already secured the top spot in the second challenge. Why stay awake? Zhao Qiyun stared blankly at Zhao Qihuang's amused smile, suddenly comprehending everything. Her teeth clenched together. She barely managed to utter, Zhao Qihuang, you deceived me. Zhao Qihuang cast her a languid glance, feigning innocence. I am merely sleeping. What concern is it of yours? Zhao Qian felt a surge of bitterness rise in her throat, darkness closing in around her. She was like a mute person forced to swallow bitterness, unable to voice her grievances. Zhu Hongyi entered the chamber, taking the ledger from the lady examiner. Clearing his throat, he announced solemnly, the enrollment list for Xianshu Academy comprises 3 individuals, the top talent in arts, Lu Wanru, the top in temperament, Tan Xiuxiu, and the top in strategy, Zhao Qihuang. As he closed the ledger, his voice boomed. These 3 shall become students of Xianshu Academy starting tomorrow. This evening, someone will deliver the engraved nameplates to your residences. Please make the necessary preparations. Zhao Qihuang slowly rose, swaggering over to Zhao Qiyun, stretching lazily as she remarked, that nap was truly refreshing. Zhao Qiyun could no longer feign ignorance. Watching Zhao Qihuang's retreating figure, she stomped her foot in frustration. Zhao Qihuang, you are despicable. In the carriage home, The atmosphere was even more subdued than on the way there. Zhao Huixin stared down, twisting the handkerchief in her grip, no longer reading the book on inner training. Zhao Qiyun leaned against the carriage wall, her eyes reddened, glaring fiercely at the serene Zhao Qihuang opposite her. The carriage came to a steady halt before the gates of the Yong'an Marquis residence. Outside, the anxious figures of Lin and Zhou had been waiting for some time. As the carriage curtain lifted, Zhao Qihuang was the first to leap out. Following her, Zhao Qiyun and Zhao Huixin slowly descended, each bearing a dejected demeanor. Lin and Zhou rushed forward, their faces laden with concern. How did it go? Did you pass? Zhao Qiyun's lips moved, but no words escaped. She turned and dashed into the residence. Zhao Huixin, too, averted her gaze from her mother, hurrying inside with her head down. Only Zhao Qihuang remained behind. Facing the earnest looks of the two matrons, she suddenly raised a hand to her forehead, dramatically sighing. After her sigh, she said nothing further and walked straight through the gates. Zhou watched the trio's departing figures, the smile on her face fading. She turned to Lin, cautiously asking, "Sister-in-law, did none of them succeed?" A fleeting look of disappointment crossed Lin's face before she regained her composure as the head matron. She gently patted Zhou's hand, speaking soothingly. In the capital, noble girls are like hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Given the prestige of Xianshu Academy, it is not surprising that they did not succeed. Though she spoke thus, both women felt a mutual sigh of relief. If none passed, it was better than having only one succeed. As night fell, the lights in the matriarch's Roman hall burned brightly, and the dining table was already set with food. The elderly matriarch sat at the head of the table. Yet the absence of her three granddaughters lingered in the air. Lin Wangshu rose, bowing slightly to the matriarch, a hint of regret adorning her face. "Mother, Qiyun is feeling unwell today. I feared she might pass her illness to you, so I allowed her to rest early." The princess mentioned she would come later. As her words faded, Zhou Yuhu promptly stood as well. Huixin also complained of dizziness, likely from the strain of the examinations, and has already gone to sleep. So she won't be coming today. The matriarch set down her jade chopsticks, producing a soft yet piercing sound that cut through the silence of the room. "You are all so careless. I have urged you repeatedly to encourage your sisters to study, yet it all fell on deaf ears. And now, 3 of you took the exam together, yet none succeeded. My old bones, along with the reputation of the yeoman Marquis, have suffered a great humiliation today." Lin Wangshu and Zhou Yuhu immediately lowered their gazes, not daring to breathe. "You speak truly, mother." As the head matron of the household, Lin Wangshu was the first to acknowledge her fault. "It is the negligence of the daughters-in-law," she added, with Zhou Yuhu quickly echoing. "We will certainly discipline them upon our return." "Discipline?" The matriarch scoffed, ready to unleash her anger. Just then, a young servant approached, his face alight with excitement. "Old madam, someone from Xuanji Academy has arrived." The matriarch paused, her brow furrowed. "What brings someone from Xuanji Academy here?" She glanced at Lin and Zhou, perplexed. Having just been informed that none had passed, the servant eagerly replied, "They say one of our young ladies has been accepted and has come to deliver the waste token." At this revelation, Lin Wangshu and Zhou Yuhu simultaneously lifted their heads, astonishment and disbelief flickering in their eyes.
How could this be?
Moments ago, they had felt relief that none had succeeded, believing it fair. Now, with one passing, their hearts raced with unease. Zhou Yuhu was the first to regain her composure. Covering her mouth with her hand, her astonishment transforming into uncontainable joy, laughter spilling forth. "I knew it must be our Huixin." She cast a triumphant glance at Lin Wangshu. This child, so kind-hearted, must have kept quiet to spare her sister's feelings. Such a foolish girl. Lin Wangshu struggled to maintain her composure, her dignified demeanor wavering. She clenched her fingers tightly within her sleeves, forcing a gentle smile. "Sister-in-law, you speak too soon. Our Qiyun is always composed and modest, never one to boast. If she has succeeded, it is only in keeping with her character." The two sisters-in-law, who had previously shared a united front, now found themselves at odds. Hidden tensions brewing beneath the surface. The matriarch, however, paid no mind to their discord. She swept away her earlier gloom, her face radiant with joy as she clapped her hands. "Excellent. Whoever it is who has succeeded shall be generously rewarded." She waved her hand, commanding, "What are you waiting for? Quickly invite the academy representatives inside." No sooner had the matriarch spoken than Lin Wangshu and Zhou Yuhu could no longer contain themselves, rushing towards the door with eager anticipation. Their urgency suggested that whoever reached the threshold first would claim the monumental honor. Both wore expressions of assured victory. Yet in their hearts, they had already buried the other beneath their ambitions. However, upon stepping into the hall, their strides halted abruptly. The messenger from Xuanji Academy stood respectfully in the corridor, and before him stood none other than Zhao Qihuang. Dressed in a simple gown, her figure graceful, her face unadorned yet radiating a brilliance surpassing the spring blooms, she toyed with a dark wooden plaque between her fingers. It was a deep black token, intricately etched with silver thread into swirling cloud patterns, featuring an ancient character for Xian at its center, a subtle yet significant emblem of Xuanji Academy. Lin Wangshu's smile faltered. Zhou Yuhu's elation froze. How could this token be in the hands of that wretched girl? Lin Wangshu was the first to recover, stepping forward with a soft voice. Princess, that token is of great value. Please do not let it be damaged. She reached out, as if to take it. You should return the token to my sister Qiyun. At that moment, Zhou Yuhu squeezed past Lin Wangshu, forcefully bumping her aside. What do you mean? Why should it belong to Qiyun? With a broad smile, she turned to Zhao Qihuang, her tone laced with entitlement. Qihuang, that must be your Huixin's token, right? Quickly hand it over to your second aunt. I'll deliver it to her, so she won't worry. The two women flanked Zhao Qihuang, their gazes predatory as they focused intently on the token in her grasp. Zhao Qihuang regarded them as though she were observing two fools, assessing them with a mixture of amusement and disdain. What illusions are you entertaining? Lin Wangshu and Zhou Yuhu furrowed their brows. Zhao Qihuang waved the dark wooden token, producing a soft clinking sound. Take a good look. This token is issued by Xuanji Academy to those who have been accepted. Zhao Qiyun and Zhao Huixin did not pass. How could that be? Lin Wangshu and Zhou Yuhu exclaimed in unison. Zhou Yuhu, unable to contain herself, insisted, even if Huixin did not succeed, it must be Qiyun. She scrutinized Zhao Qihuang with disdain, her eyes brimming with contempt. Surely it cannot be yours. Zhao Qihuang flipped her wrist, thrusting the dark wooden token forward, nearly touching Zhou Yuhu's nose. Please, open your eyes and see clearly. Whose name is etched upon this token? The back of the token bore 3 silver characters, each stroke as sharp as a slap, branding Lin Wangshu and Zhou Yuhu with humiliation. Zhao, Qiyun, Huang. Zhou Yuhu's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, her mouth agape, unable to utter a single word. Lin Wangshu, in disbelief, murmured, How is it possible that our Qiyun could lose to you? Zhao Qihuang leisurely withdrew the token, her delicate fingers caressing the character for Huang. She lifted her gaze to the ashen-faced Lin Wangshu, inquiring with a smile, I've been accepted. Why does it appear you are not pleased? Lin Wangshu, stung by her words, jolted back to reality. She forced a smile that was more painful than tears. How could I not be pleased? As the matriarch of the Marquise, I rejoice in the accomplishments of any of you sisters. Zhao Qihuang nodded, seemingly convinced by her feigned sincerity. She turned away as if just remembering something. Oh, didn't grandmother expect us for dinner? Zhou Yuhu's face contorted with frustration. I suddenly feel unwell and have no appetite. Lin Wangshu forced a smile as she replied, I still have some important accounts to settle, so I shall not attend. With that, the two women hastily exited, their retreating figures a portrait of chaos and despair. In the wrong shouting, a table laden with dishes had grown cold. The matriarch sat at the head, anxiously peering towards the door, her fingers spinning the prayer beads with fervor. Finally, a figure entered gracefully, Zhao Qihuang, and only she. The matriarch halted her movements, her gaze fixated on Zhao Qihuang. Where is everyone else? Where are your mother and your third aunt? Anxious to know whether Huixin or Qiyun had succeeded, Zhao Qihuang approached the table, taking her seat and selecting her favorite crystal meat dish. I've been accepted by Xuanji Academy, but my third aunt claimed to feel unwell and could not eat. The Marquis's wife said she had not finished her accounts and needed to return. The matriarch stared at Zhao Qihuang, as if seeing her for the first time. Who did you say was accepted? Zhao Qihuang raised her eyes, her phoenix-like gaze shimmering. She set down her chopsticks, feigning a pout of grievance. Why does grandmother look so surprised? Is it so hard to believe that your granddaughter has succeeded? The astonishment on the old lady's face swiftly morphed into an expression of near ecstasy, though the joy had yet to fully reach her eyes. Nonsense. She chided. Grandmother is simply overwhelmed with delight. My dear Chi-Huang, you have truly excelled. She turned to the side and called out to the waiting Mammy Wan, quick. Bring forth my treasured heirlooms. Mammy Wan promptly complied and soon presented a zeaten wood box. The old lady herself opened it. As I previously mentioned, whoever among you sisters earns admission to the Xuanji Academy and brings glory to our yeoman marquis shall receive generous rewards. Come, all of this is yours. As the box opened, the room was illuminated. A set of emerald headpieces lay gracefully upon a scarlet velvet cushion. The rich green was so vibrant it seemed almost to drip, contrasting beautifully against one's fair skin. This set was the most precious piece of the old lady's dowry. Zhao Qi-Huang's eyes sparkled instantly, her smile utterly genuine. With a glance, she signaled to the maid Xiaohong, who stepped forward to securely take the box. Zhao Qi-Huang then rose elegantly, performing an impeccable greeting to the old lady, her voice sweet as honey. Granddaughter, I thank you for your generosity. As the saying goes, joy for some often accompanies sorrow for others. Meanwhile, in the Tingyan courtyard, Lin Wangshu wore a stern expression as she forcefully pushed open Zhao Qiyun's door. The loud bang startled all the maids, who immediately knelt in fear. The room was shrouded in darkness, a stark contrast that instilled a sense of dread. A heavy scent of cosmetics mixed with the salty tang of tears assailed her senses. Zhao Qian was curled up on the soft couch by the window, her frail shoulders shaking. Without even turning her head, she continued to weep. Lin Wangshu approached her, coldly remarking, "All you do is cry. What good does that accomplish?" Zhao Qiyun's sobs faltered as she slowly turned to face her. Her tear-streaked face, marred by excessive makeup, bore eyes swollen like overripe peaches. "Mother," Zhao Qiyun weakly called out, feeling acutely aware that her mother must have learned of the examination results by now, her heart heavy with guilt. Lin Wangshu, ignoring her pitiful appearance, fixed her with a gaze sharp as a blade. "Tell me honestly, was there any foul play involved in the Xuanji Academy's examination? Did the examiners go easy on Zhao Qihuang?" Zhao Qian shook her head, tears spilling uncontrollably down her cheeks. "No, there was no leniency. The vice principal actively hindered her." Lin Wangshu's brow furrowed deeply. "What did you say?" Zhao Qiyun, stifling sobs, recounted the events of the examination. In the talent portion, Zhao Qihuang nearly tied for first with Lu Wanru, but it was the vice principal who lowered her score. Lin Wangshu's expression darkened considerably. She could not comprehend it at all, clenching the handkerchief in her grip, murmuring to herself, "How can an uneducated fool progress so swiftly?" Zhao Qian retorted indignantly, "Isn't it all because of Wei Lanzhao, who in the capital does not know that he, the young master of the Wei family, possesses unmatched talents? If it weren't for his direct guidance, what could Zhao Qihuang accomplish?" Zhao Qiyun's face twisted with envy and resentment. "Mother, if only I had the benefit of young Master Wei's teaching, I would not only gain admission to the Xuanji Academy, but could even become the top scholar." Lin Wangshu observed her daughter's frenzied demeanor with a sense of helpless grievance. After a prolonged silence, she exhaled slowly. "Zhao Qihuang truly has the fortune of a charmed life." Zhao Qian cried out, "What do we do now? I promised the Crown Prince that I would certainly gain admission to the Xuanji Academy." A flicker of calculation crossed Lin Wangshu's eyes. "Come, let us seek out your father." In the study of the yeoman Marquis Zhao Yuanshan, the atmosphere was serene and solemn. With calming incense wafting through the air, Lin Wangshu entered gracefully, carrying a bowl of soup. "My lord, after a long day of handling affairs, you must be weary." Her voice was soft enough to draw tears. "I have prepared some candied pear soup to soothe your throat." Zhao Yuanshan set down his brush, leaning back in his chair, a hint of satisfaction gracing his features. He appreciated Lin Wangshu's thoughtfulness. Accepting the bowl, his gaze fell upon Zhao Qiyun, who followed closely behind. "Oh, by the way," Zhao Yuanshan recalled, "today is the day of the Xuanji Academy's examination." His tone held a note of anticipation as he looked at Zhao Qiyun. "Yunner, how did you fare?" As soon as he spoke, Zhao Qiyun's eyes reddened. Large tears began to fall uncontrollably, and she shook her head vigorously, her shoulders trembling violently. The smile on Zhao Yuanshan's face faltered. Lin Wangshu sighed deeply, wrapping her arms around her daughter, gently patting her back. "Alas, it is my fault for not teaching Yunner properly." She looked up at Zhao Yuanshan, her expression filled with self-reproach and helplessness. This child simply cannot compare to Qihuang. She failed to gain admission. Zhao Yuanshan was taken aback, almost believing he had misheard. "Are you saying that Zhao Qihuang has been accepted?" Lin Wangshu nodded, her eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. Zhao Yuanshan's brow furrowed tightly, disbelief etched across his face. How did she suddenly achieve such success? Lin Wangshu moved behind him, her delicate hands resting lightly on his shoulders, gently kneading. My lord, have you forgotten who Wei Lanzhao is? With the direct tutelage of the heir of the former Duke of the State, it is no wonder the princess was admitted. Zhao Qiyun interjected through her sobs. During the examination, I overheard my second sister say. Her words were punctuated by her intermittent, pitiful cries. She said that young Master Wei had accurately predicted the questions. Zhao Qiyun looked up, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at Zhao Yuanshan. Father, I believe this is not mere coincidence. It is clear that young Master Wei provided her with the answers in advance. Hearing this, Zhao Yuanshan frowned. Zhao Qiyun's grievances grew, her tears flowing even more fiercely. With such advantages, my second sister did not share a single hint with us. If she had only been willing to share the answers with me and sister Huixin, we could have all entered the Xuanji Academy together, bringing great honor to our yeoman marquise. Zhao Yuanshan slammed the bowl down on the table with a loud thud, his face darkened. This Zhao Qihuang is becoming increasingly oblivious. Such a significant matter, and she only thinks of herself, not even helping her own sister. How selfish can one be? Zhao Qiyun, seeing her father's anger, cried even louder, each word laced with anguish. I am lesser than my second sister in every regard. I thought that gaining admission to the Xuanji Academy was my only chance to prove myself, to bring some honor to the marquise. Yet, I never imagined that even this opportunity would be snatched away from me. Zhao Yuanshan gazed at his daughter, tears streaming down her face like rain on a pear blossom, his heart filled with compassion. He reached out, awkwardly patting Zhao Qiyun's shoulder. No more tears, Yuner. His voice softened considerably. What does it matter if you cannot enter the Xuanji Academy? You will always be my daughter, the esteemed legitimate miss of our yeoman marquise. These words, instead of comforting Zhao Qiyun, ignited the flames of her discontent. She abruptly lifted her head, her tear-streaked face radiating stubbornness. No. Father, I must enter the Xuanji Academy. Her voice carried a sense of unwavering determination. I swear, I will surpass Zhao Qihuang and bring even greater honor to the marquise. Lin Wangshu sighed quietly beside them, seizing the moment to interject. My lord, you must recognize, her eyes filled with sorrow. Qihuang is, after all, not raised within our household. She may not feel as close to the marquise, nor to you. She paused, shifting her tone to imply deeper meaning. After all these years, she likely still harbors resentment towards you. This statement pierced Zhao Yuanshan's heart like a needle, striking a chord of realization. As his expression darkened, a veil of gloom settled between his brows. However, I found myself at a loss regarding the affairs of Xuanji Academy. Lin Wangshu tentatively inquired, My lord, though we find ourselves at an impasse, might we seek the favor of Her Majesty the Empress? Surely, for the sake of royal dignity, Xuanji Academy, no matter how esteemed, would grant us some consideration. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuanshan's countenance grew even more troubled. He maintained a stoic demeanor and shook his head. Hadn't the Empress previously interceded for Zhao Qihuang, only for it to ultimately be altered to a public examination? Zhao Qiyun, feeling aggrieved, lamented, I, too, am a daughter of the Zhao family. If my aunt can plead for Zhao Qihuang with Xuanji Academy, why can she not advocate for me once more? Zhao Yuanshan, gazing at his younger daughter, who was sobbing uncontrollably, felt a throbbing in his temples and a surge of vexation. Realizing this approach was futile, Lin Wangshu cast a discerning glance, her mind already concocting a new plan. She stepped forward, gently smoothing the furrowed brow of Zhao Yuanshan. My lord, please do not be angered. Seeking the Empress's assistance is indeed inappropriate. It was a misjudgment on my part. She retreated a step, adopting an exceedingly humble posture. Zhao Yuanshan's expression softened slightly, and he acknowledged with a grunt. Lin Wangshu sighed softly. In truth, my concern extends beyond just Yunu. You are aware that Qihuang has never had a passion for study. This was a point Zhao Yuanshan could not contest. He was all too familiar with Zhao Qihuang's disposition, proud, unruly, and disinterested in scholarship. Her success in the examination was likely attributable to the grace of Wei Shizi and perhaps a stroke of fortune as well. Lin Wangshu expressed her worries. The workload at Xuanji Academy is exceedingly rigorous, with future graduation examinations looming. If Qihuang falls behind and fails to graduate, Would that not be even more humiliating? Zhao Yuanshan frowned. Then what should we do? She has earned her place. We cannot simply disregard it. My lord, I believe I have a solution that could satisfy all parties involved, Lin Wangshu said, her gaze earnest as she looked at Zhao Yuanshan. Why not allow Qiyun to attend classes in place of Jihuang? Zhao Yuanshan was momentarily taken aback, clearly struggling to grasp her line of reasoning. Lin Wangshu quickly elaborated. Consider this. Since Jihuang is disinterested, we permit her to indulge in her pleasures in the capital, thus honoring her free-spirited nature, while outsiders will only commend your affection for your daughter. Meanwhile, Yuner, being diligent and eager to learn, can attend the academy in her sister's stead, acquiring knowledge and ensuring that precious spot is not wasted. She smiled. In this way, Yuner will gain the skills to assist the Ho residents in the future, while Jihuang enjoys a leisurely life, basking in the esteemed reputation of being a Xuanji Academy disciple. Is this not a win-win situation? Her words were articulated with precision, demonstrating consideration for both Zhao Qihuang and the Ho residents. A flicker of intrigue crossed Zhao Yuanshan's eyes. This suggestion appeared to be the most prudent course of action, calming his distressed younger daughter while averting potential complications from his elder daughter. After a moment of contemplation, he finally made up his mind. Very well, it shall be done. I will speak to Qihuang. A fleeting, triumphant smile crossed Lin Wangshu's eyes, so swift it was almost imperceptible. She bowed gracefully, her voice soft. Your wisdom is unparalleled, my lord. With that, she took the tear-streaked Zhao Qiyun by the hand and gracefully exited the study. Once outside, Zhao Qiyun immediately withdrew her hand from Lin Wangshu's grasp. Pouting in discontent, she exclaimed, Mother, what sort of idea is this? Attending classes on her behalf? What does that make me? A mere shadow? Clenching her fists, her nails dug deeply into her palms. Lin Wangshu halted, turning to face her with an expression devoid of warmth. You are simply lacking in cleverness, she replied coldly, tinged with a sense of disappointment. Zhao Qiyun retorted, What I desire is the reputation of being a Xuanji Academy disciple, not to be an anonymous figure. Lin Wangshu slowly curled her lips into a calculated smile, imbued with a cold sharpness. You shall first attend in her stead, performing admirably so that all the instructors and peers recognize your talent and character. Once you have established a firm footing, and perhaps even outshine all others, you may then casually reveal your true identity. Zhao Qian was taken aback. Lin Wangshu continued, At that point, you can assert that Zhao Qihuang's inherent laziness and reluctance to study forced you, her sister, to endure the hardships of attending the academy. What will the world think? They will commend your resilience and dedication while disparaging Zhao Qihuang's incompetence and malice. At this, Lin Wangshu gently patted her daughter's head, enunciating, reputation, talent, and the sympathy and praise of the entire Xuanji Academy will all belong to you. The discontent and anger that had marred Zhao Qiyun's face instantly faded, replaced by a dawning joy. Indeed, she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with realization. Why had I not thought of this before? In the splendid Jinxiu pavilion, Xiaohan cautiously placed the exquisite headpieces into the dressing box while exclaiming joyfully, Princess, this set of grandmother green headpieces bestowed by the old lady truly complements your complexion. Zhao Qihuang sat by the window, toying with a smoothing stone, specially prepared for her time at the academy. Just the essentials, ink, paper, and brushes will suffice. Leave the rest behind, as they are merely burdens. Pack more clothing, jewelry, and the rouge and powder I frequently use, she instructed. As Xiaohong busied herself with the arrangements, she remarked, Princess, this journey to Xuanji Academy will last a year. I will remain here to manage the household. You should take Xiaoqing with you. The academy has rules allowing each student to bring only one attendant to assist with their studies. Zhao Qihuang pondered for a moment before responding. You and Xiaoqing can stay. I will take Wei Lanzhao with me. Xiaohong was taken aback, hesitating as she asked, Can he take proper care of you? I do not expect much from him, Zhao Qihuang sighed, but I feel at ease knowing he is under my watch. After she departs, there will be no one left to keep Wei Lanzhao in check. Xiaohong considered this as well. As the two were conversing, a maid suddenly announced at the gate, The Lord has arrived. The chatter within the room ceased abruptly. Zhao Qihuang's smile faded, replaced by a look of surprise. Her father had come? This was a rare occurrence. Since her return from the old residence, it was the first time her father had entered her Jinxiu pavilion. She rose to her feet, watching the tall figure of the man approach against the light, his expression somewhat complex. Zhao Yuanshan regarded his daughter before inquiring. I have heard that you have been accepted into Xuanji Academy. Zhao Qihuang's eyes brightened immediately. Indeed. Grandmother has already bestowed many gifts. She playfully blinked, adding, Father, if you bestow more, my little treasury will be overflowing. No need to go to great expense. Simply a few silver notes will suffice. As she spoke, she signaled to Xiaohong quickly, Bring the finest Prirain Longjing tea. This is my father's first visit. We must not neglect him. She emphasized the word first with intention. Zhao Yuanshan observed the vibrant and lively demeanor of his daughter, her clear eyes filled with affection and closeness towards him. The tears of Lin Wangshu and her daughter's pleas, along with that ridiculous proposal, suddenly lodged in his throat, rendering him speechless. Zhao Qihuang continued to play the emotional card. She personally poured the tea and offered it to Zhao Yuanshan, her eyes cast down slightly, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance. I had thought that after those years at the old residence, you no longer cared for me. Zhao Yuanshan's hand holding the teacup stiffened slightly, and he awkwardly averted his gaze. You are overthinking it. Zhao Qihuang lifted her eyes, glancing over his empty hands. What about the gifts? She probed cautiously. What brings you here today? In that moment, Zhao Yuanshan's mind was flooded with the image of Zhao Qiyun's tear-streaked face and the words of Lin Wangshu, who always seemed to consider the interests of the Ho residents. With a resolute heart, he finally spoke. Qi Huang, the coursework at Xuanji Academy is quite demanding. You have never been fond of studying since childhood. It would be arduous for you to pass the final graduation examination. Since you possess little enthusiasm for learning, why not let your sister Qi and take your place, and the reputation will still belong to you? As his words fell, the smile on Zhao Qihuang's face gradually faded, inch by inch. She had long suspected that this man would never harbor any goodwill. How foolish of her to entertain even a sliver of unrealistic hope. Father is overly anxious. I love studying, and I will pass the graduation examination, she retorted coldly, her expression devoid of any previous warmth. Seeing her blatant lack of gratitude, Zhao Yuanshan's temper flared. How can you be so ungrateful, child? He scowled, displeased. You have received so much more than your sister. Can you not give way to her? Give way? Zhao Qihuang scoffed, as if she had heard the most ludicrous joke. Her laughter, tinged with mockery and sorrow, filled the air. Indeed, I possess more. I have 8 full years of a life in the old residence, neglected and forsaken, while she adorns herself in luxurious brocade and dines on delicacies. I was left to suffer from hunger and cold in that desolate place. Why did you not appear back then to advocate for me? Each word struck Zhao Yuanshan's heart like a sharpened blade. Chapter 69. The final examination reflecting on the years he had abandoned her to the old residence. Zhao Yuanshan felt an inkling of guilt. Avoiding Zhao Qihuang's gaze, he angrily retorted, That was long ago. Let bygones be bygones. Bygone? Zhao Qihuang stood tall, enunciating each word with clarity. For me, it will never be bygone. This opportunity was earned through my own merit, and I shall not relinquish it to her. She looked at him coldly. If you continue to pressure me, we shall take this matter to Her Majesty the Queen for adjudication. Zhao Yuanshan, incensed by the determination in her eyes, erupted with fury. Do not use the Queen to intimidate me. He pointed at her, his face pale with anger. I tell you, if you dare to defy me today, I shall contribute not a single coin to your dowry. This was his final card, the last means by which he could exert control over his daughter. Zhao Qihuang, however, merely lifted her eyelids and curled her lips into a thin, bitter smile. I have never expected anything from you. Those 7 words, light as a feather, landed like a deafening slap upon Zhao Yuanshan's face, rendering him speechless. The calmness in Zhao Qihuang's eyes held no anger, no grievance, only an abyss of indifference. It seemed that to her, he was already inconsequential. A surge of indescribable emotions welled within him, guilt, anger, and a profound sense of panic from being so thoroughly dismissed. Zhao Yuanshan wished to say more, but as he met her unwavering gaze, all his words caught in his throat. Ultimately, he managed to sputter a hollow threat. Very well. If you wish to go, then go. But if you fail the final examination, I shall see how you fare. With that, he stormed away, his imposing figure betraying a hint of distress. Once his footsteps had faded completely, Xiaohong approached, her eyes glistening with tears. Your Highness, she spoke, her voice thick with emotion, how could the Lord treat you so? You have endured so much to enter Xuanji Academy. Why should you cede this opportunity to the second miss? Zhao Qi Huang slowly lowered her gaze, her long lashes concealing the tumult of emotions brewing beneath. After a long pause, she softly replied, "Precisely because of this, I must go." She was determined to attend, not only to participate but to excel. This endeavor was not for anyone else but herself, to reclaim her dignity. Meanwhile, in Tingyun courtyard, Lin Shi sat by the window, leisurely sipping tea, awaiting good news from Zhao Yuanshan. In her eyes, Zhao Qi Huang's rebellious spirit would crumble under the weight of the Lord's authority. However, what she received instead was news of Zhao Yuanshan returning to the study in a furious rage, refusing to emerge. The maid sent to inquire reported that the Lord had quarreled vehemently with the eldest daughter in the Jinxiu pavilion. Lin Shi was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Zhao Qi Huang would so brazenly disregard the Lord's words. Upon hearing that her father had returned, Zhao Qi Yun hurried over, her face alight with expectation. "Mother, did Zhao Qi Huang agree?" Lin Shi shook her head slowly, watching her daughter's innocent expression dim. Zhao Qi Yun's face fell, panic washing over her. "What shall we do?" A glimmer of calculation flickered in Lin Shi's eyes. "Though she did not agree, she has thoroughly offended your father. The Lord harbors considerable resentment towards her now. This situation may yet yield some advantage." The following morning, before dawn, a dark wooden carriage arrived at the gate of Yong'an Marquis House. Dressed neatly in scholarly attire, Zhao Qi Huang stepped forward, carrying a small bundle. Wei Lanzhao followed closely behind, his handsome face set in a neutral expression, exuding an air of somberness. His hands were laden on the left a book box, on the right a makeup case, and a large, bulging bundle slung over his back. "Your Highness," Wei Lanzhao interjected, unable to suppress his thoughts, "are you certain all these are necessities?" Once settled in the carriage, Zhao Qi Huang lifted a corner of the curtain and confidently replied, "Of course." Sighing deeply, Wei Lanzhao resignedly began to load the items onto the carriage before squeezing himself inside. The carriage rattled as it rolled towards the Xuanji Academy, a majestic establishment nestled against the mountains. The grand archway bore the 4 characters of Xuanji Academy, inscribed with an aura of solemnity. The academy was divided into 4 courtyards: Tian, Di, Xian, and Huang. The first 3 courtyards were exclusively for males, while the serene Huang courtyard was designated for females. Upon presenting their tokens, the 2 were guided by a servant. "Your Highness, your residence is at the fragrant Whisper Pavilion." Following the directions, Zhao Qi Huang arrived at her independent courtyard. It was modest yet complete, with a fragrant osmanthus tree standing elegantly in the center. Satisfied, she nodded and turned to Wei Lanzhao. "This will do. Please organize the items and tidy the room. I shall head to the classroom." With that, she proceeded towards the classroom, leaving Wei Lanzhao alone to face the mountain of luggage with a sense of resignation. Inside the Huang courtyard's classroom, a dozen young women sat poised. Most admitted to Xuanji Academy were noble ladies, yet they now sat composed, shedding their usual flamboyance. Zhao Qi Huang was the last to arrive, her familiar faces among the group being Lu Wanru and Tan Xiuxiu. Ignoring the curious glances directed her way, she took a seat in the back row. Just as she settled, a teacher dressed in a plain long robe, with a serene demeanor, entered the room. The teacher, around 30, exuded a calm presence. "From today onwards, I shall be your instructor, Miss Zhou," she announced, her voice as cool as her demeanor. "Today, we will not have a lesson. Instead, we shall discuss the rules. At Xuanji Academy, your sole identity is that of a student." Miss Zhou's gaze swept over each student. The curriculum for the female academy is divided into 3 categories. The first category consists of 3 mandatory subjects. The first, business economics, covering calculations, managing dowries, and the intricacies of domestic commerce. The second, 6 arts, encompassing skills in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, embroidery, and fragrance, with proficiency in at least 1. And the third, domestic management, including cooking, brewing, and household regulations. The 3 mandatory courses each culminate in a final examination. She emphasized her warning: those who fail will have their names removed from the roster of Xuanji Academy. A profound silence enveloped the room. The phrase removal from the roster bore a weight heavier than any reprimand. For these illustrious young women, being expelled from the academy was akin to a public humiliation, a lifelong stigma. In Chapter 70, I Learn Everything, Zhao Qihuang reclined against her chair, her radiant face betraying no emotion. Mr. Zhou, oblivious to the varied thoughts below, continued in his flat, narrative tone. If you complete these 3 courses and still have the energy, the Academy offers 3 elective courses for you to choose from. The first, construction, focuses on garden layout and rapid construction methods for emergency housing. The second, medical theory, covers the contraindications in women's formulas and techniques for epidemic prevention. The third, astronomy, pertains to agricultural timing. The noble women below were utterly bewildered. Building houses? Treating illnesses? Observing celestial phenomena? They had craftsmen and physicians at home. What purpose did these subjects serve for them? A murmur of whispers arose. Only Zhao Qihuang's eyes sparkled with genuine interest. These subjects were far more practical than the 6 arts of the inner chambers. Just then, a timid woman in the back raised her hand. "Excuse me, Mr. Zhou? May I ask which elective course the legendary recluse teaches?" The recluse? Upon hearing this, Mr. Zhou's expression shifted to one of profound reverence and detachment. The recluse does not teach these. Instantly, the chatter ceased, and all ears perked up. He only imparts 3 secret lessons: formations, mechanisms, and cryptography. The room filled with gasps of astonishment. If the earlier elective courses had surprised them, these 3 secret lessons were nothing short of shocking. Such knowledge was clearly suited for strategists and diplomats, not for the ladies of the boudoir. 2 flames ignited in Zhao Qihuang's eyes. Mr. Zhou observed the shock and desire of the crowd and then, without mercy, doused them with cold water. The recluse admits disciples without regard for family background or proficiency in the arts. He only considers one thing: talent. He scanned the room, his gaze sweeping across every hopeful face, his tone laced with a nearly contemptuous finality. He seeks the rarest prodigies. You need not entertain any illusions. The name of the recluse firmly etched itself in Zhao Qihuang's heart. By the time she returned to the fragrant pavilion, twilight was approaching. Wei Lanzhao sat in a rosewood chair by the window, leisurely turning the pages of a book, appearing serene until Zhao Qihuang arrived. She plopped down opposite him and exclaimed, "Wei Lanzhao." He glanced at her, lifting his eyelids slightly, and emitted a faint sound of acknowledgement. "Tell me, what do you study at the Tianzi Academy?" Wei Lanzhao calmly closed his book, his tone flat and unperturbed. The Men's Academy focuses on 3 matters: governing the state, managing the household, and external affairs. Zhao Qihuang furrowed her brow and inquired, "Do you study the 6 arts?" Wei Lanzhao, aware of her thoughts, continued, "Our curriculum differs from yours. The 6 arts are rights: music, archery, charioteering, calligraphy, and mathematics. Our primary subjects include strategy, military tactics, criminal law, agriculture, diplomacy, family studies, commerce, literature, and divination." Zhao Qihuang's dissatisfaction deepened.
She sighed.
"Why do you learn how to govern the state and stabilize society, while we learn to manage our husbands and raise children?" Wei Lanzhao reassured her. "The instructors at Xuanji Academy are not ordinary teachers. They will impart knowledge you could scarcely imagine." Zhao Qihuang rested her chin on her hand, troubled. "I have no desire to study the 3 mandatory courses. I have managed my mother's shop since I learned to read, so I understand commerce. As for the 6 arts and the inner chamber studies, I have no interest whatsoever." Wei Lanzhao replied, "You intend to forego 2 of the mandatory courses? What do you plan to study?" The flames rekindled in Zhao Qihuang's eyes, the same as those she had in the classroom. "I wish to study construction, medical theory, and astronomy." She paused and added, "and the recluse's 3 secret lessons: formations, mechanisms, and cryptography." Hearing this, Wei Lanzhao extinguished her enthusiasm. "The secret lessons depend on fate. Even if you wish to learn, the recluse must be willing to teach. As for construction, medical theory, and astronomy, each is far more challenging than the 6 arts or inner chamber studies." He leaned slightly forward, his dark eyes fixed on her, his tone teasing. "Do not come crying to me when you find it too difficult." Zhao Qihuang was undeterred, having already made her plans. The following morning, Mr. Zhou entered the classroom holding a ledger. "Today we shall determine your coursework. The 3 mandatory courses are commerce, the 6 arts, and inner chamber studies. The 3 elective courses are construction, medical theory, and astronomy. Now, please come forward to register in order." As his words fell, a wave of whispers erupted. The expressions of most noble women reflected a sense of resignation. The mandatory courses were already a formidable challenge. Who had the time or inclination to delve into the seemingly esoteric elective courses? Lu Wanru. Lu Wanru stood and gently said, "Sir." I will study the 3 mandatory courses and select medical theory as my elective. Understanding medicine will add to my dignity in my future household. This was the safest and most prudent choice.
Tan Siuxiu.
I will only study the 3 mandatory courses. When it was Zhao Qihuang's turn, she rose and stated coolly, "For my electives, I choose construction, medical theory, and astronomy." Everyone looked at her as if she were mad. Mr. Zhou frowned, setting down his pen. "I advise you against overextending yourself. The academy is not your home, and no one will indulge your whims. If you fail even one subject in the final examination, you will be expelled." Zhao Qihuang nodded. "Rest assured, sir. I am aware of my own limits." Just as she finished speaking, a suppressed laugh echoed from the corner. Truly overestimating herself. Who does she think she is? Just wait and see how she cries when she is expelled from the academy. Zhao Qihuang ignored the remark and calmly took her seat. The first lesson commenced. Commerce. The instructor discussed transport tariffs, citing classic texts, and ultimately posed a difficult question, leaving the room filled with furrowed brows. Zhao Qihuang stood and, in just a few succinct sentences, analyzed the pros and cons with clarity, even devising subsequent strategies. The instructor was quite pleased with her performance. The second lesson was inner chamber studies. Noble women walked in pairs toward the eastern kitchen to learn how to pickle seasonal vegetables. Zhao Qihuang rose and, against the flow of students, made her way down an entirely different path. This path led to the courtyard for elective courses. The ground was covered in moss, with weeds sprouting from the cracks in the stones, clearly long untraveled. As she reached the end, the view opened up before her. A remarkably unique courtyard lay ahead. The buildings within were constructed without a single brick or tile, entirely from massive timber, joined together in a manner she had never before witnessed, with eaves that soared and structures that were intricate and exquisite. The courtyard even featured a small arched bridge, devoid of water beneath it, yet perfectly shaped like a piece of art. The entire courtyard resembled a grand model. Creak, creak. From the depths of the courtyard came the rhythmic sound of sawing wood. Chapter 71. Finally, a student. Zhao Qihuang followed the sound. She saw a man clad in coarse fabric, deeply engrossed in wrestling with a massive log, with shavings scattered over his hair and shoulders. He was utterly alone. Zhao Qihuang approached cautiously and inquired, "Excuse me, are you the instructor for the construction course?" The sawing ceased abruptly as the man lifted his head. It was a face weathered by time. Upon seeing Zhao Qihuang, the man first displayed shock, which swiftly transformed into boundless ecstasy. He cast aside the saw in his hands and rushed towards her, his eyes scanning her from head to toe. "Are you a student here for the construction course?" His voice was hoarse and rough, tinged with the unfamiliarity of long silence. Zhao Qihuang felt somewhat unnerved under his piercing gaze, yet she resolutely nodded. The man slapped his thigh in excitement, nearly leaping with joy. "Finally, someone has come. I thought I would go gray waiting for a student." They all failed to grasp the marvels of the art of construction. He spoke in a flurry, turning to point at a semi-finished wooden beam nearby. "Come here, girl, look. This is called a dugong, capable of supporting immense weight without a single nail. This is the true wisdom passed down from our ancestors." Zhao Qihuang was taken aback by his fervent demeanor. Yet, the man remained oblivious to her astonishment, engrossed solely in the silent timber surrounding him. "Look here, girl," he beckoned, directing her attention to the interlocking wooden pieces beneath the eaves. "This is called mortise and tenon. One fits into the other, yin and yang in harmony, allowing the wood to grip itself. No glue, no nails. It stands for a millennium." His tone carried an almost sacred reverence. Zhao Qihuang followed his gesture, observing the wood interlocking, as if engaged in a dance of struggle and embrace. The once complex and bizarre structures came alive under the man's enthusiastic explanation. Her initial skepticism gradually morphed into curiosity and eventually blossomed into an ardent fervor mirroring his own. "Sir," Zhao Qihuang finally spoke, her voice trembling slightly. "Did you create all of this by yourself?" "Indeed," the man replied, beaming widely, revealing a set of white teeth as if showcasing a precious treasure. "The disciples of Xianju Academy find this dirty and tiresome. None are willing to come. But they do not understand. This is the craft of the divine." He suddenly gazed towards an empty space in the courtyard. "I have longed to build a small observatory there. It need not be tall, 3 stories would suffice, all supported by dugong, with a roof that can open and close, to gaze at the stars on clear nights and listen to the rain when it falls." As he described it, his eyes sparkled with the cosmos. Zhao Qihuang's heart skipped a beat. "May I assist you?" she blurted out. The man turned, as if he had heard the greatest news. "Do you truly wish to learn?" Zhao Qihuang nodded emphatically. "Splendid! Splendid!" he exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement. Without hesitation, he grabbed a small chalk line from the tool rack and took a smooth wooden beam.
Come, I will teach you how to draw lines.
He demonstrated how to stretch the chalk line straight and how to snap it. With a crisp sound, a perfectly straight black line was marked on the wood, as precise as if measured with a ruler. Zhao Qihuang's eyes sparkled with wonder. "Now you try," he urged, handing her the tool. She attempted twice, quickly mastering the technique. Next came the saw, the plane, the chisel. The man placed a small plane in her hands. "Push," he instructed with a single word. Following his lead, Zhao Qihuang gripped the plane and bent down. A soft sound emerged as delicate wood shavings flowed from the plane, carrying the pure scent of the timber. The man clapped his hands together. "Excellent, let us get to work." As the sun descended, golden rays bathed the courtyard. The two of them fell into a comfortable silence, the only sounds being the creaking, the swishing, and the tapping of their labor. Time passed unnoticed until darkness enveloped the sky. Beneath their feet, an intricate building foundation began to take shape. Zhao Qihuang set down the hammer in her hands, finally feeling the fatigue in her arms. The palms of her hands burned with pain. Looking down, she noticed shiny blisters forming on her palms. Yet she paid them no mind. The man observed her with eyes filled with approval. "All right, that will be enough for today. Tomorrow, we shall officially commence our lessons." He brushed the wood shavings off his clothes. "We will begin with drawing blueprints, for that is the soul of all construction." Zhao Qihuang rose, respectfully bowing to him. "Student has yet to inquire about the esteemed name of the teacher?" The man paused, then burst into hearty laughter. "Look at my memory, caught up in my joy. I am Yang Kaiwu, the opening things of opening things to accomplishments." Zhao Qihuang bowed again. "Mr. Yang, I shall take my leave for today." She turned to depart. Yang Kaiwu followed her to the gate, his weathered face reflecting a near-pleading urgency. "Do remember to come to class tomorrow. You must come." Even as Zhao Qihuang walked away, he remained gazing after her, anxious lest this hard-won student slip away. Next, Zhao Qihuang arrived at the medical institute, only to find it closed. There was nothing to be done. She had lingered too long at the construction academy. She lifted her gaze to the night sky. The night was cloudless, the Milky Way dazzling, an ideal moment for stargazing. Thus, she decided to visit the astronomical pavilion first. The astronomical pavilion was even more remote and desolate than the construction academy. There was not a soul in the courtyard. After searching for a while, she finally spotted a scruffy, bearded old man slumped in a recliner on the porch, a gourd of liquor in hand, taking swigs. The strong scent of alcohol wafted through the air. Zhao Qihuang approached respectfully and bowed. "Student Zhao Qihuang, here to attend the astronomy class." The old man seemed oblivious, gulping down another mouthful of liquor and letting out a loud belch. The stench of alcohol made Zhao Qihuang take a half step back. The old man lazily raised his hand, pointing towards a high platform deep within the courtyard. "The observatory is over there. If you want to see, go up yourself." With that, he closed his eyes again, indifferent, as if the heavens themselves could collapse. Zhao Qihuang felt a tightness in her chest. What peculiar instructors the Xianzhu Academy had. Yet, she refrained from commenting. Wordlessly, she turned and sprinted towards the high observatory, eager to discover what wonders the sky held. The observatory was lofty, with a strong wind that billowed her garments. Above her was an endless expanse of inky sky, adorned with jewel-like stars. After gazing for a while, she felt dizzy with awe. Just then, footsteps approached from behind. Chapter 72, Celestial Constellations. It was the scruffy old man from earlier, now carrying the gourd and a stack of paper along with a pen, sauntering towards her. He shoved the paper and pen into Zhao Qihuang's arms.
Draw. Draw the stars you see.
Zhao Qihuang was utterly taken aback.
Draw?
But, sir, all these twinkling stars look the same. How am I to draw them? The old man scoffed, looking at her as if she were a fool. The same? Are your eyes merely for decoration? He dipped a finger in his liquor and began sketching on the railing of the observatory. How could stars be alike? Their brightness, distance, and arrangements conceal the laws of the cosmos. He hastily made a few marks on the paper, connecting them with lines. See these 7? Do they not resemble a ladle for scooping wine? And over there, those 3, lined up, shining like three brothers. And there, clustered together. Do they not resemble a handkerchief embroidered by a young lady? His voice was tinged with intoxication. Zhao Qihuang received the paper with skepticism. It was filled with haphazard scribbles, scarcely recognizable. Yet, when she lifted her gaze and searched the vast starry sky in the direction the old man indicated, her heart raced. She found the ladle. She also found the three bright stars. And that cluster resembling an embroidered handkerchief, she located that too. Originally, these seemingly chaotic stars were indeed unique. In this world, there exist such marvelous rules. For the first time, Zhao Qihuang felt that the heavens were more intriguing than the earthly realm. The old man with the black beard, noticing her expression, scoffed. He shook his wine gourd and rummaged through his wide sleeves for quite a while before producing a thread-bound book. The tome was ancient, its deep blue cover frayed, devoid of any title. As he held it, he flicked his wrist, and the book flew toward Zhao Qihuang's face like a brick. Instinctively, she tilted her head and reached out to catch it. With a thud, the book landed in her palm, heavy enough to make her wrist tingle. Here is the book. Read it. When you can match the stars in the sky with the names in the book, come find me. If you can't recognize them all, don't come to trouble my eyes. With that, he turned and left. His steps were unsteady, and several times Zhao Qihuang thought he might tumble off the high platform, yet he managed to walk steadily. The wine gourd swayed behind him until he vanished around the corner of the stairs. Alone on the stargazing platform, Zhao Qihuang was left with only the book in her hands. The night wind grew colder. She tightened her grip on the book and sat down on the icy steps. Upon opening it, a musty odor wafted toward her. The pages were yellowed, the handwriting was cursive and sharp, yet difficult to decipher. Names like Tian Shu, Tian Xian, and Tian Quan, along with peculiar names such as Go Chun, Ziwei, and Di Xing, filled the pages. Accompanying illustrations, drawn with red vermilion, connected the stars in a crooked, childlike scrawl.
What in the world is this?
Zhao Qihuang felt overwhelmed. Frustrated, she tugged at her hair, gazing up at the starry sky, then down at the book. She repeated this motion countless times, her eyes nearly weary. Sitting cross-legged atop the platform, she laid the book on her lap. One hand pressed on the pages, the other pointing toward the sky. The night breeze tousled her hair, dimming the luster of her precious hairpin, yet she remained oblivious. In her eyes and heart, there was only the tattered book and the vast expanse of stars. In the boundless universe, the stars served as her guide. That night, the most willful princess in the capital grasped, for the first time, the essence of reverence. As the night deepened, the wind on the stargazing platform became sharper. But Zhao Qihuang remained unaware. Her fingers glided over the rough pages of the book. Sanchio star, Sanchio 4. Her delicate fingers left the pages and pointed toward the night sky. There, a few bright stars echoed one another, subtly aligning with the illustrations in the book. So,
This is Sanchio.
the night wind stirred, tousling her wisps of hair and rustling the pages of the book. She hurriedly pressed down on them. Below the steps, the faint sound of footsteps approached. Wei Lanzhao had searched the academy thoroughly and finally found his trouble here. He had assumed Zhao Qihuang had come on a whim, but when he raised his head, he was taken aback. On the platform, the girl who always radiated like a flame was now as tranquil as a moonlit lake. Sitting cross-legged, her figure slight, she was absorbed in a book and the night sky. The starlight cast a soft silver sheen upon her, transforming her vibrant allure into a serene beauty. Wei Lanzhao's heart unexpectedly fluttered. He halted, refraining from ascending further, standing quietly in the shadows of the stargazing platform. He, too, raised his gaze, following Zhao Qihuang's line of sight toward the starry sky. It was a beautiful sight, but he had never appreciated it this way before. The surroundings were silent, save for the whisper of the wind through the leaves. At some point, the intermittent sound of turning pages ceased. Wei Lanzhao straightened, treading lightly as he ascended the high platform. Indeed, Zhao Qihuang had fallen asleep, her head resting against the cold railing, her hand loosely clutching a corner of the book. Long eyelashes cast tiny shadows beneath her eyes, her expression peaceful yet tinged with fatigue. He crouched beside her, gently extracting the tattered book from her grasp and placing it carefully in his own embrace. Then, he slipped his arm beneath her knees and around her back, lifting her effortlessly. The Big Dipper. Zhao Qihuang seemed stirred, shifting slightly in his hold, instinctively seeking a more comfortable position, nuzzling her small face against his warm chest. Wei Lanzhao froze, his gaze falling upon her unguarded sleeping visage, his throat tightening imperceptibly. Holding Zhao Qihuang, he descended the stargazing platform, each step taken with utmost care. Nearly silent upon the stone steps, the warmth of her rhythmic breathing seeped through the fabric of his clothes, sending a tingling sensation through his chest. He endeavored to keep his arms steady, ensuring she remained comfortable. The night wind swept over the high eaves of the platform, bringing a chill. Zhao Qihuang instinctively curled closer into his embrace, her nose brushing against his collar. Having left the stargazing platform, the night had deepened further. The academy was shrouded in tranquility, with only the occasional flicker of the night watchman's lantern piercing the darkness like a wandering firefly. Cradling Zhao Qihuang, he traversed the solitary path toward her quarters. Gently kicking open the door, Wei Lanzhao entered the bedroom and laid her softly upon the silken bed. As he withdrew his arm, she furrowed her brow slightly in her sleep, seemingly dissatisfied with the loss of warmth. He remained still, waiting for her to drift back into a deeper slumber before pulling up a nearby silk quilt and tucking her in delicately. After completing this task, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he stood silently at her bedside, watching her for a long while. The flickering candlelight danced, illuminating the depths of his inscrutable eyes and the taut line of his lips. After a lengthy pause, Wei Lanzhao let out a barely audible sigh. Ultimately, he turned and extinguished the 2 candles beside the bed, leaving only a distant, dim light. Shadows enveloped him, elongating his figure and shrouding the sleeping girl in a veil of serene obscurity. He stepped quietly from the room, the curtains swaying gently behind him. Chapter 73. My disciple is the most exceptional. The following morning, sunlight filtered through the window. Zhao Qihuang's eyelashes fluttered as she slowly awakened. She immediately recognized her own bedroom, not the chilly stargazing platform from the previous night. Sitting up, she glanced down at herself. She was still wearing yesterday's slightly wrinkled clothes, yet they were neatly arranged. Her hair had come loose, and her beloved golden hairpin was missing. After washing up without even having breakfast, she pushed the door open and walked directly to Wei Lanzhao's door. Just as she raised her hand to knock, the door swung open from within. Wei Lanzhao stood there in moon-white attire, looking cool and upright, as if he had anticipated her arrival. They exchanged glances for a moment before Zhao Qihuang broke the silence. Her voice still laced with sleepiness. "Did you bring me back last night?" Wei Lanzhao nodded gently. "What about my hairpin?" He retrieved the golden pin from his sleeve and handed it to her. "It was pressing against your head while you slept, so I took it off." As Zhao Qihuang accepted it, her fingertips inadvertently brushed against his hand, and she quickly retracted them. "Thank you," she murmured, standing there uncertain of what to say next. Wei Lanzhao regarded her for a moment before speaking. "If you wish to observe the stars again in the future, feel free to invite me along." Zhao Qihuang looked up, slightly puzzled. "Can you read the stars?" "I know a little," Wei Lanzhao replied calmly, neither exaggerating nor claiming mastery. Zhao Qihuang regarded him warily. "You're not planning to use me as a stepping stone to learn, are you?" Wei Lanzhao responded. "Consider what I just said, as if it were never spoken." Zhao Qihuang nodded, realizing she had nearly been manipulated again. Instead of attending the morning classes focused on the 6 arts, she made her way directly to the medical theory pavilion. Inside the courtyard, a woman clad in a simple long dress was drying herbs. With gentle features and a serene demeanor, she emanated a subtle fragrance of medicinal plants. Upon entering, Zhao Qihuang noticed a name tag hanging from her waist, inscribed with the name Du Ruoheng. "Miss Du," Zhao Qihuang tentatively called out. Du Ruoheng lifted her gaze, offering a faint smile as she inquired, "Are you a new student?" Compared to the eccentric astrologer Bui Yun and the overly obsessed architect Yang Kaiwu, this woman seemed much more grounded. Zhao Qihuang nodded in affirmation.
Ms.
Du taught subjects appropriate for women, such as how to maintain health, ensure safe pregnancies, and even conceive, while Zhao Qihuang immersed herself in her studies. Du Ruoheng busied herself with organizing the herbs. Just as Zhao Qihuang was about to ask a question, she realized Ms. Du had vanished. Rising, she ventured outside in search of her. Strolling leisurely to a medicine room marked with a poison sign, she found the door slightly ajar. "Ms. Du, are you in here?" She gently pushed the door open and stepped inside. A peculiar odor, a mix of sweetness and decay, enveloped her. The dimly lit room was lined with shelves filled with glass jars of various sizes. However, These jars did not contain herbs. Instead, they housed snakes, scorpions, vividly colored spiders, and centipedes, all coiling or writhing within, sending chills down her spine. Don't move. Du Ruoheng's voice called from behind, tinged with urgency. She hurried in, trying to pull Zhao Qihuang away, fearing that a moment of panic might ruin her precious specimens. Yet, Zhao Qihuang neither screamed nor recoiled. Instead, she stood on tiptoe, leaning closer to a jar filled with vibrant green bamboo leaf snakes, her eyes sparkling with fascination. Ms. Du, Zhao Qihuang turned to her, an astonishing brightness in her gaze. This snake's venom can kill within hours, correct? Du Ruoheng was momentarily taken aback. Zhao Qihuang then pointed to another jar containing a red scorpion. And this one? Does its venom damage the nerves or rot the flesh? What about that black widow spider? The texts claim its venom is the most potent. Is that true? As Du Ruoheng observed the yearning etched on Zhao Qihuang's face, she suddenly understood. This young woman sought knowledge far beyond the ordinary gynecological studies. A triumphant smile crept across Zhao Qihuang's lips. Ms. Du, may I learn these things? Du Ruoheng gazed at her, seeing a reflection of her younger self. Slowly, she nodded. If you wish to learn, I shall teach you. From that day forth, Zhao Qihuang's life was distinctly divided into 3 routines. In the mornings, she attended the Construction Institute, where Mr. Yang Kaiwu's yard was cluttered with timber and blueprints. Once delicate hands that found even a needle cumbersome, now adeptly wielded axes and chisels. Wood shavings flew as sweat dampened her brow.
No, no.
Yang Kaiwu exclaimed, fuming as he noted the joints were half an inch too small, causing the column to wobble. Zhao Qihuang casually wiped her face with her sleeve, leaving a streak of gray. Just half an inch. I can redo it. She picked up a new piece of wood. Her expression focused, devoid of any trace of arrogance. In the afternoons, she returned to the medical theory pavilion, where she learned to identify poisonous plants, extract venom, and utilize poison against poison. Her days were consumed by observing the slightest color changes in the test needles. You possess great courage, Du Ruoheng remarked as she handed Zhao Qihuang a notebook, but your heart must be even more meticulous. A minor error could mean death, not just for others, but for yourself. Zhao Qihuang accepted the notebook, solemnly affirming, I understand, Master. When night fell, she ascended the astrological pavilion. Mr. Bu Yiyun, fanning himself, pointed at the vast expanse of stars. Look, that is the Emperor's star, observing the world's transformations. Zhao Qihuang followed his gesture, her eyes shimmering. Master, if the stars can be altered, can the fate of a nation also change? Bu Yiyun paused before bursting into laughter. Such inquiries require your own contemplation. Seasons changed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, half a year had rushed by. On this day, the 3 most unconventional instructors at the academy gathered in one place.
Yang Kaiwu?
Holding a teacup, beamed with pride. After many years, I finally have a disciple, albeit a girl, yet she endures hardship and possesses remarkable intuition.
Bu Yiyun, fanning himself, chuckled.
Old Yang, if we speak of intuition, your disciple pales in comparison to mine. My pupil was born to excel in astrology. Within 2 months, she comprehended the stars effortlessly and posed intricate questions. Du Ruoheng, polishing her silver needles, raised her gaze coolly. In terms of courage, none of your disciples can match mine. While ordinary women shriek at the sight of snakes and insects, my pupil dares to feed the bamboo leaf snake by hand. The 3 continued their boasts, each unwilling to concede. Just then, a bright, clear voice rang out from a distance. Master. Yang Kaiwu, Bu Yiyun, and Du Ruoheng stood in unison, their faces alight with joy as they waved to the newcomer. Here we are, my disciple. As the voice echoed, the 3 exchanged glances, realizing through their spirited banter that they were all speaking of the same pupil. Zhao Qihuang unapologetically perched herself on the stone bench between them and seized a watermelon from the table, taking a hearty bite. Du Ruoheng was the first to regain her composure, her brows furrowing with concern. Qihuang, you are undertaking all 3 of our diverse subjects alongside the Academy's core curriculum. Will you manage? Zhao Qihuang, chewing on a large piece of watermelon, mumbled in response. These aren't just miscellaneous subjects, they are essential skills for survival. Yang Kaiwu, seeing her enjoyment, offered her another piece. Indeed, you must be exhausted. Eat more. Bu Yiyun, while still fanning himself, adopted a more serious demeanor. Disciple, you have entered the realm of astrology. Your future studies will depend on you. However, Ms. Du is correct. You should devote more attention to the core subjects. If you are expelled from the academy, it would be a grave loss. Zhao Qihuang nodded. Understood, master. Chapter 74. The Gamble. The three instructors earnestly admonished her. The following day, Zhao Qihuang dutifully returned to the classroom for the 6 arts. Today, they were to study chess. The chess master, Ichiobai, was highly skilled yet excessively rigid in demeanor. Zhao Qihuang frowned at the chessboard, struggling to make a move. After much mental exertion, she finally placed a piece.
Ichiobai,
Witnessing her struggle, trembled with rage, pointing at her. Rotten wood, decayed clay. In my lifetime, I have never taught such a foolish student. This is a chessboard, not your vanity table, to arrange as you please.
get out.
Stand outside as punishment. Zhao Qihuang was berated mercilessly, but did not contest it. She simply lacked the skill. With a forced smile, she slipped outside, feeling defeated. Upon exiting, she spotted another female student also standing in punishment. Unlike her, this girl seemed highly motivated and eager to learn. She was crouched by the slightly ajar window, listening attentively to Master Yi's lesson. Zhao Qihuang recognized her as Tan Xiuxiu, who had entered the academy alongside her and had excelled in the character assessment. Zhao Qihuang approached and asked, "Are you also struggling with chess?" Tan Xiuxiu startled, turning to reveal a simple, earnest face. She smiled shyly. "My family is not well off. I've never touched a chessboard before. The master said that with my aptitude, I do not deserve to attend his class, so I am here to listen." Zhao Qihuang frowned, finding this treatment utterly insulting. She was indifferent to being scolded, but this master's snobbery was excessive. The class concluded swiftly. Ichiobai emerged leisurely, hands behind his back, exuding an air of authority. Tan Xiuxiu, seeing him, mustered her courage and took a small step forward. "Sir, regarding the concept of the golden corner and silver edge you just mentioned, I still find it somewhat perplexing," Tan Xiuxiu said, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she clutched the hem of her garment, wishing to vanish into a crevice of the earth. Nearby students, not too far away, stifled their laughter. Ichiobai dismissed Tan Xiuxiu and suddenly remembered another matter. He turned to continue his reprimand of Zhao Qihuang, only to discover that she was no longer standing at the door. Instead, she had moved a small stool to sit in the corridor, intently carving a small bird from a piece of boxwood with a chisel. Ichiobai's anger surged to the forefront.
Who permitted you to sit?
Zhao Qihuang blew away the wood shavings from her fingertips and replied nonchalantly, "My legs were sore, so I took a seat." "You." Ichiobai's beard quivered with rage. "Still unconvinced, are you? Do you know who I am? Ordinary folk would bow and scrape, grateful for my guidance." Zhao Qihuang paused her carving, raising her eyes filled with derision. "The quality of one's chess mirrors one's character. A person like you, seeking fame and spouting sharp remarks, can hardly produce commendable moves. I doubt you are even as skilled as my attendant. Audacious. Utterly audacious." Ichiobai's fury erupted. "Today, I shall teach you a lesson. You ignorant girl." Zhao Qihuang stood, declaring, "What is the point of mere words? Do you dare to compete against my attendant? If he loses, I shall submit to your punishment, be it standing in a corner or expulsion. However, should you lose, you must apologize to both me and her." She pointed at the utterly astonished Tan Xiuxiu and publicly admit your unworthiness as a teacher. Preposterous. Simply preposterous. Ichiobai's eyes glinted with malice. "I haven't encountered such a reckless student in ages. Just don't come crying for mercy later." Zhao Qihuang remained unfazed. "Tomorrow at noon, we shall meet at the chess hall." Fang Yanxiu, the daughter of the Minister of Revenue, whispered to Lu Wanru. This Zhao Qihuang is truly unaware of her own insignificance, daring to challenge a mere attendant of Ichiobai. Even if she is a princess, it will be of no avail. Tomorrow, prepare to witness her disgrace. Lu Wanru lowered her gaze, knowing that if Zhao Qihuang's attendant was indeed that person, the outcome was uncertain. Upon returning to her residence, Zhao Qihuang tossed a hefty stack of chess manuals onto the stone table with a clatter.
Wei Lanzu,
Who was reading in the corridor, lifted his eyelids lazily. He glanced at the mountain of books. "Is the princess planning to forsake martial pursuits for the art of chess?"
Zhao Qihuang beamed. "These are all for you.
Tomorrow at noon, I have arranged a match against Ichiobai for you and your chess instructor. Winning is the only option. Losing is not an option." Wei Lanzhou's brow twitched. He straightened his posture, biting down on his molars. "Winning is the only option? Princess,
You speak so lightly.
Do you even know who Ichiobai is? Zhao Qi Huang pondered and replied, though I may not know him well, he seems quite pretentious. He must not be an ordinary person. Wei Lanzhou almost laughed in exasperation. You know he is extraordinary, yet you still want me to compete against him? Zhao Qi Huang's eyes sparkled with trust. I may not understand him, but I certainly understand you. You will be fine. Wei Lanzhou met her trusting gaze. Feeling inexplicably soft-hearted, he rolled his eyes, exuding a sense of playful resignation. You seem to have such faith in me. Zhao Qi Huang nodded enthusiastically. Of course. I trust you. Wei Lanzhou's breath hitched. I will do my best, but as for winning, I cannot guarantee. Zhao Qi Huang brushed off his modesty, pressing him onto the stone bench and pushing the chess manuals toward him. Just do your best. If you lose, I will accept the punishment. Wei Lanzhou picked up a manual and casually flipped through it. Zhao Qi Huang added with a hint of seriousness, but you better win. Otherwise. Wei Lanzhou halted his flipping, looking up at Zhao Qi Huang with a sardonic smile. The meaning in his eyes was unmistakable. Zhao Qi Huang's heart tightened, and she quickly donned a flattering smile, producing a folding fan from nowhere to fan him. Oh, I was just joking. It's no big deal. Are you thirsty or hungry? Shall I fetch you some pastries? Wei Lanzhou snorted lightly through his nose. As night fell, under the candlelight, he diligently studied the chess manuals, playing game after game. Zhao Qi Huang, propping her chin on her hand, struggled to keep her eyes open. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and suggested, Why don't I play a game with you? Wei Lanzhou looked up in surprise. You can play? Zhao Qi Huang yawned. Just a little bit. Wei Lanzhou's interest peaked as he pushed the black chess pieces toward her. You take black and go first. With great enthusiasm, Zhao Qi Huang picked up a black piece, contemplated for a long while, and then placed it in a most unconventional position. Wei Lanzhou's eyes twitched.
No worries.
Perhaps a novice has a unique style. As Zhao Qi Huang placed her fifth piece, the entire board was in disarray, a sight too pitiful to behold. It became clear to Wei Lanzhou that she was not just inexperienced, she was indeed a dreadful player. He silently returned the white piece he had intended to play back into the jar. Forget it, he sighed, picking up the manual again. I might as well play alone. Zhao Qi Huang, unbothered by his disdain, rested her chin on her hand and asked, Is there anything I can help you with? Wei Lanzhou, without lifting his head, kept his gaze on the manual. Princess, you should go to sleep. That would be helping me. Zhao Qi Huang, displeased, yawned dramatically, almost tearing up.
No.
I must stay here to keep an eye on you, lest you slack off. Her voice grew softer, laced with a nasal tone. I must win tomorrow. I cannot afford to lose. Wei Lanzhou paused in turning the pages. He turned his head. The room was filled with her steady, rhythmic breathing. Before she could finish her sentence, Zhao Qi Huang had fallen asleep beside the chessboard. Wei Lanzhou let out a helpless chuckle. He removed his outer garment and gently draped it over her. The night was cool, and the table even chillier. He shifted the chessboard closer to himself, ensuring she was comfortable. Under the dim oil lamp, Zhao Qi Huang slept peacefully, while Wei Lanzhou remained focused, making steady moves. The evening breeze carried a hint of floral fragrance. The next day, at noon, the chess room of Xuanji Academy was packed to capacity. Nearly everyone who could breathe in the academy had come. In the center of the room, Ichiobai sat at one side of the chessboard, his fingers impatiently tapping the edge. What hour is it? Surely they haven't surrendered? He scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain. In the crowd, Qi Liang from the DZ class waved a jade-finished fan, casually remarking to those beside him, TSK, those girls from the female academy truly have some nerve. Daring to challenge Mr. E. They must be tired of living. Beside him stood Gong Sun Xiao, the top student from the Tianzi class, who wore an indifferent expression, merely gazing into the depths of the chess room. The young woman did not engage in the challenge herself, but instead sent her attendant to play against Mr. E. Qi Liang stared in disbelief, his eyes wide. An attendant? What an embarrassment. Mr. E could easily defeat that oblivious attendant in just a few moves. This female disciple was bound to face dire consequences. Gong Sun Xiao shook his head in pity and turned to leave. Qi Liang grabbed him. Hey, Gong Sun, are you not going to watch? Gong Sun Xiao's eyes reflected a hint of boredom. An inevitable crushing defeat held no interest for him. Just as he spoke, a clear yet somewhat languid female voice rang out from the crowd's periphery. Excuse me, make way. The crowd instinctively parted, revealing the protagonist of the match. Zhao Qihuang walked in with a calm demeanor. Behind her was a tall young man. Zhao Qihuang grasped the young man's wrist and strode directly to the chessboard. Mr. E. I apologize for the wait. Her tone betrayed no hint of remorse. Qi Liang's gaze fell upon the young man trailing behind Zhao Qihuang. He murmured, Are attendants now so imposing? The attendant exuded an air of cold nobility, surpassing even the young scions present. He merely stood quietly, yet he became the center of attention. At Qi Liang's side, Gongsun Xiao, who had already turned to leave, inexplicably returned and stood beside him once more. Qi Liang looked at him in surprise. Did you not say it was meaningless? Why are you back? Gongsun Xiao did not respond, his eyes fixed intently on Wei Lancao's face. Countering with a question, Do you know who he is? Qi Liang shrugged. How would I know? I am not from your Daliang. Gongsun Xiao spoke with reverence. Yesterday, the peace national policy you studied in class was penned by him. Qi Liang's earlier glee instantly froze. He gaped at Wei Lancao's back, his voice trembling. Are you saying he is the Wei Shixiang that the teachers often mention? Gongsun Xiao slowly nodded. Qi Liang was utterly stunned. Staring blankly at the man Zhao Qihuang had positioned before the chessboard, his mind a void. Such prodigious talent. How could he serve as an attendant for a woman? Outside the chess room, at the back of the crowd, two elderly men squeezed in. Absurd. Vice Dean Zhu Hongyi muttered under his breath, his face contorted in anger. This Princess Jinxi only stirs up trouble, daring to send an attendant to compete against Mr. E. Such disdain. He wore an expression of contempt. Although Mr. E is a newly appointed teacher at our Xuanji Academy, his chess skills are unparalleled. How could she dare to offend him? Dean Zhomingde, however, remained silent. His gaze pierced through the throngs of people, landing upon the cold figure at the chessboard, and he murmured, Today, Mr. E is likely to encounter a formidable opponent. Zhu Hongyi scoffed. The dean jests. How formidable can an attendant possibly be? He rose on tiptoe, straining to look inside. Upon seeing the scene, the derision vanished from his face. Zhu Hongyi's voice quivered. When did he come to the academy? Why was I not informed? Zhomingde stroked his beard, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Though Ichiobai's chess skills are commendable, his pride in teaching still lacks maturity. Today's match should serve as a lesson for him. Inside the chess room, the sound of pieces being placed was crisp. Time slipped by gradually. Ichiobai's cold sweat transformed from a bead to a cascade. His hand trembled uncontrollably as he grasped the chess piece. In stark contrast, Wei Lanzhao maintained an air of indifference, his demeanor graceful. As the final piece was placed, the game reached its conclusion. Wei Lanzhao inclined his head slightly, conceding. Ichiobai stared fixedly at the hopelessly lost game, his lips turning pale. Who exactly are you? Wei Lanzhao rose, silently retreating behind Zhao Qihuang, his gaze lowered. Just an attendant. At this declaration, the room erupted in chaos. What? Mr. E lost? My heavens, Mr. E lost to an attendant? Zhao Qihuang crossed her arms. Mr. E, there are always greater talents beyond our own. It's time to apologize. Chapter 76. A group of admirers. Ichiobai glared at her, his eyes bloodshot. I refuse to accept this. He exclaimed anxiously, You cheated. He cannot possibly be an attendant. He must be a renowned master you've summoned. Zhao Qihuang chuckled lightly, her eyes brimming with mockery. I knew you couldn't handle the loss. As she spoke, she leisurely retrieved a document from her sleeve and placed it on the table. Open your eyes and see clearly. I brought his slave registration. Do you still refuse to acknowledge it? The crowd leaned in to examine the document. The name Wei Lanzhao sounded familiar. Wasn't he the heir to the former Duke of Zhengguo's estate? Most present could not claim ties to the Duke's household, but had heard of the name. I remember now. A student from the Earth class exclaimed excitedly. In front of the Academy's main gate, that calligraphy piece that spans centuries and vistas was signed by Wei Lanzhao. And in the Wanshu Pavilion, that treasured map of mountains and rivers revered by the Dean is also his work. The record of shooting through 8 copper coins in archery class, which remains unbroken,
Was also set by him.
legend after legend was unearthed. The hidden genius, a myth at Xuanji Academy for 3 years, now stood alive before them. The room buzzed with astonishment, reaching Zhao Qihuang's ears. She slowly turned her head, her gaze falling upon the man behind her, who kept his head bowed. She had underestimated him. This Wei Lanzhao was impressively formidable. Zhao Qihuang asked in a low voice, Mr. Yi, the evidence is laid bare before you.
Now.
Will you still deny it? Yi Qiubai met her gaze, which held 3 parts derision and 7 parts indifference. He opened his mouth but could not utter a single word. Losing to Wei Lanzhao was no shame, but apologizing to 2 young girls? His dignity would not allow it. Zhao Qihuang seemed to see through his thoughts. If you do not wish to apologize, that is acceptable. Let us change the stakes. From this day forth, you shall not play chess again. With that, she turned away without a glance back. Wei Lanzhao silently followed. The 2 walked in tandem, parting the crowd as they made their way outside. Wait! Yi Qiubai's hoarse voice called from behind.
I
apologize.
I'm sorry.
Zhao Qihuang halted, turning to inquire, is that all? Yi Qiubai stiffened, his face flushed. He glanced at the crowd, where Tan Xiuxiu appeared pale and terrified. Finally, summoning all his strength, he shouted, Yi Qiubai, am unworthy to be your teacher. As his voice faded, outside the chess room, the sun shone brightly. Zhao Qihuang stepped forward, feeling elated by her victory, and even glanced at Wei Lanzhao with newfound appreciation. The 2 walked along the stone path, surrounded by the bustling students of the academy. Yet today, the atmosphere felt peculiar. Countless gazes, subtle yet palpable, fixated upon them, particularly on Wei Lanzhao. In those stares lay unabashed admiration. Zhao Qihuang curiously observed Wei Lanzhao and teased, when you were the heir at the Duke of Zhengguo's estate, did you attract such attention? Wei Lanzhao, avoiding her gaze, slightly lowered his eyelashes and replied softly, even more than this. Zhao Qihuang chuckled. Indeed, a true prodigy. Around the corner, a young boy in a blue robe dashed out, rushing to stand before them. His cheeks were flushed, tightly clutching a brush and a piece of rice paper. The boy bowed deeply, his voice trembling. Senior Wei, I have been diligently copying your calligraphy. May I request a character from you? Wei Lanzhao's brow furrowed ever so slightly. He was about to politely decline. Zhao Qihuang, ever the playful observer, jested, with such admiration directed towards you, why not indulge them a little? She crossed her arms, her expression brimming with mischief. Wei Lanzhao fell silent for a moment before ultimately accepting the pen. His wrists suspended in the air, the pen's tip descended, and 2 bold characters, diligent, sprang to life on the paper. The youth, as if in possession of a treasured artifact, leapt with excitement. Thank you, Brother Wei, he exclaimed, cradling the paper as he dashed into the crowd. I've obtained Brother Wei's masterpiece. Zhao Qihuang clicked her tongue, intending to express her amazement at his success. But her smile abruptly froze. The surrounding disciples, who had previously been mere spectators, seemed to have received a call to action, erupting into chaos. Brother Wei, please grant me a character as well. Brother Wei, I have long admired you. Just one signature, Brother Wei. In an instant, dozens of individuals surged from all directions, encircling the pair until escape seemed impossible. Zhao Qihuang was utterly taken aback. She had never witnessed such fervor before. Had this crowd gone mad? Just as she stood in stunned silence, she felt a sudden grip on her wrist. A warm hand clasped hers without hesitation.
Run.
Wei Lanzhao's deep voice resonated in her ear. The next moment, Zhao Qihuang felt a powerful force as he pulled her through the frenzied throng. The wind howled past her ears, and the scenery on either side blurred in rapid retreat. Clinging to him, she found herself sprinting along the stone path of the academy. It was the first time in her life she had run in such a disheveled manner. She felt an urge to howl at the heavens. What a predicament! Wei Lanzhao, dragging her along, maintained a steady pace, clearly familiar with the layout of the academy. After a series of twists and turns, he abruptly led her into a tranquil bamboo grove. The dappled light within immediately shielded them from the external clamor. Zhao Qihuang had barely caught her breath when Wei Lanzhao halted before a half-person high pit. He glanced back and, without hesitation, leapt down. In the next moment, Zhao Qihuang felt the tightening grip on her wrist as she was deftly pulled down. The pit was small, just enough to accommodate 2. The fragrance of bamboo mingled with earthy aromas enveloped her. Above, the frenzied disciples of the academy rushed past, their footsteps gradually fading. The world finally quieted. Wei Lanzhao released her hand, his gaze lowered, his voice unwavering as ever. In times of urgency, one must act accordingly. Do not hold it against me, Your Highness. Zhao Qihuang steadied herself against the pit wall, her breath uneven as she spoke. You seem quite adept at escaping, without a hint of hesitation. Wei Lanzhao pressed his lips together. I have grown accustomed to it. Zhao Qihuang paused, her breath hitching.
So,
You were aware that writing that character would incite such a crowd? Wei Lanzhao remained silent, merely nodding. Zhao Qihuang, caught between exasperation and amusement, retorted. Then why did you write it? Finally, he lifted his gaze, his dark pupils quietly meeting hers. It was your highness who insisted. Zhao Qihuang found herself momentarily speechless by his words. She raised her hand, casually wiping the sweat from her brow in an attempt to salvage her dignity. You are indeed obedient. Little did she know how fervently this crowd had gone mad. Chapter 77. The pathfinding fool. Once Zhao Qihuang had regained her breath, she instructed him. Go and check. If no one is around, we will make our exit. Wei Lanzhao lightly pressed his toes against the pit's wall and swiftly leapt out.
Moments later.
His face reappeared above the pit. No one is here. He stood at the edge, extending his hand towards her. Zhao Qihuang took his hand, using it for leverage to climb out of the pit. She dusted off the dirt that had settled on her skirt and surveyed her surroundings. Towering green bamboos surrounded them, rustling in the breeze. This grove is so vast. We won't get lost, will we? She asked casually. Wei Lanzhao's tone was resolute. We shall not. He glanced deeper into the bamboo forest, his expression calm. In the past, when evading others, I would always run this way. Zhao Qihuang raised an eyebrow but chose not to question further, following him ahead. The two navigated through thickets of similar bamboo. The daylight shifted from bright to warm yellow, gradually giving way to twilight. The chirping of birds ceased, leaving only the sound of their footsteps and breaths in the stillness. Zhao Qihuang's embroidered shoes became damp with the moist earth. She halted, leaning against a nearby bamboo stalk, unable to restrain herself any longer. Wei Lanzhao. Why haven't we exited yet? The figure ahead paused. Wei Lanzhao did not turn back or speak. Zhao Qihuang scrutinized his rigid back, her heart sinking. A ridiculous thought emerged. She narrowed her eyes, her tone turning perilous. You wouldn't happen to be lost, would you? For the first time, a crack appeared in Wei Lanzhao's usual calm demeanor. After a moment of silence, as if weighing his words, he replied, I recall, in the past, when I ran in with a friend, we always followed this direction and quickly found our way out. Zhao Qihuang's expression froze. So, in the past, someone brought you in and someone took you out. You truly don't know the way? Wei Lanzhao's gaze wandered, unable to meet hers directly. I am somewhat directionally challenged. He attempted to defend himself. But I do frequently traverse this path. You, directionally challenged, yet you led me into the forest. Without waiting for him to finish explaining, Zhao Qihuang unleashed the frustration she had bottled up. Wei Lanzhao was momentarily taken aback by her outburst, pressing his lips together. Perhaps we should retrace our steps a bit? He suggested carefully. Zhao Qihuang inhaled deeply, then exhaled slowly, feeling as if she might faint. She looked at him with a sense of despair. Fine then, tell me. From which direction did we come? At her inquiry, Wei Lanzhao genuinely pondered. He raised his head, surveying the nearly identical bamboo grove. Then he raised a slender finger, uncertainly pointing to the right and behind him. Zhao Qihuang glanced in the direction he indicated. There, the bamboo cast dense shadows, dark and foreboding. She slowly closed her eyes. The heavens are conspiring against me. When Zhao Qihuang reopened her eyes, the despair had transformed into clarity. Wei Lanzhao maintained his stance, his handsome face etched with innocence and a hint of guilt. Keep up. Zhao Qihuang tossed the words over her shoulder, adjusting her sleeves, and chose a random direction to stride forward. Wei Lanzhao hesitated for a moment, then silently withdrew his hand and quickly followed. Only the sound of their footsteps crunching on the dry leaves remained in the grove. After walking for about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Wei Lanzhao could no longer resist. Your Highness, I believe the bamboo here is denser than before. Perhaps we should turn back. Be quiet. Zhao Qihuang did not look back. Wei Lanzhao's words caught in his throat. After walking a bit longer, the sky had completely darkened, and moonlight filtered through the gaps in the bamboo leaves, casting dappled silver. Wei Lanzhao spoke again. Your Highness, have we walked this path before? Zhao Qihuang replied, directionally challenged. Be silent. At this, Wei Lanzhao completely fell silent. The night breeze turned cooler, and the mist in the grove thickened. Observing Wei Lanzhao's expression of disbelief, Zhao Qihuang began to murmur to herself. When I was 7, the steward of my estate left me all alone in the back mountain. That mountain was much larger than this grove. I spent 3 whole days finding my way out. So, I do have some experience with finding paths. After speaking, she seemed to bolster her own confidence, as if reassuring him. You just need to quietly follow my lead. Wei Lanzhao listened quietly, his gaze fixed on her profile outlined by the moonlight, and suddenly asked, "Doesn't everyone in the Marquis's estate regard you as a treasure? That steward must have faced dire consequences for treating you so. Who would dare to provoke the most favored daughter of the Yong'an Marquis's residence? That would be akin to courting death." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qihuang couldn't help but let out a derisive laugh. Treasure? You overestimate her worth. However, you were correct in your latter statement. She turned her head, her eyes devoid of mirth. The steward's fate was indeed quite tragic. A cold smile crept upon Zhao Qihuang's lips. After I was conferred the title of princess and acquired power, the very first thing I did was to toss him back to that mountain, entirely unchanged. Unfortunately for him, he lacked my fortune and was carried off by a pack of wild wolves. Wei Lanzhao remained silent for a moment, long enough for Zhao Qihuang to think her harsh words had rendered him speechless. Perhaps he now viewed her as a venomous woman. Yet, unexpectedly, he chuckled softly, his voice dripping with warmth like aged wine in the night. Well done. Zhao Qihuang halted in her tracks, spinning around to search for any hint of insincerity or mockery on his tranquil face. However, within his eyes lay unabashed admiration. What did you say? Zhao Qihuang's voice tightened. Wei Lanzhao met her gaze with calm assurance, repeating, I said, the princess has done well. Zhao Qihuang was taken aback. I thought you would call me cruel. Wei Lanzhao's expression shifted slightly. To repay cruelty with cruelty, I would be even more ruthless than you. Uncertain of her emotions, Zhao Qihuang quickened her pace. They had returned to the familiar site of a half-man-high pit, with their previous disordered footprints nearby. After wandering the entire night, they had indeed circled back to their starting point. Zhao Qihuang let out a long sigh and gazed up at the sky. It seemed they would not be able to escape tonight. They might as well rest here for a while and wait for dawn to continue their journey.
Wei Lanzhao voiced no objections.
Zhao Qihuang jumped into the pit first, finding a dry corner to sit without any pretension. Wei Lanzhao followed suit, settling not far from her. The pit was warmer than the outside, shielding them from the night breeze. For a while, they sat in silence, only the distant chirping of insects breaking the stillness. Eventually, Wei Lanzhao's gaze fell upon her, and he gently asked, You must have been very frightened when you were alone in the deep mountains at the age of 7? Zhao Qihuang paused in her gesture of hugging her knees. Frightened? More than that, she replied nonchalantly. There wasn't a soul around, and in that darkness, every little sound would send me into tears. Looking back now, I have no idea how I endured it. Wei Lanzhao observed her profile, pondering that perhaps Zhao Qihuang was not as arrogant and domineering as she appeared. The next day, as dawn broke, they resumed their search. This time, Wei Lanzhao quietly trailed behind Zhao Qihuang. After an unknown duration, they pushed through a dense bamboo grove and stumbled upon a charming bamboo cottage. With green tiles and bamboo walls, surrounded by a small fenced yard, it resembled a paradise in the heart of the forest. They stepped into the yard, which was impeccably clean, with a side of dried fish hanging out to air. Zhao Qihuang cleared her throat and called out, Excuse me, is anyone here? The yard remained silent. Just as she began to think the owner was absent, a feeble yet robust voice floated down from above. Well done, young lady. My illusionary maze was broken by you in just one night, and you found your way here. Quite impressive. Zhao Qihuang looked up to see an elderly man clad in a gray robe with grizzled hair, lounging comfortably on the roof. An illusionary maze? She was momentarily taken aback before realization dawned. No wonder I felt like I was walking in circles. It was you playing tricks. Anger surged within her. She glanced around and spotted a wooden ladder leaning against the wall. Without hesitation, she hoisted it and moved it to the opposite end of the yard. The old man on the roof panicked. Hey, young lady, if you take the ladder away, how will I get down? Zhao Qihuang crossed her arms and huffed. You can stay up there. You tricked us into walking until our legs were about to give out. The old man glared at her, then turned his gaze to the silent Wei Lanzhao. Little Zhou, quickly bring the ladder back to me. Wei Lanzhao glanced at the flustered old man and then at Zhao Qihuang, caught in a dilemma. Little Zhou? Zhao Qihuang narrowed her eyes, casting a sinister look at the person beside her. Do you know this old man? Wei Lanzhao leaned closer to her ear and whispered, Did you not wish to learn the secret courses of the academy? He is the legendary recluse. Zhao Qihuang's eyes widened. You should have mentioned this earlier. Her expression transformed into one of flattery. I was just joking with you. She took 3 quick steps and placed the ladder back securely beneath the eaves, even dusting it off with care. Let me help you down, esteemed elder. The old man on the roof snorted and slowly descended the ladder. This little girl has quite the two-faced demeanor. He stroked his white beard, his gaze scrutinizing her as if she were a rare species. Zhao Qihuang pretended not to hear as she stated, Elder, I wish to learn those secret courses from you. She was straightforward, sparing no words. The old man glanced at her sideways. To find your way here indicates a measure of talent. I may consider taking you as a disciple, but... He paused dramatically. I have conditions. Please state your conditions. Zhao Qihuang quickly interjected, fearing he might change his mind. The old man cleared his throat and launched into a long list. From now on, you shall reside here. Each morning, you must gather the freshest dew for my tea. You will prepare my meals thrice daily, wash all my garments, water the flowers and plants in this yard, and sweep the dust in the house. With every condition he stated, Zhao Qihuang's smile waned a little more. By the time he finished, her expression had soured. Wei Lanzhao stood nearby, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. The old man, observing her reaction, delivered the final blow. The longer you can endure these tasks, the longer I shall teach you. Zhao Qihuang clenched her jaw.
Fine.
Excellent. The old man nodded in satisfaction, gesturing towards the backyard. Then start by washing that pile of clothes in the back. Zhao Qihuang shot a furtive glance at Wei Lanzhao, hoping he would accompany her to the back. However, he pretended not to notice, slightly turning his face away to look elsewhere. The old man emphasized, no outside help allowed. I'm not asking for help, Zhao Qihuang said with a forced smile. She shot a glare at Wei Lanzhao, resigned to her fate as she trudged toward the backyard. Once they were alone, Wei Lanzhao remarked, she's been pampered. I doubt she can endure such labor for long. The old man chuckled, taking a swig from his wine gourd. I think otherwise. When you first came to me, weren't you also a young master who had never lifted a finger? Wei Lanzhao frowned slightly. That's hardly comparable. His voice was cool, tinged with disbelief. I am a man, toughened by life. Enduring hardships is nothing to me. As he spoke, he unintentionally glanced toward the backyard, his tone softening a fraction. She is different, a precious flower, deserving of delicate care. The old man's eyes widened in surprise. You a blockhead? Understand the concept of cherishing beauty? Wei Lanzhao's ears turned a faint shade of red. He cleared his throat, distractedly responding, who is cherishing her? The old man observed his flustered demeanor, bursting into hearty laughter as he stroked his beard. It is truly astonishing that even the iron tree can blossom. Wei Lanzhao felt a tension in his temples. Master. Noticing his displeasure, the old man restrained his laughter, his murky eyes unfathomable. Let us not speak of her for now. I have also heard of the matters concerning your esteemed family, the Duke of the State. He sighed deeply, his tone carrying a weight of experience. Long ago, I foresaw a great calamity befalling your Wei family. It seems that despite all efforts, it could not be avoided. He shook his head, gazing up at the sky. Fate is indeed difficult to defy. Wei Lanzhao's eyes were as cold as ice. Since the Wei family has still retained me, Wei Lanzhao, it is not yet time for extinction. The old man regarded him deeply. Follow me. He turned and pushed open the door of the bamboo house. Wei Lanzhao followed suit. The creaking wooden stairs led to the second floor, the air thick with the scent of aged bamboo scrolls. The old man approached an inconspicuous wooden cabinet in the corner, extending his withered fingers to tap on the cabinet door in a peculiar sequence. With a soft click, a hidden compartment popped open at the side of the cabinet. The old man retrieved a box from within and handed it to Wei Lanzhao. This was entrusted to me by your grandfather many years ago. Perhaps he had foreseen this day. Chapter 79. Blackshaw Army. Wei Lanzhao opened the box to reveal a token of deep black resting on crimson velvet. Today, I shall return it to its rightful owner. As he grasped the token, a heavy chill surged from his palm to his heart. Wei Lanzhao's pupils constricted, his dark gaze locking onto the bloody character inscribed upon the token. His voice was hoarse. Is this the military symbol of the Blackshaw Army? Indeed. The old man nodded, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. In the past, the Emperor feared the might of your Wei family's Blackshaw Army, capable of taking on 100 foes single-handedly. Just as peace was restored to the realm, he sought an excuse to command your grandfather to disband that elite force. The old man's voice grew somber, filled with nostalgia. Yet those steadfast men had already sworn blood oaths to the Wei family, vowing never to part.
Now,
They lie in wait, scattered across various lands, ready to heed the call of the Wei family upon the token's reappearance. Wei Lanzhao tightened his grip, the token nearly searing into his palm. Cold and heavy. He swallowed hard, his voice strained. Are they still out there? The old man stroked his beard, his eyes reflecting a profound understanding of worldly matters. Yes, they're wolves raised by the Wei family, not mere lapdogs of the court. Wei Lanzhao closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, a flicker of dark fire ignited within his icy gaze. He carefully stowed the token close to his body and bowed deeply to the old man. The great kindness of my master shall never be forgotten. The old man waved his hand, dismissing such formalities. This belongs to your Wei family. I am merely its custodian. His murky gaze swept over Wei Lanzhao's tense profile. Remember, the token is lifeless, but the human heart is vibrant. Wei Lanzhao lowered his gaze, clenching his fist. Disciple understands. The old man nodded in satisfaction, turning first to descend the creaking wooden stairs. The light outside the bamboo house pierced Wei Lanzhao's eyes, making them sting. Below, a clear voice, tinged with a hint of mischief, sliced through the heavy silence. Master, I've finished washing the clothes. Where are you all? In a flash, Wei Lanzhao stuffed the black token into the innermost part of his clothing. The stormy expression from a moment ago vanished, and he resumed his aloof and noble demeanor,
keeping others at bay.
He approached the tea table by the window and sat gracefully. The old man cast a glance at him, a sly smile flickering in his murky eyes as he leisurely refilled the teacups before them. The wooden stairs creaked under the weight of another presence. Zhao Qihuang appeared at the top of the stairs, one hand on her hip and the other dripping with water, her damp bangs clinging to her forehead. Upon seeing Wei Lanzhao seated by the window with a steaming cup of tea, looking relaxed, and her new master across from him, stroking his beard as if deeply engaged in conversation, her temper flared instantly.
Well,
she exclaimed, her voice rising in indignation. While I am down here scrubbing clothes until my hands are raw, you're up here enjoying tea and chatting with the old man. Who exactly is the master and who is the servant here? She strode over, her gaze darting back and forth between the two. Are you two quite familiar? Wei Lanzhao lifted his eyelids, his long lashes fluttering slightly as he cast a fleeting glance at her, remaining silent. His nonchalant demeanor only fueled Zhao Qihuang's frustration. The old man observed their expressions, chuckling as he broke the tension. He gestured toward Wei Lanzhao and said to Zhao Qihuang, I forgot to introduce him. Xiao Zhou is also my disciple. By seniority, he is your elder brother. Zhao Qihuang's face was a mask of confusion. If he is your disciple, how could he be so directionally challenged? He couldn't even navigate the maze set by his own master? As she concluded her thought, a realization dawned upon her, her delicate finger nearly poking Wei Lanzhao's nose. So you were pretending yesterday? You deliberately led me astray. Wei Lanzhao gently moved her finger aside, speaking softly, Your Highness, do not be angry. This maze was indeed a test set by my master. Had I not done so, how could you have achieved your desire to enter my master's tutelage? Zhao Qihuang found herself momentarily speechless. His reasoning held a semblance of validity. She waved her hand dismissively. Never mind, let's call it even this time. Wei Lanzhao gently shook his head, not quite. Zhao Qihuang's brow furrowed. Wei Lanzhao raised his gaze, his dark eyes reflecting her irritated face. A smile that could enthrall the world graced his lips. The merits outweigh the demerits. Have you forgotten? Yesterday at the chess hall, I secured a victory for you against Mr. Yi, preserving your reputation. Zhao Qihuang felt a sense of helplessness in his presence, as if all her strength dissipated. Nearby, the old man watched with great amusement, his hand still poised over his beard. As dusk approached, a solitary lamp flickered beneath the eaves. The old man produced a carrier pigeon from somewhere, leisurely tying a message to its leg. Zhao Qihuang leaned in curiously. Master, to whom are you sending a message? The old man replied, To the headmaster of your academy, lest they think you have gone missing. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qihuang quickly waved her hand. There's no need. Master, I can simply inform them myself. The old man smiled enigmatically. You cannot leave. Zhao Qihuang was perplexed by his words, only to hear the old man add with a grin, I happen to have reinforced the maze outside while I was idle. Zhao Qihuang protested. But I need to return to fetch some clean clothes. The old man raised his finger, pointing to the second floor. In the innermost room upstairs, you will find 3 sets of new clothes, sufficient for you. Zhao Qihuang skeptically dashed upstairs. Moments later, she returned with a rough, drab cloth garment in hand, looking somewhat displeased. Master, are these the garments you referred to? They are too ugly. The old man replied nonchalantly, while under my roof. You are to focus solely on your tasks. The matters of beauty or ugliness are not for you to ponder. Zhao Qihuang gazed at the unappealing garment, feeling quite reluctant. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she hurried to the old man's side, fawningly offering to massage his shoulders. Master, surely you can write directly to our headmaster. Your standing in the academy must be quite high? The old man raised an eyebrow, neither confirming nor denying her assertion. Zhao Qihuang's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. Could you perhaps say a few kind words to the esteemed principal on my behalf, and have my graduation examination waived? The old man barely lifts his eyelids.
No.
Chapter 80. I beg you, senior brother. Zhao Qihuang's fist, poised to massage his back, remained suspended in midair. Please, master. She remained undeterred, retracting her hand and adopting a sorrowful expression. Look, I reside in the bamboo grove, unable to attend any of the required courses at the academy. Surely I cannot pass the graduation examination. Can you bear to see me expelled from the academy? Her plea was both logical and heartfelt, stirring compassion in anyone who heard it. Unfortunately, she was up against a cunning old fox. The old man leisurely sipped his freshly brewed tea, who said that being here would hinder the graduation examination. Your senior brother Wei Lanzhao also spent a full 6 months here. And not only did he not delay his examination, but he also secured the top position. Zhao Qihuang, again with Wei Lanzhao. Why does he always get dragged into everything? She elongated her tone, pleading pitifully. Master. The old man remained unmoved, waving his hand dismissively, as if swatting away an annoying mosquito. It's futile to plead with me. You would do better to seek your senior brother. Zhao Qihuang was momentarily taken aback, unable to process this. The old man spoke enigmatically. Your courses are in his hands. In a dimly lit room on the second floor, candlelight flickered. Wei Lanzhao sat at a table, absently rubbing a dark token. A sudden knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Outside, a hesitant feminine voice, lowered intentionally, inquired, Are you asleep? Wei Lanzhao's gaze darkened as he tucked the token away. Rising, he opened the door. Under the moonlight, the girl stood with her arms crossed, shivering slightly from the night chill. What is your command, princess? The title of princess felt like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing any warmth of camaraderie Zhao Qihuang had been cultivating. She opened her mouth, the words of her request rolling around her tongue, yet failing to emerge. Pleading is too difficult, especially when it comes to Wei Lanzhao. After much hesitation, she finally managed to stammer, I'm hungry. Do you know where I might find something to eat? Wei Lanzhao's expression remained impassive as he regarded her for 2 silent seconds. His gaze sent chills down Zhao Qihuang's spine, as if he had seen right through her little schemes. Follow me. He closed the door and led Zhao Qihuang downstairs, heading towards the kitchen in the backyard. The kitchen was pitch dark, and Wei Lanzhao expertly lit the lamp. On the stove, a bamboo basket lay, with a few solitary steamed buns. Zhao Qihuang picked one up. It was hard as a stone. She furrowed her delicate brows in dismay. It was too dry to swallow. Wei Lanzhao raised the oil lamp slightly, illuminating the kitchen corners. The stored ingredients should be in the cellar, but the key is with the master. He glanced at the sky outside. At this hour, the master must have retired for the night. Zhao Qihuang let out a dejected "oh." Noticing her disheartened demeanor, Wei Lanzhao spoke again. Wait for me a moment. With that, he turned and left. Before Zhao Qihuang could react, he returned from upstairs with a long bow and a quiver of arrows, his figure disappearing swiftly into the depths of the bamboo grove shrouded in night. After a while, Wei Lanzhao returned, holding a wild rabbit that was still kicking. Zhao Qihuang was astonished. She sat on a small stool in the yard, watching as he skillfully skinned, cleaned, and prepared the fire. His movements were fluid and without hesitation. Soon, the enticing aroma of meat mingled with the scent of firewood, boldly invading her nostrils. Gurgle. Zhao Qihuang touched her uncooperative stomach, realizing she was indeed hungry. A quarter of an hour later, Wei Lanzhao placed a platter of sizzling, juicy rabbit meat and a dish of golden, crispy fried bun slices on the stone table.
Eat.
Zhao Qihuang, no longer concerned with decorum, eagerly tore off a piece of meat and stuffed it into her mouth. The outer layer was crispy and fragrant, while the inside was tender and savory. Delicious. Her eyes sparkled as she enthusiastically gave Wei Lanzhao a thumbs up. Just as she was enjoying her meal, she suddenly remembered the true purpose of her visit. Zhao Qihuang's eyes darted, and she earnestly picked up the largest rabbit leg, placing it in Wei Lanzhao's bowl. You should eat too. Wei Lanzhao lifted his gaze, his eyes deep. I am merely a servant. How could I dine at the same table as the princess? The same old line. Remembering her request, Zhao Qihuang softened her tone considerably. Here, you are temporarily not a servant, but my senior brother. Having said that, she quickly added, fearing he might take advantage of her words, but only temporarily. Once we leave this place, you will still be my servant. Wei Lanzhao narrowed his eyes slightly before leisurely taking a bite of the rabbit leg. He was in no hurry to uncover her little schemes. Eating alone in the dead of night, one wonders if one should show some respect to their master? A soft voice, hauntingly, drifted from behind them. Zhao Qihuang nearly spat out the meat in her mouth. Turning around, she found the old man standing in the yard, his eyes gleaming eerily as they fixated on the roasted rabbit on the stone table. Zhao Qihuang patted her startled heart. Master, you haven't gone to sleep yet? The old man snorted. I couldn't sleep. I suppose I disturbed your late-night feast? Zhao Qihuang immediately plastered on a flattering smile. I was just worried about the cooking time, tasting it for you, and was about to bring it to you. The old man snorted again, his nostrils flaring, clearly not believing a word. Zhao Qihuang quickly shifted her position, offering him the seat of honor. Please, master, be my guest. The old man was not courteous. Settling down to take a swig from a gourd of wine, he pulled from his robe. He pinched a piece of rabbit meat, bringing it to his nose for a sniff, then poked at the enticing aroma.
Not bad.
The old man nodded in approval, but his gaze turned towards the silent Wei Lanzhao. This skill belongs to Xiao Zhouzi. Zhao Qihuang giggled, right?
Right?
The meat senior brother roasted is absolutely amazing. The old man shot her a sidelong glance, jingling a set of keys he detached from his waist, tossing them onto the stone table. This is the key to the cellar. Don't just flatter him. Starting tomorrow, the daily meals in this courtyard will be your responsibility. Zhao Qihuang did not feel like laughing anymore. The moonlight cast like water, and the courtyard lay in disarray. The price of a full stomach was the responsibility for future meals. Zhao Qihuang stared at the cold keys on the stone table, realizing the rabbit meat in her mouth had lost its flavor. Wei Lanzhao silently gathered the bones. Having eaten well, let us rest.
He stood up first.
Zhao Qihuang lingered behind, following in his shadow, step by step. Just before their respective doors, Wei Lanzhao suddenly halted. He turned slightly, half of his face hidden in the shadow of the corridor, asking, Princess, your visit tonight is not solely due to hunger, is it? Chapter 81. Extinguishing the Fire. Zhao Qihuang's gaze began to dart around. Wei Lanzhao did not rush her, simply watching her in silence. Zhao Qihuang felt a shiver run down her spine under his gaze. The graduation examination. Oh. Wei Lanzhao's tone rose slightly. Princess, are you afraid that you will not pass your required courses, and thus have come to seek my assistance? Zhao Qihuang raised her head, negotiating. Could you help me think of a solution, senior brother? She thought, having just given him the largest rabbit leg and acknowledged him as her senior brother. He surely could not refuse her this favor. Wei Lanzhao took a step forward, slightly bowing, his demeanor humble and respectful. As a servant to the princess, I dare not disobey your command. Zhao Qihuang's heart leapt with delight. There's hope. In the next moment he straightened his posture, yet the princess had just declared that in this place, he was her senior. As a senior, it was indeed inappropriate for him to assist his junior in such underhanded tactics during the examination. He paused briefly, adopting an extraordinarily sincere yet infuriating tone to deliver his final verdict. Therefore, the princess should rely on her own efforts. With that said, Wei Lanzhao took a step back. The door clicked shut before her, perfectly sealed. Zhao Qihuang stood alone beneath the cold moonlight, slightly disheveled as the evening breeze swept by. She glared at the firmly closed wooden door, nearly bouncing in place with frustration. Wei Lanzhao, are you toying with me? 30 years of hardship in the east. 30 years of ease in the west. Just you wait. Once I escape this wretched academy, I will show you. Inside, Wei Lanzhao sat calmly on a bamboo chair. The next day, before dawn broke, Zhao Qihuang rose from her bed, sporting two faint black circles under her eyes. First, she collected dew to brew tea for the old man. Then, armed with a bunch of keys, she ventured into the cellar to gather ingredients for cooking. The cellar was brimming with various provisions: radishes, greens, bags of rice and flour, and hanging cured meats. After sifting through the offerings, she casually selected a few decent-looking vegetables and hoisted a small bag of flour, marching boldly into the kitchen. A stick of incense later, cough, cough, is there a fire? The old man rushed out, barely donning his outer robe, shouting as he dashed toward the backyard. Following closely behind was Wei Lanzhao, dressed in refreshing white, his brow slightly furrowed. Thick, black smoke billowed from the kitchen windows. The old man urged, "Quick, extinguish the fire." Just then, the kitchen door swung open from the inside. Cough, cough, a figure staggered out of the thick smoke, face streaked with soot. The old man and Wei Lanzhao stared in astonishment. Zhao Qihuang wiped her face, leaving a black handprint, and boldly declared, "Don't panic. There's no fire. I'm preparing breakfast for you." The corner of the old man's mouth twitched. "Is this what you call breakfast? I thought you intended to set my old bones and this house ablaze to inherit my estate." Zhao Qihuang ignored him, wiping her hands on her apron. "The meal will be ready soon. You both go sit at the stone table and wait." With that, she took a deep breath and plunged back into the obscured smoke, her silhouette tragically heroic. The old man could no longer bear to watch. He turned to the composed Wei Lanzhao and sighed, "Go in and check. Don't let her suffocate in there." Wei Lanzhao's lips twitched slightly. He raised his sleeve to cover his mouth and nose before following her inside. Moments later, the smoke in the kitchen had lessened. Wei Lanzhao and Zhao Qihuang emerged, both covered in soot. Zhao Qihuang held a plate, which contained a few charred pieces of indiscernible ingredients, exuding an indescribable burnt odor. The old man leaned closer, perplexed. "Why did you take out the charcoal? Were you not cooking, but rather barbecuing?" Wei Lanzhao, with an expression devoid of emotion, glanced at the plate's contents and then at his master. His voice was cool and steady. "Master, this is her culinary creation." The old man fell silent for 3 seconds. He looked at Zhao Qihuang, clutching his chest in despair. "Child, what have I done wrong? You can speak your mind. There's no need for such drastic measures." Zhao Qihuang responded, and ultimately, it was Wei Lanzhao who bore the brunt of it all. He expressionlessly took the plate of extraordinary creation from her hands and turned back toward the still, smoky kitchen. "I will clean this up." Before long, the thick smoke dissipated from the kitchen. At the dining table, 3 bowls of steaming knot soup were set out. The soup was clear, and the greens were vibrant. Zhao Qihuang took a sip, and the delightful taste warmed her from throat to stomach. She set down her bowl and looked at the old man, earnestly proclaiming, "Master, I simply lack experience. If you allow me to practice a few more days, I promise I can make even better soup than this." The old man turned to Wei Lanzhao. "Do not let her into the kitchen again." Wei Lanzhao nodded silently, his attitude resolute. Zhao Qihuang, exasperated, protested. "On what grounds? I stood by our agreement to take care of the meals, and now you're denying me? Are you trying to shirk your responsibility and refuse to teach me?" The old man, stroking his beard, reassured her. "Such talent as yours should not be wasted on mere vegetables and grains." Zhao Qihuang paused, taken aback. "So, what do you mean?" The old man replied, "I see your extraordinary talent in controlling heat. It is truly remarkable. Thus, I am preparing to teach you something grand." Wei Lanzhao, holding his bowl, hesitated slightly. Zhao Qihuang, eager, asked, "Teach what?" The old man glanced at the blackened charcoal in the corner and pronounced, "To make gunpowder." Cough, cough. Wei Lanzhao, quietly sipping his soup, unexpectedly choked. Zhao Qihuang glared at the old man, finally realizing he was teasing her. "Master, you jest." "Not at all." The old man retorted, pointing at the pile of charred remnants in the kitchen corner. "What ordinary person could achieve this? In just the time of an incense stick, you have turned fine rice and greens into pure charcoal." The old man marveled. This level of destructive control over heat is truly remarkable, a rare gift. Such talent should not be squandered on ruining rice barrels. "Is this praise?" Zhao Qihuang looked aggrieved. Wei Lanzhao nodded in agreement. If her goal is to blow up the kitchen, the princess has indeed become self-taught and remarkably accomplished. "Wei Lanzhao." Zhao Qihuang shot him a furious glare. "Which side are you on?" Wei Lanzhao raised a soup bowl. I stand with those who do not wish to sleep amidst ruins tomorrow. Chapter 82. A lack of vigilance. The old man wholeheartedly agreed with Wei Lanzhao's words. Twirling his goat whiskers, he spoke slowly. To make gunpowder, 3 components are necessary. 1 is saltpeter, 2 is sulfur, and 3 is charcoal. He gestured toward the kitchen. You have already exceeded expectations in that regard. As for the saltpeter, the back mountain is abundant with birds. Go scrape some bird droppings from the nearby cliff. And I will teach you how to extract it using wood ash and water. Scrape bird droppings? Zhao Qihuang froze. Wei Lanzhao quickly finished the last sip of his soup. I will wash the dishes. Before the words left his mouth, he had already stepped away. The moonlight draped over him, casting a graceful arc, leaving not a trace of cloud behind. Zhao Qihuang stood alone, bewildered in the wind. The old man kept his word and truly taught Zhao Qihuang the method for making gunpowder. However, somewhere along the way, something went awry. Instead of gunpowder, she accidentally created fireworks. The colorful fireworks burst in the night sky, dazzling in their brilliance. Zhao Qihuang, with her sooty face turned skyward, gazed in rapture. TSK. A light sound came from behind her. Zhao Qihuang turned around to find Wei Lanzhao had quietly appeared at her side. His moon-white robe shimmered in the flickering firelight, enhancing his ethereal presence. Another cluster of fireworks shot into the sky, exploding into a resplendent golden peony. Zhao Qihuang's eyes brightened, and without a second thought, she grasped his sleeve. Look. Quick, look. I made this. She pointed at the sky, her voice brimming with uncontainable pride. Wei Lanzhao lowered his gaze, his eyes resting on her small, soot-covered hands gripping his sleeve. He remained still. He replied softly, the princess indeed possesses extraordinary talent. Zhao Qihuang, with her chin held high, declared, of course. The girl's exuberant smile and the boy's serene profile were illuminated by fleeting bursts of light. The splendid fireworks shattered the starlit sky in their contrasting eyes. Within the bamboo house, a delicately carved wooden window was silently pushed open.
An elderly man,
his hair as white as snow, stood by the window. His gaze pierced through the heavy darkness of the night, precisely landing on the 2 small figures huddled together in the courtyard below. The girl was filled with laughter, while the boy, though silent, held a warmth of tenderness within his eyes. In this capital city, a willful daughter of nobility mingled with an introverted scion of the elite, a curious pairing indeed. Yet, as the fireworks faded, so did the warmth of human connection. At least for Wei Lianzhou, this was the case. The man who had praised her exceptional talent the night before now wore a cold, expressionless visage. Zhao Qihuang, having finished washing the last basin of clothes, was exhausted to the point of being unable to stand upright. She glanced at Wei Lianzhou, who was engrossed in a book beneath a nearby tree. Senior brother, could you lend a hand? Wei Lianzhou did not lift his eyelids, leisurely turning the page of his book. Master forbids it. Frustrated, Zhao Qihuang flung the wet clothes onto the drying line with force, splattering droplets all over Wei Lianzhou. Finally, he lifted his head, his icy gaze sweeping over the water stains on his robe, and he moved a step away. After finishing her laundry, Zhao Qihuang began tidying up the house. She held a cloth and meticulously wiped down the bamboo furniture. Beneath the armrest of a bamboo chair, she discovered a concealed carving, which piqued her curiosity. She noticed various symbols etched in different places. Intrigued, she hurriedly copied the symbols and dashed to the courtyard. Master, what are these? The old man, reclining on a rocking chair with his eyes closed, lazily opened a sliver of his eyelids at her words. These are secret markings. Secret markings? Zhao Qihuang echoed. The old man straightened slightly, explaining that these unique symbols were employed by hidden guards to convey messages, preventing leaks of confidential information. He pointed to a series of symbols, noting that one represented the east, while another indicated a distance of 3 miles, together conveying a message of unusual activity in the eastern vicinity. As the saying goes, the myriad changes do not stray from their essence. If you can decipher the underlying patterns, you will unveil countless secrets of this world. Zhao Qihuang, invigorated as if she had been electrified, returned to her cleaning with unprecedented diligence. Every inch of bamboo and every crevice was scrutinized. From that day forth, she became almost obsessed, searching the bamboo house daily for new secret symbols. Each discovery was hastily copied into her small notebook, and she would bounce over to inquire with the old man. He never seemed to mind her persistence, always stroking his beard with a smile as he answered her questions. Occasionally, he would point to the symbols she had previously copied and test her knowledge. One day, Zhao Qihuang's attention was captured by an intricately carved wooden cabinet in the corner of the room. In the shadow near the wall, she spotted a symbol she had never seen before, intricate and resembling a coiled scorpion. She stood on tiptoe, stretching her neck to see more clearly. Just as her fingertips were about to trace the outline of the carving, her elbow accidentally knocked against a nearby celadone vase. The vase wobbled precariously. Instinctively, Zhao Qihuang reached out to steady it. In that moment of leaning forward, a slender bamboo arrow shot out from the cabinet's crevice, striking her outstretched arm. With a sharp intake of breath, Zhao Qihuang crouched on the ground, clutching her arm in pain. Fortunately, the bamboo arrow was not sharpened. Otherwise, her arm would have been severely injured. However, the celadone vase did not escape unscathed, shattering into pieces upon impact. The sound of the breaking pottery startled the two men in the courtyard. Wei Lianzhou and the old man entered one after the other. The old man immediately noticed the shards of porcelain at Zhao Qihuang's feet, along with the fallen bamboo arrow. His gaze swept across her arm, which she held tightly, devoid of any hint of concern. His voice was cold as he remarked, "This house is filled with mechanisms. Be careful." Zhao Qihuang's eyes brimmed with tears of frustration as she crouched there, in pain. The old man waved his hand at Wei Lianzhou. "Come, let us return to our game." Wei Lianzhou followed the old man back to the stone table in the courtyard. The chessboard still displayed their previous stalemate. The old man picked up a white piece but did not place it down. He lazily lifted his eyelids, glancing in the direction of the bamboo house, and asked casually, "How long do you think she can endure?" Wei Lianzhou placed a piece down, severing a large swath of air for the white pieces. "Not for long," he replied, his tone devoid of emotion. Inside the house, Zhao Qihuang rolled up her sleeve to reveal a swollen mark where the bamboo arrow had struck. As sweat beaded on her forehead from the pain, she remained silent. She fetched a broom and meticulously swept up the shards of porcelain, fearful of encountering any more hidden traps. The furniture in the room now appeared monstrous, as if it had grown teeth. After ensuring the area was clean, she dampened a cloth and wiped the floor. Only when she was certain nothing was overlooked did she clutch her arm and step outside. In the courtyard, the two men were still engrossed in their game. Chapter 83. Refinement. Zhao Qihuang approached the stone table and stood still. "Master, I've finished all the chores. When will you teach me some skills?" The old man glanced at her. "Your work is inadequate." With a look of disdain, he remarked, "That dew is barely enough for 2 cups of tea, and the cabinet. Every edge and seam remains untouched." Zhao Qihuang thought to herself that it was out of fear of triggering the mechanisms in his room. The old man yawned dismissively. "When you can complete your tasks proficiently, we can discuss learning skills." Unwilling to concede, Zhao Qihuang protested, "Master." The old man waved his hand. "Go boil some water. I wish to indulge in a rose bath tonight." Taking a deep breath, Zhao Qihuang smiled faintly. "All right, I will fetch the water for you." As the old man watched her turn to leave, a fleeting smile flitted across his murky eyes. He stroked his beard and said leisurely to Wei Lianzhou, "This girl possesses a spirit stronger than the rumors suggest." Wei Lianzhou lightly tapped the chessboard with his fingertip, producing a clear sound. "You've lost." The old man leaned down to examine the board, realizing that his white pieces had been completely decimated, with no hope of recovery. He immediately puffed out his cheeks in irritation and scattered the pieces across the board. "That doesn't count. I was distracted and didn't see the board properly. Let us start over." At that moment, Zhao Qihuang found herself beside the well in the back courtyard, facing a challenge. The wooden bucket at the well's mouth was larger than the basin she typically used to wash her face, filled to the brim with water and remarkably heavy. She tugged at the well's rope with all her might, but the bucket remained unmoved. Looking at her injured arm, she sighed. She could barely lift an empty bucket, let alone draw water. Just as she felt at a loss, her peripheral vision caught sight of a pile of items beneath the stone platform by the well. Several wooden rods of varying lengths, a bundle of hemp rope, and a few notched wooden wheels lay there, with a yellowed blueprint pressed beneath them. She picked up the blueprint and, upon a quick glance, grasped its principles. Following the instructions depicted, she first secured the wooden rods, then fitted the wheels onto a support frame and threaded the hemp rope through. In no time, a makeshift lifting device stood by the well. She tied one end of the rope to the bucket and gently pulled the other end. A full bucket of water was effortlessly drawn up. The kitchen fire crackled to life as Zhao Qihuang poured bucket after bucket of water into the large pot. Once the water reached a boiling point, she carried the first bucket of hot water and pushed open the door to the old man's room. In the next moment, she nearly stumbled to the ground. In the center of the room stood a cypress bathtub, large enough to be considered a small pond. Given her petite stature, the thought of filling this colossal vessel seemed daunting enough to exhaust her on the spot. Zhao Qihuang stood in place, her mind buzzing with ideas. However, upon recalling the efficient contraption by the well, inspiration struck her suddenly. She dashed down the stairs and began rummaging through the corner of the courtyard. This time, she found an abundance of materials. She propped a sturdy long pole against the second-floor window ledge and wrapped several pulleys with rope around it. With everything in place, Zhao Qihuang called out towards the stone table, Wei Lanzhao. Wei Lanzhao, momentarily distracted by the old man's insistence on reconsidering his moves, looked up, his brows furrowed. Come here for a moment. The old man's eyes widened in surprise. Are you intending to enlist your senior brother as a laborer? Zhao Qihuang stood beneath the eaves, gazing up at him. Rest assured, master, he won't need to exert himself at all. Wei Lanzhao rose, following her to the courtyard. The old man, curious, trailed behind, eager to see what she was planning. Zhao Qihuang ascended to the second floor and leaned out of the window. She lowered a rope with a hook attached, which conveniently dangled beside the bucket of scalding hot water below. Senior brother, her voice rang clear. Please hang the water bucket on my hook. Wei Lanzhao complied without hesitation. With a gentle tug from above, Zhao Qihuang raised the full bucket of hot water steadily into the room. The old man watched, his eyes widening in astonishment. He stroked his beard, nodding in satisfaction, acknowledging her ingenuity. Wei Lanzhao chuckled lightly. That's rather clever. He moved to the next bucket of hot water and deftly hooked the iron hook onto the bucket's handle.
Go.
Zhao Qihuang exerted her arm, the rope whirring swiftly through the pulleys. Another bucket of scalding hot water was raised securely to the second floor. She poured the hot water into the bathing tub and lowered the empty bucket back down. Wei Lanzhao stood ready by the next bucket. Hook, pull up. Empty bucket, lower down. Hook again, pull up. There was no need for words. One worked below, the other above, executing their tasks in a seamless rhythm. The courtyard echoed only with the creaking of the pulleys and the splashing of water being poured into the large tub. In a short while, the sizable tub, large enough to serve as a small pond, brimmed with steaming water. Zhao Qihuang leaned out of the window, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. Her cheeks flushed from the steam. Master, the water is ready for your bath. A hint of pride tinged her voice as she couldn't resist boasting. I believe I've handled this task quite adeptly, haven't I? It will suffice, the old man replied, casting a sidelong glance at the tub filled with hot water. But what are the roses? Zhao Qihuang froze, realization dawning upon her. She had completely forgotten that her master desired a rose bath. So engrossed was she in managing the pulleys and hot water that she had neglected the petals entirely. The old man huffed lightly, reminding her that there was still much to learn. The wooden door creaked softly as it closed, leaving Zhao Qihuang outside. The tension that had gripped her eased, and she felt as if her bones had turned to jelly. Dragging her leaden legs, she made her way back to her humble room. Just as she was about to shut the door, a long hand appeared to block her. Recognizing it was Wei Lanzhao, she lazily stepped inside, collapsing onto her bed, and asked in a muffled tone, "What do you want?" Wei Lanzhao held a small white jade vial in his hand. Although Master S mechanism has not drawn blood, the force is considerable. If you do not apply salve, your arm will swell like a dumpling by tomorrow. Zhao Qihuang buried her face in the bedding, her voice muffled. At least you know to care for me. She lazily lifted her eyelids. With how leisurely you've been these past few days, I thought you had forgotten you were my family servant. Wei Lanzhao lowered his gaze, placing the ointment beside her bed, preparing to leave. Stop, who gave you permission to leave? Zhao Qihuang propped herself up, but the movement tugged at her injury, causing her to gasp in pain. Wei Lanzhao inquired, does the princess have any further instructions? Zhao Qihuang rolled up her sleeve, extending her pristine arm towards him. Apply the salve for me. Chapter 84. Growth. Wei Lanzhao's gaze fell upon her flawless skin, marred by a striking bruise that was tinged with blood. His eyes darkened slightly as he silently knelt beside the bed, positioning himself to meet her gaze. Removing the vial's cork, a refreshing scent of the medicinal ointment wafted through the air. He dipped his fingertip into the verdant salve. The moment his callous fingertips met her skin, Zhao Qihuang instinctively flinched. The coolness felt soothing. Wei Lanzhao paused, then applied the ointment with a gentler touch, his lashes casting shadows across his face. Why must the princess endure such hardship? These secrets of the martial world may never be of use to you. The cooling sensation of the salve permeated her skin, and the drowsiness began to wash over her. Zhao Qihuang's consciousness grew hazy. In a moment of delirium, she reached out with her other hand, pressing it against his hand that was applying the salve. Wei Lanzhao, her voice was hoarse, laced with nasality as if she were in a dream. Do not disturb my resolve. Wei Lanzhao froze, his gaze drifting to their intertwined hands, his throat tightening. After uttering her last words, Zhao Qihuang succumbed to sleep. Wei Lanzhao carefully untangled her fingers from his hand, quietly exiting the room. When Zhao Qihuang awoke, the coolness at her injury had alleviated much of the pain. In the days that followed, she diligently performed the menial tasks assigned by the old man. A month swiftly passed. As dawn broke, dew glistened on the bamboo leaves. A month ago, she had clumsily gathered dew, taking half an hour to fill barely half a cup. Now, she carried a small bucket, light as a feather, her keen eyes scanning for the leaves with the most abundant droplets. The well in the back courtyard had become familiar to her. The pulley system she had improved allowed her to effortlessly lift half a bucket of water with a gentle pull, saving time and effort. Cleaning her master's bamboo hut had become second nature. The strange symbols etched into the bamboo walls, table legs, and even the bottoms of teacups, which she had once overlooked, she could now recite from memory. This past month, her work had become increasingly fluid, and she had shed some weight. However, the old man continued to task her without respite. He had yet to teach her a single proper incantation. Zhao Qihuang could no longer contain her frustration. One day, she approached the old man, who was reclining in a rocking chair with his eyes closed, holding a freshly brewed Longjing tea.
Master, she said.
The old man did not lift his eyelids. Speak quickly. Zhao Qihuang took a deep breath, forcing a smile back onto her face. Master, how do you assess my performance this past month? I have been diligent and uncomplaining. She offered him the tea. When will you finally teach me some real skills? Only then did the old man crack open one eye, leisurely accepting the teacup. Am I not always teaching you? Zhao Qihuang was taken aback.
Huh.
When? Wei Lanzhao, who had been reading nearby, spoke up. Gathering dew is to train your perception, to discern the veins of the leaves, and to understand the density of the morning mist. It is to cultivate insight. Cleaning the bamboo hut is to ensure you memorize all the secret symbols, serving as your foundational knowledge. Performing manual labor teaches you to utilize mechanisms for efficiency, to grasp the essence of cleverness, and to understand the principle of leveraging strength. It lays the groundwork for your skills. With each of his statements, Zhao Qihuang's eyes widened in realization. All that she had perceived as torment and hardship was, in fact, paving her path forward. Zhao Qihuang suddenly realized, turning excitedly to the old man. Master, do you think I have entered the threshold? The old man sipped his tea and let out a satisfied sigh.
He nodded.
I initially thought your spoiled temperament would require at least 3 months to grasp the fundamentals. The old man glanced at her, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. I did not expect you to surpass your senior by a month. Zhao Qihuang turned, beaming with pride as she looked at Wei Lanzhao. Did you hear that? Master said my aptitude surpasses yours. Wei Lanzhao turned a page of his book, his movements deliberate and unhurried. He raised his eyes and glanced at her indifferently. My graduation exam does not require assistance from others. Zhao Qihuang's smile faltered as she retorted, You are truly stingy. The old man chuckled at their banter, rising leisurely from his rocking chair. Entering the threshold is merely the beginning. What lies ahead is the true rigor of learning. Hearing this, Zhao Qihuang rubbed her fists together in anticipation. After enduring so much arduous labor, she was finally to learn the real art. Master, bring it on. She pounded her chest, confidently declaring that she feared neither hardship nor exhaustion. The old man nodded approvingly and exchanged a knowing glance with Wei Lanzhao. Understanding. Wei Lanzhao set his book aside and stood up. Follow me. Zhao Qihuang immediately trailed behind, curiously observing as he led her through the bamboo grove to a secluded corner at the back of the mountain. There stood a solitary small house. Rather than a house, it resembled a stone box. The structure was entirely made of massive bluestone, fitted seamlessly together, with the door formed from a single heavy slab, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Only a small window, no larger than a palm, was positioned high on the wall, allowing a meager sliver of daylight to filter through. Zhao Qihuang's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. She circled the stone house, knocking on the cold stone wall, producing a muffled sound. What is this place? A secret chamber? She turned her head, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Wei Lanzhao. Senior brother, are you going to teach me how to break the mechanisms? Observing her eagerness, a faint smile graced Wei Lanzhao's typically expressionless face, a brief flicker of amusement that was both cool and elusive. He remained silent, merely extending his hand to gently push against the heavy stone door. A jarring screech echoed, and a wave of musty parchment and dust enveloped her. Zhao Qihuang eagerly leaned in. The stone chamber was empty. Deep within, there was a massive long table, piled high with books on the table, beneath it, and even on wooden shelves in the corners, forming small mountains of scrolls. Zhao Qihuang looked at Wei Lanzhao in confusion. Leaning casually against the doorframe, he gestured towards the towering stacks of books. From today onwards, this will be your new residence. Zhao Qihuang's mouth fell open in astonishment. Wei Lanzhao continued to announce her sentence. You must memorize 360 types of mechanical structures and 4,320 variations of formations. Furthermore, from these miscellaneous historical notes, you must uncover the evolutionary patterns of all secret symbols from various dynasties. With each statement, Zhao Qihuang's shoulders slumped a little more. Finally, Wei Lanzhao lifted his gaze and, with a slight smile, remarked, "Only when you complete these tasks may you emerge from this door." Chapter 85. Stealthy departure. The smile on Zhao Qihuang's face froze inch by inch. You jest, don't you? Wei Lanzhao remained silent, turning to leave. Zhao Qihuang dashed to the door, blocking his path with determination. What will I eat here? Wei Lanzhao paused, raising his long fingers to tap lightly 3 times on an inconspicuous blue stone by the door. With a soft click, a stone slab the size of a brick on the wall beside her sank inward, revealing a dark hole. 3 meals a day will be delivered here. Zhao Qihuang peered into the hole, her heart settling slightly. Well, at least they don't plan to starve me. Yet, before she could fully relax, another more difficult question arose. Her cheeks flushed a delicate shade of red. What about the restroom? Wei Lanzhao's gaze drifted slowly to the darkest corner of the stone chamber. Do you see that covered stone bucket? It's empty, leading directly to the cesspool behind the mountain. Zhao Qihuang gasped, grabbing his arm, her voice trembling. How long did it take you to read these texts? Wei Lanzhao lowered his gaze to her hand, gripping his. He extended his other hand, prying her fingers open one by one. A smile finally graced his usually cold lips. 3 months. No sooner had he spoken than Wei Lanzhao abruptly turned and bolted. Zhao Qihuang was momentarily stunned before she reacted, reaching out to the swiftly retreating figure, unleashing the most desperate cry of her life. Wei Lanzhao, come back. Don't leave.
Boom.
Her words were abruptly cut off by a deafening crash. The heavy stone door had closed, sealing her in. The sound of the locking mechanism echoed sharply, a finality that left the chamber in silence. Zhao Qihuang took a long moment to regain her composure. She turned towards the towering piles of scrolls, resignedly picking up the topmost book. It's just 3 months, right? If Wei Lanzhao can do it, so can I. Outside the stone door, Wei Lanzhao did not stray far. He stood in the shade of the bamboo grove, quietly listening as the sounds within shifted from wails to complete silence. Once he was certain she would not cause any further disturbances, he turned and made his way to the bamboo house atop the mountain. The old man was leisurely reclined in his rocking chair. Master, I wish to descend the mountain while Zhao Qihuang is in seclusion. The old man's gaze subtly fell upon the dark sleeves of Wei Lanzhao, where a rather obscure totem resembling a swirling black flame was embroidered. Understanding dawned on him, and he replied, go ahead. Back in his room, Wei Lanzhao retrieved a small wooden box from a hidden compartment beneath his bed. Inside lay a mask made of human skin, as thin as a cicada's wing. Once donned, he transformed into an ordinary man, indistinguishable in a crowd. He then stealthily left Xianzhu Academy. In the southern market of North City, there was an antique shop named Shirgu Pavilion, modest in size yet thriving in business. Wei Lanzhao strolled inside. A keen young clerk promptly approached him with a broad smile. What can I help you with today, sir? We just received a new batch of porcelain from the previous dynasty. Wei Lanzhao's gaze swept over the shelves filled with jars and vases, and he quietly said, I am looking for Heir. The clerk's eyes flickered with caution before he quickly masked it with a merchant smile. You must be joking, sir. We only have red agate and green jade, but I have never heard of anything called Heir. Wei Lanzhao remained silent, leisurely raising his hand to adjust his sleeve. The silver-threaded totem of the black flame flickered at his fingertips. The clerk's pupils contracted suddenly. He quickly adopted an excessively respectful demeanor, even bending slightly at the waist. My knowledge is limited. Perhaps our shopkeeper is aware of the item you seek. Please follow me.
Thank you.
Wei Lanzhao followed the clerk through the shop to a tranquil back courtyard. In the courtyard stood a small pavilion, where a middle-aged man sat, missing his left arm. His weathered face etched with hardship, quietly polishing a broken sword. The clerk gestured from a distance. There is our shopkeeper, the one you seek. After speaking, he bowed and withdrew. Wei Lanzhao approached slowly. The man polishing the sword looked up, his murky eyes revealing a wolf-like sharpness as he scrutinized Wei Lanzhao.
Who are you?
Wei Lanzhao did not answer. He withdrew the obsidian emblem, a symbol of the Black Sha Army's commander, from his bosom and displayed it before the man. At the moment the one-armed man caught sight of the token, his broken blade clattered to the stone table. In the next instant, he slipped from the stone bench, his right knee crashing heavily to the ground with a dull thud. A weathered, battle-hardened warrior, he now bore tears in his fierce eyes, his voice trembling violently with overwhelming emotion. I am Heir. I pay my respects to the young master. Wei Lanzhao inquired, General Heir, how do you know I am of the Wei family, and not another? At this moment, he was still wearing a nondescript human mask. Heir's voice was hoarse yet resonant. I do not recognize this face, but I recognize this Black Sha token. The old duke once said, as long as the Wei family stands, the Black Sha army shall not perish. The day this token reappears is the day the young master leads us to revive our banner. Upon hearing his grandfather's name, Wei Lanzhao's expression grew grave. He extended his hand to help the kneeling man rise. Please, rise, General. Heir stood with his assistants, his fierce gaze still fixed upon him, as if yearning to reclaim the lost decade of time. Wei Lanzhao's eyes swept over his empty left sleeve, his voice hoarse as he asked, I have come today to ask if the general is willing to avenge the blood feud of the Wei family? Absolutely. Heir almost shouted, his eyes blazing with hatred and killing intent. Ever since learning of the Duke's tragic fate, I have longed to storm the imperial city and exact vengeance upon our enemies for the old Duke. We, the surviving brothers, have awaited this day. Wei Lanzhao listened quietly, his tone growing more solemn. This matter requires careful planning, though I too yearn for revenge. I do not wish for the Black Sha army to suffer losses in the process. Heir's surging emotions were gently quelled by his words. He stared blankly at this youth, so much younger than himself, observing the depth and tranquility in his eyes. After a long pause, Heir wiped away the moisture from his eyes, the fierce killing intent within him settling into profound respect. He clasped his fists and bowed deeply. The young master is indeed farsighted, possessing the great heart of the old Duke's generals. Wei Lanzhao's gaze remained calm as water, resting on Heir's empty sleeve for a moment before slowly shifting away. Your words are too heavy, General. His voice was cool, yet carried a soothing strength. The Wei family is fortunate to have individuals such as you. Chapter 86. The Exit. The iron-willed man, Heir, felt his eyes heat up once more. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumultuous emotions within him, and turned aside, gesturing for Wei Lanzhao to follow. There are too many eyes and ears here. It is not suitable for lengthy discussions. Young master, please follow me. He approached an inconspicuous antique shelf against the wall and gently twisted the bottom of a celadon vase. With a creak, the shelf silently slid aside, revealing a dim, narrow passageway that only one could traverse at a time. Wei Lanzhao maintained his composure as he followed him inside. Beyond the passage lay a spacious study. Unlike the chaotic antique shop outside, this room was bright and clean, imbued with an air of solemnity. Heir walked to a massive Zeton wood desk, retrieving a yellowed cowhide map from a hidden compartment and carefully unfurling it upon the table. Young master, please take a look. His lone arm pointed to the scattered vermilion dots across the map. Years ago, the old Duke had secretly provided us with a substantial amount of severance pay, which the brothers had not squandered. We have established roots in key strongholds across the capital, Jiangnan, the northern borders, and the western frontiers. The Tongfu Tavern in the capital, the Baishao Tea House in Jiangnan, the largest escort agency in the northern borders, and the Qianduan Ironworks in the western front. Each industry has our people embedded within. Over the years, we have not only formed an intelligence network covering the entirety of the Liang region but also amassed sufficient wealth to recruit troops. Each of his words bore the sharpness of a decade's worth of suppressed ambition. We have soldiers, we have funds, and we have informants. We await only the young master's command. Wei Lancao's gaze slowly traversed the vast map, from the capital to Jiangnan, from the northern borders to the western frontiers. Those seemingly unrelated taverns, tea-houses, escort agencies, and ironworks quickly connected in his mind, weaving into a net. He raised his eyes, the depths of his gaze reflecting the flickering candlelight. As he surveyed this intricate map, a clear and resolute path for revenge began to take shape in his mind. Thus, the chessboard was set. In the span of 2.5 months, time flew by. Zhao Qihuang opened her eyes to the array of formations, closed them to the mechanisms, and half opened them to various secret symbols. She felt she was on the brink of madness. No, she was already mad. She began speaking to the walls, recounting the 360 mechanisms from her books to a protruding stone. She drew diagrams of various formations on the ground with her nails, simulating battles against imaginary foes. Until today, on the wall, the food slot that opened precisely at noon once again creaked open. A bowl of rice, a dish of vegetables. So bland it made her want to vomit. Zhao Qihuang cast aside her scroll and lunged at it frantically. She pressed her body against the cold stone crevice, exerting all her strength to shout, "Master, I've memorized it all." Her voice, hoarse from disuse, conveyed a frenzied excitement. "I've memorized everything. Let me out." There was a brief silence from the other side of the slot. The old man, incredulous, asked, "You've memorized all 360 mechanisms and 4,320 formations?" Zhao Qihuang replied eagerly, "If you don't believe me, test me." The elder chuckled lightly and asked, "In the fire departure formation, where lies the entrance?" Without hesitation, Zhao Qihuang answered, "Fire is south. The entrance belongs to the earth. Located in the northeast. Enter through the Gen Gate, take 3 steps to turn to the Kun position, and it can be broken." The military code of the Dazhou Kingdom states, "The wind rises in the forest." What does it mean? It's a military order. 3,000 light cavalry from the left flank will launch a surprise attack from the Western Mountain's secret path at the hour of the rabbit, directly seizing the enemy's provisions. How many rings are in the core mechanism of the dragon-spitting pearl from the Crafting Heaven's Wonders Volume 3? 9 rings. Each ring interlocks. If one ring is wrong, the entire mechanism fails. However, it can utilize the fluid properties of mercury to seep through the gaps of the mother and child clasps, disrupting its balance and causing it to self-destruct. The questions and answers came swiftly, like lightning. Zhao Qihuang answered fluently, even able to deduce the methods of cracking the mechanisms. On the other side of the slot, there was complete silence, a deathly stillness. Zhao Qihuang's heart raced. She feared the elder would renege. "Master?" she tentatively called out. "I answered correctly, didn't I?" After a long pause, the elder's voice finally rang out again, tinged with surprise. "You really did remember, little girl. You do have some talent." Zhao Qihuang was elated, her palms slapping against the stone wall with fervor. "Then can I leave now?" The elder spoke slowly. "As long as you can find the mechanism to open the door, you can leave whenever you wish." Zhao Qihuang recalled where Wei Lancao had stood when he left. He must have pressed a spot on the wall to open the stone door. She dashed toward the wall tile she remembered him touching. Reaching out, she pressed down with all her strength. The stone door did not budge. Unwilling to accept defeat, she exerted even more force. The wall remained cold and unresponsive. From the other side, the elder's light laughter came through. "There are many hidden doors in this room. The mechanism for one door can only be used once. You may leave whenever you find it." With that, the slot shut with a click. Zhao Qihuang stood frozen, the exhilaration on her face slowly fading into blankness. She surveyed the stone chamber that felt like a prison, the walls, the floor, and the ceiling. Zhao Qihuang licked her cracked lips, revealing a smile that bordered on the uncanny. She must escape. Now, immediately, at once. Outside the stone chamber, the elder stroked his beard, a hint of pride gracing his features. He recalled how Wei Lancao had taken a full 10 days to emerge. The girl, infatuated with her own brilliance, thought it would take at least 10 days, or half a month. However, upon reconsideration of Zhao Qihuang's extraordinary talent, the old man hastily returned to the bamboo cottage, determined to summon Wei Lancao back promptly. He rushed into the cottage, seized his brush and ink, and wrote a letter, carefully rolling the paper. He placed it into the bamboo tube attached to the leg of a carrier pigeon and cast it into the sky. The pigeon flapped its wings and vanished into the clouds. The old man gazed at the horizon, murmuring to himself, "You better not stray too far, you rascal." Events would soon reveal that the old man's judgment regarding Zhao Qihuang was, indeed, overly cautious. On the third morning, as the sun peeked over the mountain's edge with a golden glimmer, a thunderous sound shattered the tranquility of the back mountain. Startled, the old man leaped from his recliner, causing his teacup to shatter into pieces. The stone door swung wide open, revealing a slender figure stepping into the light, backlit by the sun. Zhao Qihuang instinctively raised her hand to shield her eyes. Upon returning to the bamboo cottage, she noticed the immobile figure of Master Guyin not far away and smirked. She approached, standing before the old man, her voice hoarse as she inquired about her most pressing concern. "Master, how long have I been inside?" The old man swallowed hard. Incredulity etched on his face as he replied, 2.5 months. Zhao Qihuang was momentarily stunned, then erupted into a fit of ecstatic laughter. "Ha ha ha. 2.5 months. I took even less time than that scoundrel Wei Lanzhao." Chapter 87. Senior brother Lu with a jubilant cheer, Zhao Qihuang eagerly scanned her surroundings. "Where's Wei Lanzhao? Where's that cunning rascal? I must show him who the true genius is." The old man remained silent, his expression betraying a hint of unease. Noticing her master's hesitation, Zhao Qihuang could no longer contain her desire to boast and dashed into the cottage, lifting her skirts. Yet, the interior was empty. The backyard was deserted. She turned the entire courtyard upside down, even glancing at the chicken coop.
There was not a soul in sight.
In the courtyard, the wind rustled through the bamboo forest, creating a soft, whispering sound. Zhao Qihuang's smile began to fade, and the frenzy of joy dissipated, sinking into despair. Slowly, she turned to face the old man, her gaze piercing. "Master, where is he?" The old man, attempting to lighten the mood, replied, "That rascal has probably gone to the back mountain to hunt rabbits." Zhao Qihuang shot him a skeptical look, clearly unconvinced. Turning on her heel, she made her way out. Just as she pushed open the courtyard door, Wei Lanzhao's figure appeared at the entrance. The old man immediately signaled to Wei Lanzhao. "Didn't you go to catch rabbits for the princess?" Wei Lanzhao quickly caught on and said, "The rabbits nearby have been nearly caught, but I found none." Zhao Qihuang, observing their exchange, coldly interjected, "That is not right. You both are definitely hiding something from me." The old man interjected, "Little Ji, your record has been surpassed. Your junior sister emerged from the dark chamber half a month earlier than you." Wei Lanzhao nodded in agreement. Junior sister is exceptionally gifted, truly a rare talent in a century. Zhao Qihuang shot Wei Lanzhao a frosty glare. "Whatever you have done, I hope I don't uncover your misdeeds."
With that,
she turned away and re-entered the cottage. The old man watched as Zhao Qihuang's figure vanished inside, finally exhaling a sigh of relief before turning to Wei Lanzhao. "Thank goodness you returned. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss for how to shield you." Wei Lanzhao lowered his gaze. "I apologize for the trouble, master." The old man, aware of Wei Lanzhao's current predicament, sighed. "Perhaps I should discuss with her about retrieving your contract. Although your junior sister can be a bit spoiled, she is quite reasonable." Wei Lanzhao shook his head. "No need. I have witnessed Zhao Qihuang's efforts during this time. I do not wish for her to think that you have ulterior motives in teaching her." As night fell, a simple meal of 3 dishes and a soup was laid out on the stone table. After bathing and changing into clean attire, Zhao Qihuang felt refreshed. She picked up a piece of green vegetable and tasted it, finding the dish quite palatable. Suddenly recalling something, she glared at Wei Lanzhao, exclaiming, "Why was the food so terrible while I was in seclusion? Did you intentionally serve me swill?" Wei Lanzhao paused, then quickly resumed eating. "Swill." The old man huffed indignantly. "That was a meal I personally prepared for you, using only the finest ingredients, which I wouldn't even indulge in myself." Zhao Qihuang felt embarrassed, sheepishly putting down her chopsticks. "My apologies, master. I was just joking. Your cooking is truly a divine delicacy, far superior to Wei Lanzhao's." The old man grunted in acknowledgement, setting down his bowl and wiping his mouth with his sleeve. "You both should descend the mountain tomorrow morning." Zhao Qihuang looked incredulous. "Is it truly necessary to banish us for merely stating your food wasn't to our taste? How petty of you!" The old man chuckled in mock irritation. After having learned all you can, do you still wish to linger here, feasting and drinking at my expense? I've only been your teacher for half a year. It hardly qualifies me as such. Zhao Qihuang donned a charming smile. Master, please don't hold back. Teach me more of your most treasured techniques. The old man scoffed. Graduate? You are still far from it. Zhao Qihuang's expression soured further. Then why are you driving me away? The old man, hands clasped behind his back, no longer met her gaze. His voice, stripped of its earlier ire, now carried a note of melancholy. What you have learned thus far is sufficient. Should you continue? If you were to reach my level, you could no longer remain among mortals. Otherwise, chaos would ensue. He turned to her and asked, could you bear to spend your entire life in this desolate mountain? Zhao Qihuang fell silent. Spending a lifetime here was beyond her comprehension. The following day, just as dawn broke, Zhao Qihuang awoke early, as was her ritual each morning, and began collecting dew. Afterward, she took a broom to sweep away the fallen leaves in front of the bamboo cottage. By the time she finished tidying up, Wei Lanzhao had already prepared 3 bowls of congee and 2 small dishes. Zhao Qihuang sat down, only to find her master absent. She set down her utensils and approached the old man's room. Master? She knocked on the door, but received no reply. The door was slightly ajar, so she gently pushed it open. Master? The room was empty, save for a book lying quietly on the table. Its cover was a deep green, inscribed with 3 characters in ancient script, the theory of heavenly secrets. Beneath it lay a note, to disciple Xiaoba. Zhao Qihuang took the book outside and presented it to Wei Lanzhao. Master is not here. Wei Lanzhao set down his bowl, his gaze falling upon the book. This is a gift from Master. Each disciple receives a tome tailored to their talents upon departure. Zhao Qihuang stared blankly at the note.
Iam Xiaoba?
She looked up at Wei Lanzhao. Then you must be Xiao Qi? Wei Lanzhao replied, I am Lu, and there are 5 senior brothers above me. Zhao Qihuang suddenly realized. Oh, so you are the 6th. Wei Lanzhao added. Zhao Qihuang sighed. Master must have found it hard to part with me, fearing the sorrow of farewell, which is why he slipped away quietly. Wei Lanzhao regarded her, his eyes profound.
Do not dwell on it.
Once they were prepared, they set off. Arriving with empty hands, Zhao Qihuang departed with only the theory of heavenly secrets cradled in her arms. The path through the bamboo forest remained unchanged. Yet after half an hour of walking, the scenery showed no signs of alteration. After another half hour, it appeared as though they had returned to their starting point. Zhao Qihuang, belatedly realizing, halted, leaning against a bamboo stalk, slightly out of breath. Have we entered a maze again? What kind of devilish formation has Master set? Wei Lanzhao halted beside her, his tone devoid of emotion. Master must have risen before dawn to prepare a formation for you. The fleeting sadness on Zhao Qihuang's face dissipated in an instant. It dawned upon her that he was not reluctant to part ways. Rather, he had been holding back something significant. Wei Lanzhao observed her indignant demeanor, a faint smile flickering at the corner of his lips. This was the final assessment. Only upon passing would she truly be deemed competent. Chapter 88. The Sacrifice of Beauty. Zhao Qihuang directed her full attention to the seemingly endless path through the bamboo grove. Her mind began to recall the earnest teachings of the elder. The formation, in essence, was merely a deceptive trick. It misled you with falsehoods, obscuring the truth. If you cannot find the path, then do not tread it. Zhao Qihuang disregarded the solitary path that appeared to be the only escape. Instead, she lifted her foot and stepped directly into the dense bamboo forest beside her. Wei Lanzhao remained wordless, trailing behind her. Zhao Qihuang walked slowly, not focusing on the path but rather on the bamboo stalks. The thickness, color, spacing of the joints, and the orientation of the leaves, these seemingly indistinguishable green bamboos began to reveal distinct symbols to her. As stated in the Qimen Duanjia, all things can serve as both the eye and the flag of a formation. She murmured to herself as she walked. The path may be false, but the breeze is real, the light is real, and these bamboos are real. She halted before a cluster of bamboo that appeared to be greener and denser than elsewhere. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting fragmented patterns that danced gently with the breeze. Everything seemed perfectly ordinary. Zhao Qihuang extended her hand, letting her fingertips glide slowly along one of the bamboo stalks. The elder had also mentioned that the more seamless something appears, the more evident the flaws become. She had discerned where the path lay. After traversing another hour along the small trail, they finally stumbled upon a broad avenue paved with green stones. The morning sunlight bathed the road, illuminating it brilliantly. Zhao Qihuang turned back, lifting her chin towards Wei Lanzhao, her eyes sparkling with undeniable pride. How about that? Wei Lanzhao regarded her, his throat moving slightly. Acceptable. Zhao Qihuang pouted. Let us go, old six. As Wei Lanzhao watched her retreating figure, he chuckled softly. The two walked side by side. Deep within the forest, a figure clad in a gray robe emerged. The elder, stroking his beard, bore a look of uncontainable gratification in his murky old eyes. Suddenly, Zhao Qihuang halted her steps on the stone avenue. It was as if she sensed something, prompting her to glance back. At the end of the expansive road lay only the undulating bamboo sea, its verdancy stretching to the horizon, utterly devoid of any presence. What's wrong? Wei Lanzhao's voice broke the silence beside her. Zhao Qihuang withdrew her gaze and shook her head. Nothing, just a feeling that someone is following us. Wei Lanzhao's eyes swept over the profound bamboo grove. He cautioned, tomorrow is the final assessment. Do you feel prepared, Your Highness? Zhao Qihuang spun on her heels and dashed towards her residence. She burst into her small room, slamming the door behind her. In the center of the room, a thick stack of rice paper lay neatly arranged on the writing desk. The nearby inkstick and inkstone remained untouched and pristine. Zhao Qihuang felt as though the sky was about to collapse. A figure leaned against the doorframe, blocking much of the light. Wei Lanzhao had unexpectedly followed her, observing her with an air of leisure. Zhao Qihuang slowly turned her head, casting a pleading glance in his direction. However, Wei Lanzhao's gaze drifted nonchalantly to the window. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Qihuang implored, Senior brother. Wei Lanzhao remained immobile. Frustrated, Zhao Qihuang stepped closer, carefully tugging at his sleeve with 2 fingers. Old six.
Please help me.
She raised her delicate face, her eyes pleading for assistance. Wei Lanzhao lowered his gaze, his eyes landing on her slender fingers gripping his sleeve, which bore the faint calluses of labor. A barely audible sigh escaped his lips. The following day, the final assessment commenced. The first challenge was commerce. The examiner, an elderly man with a goatee, leisurely inquired about land contracts, account books, and procurement matters. For Zhao Qihuang, these were trivial questions. Ever since she learned to walk, she had been intimately acquainted with money, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as she spoke on the topic, her thoughts as clear as an open ledger. She answered fluently, even offering the old man a few tips on how to extract more profit from procurement. The old man was momentarily taken aback, finally stroking his beard and uttering 2 words, passed. The second challenge was the 6 arts, and she chose fragrance blending. The previous day, she had crammed knowledge from Wei Lanzhao. The image of his indifferent face and his long fingers deftly handling the fragrances resurfaced in Zhao Qihuang's mind. Remember, not a single step can be wrong. His voice echoed in her ears. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Qihuang mimicked his movements, carefully grinding, mixing, and distilling the aromatic materials from the jars. Her actions appeared somewhat clumsy, her posture slightly stiff, yet she persevered with an unyielding spirit to memorize the steps. The proctor observed from a distance, his brow increasingly furrowed, nearly twisting into a knot. In terms of technique, her methods were undoubtedly riddled with flaws. Yet at that moment, a waft of fragrance escaped, pure and unique, gradually enveloping the surroundings. The proctor, renowned for his keen sense of smell, suddenly brightened, tilting his head slightly to inhale deeply, exclaiming, "This fragrance, upon first whiff, is as crisp as plum blossoms in the snow, yet upon closer inspection, conceals a hint of soft sweetness, elusive and ethereal." He turned to Zhao Qihuang, his gaze piercing as he reassessed this seemingly awkward candidate. The layers of fragrance are distinct, intertwining without conflict. Given your level, this should not be possible. How did you conceive it? Zhao Qihuang feigned mystery, replying, "This is the guidance of a great master in my dreams." The proctor, naturally skeptical of such a fantastical claim, simply considered her a rare talent, feeling a twinge of admiration for her. Despite her flawed technique, the essence of the fragrance was exceptional. She set down her tools and, with an indifferent tone, informed Zhao Qihuang, "You have passed this round." The final challenge involved household management. The examiner this time was unexpectedly youthful. With a poker face and sharp eyes akin to daggers, she scrutinized Zhao Qihuang intently. This was an one-on-one interview. The female examiner spoke coldly, her voice matching her expression. If a favored concubine relies on her status to act arrogantly and challenges the main wife, what should be done? Zhao Qihuang recalled Wei Lancao's words, answer freely. So she responded casually, if it comes to blows, then fight it out, confine her, and let her go hungry for a few days. The examiner's eyes twitched slightly. And if a sister-in-law spreads rumors behind another's back? Then, confront her openly in front of the family, clarifying who spread the rumors and holding them accountable. If that fails, split the household, settle accounts clearly, and let no one obstruct the other. Simple and brutal. The atmosphere fell into an oppressive silence. The examiner ceased her inquiries, merely surveying her with an inscrutable gaze that bore a hint of something unnameable. After a long pause, she finally spoke coldly. I truly do not understand what merits you possess that warrant his concern. The emphasis on the word, he was heavy. Zhao Qihuang's heart sank, and she awkwardly inquired, have I passed, miss? The examiner, losing interest, reluctantly nodded. Zhao Qihuang sighed in relief, quietly exhaling. After the assessments concluded, she immediately sought out Wei Lanzhao. How did you manage to persuade the household management examiner to let me pass? She grasped his sleeve, her eyes gleaming. Wei Lanzhao's gaze flickered, his words hesitant. As long as you can pass, why ask further? Zhao Qihuang, however, pressed on relentlessly, urging, quickly tell me, what method did you employ? Unable to withstand her persistence, Wei Lanzhao awkwardly confessed, in our earlier days as fellow disciples, she had admired me a bit, and I gifted her a gilded flower-patterned brush. Zhao Qihuang was initially taken aback, but soon could not suppress her laughter. She bowed solemnly to Wei Lanzhao, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, senior brother, for selling your good looks on my behalf. Upon hearing this, Wei Lanzhao was so infuriated that he nearly stormed off. Gritting his teeth, he replied, I risked my reputation to assist you, and you dare to mock me? You can pay for your own writing materials. Zhao Qihuang quickly nodded repeatedly, coaxing softly. I will pay. I will definitely pay. Before departing from Xuanji Academy, Zhao Qihuang first visited the Construction Institute. Mr. Yang was meticulously crafting a delicate wooden joint, and, upon her arrival, was filled with excitement. I heard you are leaving the academy tomorrow, so I specially prepared a set of tools for you. Please wait a moment. He set aside his work and hurried to the storage room. Shortly after, Yang Kaiwu returned, carrying a wooden box, which he handed to Zhao Qihuang. Upon opening it, she discovered a complete set of brand-new construction tools, small yet exquisite, exuding a pleasant scent of wood. Yang Kaiwu repeatedly reminded her, even though you are leaving the academy, do not neglect this craft in the future. Grateful, Zhao Qihuang cradled the wooden box and said, Thank you, teacher. I will certainly not be negligent. After bidding farewell to Mr. Yang, she proceeded to the astronomical pavilion. Mr. Bu Yun was lost in thought, gazing at a celestial chart. Upon noticing her, he stood up in disbelief and asked, My dear girl, I heard that you have caught the eye of the reclusive master? Zhao Qihuang nodded. Bu Yun stroked his beard, his face filled with admiration. When it comes to these esoteric arts, I am but a mere shadow compared to him. Zhao Qihuang smiled. You are too modest, teacher. I have gained immensely from your teachings. Alas, I am far inferior to him, Bu Yun replied, gazing deeply at her. The road ahead is long, remember. Observing the stars is also observing the heart. Zhao Qihuang noted his words, bowing respectfully. The final stop was the medical institute. Mr. Du Ruoheng maintained his usual indifferent demeanor. Before Zhao Qihuang could speak, he pointed to a mountain of bottles and jars on the table. These are commonly used medicinal supplies. Take them home with you. Looking at the heap of items, Zhao Qihuang was both amused and exasperated. Teacher, with so many medicines, when will I ever finish them?
Du Ruoheng replied coolly.
The best scenario is that you never need to use them. Zhao Qihuang felt a warmth in her heart and stepped forward to give Du Ruoheng a hearty hug. Teacher, I will return to see you. Du Ruoheng stiffened for a moment, then gently patted her back, jokingly adding, Remember to bring me any good poisons you come across. Zhao Qihuang chuckled as she stepped back, affirming, I will. After visiting the few teachers she had not seen for a long time, Zhao Qihuang felt unburdened. She packed her belongings and, accompanied by Wei Lanzhao, descended the mountain, leaving Xuanji Academy behind. They waited at the foot of the mountain for quite some time, but the Marquis's residence had yet to send a carriage. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, Zhao Qihuang grew increasingly impatient. At that moment, the sound of steady hooves approached, stopping before them. But it was not the carriage sent by the Marquis's residence. It was an extravagant Zeton wood carriage, with intricate royal patterns embroidered in gold thread on the curtain. Inside, a fair hand lifted the curtain, revealing a face of regal grace. The Princess Jinghe of the Yong'an Marquis's residence? Zhao Qihuang recognized her as the full-blooded sister of the fourth prince. She bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Princess Jinghe." Princess Jinghe's gaze swept over the two of them, and she smiled warmly. "You seem to be waiting for a carriage. This area is quite desolate. I happen to be on my way back to the capital and can offer you a lift." Zhao Qihuang had no prior connection with her and instinctively declined. "Thank you for your kind offer, Your Highness. My family's carriage should be arriving soon. I wouldn't want to trouble you." The smile on Princess Jinghe's lips remained, and she urged, "In this desolate mountain area, if your family forgets, you might end up waiting until nightfall." Her words were polite but insistent. Zhao Qihuang found it difficult to refuse further. "Then I shall impose on you, Your Highness." She lifted her skirt and stepped onto the carriage first. Wei Lanzhao chose to remain outside, not entering the carriage. The interior of the carriage was infused with a delicate fragrance, luxurious yet not ostentatious. Princess Jinghe sat in the center, while Zhao Qihuang, after offering a respectful bow, chose a seat in the corner. A moment of silence enveloped the carriage. To break the awkwardness, Zhao Qihuang spoke up. "Curious, Your Highness, were you also studying at Xuanji Academy? This is the first time I have seen you." Princess Jinghe smiled. "I am in the male institute, while you are in the female institute, so it is natural we do not often meet." Zhao Qihuang expressed her surprise, then complimented. "Your Highness, you are quite unconventional, truly a woman who does not yield to men." Princess Jinghe lifted her gaze, fixing her eyes directly on Zhao Qihuang. "As one of the only two female disciples under the reclusive master, you pique my interest even more." The intensity of her gaze made Zhao Qihuang feel uneasy, causing her smile to fade. She averted her eyes, saying, "Your Highness, you jest." Feigning nonchalance, she lifted a corner of the carriage curtain to glance outside. What she saw made her heart sink. The scenery outside was not the official road leading back to the capital. Instead, thickening woods flanked a rugged path. Zhao Qihuang slowly lowered the curtain, shutting out the view. Turning her head back, she asked Princess Jinghe, "Where are you taking me?" Hearing this, Princess Jinghe's lips curled into a strange smile. "You need not worry, my dear. It is merely a slight detour." Zhao Qihuang's hand, resting on her knee, tensed slightly. She jokingly inquired, "Though I have many enemies in the capital, I hope I have not offended you, Your Highness?" Princess Jinghe regarded her intently, a smile playing on her lips. "No." Zhao Qihuang let out a breath. "That is good." The carriage fell into silence once more, with only the sound of the wheels crunching over gravel. Time passed, and eventually, the carriage came to a slow stop. "We have arrived." Princess Jinghe rose first, and her maidservant opened the curtain for her. She stepped down and turned back to Zhao Qihuang. "Come down, esteemed lady." Zhao Qihuang peered outside. Before her stood an elegant courtyard, with a crimson gate tightly shut and tall walls that concealed everything within. Princess Jinghe stood before the gate, relaxed and poised. Though she had intercepted them midway, she appeared as if she were welcoming a prearranged guest at her own residence. "This is a villa of mine. Since it is still early, there is no hurry to return to the capital. I invite you to come down and sit with me." Zhao Qihuang could not decipher Princess Jinghe's intentions, yet she found herself with no other choice. Slowly, she descended from the carriage. Standing before Princess Jinghe, she thought it best to accept her invitation graciously. Princess Jinghe took the lead, guiding Zhao Qihuang through the heavy crimson gate. Inside the courtyard, exotic flowers and plants flourished, creating a serene yet excessively quiet ambience. Princess Jinghe remained silent as she led the way. Soon, they arrived in front of a study. Stopping, Princess Jinghe turned to her attendants and spoke coolly, "I have matters to discuss with the lady. You may wait outside." After saying this, her gaze subtly swept over Wei Lanzhao. A palace maid quickly stepped forward and bowed to Wei Lanzhao. "Young master, please remain." In order to protect Wei Lanzhao, I exerted considerable effort before my father, the emperor, only to find that you have taken advantage of the situation. At that moment, she was merely a step late. Unexpectedly, Wei Lanzhao had already been sent to the residence of Princess Zhao Qihuang. Zhao Qihuang, taken aback, pondered why in her dreams Wei Lanzhao would become an aide to the fourth prince. Had it not been for that dream and her momentary verbal triumph at the Duke of Zhen's mansion, it is likely that Wei Lanzhao would have already entered the princess's residence by now. Zhao Qihuang's mind raced with calculations. Had the princess come to seek retribution against her? Princess Jinghe slowly turned, her voice steady. I demand the contract of Wei Lanzhao's servitude. Zhao Qihuang retorted cautiously. What if I refuse? Although Princess Jinghe enjoyed the emperor's favor, she was not someone easily manipulated. Princess Jinghe's phoenix-like eyes remained tranquil as she fixed her gaze upon Zhao Qihuang, an oppressive aura silently unfurling between them. Regardless of Jinghe's intentions, Zhao Qihuang resolved not to yield. Thus, she rose to take her leave. I have troubled the princess for too long. I shall depart with my attendants now. With that, she headed towards the door. Behind her, Princess Jinghe remained silent and motionless. Sensing an ominous turn of events, Zhao Qihuang pulled open the study door. The courtyard was as serene as ever, with maids and attendants standing with their heads bowed. Yet Wei Lanzhao, who had been standing in the corridor moments ago, was nowhere to be seen. A heaviness settled in Zhao Qihuang's heart. Her gaze suddenly icy as it swept toward the guards at the entrance. Where are my attendants? The guard did not even lift his eyelids, his voice flat and devoid of emotion. My apologies, miss. I have not seen your attendants. Princess Jinghe gracefully emerged from the study, not even glancing at Zhao Qihuang, merely instructing her attendants with a casual tone. See the esteemed Miss Jinxi back to the Marquis's residence. Zhao Qihuang regarded her with a cool demeanor. How shameless for a princess to resort to such underhanded tactics to detain someone. Two guards stepped forward, gesturing for her to follow. However, Zhao Qihuang refused to budge. She brushed aside their hands and made her way to a stone bench in the corridor, taking a seat. If you do not hand him over, I shall remain here today. Princess Jinghe curled her lips into a smirk, a hint of cold mockery glinting in her eyes. The princess arrived alone. With so many pairs of eyes in this courtyard, whom do you expect me to surrender? Zhao Qihuang let out a derisive laugh. Are you attempting to play this game with me? Her gaze swept over the maids and attendants standing in the courtyard, finally landing on Princess Jinghe's face. If I locate him, what then? Princess Jinghe narrowed her eyes slightly. If you manage to find him, I shall gift you this courtyard. Zhao Qihuang tugged at the corners of her mouth. I do not trust the princess's integrity. Let us formalize this with a written agreement. The smile on Princess Jinghe's face faded. She glanced at the guard beside her, who nodded ever so slightly in response. The individual has been well concealed, with no room for error. Princess Jinghe chuckled lightly. Very well, this princess shall draft that agreement for you. Moments later, a document bearing the princess's seal was handed to Zhao Qihuang. Zhao Qihuang secured the document, rose, and began to scrutinize the courtyard. As long as Wei Lanzhao was not there of his own volition, he must still be within this residence. Their brief exchange had given the palace staff little time to transfer him elsewhere. She refrained from inspecting the rooms, but instead surveyed the rockery, floral arrangements, corridors, and shadow walls within the courtyard. Although the courtyard appeared elegant, its layout was subtly aligned with feng shui principles. Her gaze ultimately fixated on a high wall on the eastern side. This wall connected the study with the rear chamber, seemingly seamless. Yet, from the perspective of feng shui and structural integrity, this wall was notably thicker than the others. Zhao Qihuang stepped forward, directly approaching that wall. The guard who had previously nodded to Princess Jinghe quickly advanced to block her path. Miss, that leads to a dead end. There is nothing of interest there. Observing his anxious demeanor, Zhao Qihuang felt increasingly assured. She sidestepped the guard, reached the wall, and delicately traced her fingers along the cold surface of the blue bricks. Beads of sweat began to form on the guard's brow. Soon, her fingertips grazed a slightly loose brick. Zhao Qihuang turned her gaze toward Princess Jinghe, teasingly saying, knowing that I am a disciple of the reclusive sage, why employ such crude traps against me? Without hesitation, she pressed firmly inward. A soft click resonated as the wall's surface began to crack open, slowly parting to reveal a dark passage barely wide enough for a single person. Inside the cramped secret chamber, Wei Lanzhao leaned against the wall, his eyes closed, utterly oblivious. Zhao Qihuang entered, crouching down to gently pat his face. Wake up. When he showed no response, she rummaged through the various vials and jars provided by Master Du, selecting a pill to alleviate the effects of the sedative and administered it to him. Wei Lanzhao's eyelashes fluttered, and he groggily opened his eyes, displaying no hint of alertness. You fell victim to their charm far too easily, Zhao Qihuang remarked, her tone laced with disdain. Wei Lanzhao rubbed his heavy forehead, his voice hoarse. They employed the potent Jiu, you mesmerizing powder. Just a touch can knock out an ox, let alone me. Zhao Qihuang scoffed at this. 1,000 gold for a mere powder? You certainly are valuable. Nevertheless, she bent down to support him, draping one of his arms over her shoulder and helping him to his feet. Can you walk? Leaning against her, Wei Lanzhao's weight pressed heavily upon her, with beads of sweat forming on his brow. Barely. The two emerged from the secret chamber, returning to the courtyard. Princess Jinghe stood not far away. Her beautiful face darkened with fury. Zhao Qihuang, supporting Wei Lanzhao, confidently approached her, halting before her. According to our agreement, this courtyard now belongs to me. I would appreciate it if the princess could present the deed as well. At that moment, Princess Jinghe's expression soured completely. Her icy gaze pierced into the guard beside her, who turned pale, collapsing to the ground in fear, his back drenched in cold sweat. He could never have anticipated that this reputedly superficial and beautiful miss from the Marquis of Yong'an's residence could see through the trap set by a skilled master. Taking a deep breath, Princess Jinghe's gaze shifted to the half-reclined Wei Lanzhao, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes. The courtyard may be yours, but he must remain. Zhao Qihuang extended a delicate finger towards Princess Jinghe, gently shaking her head. The princess jested, the courtyard is mine, and he is mine as well. She withdrew the written agreement from her sleeve, pinching it between her fingers. It is in black and white, complete with the princess's seal. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Princess Jinghe's eyes as she signaled to the guards. Several attendants and bodyguards immediately understood her cue, encircling the two. Chapter 91, The Escape. Wei Lanzhao compelled himself to regain his composure, gradually tightening his grip on Zhao Qihuang's arm. Recalling her previous experience of being pursued at the academy, Zhao Qihuang instantly understood. His heated breath brushed against her ear, his voice deep and clear, carrying a hint of lingering hoarseness from the medication. 3. The approaching attendants were nearly upon them.
2.
Zhao Qihuang's gaze sharpened, her grip on him tightening discreetly.
1.
The moment the words fell, they sprang into action. Wei Lanzhao leveraged Zhao Qihuang's shoulder, executing a swift, decisive kick that sent the guard to his left sprawling. Zhao Qihuang was equally unyielding, delivering a powerful kick that struck the chest of the foremost attendant. Together, they tore through the encirclement of attendants like a bolt of lightning, sprinting towards the courtyard's exit. The entire sequence unfolded with such fluidity that it left no room for reaction. Princess Jinghe trembled with rage. She pointed at their disheveled yet swift figures and shouted sharply. After them, the two dashed out of the courtyard, the gust of wind stirring up dust as they distanced themselves from their pursuers. Zhao Qihuang ran swiftly, casting a worried glance at Wei Lanzhao beside her, only to see his face pale as a ghost. This way, Wei Lanzhao murmured, gripping her wrist and veering towards the side gate of the estate. At the entrance stood a magnificent black horse, anxiously pawing the ground, while the stableman, startled by the earlier commotion, stood frozen nearby. The princess's horse? Zhao Qihuang raised an eyebrow. Just right, Wei Lanzhao replied succinctly. With a swift motion, he sprang onto the horse's back, then extended his hand towards Zhao Qihuang. Without hesitation, she grasped his hand and, using his support, gracefully leaped onto the horse, settling securely in front of him. Hold on tight, Wei Lanzhao's voice came from above her, as he encircled her waist with his arms and tightened his grip on the reins. Zhao Qihuang stiffened momentarily before relaxing, as if nothing were amiss.
Go.
Wei Lanzhao commanded, his legs gently squeezing the horse's belly. The stallion whinnied and surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. Guards and servants from the estate rushed out, chaotically trailing behind in a frenzied pursuit. On the official road outside the city, the hooves thundered, dust billowing into the air. Zhao Qihuang could hear the shouts and footsteps closing in behind them and sensed Wei Lanzhao's slightly hurried breath. The effects of the medicine had not yet fully worn off. Why can't we shake them off? She frowned and asked. Without answering, Wei Lanzhao tightened the reins and suddenly pulled the horse to the side, darting onto a narrow path through the woods. The pursuers, caught off guard, continued down the official road for some distance before halting, having lost their chance to follow. The horse jostled beneath them as the shadows of trees sped by. Wei Lanzhao protected her in his embrace, shielding her from the jutting branches. Soon, the majestic silhouette of the capital appeared at the edge of their sight. The two galloped straight towards the city gate. Just as another wave of pursuers reached the gate, they were a moment too late, forced to watch helplessly as the pair vanished into the bustling streets. The leader of the guards wore a grim expression. "Should we pursue?" One of his subordinates gasped. The leader slapped the back of his head. "Pursue? How can we? That is the princess of the yeoman marquisate. To openly abduct a princess beneath the emperor's nose? You'd lose 10 heads for that." He gritted his teeth, casting a resentful glance at the city. "Return and report." Inside the princess's chambers, Princess Jinghe had already changed into fresh attire and was seated in the main seat sipping tea. Yet, her slightly trembling hands betrayed her current state of mind. With a crash, she hurled a precious porcelain cup to the ground, shattering it into pieces. The leader of the guards knelt before her, bowing his head even lower. "Useless." Jinghe's voice was sharp. "A bunch of incompetent fools. You couldn't even stop 2 people." The leader trembled, cold sweat pouring down his back. "Your Highness, please calm your anger. Those 2 are quite cunning." "Enough," Jinghe interrupted. "I do not wish to hear any excuses." Her chest heaved violently, her eyes ablaze with fury. At that moment, a cautious maid by her side spoke up. "Your Highness, the document is still in Princess Chihuang's possession." Jinghe's movements paused. "In black and white, sealed with your private stamp. If she brings it to the empress." The expression on Princess Jinghe's face shifted from anger to a dark cloud of fury. After a long moment, she exhaled slowly and said coldly, "Fetch the property deeds of this estate and go to the yeoman marquisate." The black horse came to a halt in front of the yeoman marquisate. Wei Lanzhao dismounted nimbly and turned to extend his hand towards Zhao Qihuang. She did not move, her gaze meeting his with clarity. Wei Lanzhao hesitated for a moment. Then, understanding dawned upon him. He withdrew his hand and silently stepped aside, bowing his head and lowering his gaze, adopting the demeanor of the most obedient attendant. Only then did Zhao Qihuang leisurely lift her skirt and dismount. As her feet touched the ground, the sound of rolling wheels approached from behind. A wooden carriage, crafted from Namu wood, drew near and came to a stop at the marquisate's entrance. The carriage curtain was lifted, revealing the elderly matriarch of the marquisate, supported by a maid. Following closely were Lin Wangshu and Zhou Yuhu. The matriarch immediately spotted Zhao Qihuang standing at the door. "Qihuang?" A look of surprise lit up her face. "When did you return, my dear? Grandmother has missed you." She hurried forward, taking Zhao Qihuang's hand and scrutinizing her closely. Seeing her disheveled hair and dusty gown, her brow furrowed. "How did you return on horseback? You look far from the image of a refined young lady." Zhao Qihuang lowered her head, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance. "I did not wish to return on horseback, but as I waited and waited, I saw other young ladies leaving in their family carriages, yet ours did not arrive." The matriarch's expression darkened instantly. She cast a piercing glance at the marquis's wife nearby. "What happened?" Lin Wangshu's heart sank, forcing a strained smile. "The estate has been busy lately, and I inadvertently forgot that today was the day the princess returned home." She had merely intended to give Zhao Qihuang a little scare, to remind her that just because she entered Xuanji Academy, she was not invincible. Little did she expect her return to be so ill-timed, right in front of the matriarch. "Forgot?" The matriarch tapped her cane on the ground. "How can you forget something so important? I truly wonder how you manage as the marquis's wife." Lin Wangshu was scolded to the point where she could not lift her head, her fingers gripping the silk sleeve, almost tearing it apart. Her peripheral vision cast a cold glance at Zhao Qihuang's lowered profile. This little wretch, returning to make her suffer. The matriarch took Zhao Qihuang's hand affectionately and led her into the estate. "Quickly, tell grandmother all about Xuanji Academy. What is it like? What have the teachers taught you?" The two chatted cheerfully, the atmosphere warm and harmonious. Chapter 92. Fulfilling promises. Zhao Qihuang had not attended proper classes for several days. Most of her time had been spent with the selection committee and the elder. After much thought, she could only recount some amusing anecdotes from her commerce and economics class to the matriarch. Upon hearing this, the matriarch patted the back of Zhao Qihuang's hand. "You grew up in the countryside and missed out on learning the skills expected of a refined young lady. Now that you are in Xuanji Academy, you can finally catch up." Just as she was speaking, the matriarch suddenly recalled something. "By the way, where did you get that horse?" "The horse?" Zhao Qihuang's gaze flickered momentarily. The image of Princess Jinghe's determined face surged in her mind. She had no intention of letting this debt go unpunished. Zhao Qihuang was contemplating how to find a reason to report that headstrong princess to the court when a young servant entered. Matriarch, someone from Princess Jinghe's estate has come. The matriarch looked puzzled. Our Marquise has never had dealings with the princess's estate. Why would she send someone? Zhao Qihuang had a good idea of why Princess Jinghe had sent someone. Shortly after, a housekeeper accompanied a maid into the room. The maid wore the distinctive light lotus-colored attire of Princess Jinghe's estate and had a plain face. She stepped into the hall and bowed gracefully to the matriarch. The matriarch raised her hand and asked, "You may rise. Has Princess Jinghe sent you for something?" Standing upright, Chuan Miao's gaze passed over the matriarch and landed directly on Zhao Qihuang. In response to the matriarch, "The princess has sent me to present a token of goodwill to the princess." She held out a square black lacquered wooden box and approached Zhao Qihuang, slightly bending her knee. "Princess, this is a small token from Princess Jinghe. Please accept it." Zhao Qihuang's gaze lingered on the box for a moment. She extended her hand to receive it, lightly tapping the lid with her fingertip before opening it in front of the matriarch. Inside lay 2 documents, quietly resting within: the property deed and the land deed. Zhao Qihuang's smile deepened as she casually closed the lid of the box. "Please convey my gratitude to your princess." However, the maid did not take her leave. She remained in a kneeling position, extending a hand toward Zhao Qihuang. "Your Grace, the document." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qihuang let out a soft laugh. She placed the document lightly on the maid's outstretched palm. The maid's fingers trembled slightly, but quickly steadied. After carefully stowing the document away, she rose and performed another bow to the two of them. "I shall take my leave now." With that, she turned and followed the stewardess out, not uttering another word throughout. The room fell silent. The old matriarch gazed at the black lacquered box on the table and then at her granddaughter's serene demeanor, her brow furrowing deeply. "Huang, what on earth is going on?" Zhao Qihuang cradled the box, her face adorned with an innocent and carefree smile. "Grandmother, I hit it off splendidly with Princess Jinghe and in our delightful conversation. She gifted me a villa on the outskirts of the city." The old matriarch grew increasingly perplexed. "Princess Jinghe is the full-blooded sister of the 4th prince, who is a formidable rival to your cousin, the crown prince. You ought to avoid getting too close to her." Zhao Qihuang suppressed her smile and nodded obediently. "Understood. I shall keep my distance from her in the future." The old matriarch nodded in satisfaction. Once she had appeased her grandmother, Zhao Qihuang finally found some time to herself. She did not linger in the Rongshaoteng and made her way to her own Jinxiu pavilion. Passing through the moon gate and around the shadow wall, the Jinxiu pavilion came into view. Beneath the 2 flowering crabapple trees in the courtyard, 2 figures were craning their necks, eagerly peering outside. It was her personal maids, Xiaohong and Xiaocheng. Zhao Qihuang paused, a familiar, mischievous smile gracing her lips. Clearing her throat, she called out, "This noble lady has returned." The 2 eagerly awaiting maids recognized her, and their eyes instantly filled with tears. "Your Grace, you have finally returned. We have missed you dearly." Zhao Qihuang allowed them to support her on either side, her smile unwavering. "Enough with the long faces. I am back safe and sound." She scanned the 2 of them and asked, "While I was away, has anyone troubled you in the manor?" Xiaohong shook her head. "Madame Lin has come by several times, trying to send a few people in, but I managed to turn them away." Zhao Qihuang raised an eyebrow. "Well done." She took a moment to survey the familiar courtyard before suddenly recalling something. "Where is Wei Lanzhao? Did he not return before me?" Xiaohong expressed concern. Young Master Wei seemed a bit dizzy and went back to his room to rest. Zhao Qihuang nodded in understanding. The effects of the 9 domains bewilderment powder were indeed potent. She would need to procure some for herself if the opportunity arose. She stepped into her bedroom. Xiaohong and Xiaocheng swiftly followed, one helping her out of her outer garment while the other prepared the bedding. "Your Grace, has your time studying at Xuanji Academy been exhausting?" Zhao Qihuang yawned. "Indeed, it has been quite tiring." Xiaocheng, holding her clothes, said with concern, "You seem to have lost weight." Zhao Qihuang patted her on the head, reassuring her, "But I have learned many practical things." After Xiaohong arranged the quilt, she approached from behind, smiling. "I too feel that you are different upon your return. You seem more confident." Suddenly, Zhao Qihuang remembered something and pulled out the book titled Tianji Luan that the old man had given her. Gently tracing the 3 characters with her fingers, she murmured to herself, "Indeed, I feel a renewed sense of confidence in facing life. There is nothing quite like sleeping in one's own bed." After washing up, Zhao Qihuang enjoyed a restful sleep. The next morning, shortly after rising, Zhao Qihuang sat in the small flower hall enjoying breakfast, a bowl of bird's nest porridge, and several exquisite side dishes. Wei Lanzhao came to find her. Zhao Qihuang lifted her eyelids, signaling Xiaohong to fetch him a set of chopsticks. How are you feeling? The 9 domains bewilderment powder, it won't leave any aftereffects, will it? Wei Lanzhao took a seat across from her, gently shaking his head. Thank you for your concern, Your Grace. I am quite well now. Zhao Qihuang set down her spoon and looked up at him. You came so early to find me. Is there something you wish to discuss? Wei Lanzhao's voice was low. Earlier, when I assisted you in entering Xuanji Academy, you promised to grant me a favor. I wonder if that promise still stands? A glimmer of interest flickered in Zhao Qihuang's eyes. What is it that you desire? Wei Lanzhao's gaze was calm as water, directly meeting hers. I wish to enter the palace to meet with the first prince. Zhao Qihuang paused. She finally regarded Wei Lanzhao with seriousness, her tone grave. Have you lost your mind? Your current identity is precarious. Should the emperor see you in the palace and suddenly wish to eliminate threats, what will become of your head? Chapter 93. Choosing a husband. Wei Lanzhao met her gaze, his lips curling slightly. I trust that you will find a way to bring me in discreetly. Zhao Qihuang found the weight of his trust uncomfortable. Leaning back slightly in her chair, she shifted to a more relaxed position. You only wish to meet the first prince? Her fingers absent-mindedly tapped the table. You are not planning to seek revenge, are you? Wei Lanzhao chuckled softly. Fear not, Your Grace. I understand the futility of striking a stone with an egg and would not seek my own demise. With this promise, Zhao Qihuang ultimately acquiesced. The next day, upon learning that the emperor would receive foreign envoys in the council hall, there was little time to wander through the palace. A nondescript blue-draped carriage silently exited the side gate of the Yong'an Marquisate. Inside the carriage, Zhao Qihuang propped her chin on her hand, her bright eyes curiously roving over Wei Lanzhao, who had donned a drab eunuch's garb, his round hat pulled low to obscure half his face. Zhao Qihuang glanced at him, unable to suppress a laugh. I must say, your attire suits you quite well. Wei Lanzhao remained silent, simply raising his eyes to meet hers. Zhao Qihuang's smile deepened. Rest assured, this outfit is freshly procured from the Interior Ministry, quite clean and unworn. Wei Lanzhao glanced down at his eunuch's attire. Thank you for your consideration, Your Grace. Zhao Qihuang pouted slightly, finding it somewhat dull. The carriage stopped in front of the palace gates, indicating that they were about to enter the imperial city. Beneath the emperor's feet, Zhao Qihuang composed herself, taking on a serious demeanor. Wei Lanzhao lowered his head, the shadow of his hat concealing his expression. Masquerading as an inconspicuous eunuch. On either side loomed the towering vermilion palace walls. To reach the Yuqing Palace, where the first prince resided, they needed to traverse a lengthy corridor. Zhao Qihuang walked ahead, while Wei Lanzhao bent low, following closely behind. As they walked, a cheerful voice called from ahead. Is that not my cousin Qihuang? What brings you to the palace today? Are you here to visit the empress? Zhao Qihuang lifted her gaze to see the fourth Prince Li Yiheng approaching with 2 eunuchs. Dressed in a dark patterned brocade robe, his eyes carried the usual gloom. Zhao Qihuang halted and respectfully performed a curtsy. I greet the fourth prince. Li Yiheng offered a gentle hand, his smile warm. We are family. There is no need for such formalities. His gaze shifted to Wei Lanzhao, who was disguised as a eunuch, lingering for a moment. I heard that my sister caused you some displeasure the other day. We are all family. Do not hold it against her, cousin. Zhao Qihuang responded with a polite detachment. You flatter me, fourth prince. You are a prince and I am a subject. How can we be family? The smile in Li Yiheng's eyes faded slightly. His gaze returned to Wei Lanzhao. This little eunuch seems to have more presence than the head eunuch behind me. Raise your head, and let me see which palace you belong to. As he shifted his attention to Wei Lanzhao, Zhao Qihuang remained composed and feigned impatience, saying, I must go to the empress's palace to pay my respects. If the fourth prince is interested in this little eunuch, perhaps he should wait for my return to admire him at leisure? Li Yicheng cast a lingering glance at her and chuckled softly. Indeed. Then I shall not disturb my cousin any longer. With that, he stepped aside, brushing past Zhao Qihuang. It was only when that dark figure vanished at the end of the palace path that Zhao Qihuang let out an almost imperceptible sigh of relief. Wei Lanzhao approached Zhao Qihuang and whispered, The fourth prince seems to suspect my identity. Zhao Qihuang did not turn around, muttering, Among these princes, he is the most troublesome. Wei Lanzhao narrowed his eyes slightly, suggesting distance was prudent. Soon, they arrived at Yuqing Palace. The hall appeared relatively intact, yet the entrance felt desolate. Before they could draw near, a young man clad in a moon-white brocade robe rushed out from the hall. "Sister, you've come to see Jing." The first prince, Li Qingjing, bounded towards Zhao Qihuang, affectionately tugging at her sleeve. Wei Lanzhao, relieved to see the first prince in good spirits, felt a weight lift from his heart. Once inside the grand hall, Zhao Qihuang surveyed her surroundings and lightly instructed the attendants, "You may all leave." The servants dared not disobey and bowed as they retreated, shutting the hall doors behind them. In the vast emptiness of the hall, only the three of them remained. Zhao Qihuang turned and removed the round hat from Wei Lanzhao's head. She smiled at Li Qingjing, saying, "First prince, guess who has come to see you?" Li Qingjing's gaze fell upon Wei Lanzhao's face, momentarily stunned. Then, like a child receiving candy, he clapped his hands enthusiastically. "Cousin Zhou." Zhao Qihuang quickly placed a finger to her lips, signaling for silence. Cousin Zhou is here to see you secretly. We mustn't let anyone know, understood?" Li Qingjing clasped his hands tightly over his mouth, his large eyes round with excitement, and nodded vigorously. Zhao Qihuang then turned to Wei Lanzhao. "The fourth prince has seen me. I must go pay my respects to the empress. You stay here and keep him company." Wei Lanzhao nodded in agreement. As Zhao Qihuang took a few steps away, she turned back and quietly warned, "Do not do anything foolish." A faint smile touched Wei Lanzhao's lips as he replied softly, "Rest assured, princess, I would never bring you trouble." Upon exiting the grand hall, Zhao Qihuang quietly instructed the maid Ning stationed at the door, "Keep watch here, and do not let anyone approach before I return." Ning knelt in acknowledgement, yes. The hall doors were gently closed once more. Inside, Wei Lanzhao observed the naive first prince before him, and the tension in his jaw finally relaxed a fraction. Li Qingjing tugged at his sleeve, leaning closer to whisper in a conspiratorial tone, "Cousin Zhou, don't be afraid. Sister is very kind and can help us drive away the bad people." Wei Lanzhao was taken aback and asked, "Is she truly good to you?"
Li Qingjing noddade earnestly.
Wei Lanzhao pondered this as they left Yuqing Palace and made their way to the Empress's Fengkuan Palace, which was only a short tea's time away. In contrast to the desolation of Yuqing Palace, Fengkuan Palace was adorned with exquisite carvings and paintings. The attendants moved about quietly, mindful not to make a sound. Zhao Qihuang stepped into the hall where the empress sat regally on her throne, clad in a bright yellow palace gown. "Qihuang has arrived," she announced. Upon seeing her, the empress's face broke into a genuine smile. "I am pleased to hear you pass the graduation examination at Xuanji Academy. You have made me proud." She gestured for Zhao Qihuang to sit closer. "Truly, you are my niece and have not brought me shame." Zhao Qihuang complied and took her seat, her demeanor respectful. "You flatter me, aunt." The empress took her hand and gently inquired, "Now that you have returned, you are of the age to consider marriage. Are you truly unwilling regarding the crown prince?" Here it came again. Zhao Qihuang sighed internally, responding earnestly, "Aunt, my cousin does not harbor romantic feelings for me. If I insist on marrying into the Eastern Palace, it would only cause discomfort for the crown prince and create a rift between you and him, which is hardly worth it." Seeing her resolute stance, the empress sighed. "Very well, if you will not marry the crown prince, then choose another from among the noble families in the capital. You may select from the households of dukes or marquises." Just as Zhao Qihuang was about to decline, the empress cut her off sharply. "Do not use Wei Lanzhao as a shield. He is in your household, spending time with you daily, and I choose to overlook this, considering it merely a diversion for you. However, matters of marriage are not to be trifled with." The empress's eyes held a warning devoid of warmth. Zhao Qihuang understood. Continuing to argue would only invite further wrath. Lowering her lashes to conceal the tumult of emotions beneath, she acquiesced. "Your niece understands." Seeing her relent, the empress's demeanor softened slightly. "In a few days, His Majesty will hold a hunting expedition at Xishan for the autumn examinations, where the most outstanding young men from the capital will gather." The empress's tone returned to its regal and thoughtful nature. "You may choose one for yourself. I shall arrange your marriage." Zhao Qihuang clenched her hand around her fan. As she exited Fengyi Palace, dusk was settling in. She went to fetch Wei Lanzhao from Yuqing Palace. He stood in the shadow of the palace gate, blending into the stillness. Only upon seeing Zhao Qihuang did a spark of life flicker in his eyes. They climbed into the carriage home without exchanging a word. The wheels creaked over the palace path until Wei Lanzhao broke the silence. Thank you, princess, for looking after the first prince. Zhao Qihuang lifted her eyelids wearily, replying, Wei Lanzhao, I have suffered greatly for your sake this time. Her voice carried a hint of exasperation. My aunt intends to arrange a marriage for me. The more she spoke, the more her frustration grew. If it weren't for you, I would not have had to see her today. She placed all her pent-up grievances and indignation squarely upon him. Wei Lanzhao regarded her flushed face, pausing in silence. He leaned back, evading her delicate yet threatening finger. Then, he spoke, you cannot blame me for this. His tone carried an air of innocence. Even if you had not entered the palace today, you would have to pay your respects to the empress eventually. This matter would have come up sooner or later. Zhao Qihuang folded her arms defiantly, her eyes narrowing dangerously. What did you say? Wei Lanzhao met her fiery gaze and let out a soft sigh. Forget it. He lowered his eyes, sitting up straight. I was wrong. Zhao Qihuang raised an eyebrow, surprised at his quick concession. After a moment's contemplation, Wei Lanzhao asked, Which young man did the empress propose for you? Zhao Qihuang replied irritably. My aunt allowed me to choose, but he must come from a wealthy family. She glanced at Wei Lanzhao and sighed. If only you hadn't been implicated. I could have used you as a shield. Wei Lanzhao's gaze fell, his eyes clouded with muted despondency. Zhao Qihuang realized she had misspoken, pursing her lips into silence. In just a few days, the autumn atmosphere thickened. Golden phoenix tree leaves blanketed every street in the capital. The emperor's decree to hold a hunting expedition at the royal hunting grounds had spread throughout the noble households in the capital. The entire city buzzed with excitement. At the Yeoman Marquise, chaos reigned in Zhao Qihuang's courtyard. This is too plain. It looks like mourning attire. A set of moon-white riding clothes was thrown out. I've already worn this red one. A bright red outfit followed suit. The maids scurried about, none daring to speak. Xiao Cheng, the best seamstress, surveyed the mess and patted her chest. Do not worry, Your Highness. Leave this task to me, and I will ensure you receive a piece that truly resonates with your heart. Zhao Qihuang cast a sidelong glance at her, finally ceasing her frantic rummaging. She approached Xiao Cheng and gently patted her shoulder, her expression unusually earnest. Xiao Cheng, I require a set that is utterly unique, one that surpasses all noble ladies in the capital in elegance. Do you understand? Xiao Cheng thumped her chest with renewed confidence. Understood. I will guarantee it outshines them all. Zhao Qihuang snapped her fingers. Once completed, there will be ample rewards. Xiao Cheng sat in the corridor, surrounded by an array of brocades, sighing heavily. Words had been spoken, yet when it came time to create, her mind was blank. Peonies were tiresome to the princess, orchids too refined, and the crabapple blossoms lacked grandeur. What design could possibly outshine all others? Resting her chin on her hand, she repeatedly drew and erased with a charcoal pencil on paper. Wei Lanzhao was busy sweeping the fallen leaves in the courtyard when he noticed Xiao Cheng's distressed expression and paused his work. What troubles you? Has something befallen the princess? Xiao Cheng, rubbing her temples, replied, The princess desires a horse-riding outfit that can outshine all at the hunting grounds, yet I cannot conceive a suitable design. Upon hearing this, Wei Lanzhao's gaze fell upon the chaotic scribbles on the paper. After a moment of silence, he set down the broom. Shall I give it a try? Xiao Cheng's eyes lit up as she quickly handed him the charcoal pencil and paper. Instead of drawing on the paper, Wei Lanzhao effortlessly sketched on a corner of a brocade. With just a few strokes, a cluster of elegant yet fierce green bamboo sprang to life on the fabric. The bamboo leaves resembled swords, and the stalks stood tall. The mere ink lines seemed to resonate with the whisper of the wind through the bamboo grove. Xiao Cheng was mesmerized. Before long, the newly crafted riding outfit was presented to Zhao Qihuang. The outfit, in a soft azure hue, was tailored impeccably, with the collar and cuffs embroidered in green with a fierce cluster of bamboo. Zhao Qihuang donned it and twirled in front of a bronze mirror. The reflection revealed a spirited young woman, imbued with the clarity and strength of bamboo. Well done, Xiao Cheng. Your creativity has blossomed. Xiao Cheng beamed at the praise. Your Highness flatters me. This design is the work of Master Wei. Zhao Qihuang paused. Wei Lanzhao was renowned for his artistry, and to use his design for embroidery seemed extravagant. The more she admired the attire, the more she appreciated it. Turning to Xiao Cheng, she instructed, Go fetch Xiao Hong for the reward, then summon Wei Lanzhao. Wei Lanzhao arrived swiftly. Zhao Qihuang showcased the garment, praising, "I greatly admire the design you created." Wei Lanzhao nodded slightly. "I apologize, Your Highness, for causing you any distress." Zhao Qihuang halted, unable to bear the mention of arranged marriages. Remembering her previous indiscretion, she wished to make amends and inquired, "What reward do you seek?" Wei Lanzhao shook his head. Before he could decline, Zhao Qihuang insisted, "You must ask." After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "If it pleases Your Highness, may I accompany you to the autumn hunting grounds?" Zhao Qihuang asked, "Is that all?" He affirmed, "Indeed." Recalling his exceptional archery skills, Zhao Qihuang thought that having him accompany her would make winning the autumn competition a mere formality. "You may come," she declared, crossing her arms. "However, at the hunting grounds, you must inform me of your every action and whereabouts. You are to obey my every command." This opportunity would allow her to gauge how obedient Wei Lanzhao had become. As the hunting event commenced in the West Mountain, Zhao Qihuang drew attention immediately. Adorned in the outfit designed by Wei Lanzhao, the subtle bamboo pattern shimmered in the sunlight, exuding an air of elegance. Her hair, tied up with a jade crown, accentuated her striking features. "Is that Zhao Qihuang of the Yong'an Marquise? Truly the capital's most beautiful maiden," some remarked, though others dismissed her as a mere pretty face. Nearby, a young son of a general scoffed, "A pretty face, indeed, but a fool." Another nobleman retorted, "A girl accepted by Xuanji Academy cannot be a fool." Not far off, a delicate voice called, "Brother Crown Prince, as I am weak and poor at riding, please look after me." Zhao Qian leaned against the Crown Prince, clad in a watery green dress, appearing pitiful. The Crown Prince reassured her gently, "Do not fear, I shall protect you." As they engaged in idle chatter, a eunuch announced, "His Majesty has arrived. Her Majesty has arrived." Everyone dismounted and bowed in respect. On the elevated platform, the Emperor and Empress sat side by side. The Emperor surveyed the crowd and began to recount the traditions of the autumn hunting event. A eunuch presented a tray containing 2 gleaming white jade rui. This year's prize was the jade rui, with male and female competitors separated. Each could bring 1 servant. The one with the most game before sunset would be declared the victor. Upon hearing the Emperor's proclamation, the young nobles eyed the jade rui with eager anticipation. The horn sounded, and the hunting began. Everyone surged into the mountains like a tide, quickly disappearing from view. Zhao Qihuang rode through the rugged terrain, with Wei Lanzhao ahead, guiding her through the dense woods. After some time, they had yet to spot any game. Bored with her bow and arrow, Zhao Qihuang lamented, "With my riding skills, winning the prize seems impossible." Wei Lanzhao suggested, "If you would grant me a horse, I might assist you in claiming victory." Zhao Qihuang replied coolly, "I cannot trust you with a horse. The terrain is treacherous. If you were to flee, I would be caught unprepared." Wei Lanzhao countered, "From my initial observation, many skilled riders are present today. If we delay further, you may miss your chance at the prize." Zhao Qihuang shifted in her saddle, creating space. "Come up." Wei Lanzhao hesitated. "Men and women should not be so intimate. I fear it might tarnish your reputation." Zhao Qihuang, however, was not swayed by his words. She replied, "I give you my horse. The forest is so dense. What shall I do if you flee?" Wei Lanzhao narrowed his eyes slightly. "But the princess still needs to choose a husband. Say another word, and I shall strike you down," Zhao Qihuang retorted, exasperated. With a swift motion, Wei Lanzhao mounted the horse, settling firmly behind her. Before Zhao Qihuang could react, he pressed his legs against the horse's flank and jerked the reins. The steed neighed and shot into the woods like an arrow released from a bow. As they galloped through the forest, the strong wind stung her cheeks. Amidst the jolting, her tense body gradually relaxed. Wei Lanzhao expertly controlled the horse with one hand while knocking an arrow with the other, his movements fluid and unimpeded. With a whoosh, the arrow soared through the air, striking down a plump hare nearby. Without a glance, he continued to ride, drawing and releasing arrows. In no time, a dozen prey lay captured. Zhao Qihuang watched in awe, unable to suppress her applause. "Impressive." Wei Lanzhao's chest quivered with a low chuckle. "Would the princess like to try?" Zhao Qihuang sighed, "I cannot." He reined in the horse, wrapping his arms around her from behind. One hand covered hers as she held the bow, adjusting her stance. "Follow my lead." With his other hand, he guided hers to draw back the bowstring. His breath brushed against her ear, sending a shiver through her. "Don't rush." Wait for the right moment. Zhao Qihuang's heart skipped a beat. Behind her was his solid warmth, beside her a low, enticing voice, and in her hand, the warmth emanating from his palm. It stirred something within her. Steeling herself, she refocused her gaze on a fleeting shadow in the distance. It was a fawn. She held her breath, feeling her fingertips tremble. Wei Lanzhao noticed her unease. The hand resting on her back tightened, offering an undeniable strength.
Now.
His voice resonated. And Zhao Qihuang released her fingers. With a whoosh, the arrow flew, striking the fawn precisely in the nape of its neck. The creature let out a mournful cry before collapsing. She had succeeded. Zhao Qihuang's eyes sparkled with elation. Turning to him, she exclaimed, "I hit it. I actually hit it." "Indeed, you did," Wei Lanzhao replied, his face obscured by a hood, but she could sense his amusement. The atmosphere in the forest shifted subtly. Just then, the sound of hooves approached from afar. "Princess, what a fine shot," a gentle voice interjected, breaking the moment. Zhao Qihuang turned to see Lu Wanru riding towards them, having also captured a hare. Her attendant counted and announced loudly, "Miss Lu, 12 in total." At that moment, Zhao Qihuang, including her fawn, also had 12. The two were perfectly matched. Lu Wanru's gaze drifted past Zhao Qihuang, landing on Wei Lanzhao, her eyes shimmering with affection. "Brother Jiming, you are here too." Zhao Qihuang marveled at how she could recognize him despite his concealed appearance. Just then, a fox emerged from the bushes, pausing nearby, ears perked, cautiously surveying its surroundings. Both Zhao Qihuang and Lu Wanru were captivated. The horns signaling the end of the hunt echoed from the west. Time was running short. This fox might be the key to victory. Whoever shot it would claim the day as triumph. Wei Lanzhao and Lu Wanru's attendants simultaneously drew their bows, aiming at the fox. Zhao Qihuang felt a pang of urgency. "Wei Lanzhao,
Hit it.
you must hit it." Just as the bowstring was about to snap, Lu Wanru suddenly spoke, her voice soft yet clear. "Brother Jiming." She called his name with intimacy, laced with an unspoken past. "Do you still uphold the promise you made to me?" Wei Lanzhao's hand holding the bow quivered imperceptibly.
Whoosh.
2 arrows were released simultaneously. One from Lu Wanru's attendant struck the fox. The other, from Wei Lanzhao, grazed the fox's ear before embedding itself into a tree trunk behind. It had missed. Lu Wanru's attendant cheered in triumph, while Zhao Qihuang's expression darkened instantly. She was not naive. With Wei Lanzhao's marksmanship, he could hit a willow leaf with his eyes closed. There was no way he could have missed so egregiously unless he had intentionally let it go. Zhao Qihuang slowly raised her eyes to the silent man beside her, still wearing his hood. Because of Lu Wanru's words, he had allowed her to lose. Zhao Qihuang's expression grew colder by the moment. "Dismount." Without hesitation, Wei Lanzhao dismounted. His movements precise and clean, standing by awaiting her judgment. Zhao Qihuang's gaze shifted from him to Lu Wanru's seemingly innocent face. She suddenly smiled. "You two truly are a pair of star-crossed lovers. How touching." Lu Wanru blushed. "Please don't be angry, princess. Brother Jiming and I are just silence." Zhao Qihuang's expression darkened, her voice icy. "I have no interest in your relationship." She turned to Wei Lanzhao, fixing him with a piercing stare. "Have you forgotten who your true master is?" Wei Lanzhao remained silent, his expression obscured beneath the veil of his hood, his silence only fueling her ire. Zhao Qihuang laughed bitterly. "So, you choose to remain mute?" With a swift motion, she drew the riding whip coiled in her hand, striking like a serpent. Crack! The first lash landed squarely on Wei Lanzhao's shoulder. He did not flinch, nor did his brow crease. Lu Wanru gasped, stepping forward to plead. "Princess, please calm your anger." Zhao Qihuang's gaze was as sharp as a blade as she shot her a glance before raising the whip once more. The same spot received another blow, with greater force. Wei Lanzhao's body barely swayed. This strike was to remind him of his master. This strike was to convey that Zhao Qihuang despises betrayal. An unfaithful dog is of no use. With that, she withdrew the whip, not sparing him another glance.
Giddy up.
Zhao Qihuang clenched her legs against the horse's flank, and with a cry, the steed bolted away, leaving behind a chaotic atmosphere. Lu Wanru watched Wei Lanzhao's straightened back, a complex expression flickering in her eyes. She softly urged, "Brother Jiming, the princess is quite upset. You should leave quickly to avoid." Finally, Wei Lanzhao moved. He slowly raised a hand, removing his hood to reveal a face as cold as ice. his deep-set eyes fixed on Lu Wanru, devoid of the warmth she had hoped for. The horse. Lu Wanru hesitated before gesturing for her servant to bring the horse over. Wei Lanzhao took the reins and mounted the horse. Aside from this horse, I owe you nothing. With that, he did not cast her another glance, spurring the horse in pursuit of Zhao Qihuang. Lu Wanru bit her lip in frustration.
Zhao Qihuang rode furiously.
The cold wind seeped into her sleeves, yet it could not extinguish the fire of her anger. She ran for an indeterminate time until the pent-up frustration in her chest began to ease, at which point she tightened the reins.
Whoa!
Yet the horse showed no sign of slowing, instead racing faster. Zhao Qihuang's heart sank, and she pulled the reins with more force. It was futile. The horse seemed to have gone mad, its eyes burning red as it charged forward recklessly. Zhao Qihuang's heart sank. This horse was one she had personally chosen, known for its gentle temperament, which was why she dared to ride it today. How could it suddenly turn wild? She had no time to ponder, for ahead loomed a sheer cliff. The wind howled in her ears, and the sound of hooves thundered like a drum. If this continued, both rider and steed would meet a disastrous end. Without hesitation, Zhao Qihuang leaned down, exerting all her strength to cover the horse's eyes with her hands. The creature was plunged into darkness and let out a terrified whinny, momentarily slowing down as it began to thrash wildly. With a steely resolve, Zhao Qihuang used the horse's frantic energy to leap off its back. Better to risk a fall than to be crushed. The thought flashed through her mind as the wind roared around her. She tumbled across the grass several times before coming to a stop, her body feeling as if it had been shattered. Gritting her teeth, she fought against the stars dancing before her eyes, forcing herself to remain conscious. Meanwhile, the spirited horse had already plunged over the cliff, its mournful cries slicing through the air, wrenching her heart. The forest was eerily quiet, too quiet, a stillness that gnawed at her nerves. Zhao Qihuang held her breath, attempting to rise. Suddenly, a cold arrow sliced through the air from the shadows. Her pupils dilated as she rolled aside in a panic, narrowly escaping. Damn, there was an ambush. A chill crept down her spine. The arrow struck the ground where she had just lain, its fletching trembling ominously. In that instant, she could almost hear the whisper of death passing by. Before she could react, two figures in black emerged from the darkness, armed with crossbows, unleashing a volley of arrows towards her. The projectiles fell like rain. Zhao Qihuang sprinted towards the nearby woods, her teeth clenched in fury. If she were to die here, she would haunt Wei Lanzhao as a ghost. She sought refuge behind a sturdy tree, but the assailants were clearly seasoned killers, and the arrows sealed off all her escape routes. One arrow grazed the tree and struck her left shoulder.
Ack!
A sharp pain exploded through her, and she couldn't suppress a muffled groan, nearly collapsing to the ground. Then, another jolt of pain surged through her leg. Looking down, she saw yet another arrow embedded in her calf. Zhao Qihuang panted, cold sweat trickling down her forehead, her vision beginning to blur. The agonizing pain in her leg made her stumble, and she could no longer support herself, dropping to one knee. The metallic scent of blood mingled with the earthy aroma filled her nostrils. Clenching her jaw, she felt the darkness closing in around her. Just as her consciousness threatened to fade, the distant sound of galloping hooves approached rapidly, like a war drum crashing into the silence. A dark figure burst through the mist of the forest, charging into the deadly scene. In a flash, Wei Lanzhao leaned down, his long arms sweeping her up and securely placing her before him in the saddle. Chapter 97. Using him as a shield before Zhao Qihuang could comprehend what was happening. She saw Wei Lanzhao draw his bow and shoot two arrows behind him. Each struck true, hitting the pursuing assassins squarely in the forehead, swiftly ending their lives. The surrounding area fell silent once more. Wei Lanzhao then reined in the horse, dismounted while cradling her, and knelt to examine her wounds. His gaze was grave,
revealing no emotions.
Zhao Qihuang wanted to speak, to scold him, but pain rendered her mute. Wei Lanzhao tore off the hem of his pale blue inner garment, his eyes lowered as he skillfully bandaged her leg, tightening the pressure to stop the bleeding. Before either could catch their breath, another arrow shot from the shadows towards Zhao Qihuang. It came too quickly to react. In the next moment, the world spun as Wei Lanzhao pivoted, positioning himself firmly in front of her, using his back as a shield. The arrow struck true, and he stiffened, letting out a suppressed groan. Zhao Qihuang was tightly held in his embrace, acutely aware of the instant tension in his muscles. But it was not over yet. The hidden assassin fired a second arrow. Zhao Qihuang's mind sharpened in that moment. She used Wei Lancao's body as a shield, a cruel smile on her lips. If we survive this, I shall forgive you once, but if not, I will ensure you are buried properly. With that, she swiftly drew the longbow from his back, moving like lightning. She knocked an arrow and drew the string. The first arrow missed the assassin, but as a shield, Wei Lancao took another hit. The elusive figure was too quick for her to even aim properly, and her palms were slick with cold sweat. Noticing her tension, Wei Lancao, pale as a ghost, managed a weak smile. With me as your shield, what do you have to fear? Just aim carefully. As the third arrow pierced Wei Lancao's back, Zhao Qihuang released her arrow once more. Finally, the last assassin fell, a bloody hole appearing in his forehead. Wei Lancao swayed, unable to hold himself upright, and began to slide down slowly. Zhao Qihuang caught him, her gaze fixed on the quivering arrows embedded in his back, her face devoid of guilt. Anger? Hatred? Wei Lancao lifted his head, his complexion as pale as paper, blood seeping from the corner of his lips. Zhao Qihuang coldly remarked, "Had you not deliberately let Lu Wanru off the hook, I would not have acted impulsively and ended up in this predicament. Nor would I have fallen into someone else's trap. Thus, these arrows are your due punishment." Her words were piercing and merciless. Wei Lancao regarded her, his deep-set eyes devoid of resentment. Suddenly, he smiled. Blood bubbled at his lips, yet that smile carried an odd sense of satisfaction. "Zhao Qihuang." His voice was as light as a sigh. "I had underestimated you." With that, he could no longer endure and succumbed to unconsciousness. Zhao Qihuang released her hold, allowing his heavy form to fall to the ground.
Hey!
She kicked his leg. "Wake up." There was no response. Wei Lancao lay there, his chest barely rising and falling, the only proof of his continued existence. He was gravely injured. Zhao Qihuang scanned her surroundings. The horse that had brought him here was nowhere to be seen. She looked down at her own bleeding left leg and then at the half-conscious burden beside her. Even if she abandoned him now, with her current condition, she could not escape this hunting ground in the western mountains. A breeze rustled through the trees, causing the leaves to whisper ominously, like the murmurs of spirits. In the distance, the faint howls of wild beasts could be heard. Zhao Qihuang bent down, grasping Wei Lancao's collar, using all her strength to drag him towards a more concealed thicket. Cold sweat mingled with blood trickled down her cheek. The medical skills Mr. Du had taught her were now coming into play. Enduring the excruciating pain in her leg, she stumbled through the nearby underbrush, finally locating a few hemostatic herbs. Zhao Qihuang chewed the herbs vigorously, applying the remnants to the arrow wound on her leg, and using the rest to dress Wei Lancao's back wound. The bleeding finally subsided. Once she had completed this, ensuring he would not die immediately, she rose, limping towards the corpses of the black-clad assassins. After a thorough search, she found a waist token symbolizing the Eastern Palace from one of the assassins. She tucked it away and rummaged through another, discovering a fire starter and a small bamboo tube, signal flares meant to report back to their mastermind upon completion of their task. Zhao Qihuang scoffed, collecting these items into her own possession. Then, like a butcher dispatching a carcass, she dragged each of the 3 bodies to the edge of the cliff and pushed them over. She gazed at her skirt, sullied by blood and dirt, then reached out and violently tore off a large piece of fabric, carelessly tossing it onto the thorns at the cliff's edge. The fabric fluttered in the wind, reminiscent of a desperate struggle as it plummeted. This act would surely lead the unseen orchestrators to believe she had met her demise at the cliff's brink. Having completed this ruse, Zhao Qihuang hoisted Wei Lancao, making her way through the dark depths of the forest, each step a mixture of firmness and hesitation. As evening fell, the light in the woods dimmed. Leaning against a sturdy tree trunk, her hair disheveled and her complexion pallid, Zhao Qihuang awaited Wei Lancao's awakening. He slowly opened his eyes, feeling as though his body had been torn asunder. "You've finally awakened," Zhao Qihuang remarked, her voice weak yet laced with sarcasm. "I thought I would have to bury you." Wei Lancao propped himself up on his arms, the world spinning around him. He fought against the dizziness and rose from the ground. "The princess said that as long as I survived, she would forgive me once." Enough with the idle chatter. Zhao Qihuang rose, her movement stiff from a leg injury, gritting her teeth against the pain. "You truly are lucky. 2 arrows nearly pierced your vital points, and you almost found eternal rest." Wei Lancao chuckled lightly, Even if the princess doesn't require me as a shield, I would still willingly stand before you. Zhao Qihuang scoffed. There is no need for such pretenses. Don't think I am unaware that your recent actions before me have been deliberate. Wei Lanzhao fell silent for a moment. Why does the princess think this way? Zhao Qihuang's cold laughter pierced the air. Is it not merely the burden of enduring humiliation? Wei Lanzhao remained silent, simply observing her. If I held even the slightest affection for you, the moment you shielded me from arrows, I would surely have been moved. Alas. Wei Lanzhao awaited her next words with bated breath. Zhao Qihuang limped toward him, raising a hand to tilt his chin, her gaze condescending. I understand a crucial truth. A lion, even with its teeth broken, remains a lion. When it appears docile, it is merely biding its time, waiting for the right moment to strike. Wei Lanzhao lowered his gaze, concealing the emotions within his eyes. Zhao Qihuang inhaled deeply, reflecting. You once were a favored child of heaven, yet you have so quickly relinquished your pride and dignity, disregarding life and death. This is truly terrifying to me. Were I in your position, I doubt I could bend to someone I despise in times of misfortune. At this moment, Wei Lanzhao acknowledged for the first time that he too had misjudged a person. Silence enveloped them, save for the whispering of the wind through the leaves, intensifying the oppressive, eerie atmosphere of the night. Zhao Qihuang shivered slightly, her tone sharp. Now that you are awake, you must find a way to lead me out of here. The thinking part is up to you. Wei Lanzhao brushed off the dirt from his clothes. Very well, I shall take care of the rest. He surveyed the area, noticing faint signs of freshly disturbed earth where traps had been set nearby. These mechanisms, though rudimentary, were ingeniously arranged, likely established very recently to guard against pursuers or wild beasts. He turned back to Zhao Qihuang, a mixture of surprise and admiration on his face. Did you set all of these up yourself? Who else could it be? Zhao Qihuang replied, gritting her teeth. It's not like I could rely on someone who is unconscious, is it? As night enveloped the forest, a chill seeped into their bones. Wei Lanzhao shifted, beginning to undo the clasps of his outer robe. Zhao Qihuang's gaze was sharp as ice, piercing him as he draped the warm, dark fabric over her shoulders. There's no need for that, she protested instinctively. You've lost quite a bit of blood. Your complexion is worse than mine. You should wear it. Yet Wei Lanzhao firmly adjusted the robe around her, disregarding her objections. If my subordinate has perished, the princess need only remember to bury me. Zhao Qihuang scrutinized him, a mixture of wariness and evaluation in her eyes. Abruptly, she laughed, though the mirth did not reach her eyes. Wei Lanzhao, are you attempting to manipulate me? To step on my head and leverage the power of the yeoman marquis to vindicate your family, the Duke of Jingua? Before she could finish her sentence, Wei Lanzhao stood abruptly, advancing toward her step by step. The firelight behind him flickered, casting his shadow large and imposing, exuding a silent aggression. He raised his hand, his long fingers slowly approaching Zhao Qihuang's delicate neck. Don't move. Zhao Qihuang's spine stiffened. Suddenly, she stepped forward, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist. Wei Lanzhao froze momentarily. What's this? Zhao Qihuang's voice was a cool taunt. Have I uncovered your hidden thoughts? Inciting your anger to the point of wanting to silence me? Wei Lanzhao felt a sharp pain radiate from his back, grunting softly as he looked down to see Zhao Qihuang's hand pressing onto his arrow wound through the blood-stained fabric. Fresh blood quickly seeped through, staining her fingertips. With a cold snort, Zhao Qihuang enunciated each word. Are you planning to choke me? If you dare to move, I will ensure your demise first. Despite the excruciating pain that threatened to tear him apart, Wei Lanzhao found himself amused. Suddenly, he grasped the back of Zhao Qihuang's head, holding her firmly against him. Just as she anticipated a fierce retaliation, a small dark shape darted past her ear, biting into Wei Lanzhao's hand. Without a glance, he flicked his wrist, sending the snake flying, impaling it against a distant tree trunk. It dawned on Zhao Qihuang that he had not intended to harm her, but rather to save her. Feeling awkward, she tore a piece from her skirt to rebandage the gaping wound on his back. They settled back onto the stone, a silence enveloping them. The crackling fire became the sole sound in the stillness. After a long pause, Wei Lanzhao's deep voice broke the silence. The princess was quite talkative earlier. Please continue. I will kill you to silence you, she retorted. He smoothly picked up her thread, and then I shall fabricate a scene. I could stage it as though you were silenced by an assassin or taken by a ravenous beast in the night, devoured entirely, leaving not a bone behind. Alternatively, I could say you accidentally fell from this mountain, leaving no trace. He inquired with an odd tone. Which scenario does the princess prefer? Zhao Qihuang was momentarily speechless. The firelight danced across her face, flickering uncertainly, illuminating the fleeting hint of guilt in her eyes. She turned her gaze away, fixating on the jumping flames. Pondering for a moment. I suppose I misjudged you. Wei Lanzhao raised an eyebrow, recognizing this as the most significant apology from the haughty princess. Zhao Qihuang quickly adopted a cold demeanor again, asking, but I did not misjudge your leniency toward Lu Wanru, did I? Wei Lanzhao lowered his gaze, absently toying with the flickering flames. There was no misjudgment, he replied in a low voice. Her mother once saved my mother's life. My mother had wished for me to marry her, but I was unwilling, so I promised to do something for her. That was long ago, and I had nearly forgotten until she brought it up today. I have implicated the princess. He raised his eyes, his gaze intense. This was my private matter, and I should not have involved the princess. I am willing to accept any punishment you deem fit. I only ask that you do not cast me away. Zhao Qihuang's eyes were filled with scrutiny as she self-mockingly smiled. Can I trust you? Wei Lanzhao's expression remained calm as he sighed softly. The concept of trust is inherently fleeting. In my heart, Lu Wanru is an outsider, whereas the princess is one of my own. Thus, I wish to settle this external debt before privately seeking the princess's forgiveness. If this matter concerns life and death, I would forsake all else and choose the princess without hesitation. Perhaps the princess should consider whether I still hold any value in remaining by your side? And can this value afford me a place by your side? Wei Lanzhao's statement was as rational as ever. The offspring of illustrious families are adept at weighing their options in any endeavor. To repay a life-saving grace with a token is a shrewd transaction. Zhao Qihuang genuinely contemplated his words. After a moment of reflection, she finally spoke. Wei Lanzhao, let us collaborate. Wei Lanzhao's eyelashes fluttered slightly as he reiterated, collaborate? The notion of a partnership brings me great reassurance. Zhao Qihuang continued, you have been rigorously trained since childhood, possessing vast knowledge, excelling in the 6 arts, and harboring a profound cunning. I can lend you my influence and power. What you must do is protect and assist me, ensuring my life of wealth and glory. Wei Lanzhao gazed at her quietly, his voice low. Is that all? Merely wealth and glory? Zhao Qihuang pondered briefly before adding, also, you must safeguard my life. Speaking of life, Wei Lanzhao solemnly inquired, who do you believe wishes to take your life today? Zhao Qihuang raised her uninjured arm, retrieving 2 items from her disheveled clothing, a small signal flare and a metal badge engraved with a coiled dragon motif. She tossed the items onto the ground between them, producing a crisp sound. These are what I recovered from the assassin. Wei Lanzhao picked up the badge, examining it in the firelight for a moment. Suddenly, he let out a derisive scoff, his tone laced with unmistakable mockery. The Eastern Palace's badge? The Crown Prince's belongings found on an assassin certainly lends credence to the situation. Zhao Qihuang promptly countered, it cannot be the Crown Prince. He knows my fate is intertwined with that of the Empress. Our fortunes rise and fall together. While this may sound absurd, it has proven true more than once. If I were to meet with misfortune, the Empress would too, and the Crown Prince would inevitably be implicated. He has no motive to kill me. Wei Lanzhao weighed the badge in his hand, his gaze profound. You are correct. This badge does not belong to the Crown Prince. Its craftsmanship does not originate from the palace's workshops. Zhao Qihuang was taken aback. Not from the palace's craftsmanship. Wei Lanzhao presented the badge before her, pointing at its design. Items from the palace, regardless of size, are subject to stringent regulations. This coiled dragon motif is poorly crafted. It is a counterfeit. Zhao Qihuang was struck with realization, then fell into deep thought. Initially, I suspected the 4th prince. The 1st prince lacks intelligence, and the 3rd prince is far removed in his fief. The only one capable of contending with the crown prince at court is he. Yet if it were truly the 4th prince, given his cunning and connections, he would not resort to using such a fake to frame me instead of acquiring a genuine Eastern Palace badge.